when the ordinary Qin Luo found himself drawn into a mysterious WeChat group filled with renowned pop divas, acclaimed film stars, and rising comedic kings. He transformed from a mere subject of ridicule to a celebrated cross-industry titan. This earthly memory became his true golden key. Chapter 001: The Strange Dream and the Stars Garden. Date: March 28, 2018. Evening location: a rented room in Jiangling City. China. Character: Qin Luo. With a sudden gasp, Qin Luo jolted awake from his computer desk, his face reflecting bewilderment. "I had a dream, and it felt so real," he exclaimed, pinching himself to confirm his consciousness, the pain assuring him he was indeed awake. In his dream, he was a killer on Earth, living a life teetering on the edge of a blade, forever shrouded in darkness, unseen by the light. Yet, despite being enveloped in shadows, his heart longed for the brilliance of the spotlight. He harbored an ardent admiration for the stars of the entertainment industry, envious of their ability to live openly under the gaze of the public. During one of his missions, his identity as the world's foremost assassin was unveiled, and then he awoke. Earth? Assassin? Entertainment industry? Stars? Qin Luo rubbed his throbbing head, pondering, does Earth truly exist? Why did I have such a peculiar dream? Growing up on the planet G, he suddenly found his mind flooded with memories belonging to Earth, blurring the lines between dream and reality. The resemblance between Earth and G was striking, akin to a legitimate copy and a counterfeit, or perhaps parallel worlds. His stomach grumbled suddenly, and Qin Luo's expression stiffened as hunger washed over him like a tide. "I'm so hungry." He temporarily set aside the memories from his dream, deciding to fill his belly first. He walked into the kitchen, boiled some water, and skillfully retrieved a tub of Lucky brand instant noodles, opening it and preparing the seasonings while waiting for the water to boil. "Lucky? Huh. I've never been lucky in my 24 years, Qin Luo remarked bitterly, gazing at the nearly inedible noodles. He recalled the unfortunate incidents of his life, finding a beer cap in his pancake, a camphor ball in his wonton, swatting a fly only to hit a nail, and even dropping his phone into a donation box at the Qing Song Temple. His first love, who had been his childhood sweetheart, had also left him 4 years ago. The heartbreak had cast a shadow over his university years, stripping him of the youthful vigor and ambition he once possessed. At that moment, his phone on the computer desk lit up, accompanied by a notification sound. Ding! Someone had added him as a friend. Who could be at this hour? Qin Luo put down his instant noodles and approached the desk, picking up his phone to open QQ. A message popped up. Princess Qianqian requests to add you as a friend. Accompanying message. Help! Princess Qianqian? Who is that? Such a self-absorbed nickname. Calling herself a princess, Qin Luo scoffed, contemplating a rejection. However, upon reading the accompanying plea for help, he hesitated and clicked agree. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Before he could finish his thought, another notification appeared. Princess Qianqian invites you to join the Stars Garden. Do you accept? Huh, this looks like a promotional scheme trying to lure me into a group? Dream on. Qin Luo instinctively began to refuse, but his cold fingers slipped and he inadvertently clicked agree. The phone interface swiftly transitioned to the Stars Garden group, where foodie princess Lu Qianqian has invited you to join. Greet everyone. Lu Qianqian? That name sounds somewhat familiar, Qin Luo mused, feeling slightly dazed as he read the group messages. Upon the arrival of a newcomer, the members of the Stars Garden group immediately gathered to observe. Han Mingyu, a rising star in the entertainment industry, exclaimed, "Sister Qianqian brought someone in. Who is this esteemed senior?" That nickname is imposing, striking enough to be cut down. Sun Mi, a top-tier actress combining beauty and talent, inquired. A newcomer? What field are you in? Are you an actor? Let's compare our acting skills. Yuan Wei, a leading author struggling to write a new book, shared a gif of a stunning woman winking at the camera, accompanied by text. Newcomers must change their name, send red envelopes, and report their measurements. The overall effect was somewhat foolish. The entertainment industry's leading flower vase, Ling Xiao, quickly posted an image of an angry beauty, the same woman from the gif, followed by a message. Yuan Wei, are you using my photo as an emoji again? They'll sue you for infringing my portrait rights, and you'll end up bankrupt. Unless you write me into your new book as a cultured and virtuous lady. Ling Xiao added a smiley face. Fine. As long as I'm pretty, anything goes. Strikingly handsome. No picture. No truth. Let's see who is more handsome. Shen Yuedai, a man aspiring to be a comedic king, also chimed in. Strikingly handsome. Who are you? I've been in the entertainment industry for 8 years and know nearly every star, but I don't recognize you. An ID named I am the champion of season 1 of Singing Stars Du Jie sent a voice message, and Chin Luo, out of curiosity, clicked to listen. A booming voice erupted. Welcome. I can't bear this alone. Almost immediately, a group notification flashed. I am the champion of season 1 of Singing Stars Du Jie has been muted for 10 minutes by Administrator Long Shu. Haha, Long Shu did a great job. Du Jie should be muted forever. He sent me a private message last night, and when I opened it, everyone around me looked at me as if I were holding a knife. Damn, others charge for singing, but Du Jie sings for life. With that voice, how can he be the king of I Am the Singer? I should join in the second season and sing a note myself. The group members continued to banter, venting their frustrations at Du Jie, who had clearly incurred their wrath. In the midst of their chatter, foodie princess Lu Qianqian appeared, strikingly handsome. Change your real name, send a location, it's urgent. Upon seeing Lu Qianqian's message, the group members expressed concern. What happened to Qianqian? Chin Luo observed the conversation among these so-called stars, scoffing quietly. TCH, in this day and age, everything is fabricated, even celebrities have counterfeit versions. Nevertheless, he altered his group nickname to Chin Luo and shared his location in the chat, thinking, I'm curious to see what you plan to do. It was no wonder he perceived this as a fake star group. Look at the members. Lu Qianqian, Sun Mi, Yuan Wei, Shen Yuet Ai, and Du Jie were all first-tier stars, while Ling Xiaoxiao and Han Mingyu were top-notch second-tier celebrities. The silent administrator, Long Shu, was a super first-tier superstar. Chin Luo scrolled through the group members, astonished to find a total of 66, almost entirely first- and second-tier stars, with no third-tier or lesser-known individuals. If these are truly stars, he'll go live and eat seasoning packets. Chin Luo vowed without reservation. Just then, foodie princess Lu Qianqian sent a message to the group. Chin Luo, everyone remember this guy's name and his location. If I'm not online in 3 minutes, call the police. Chin Luo was left bewildered by the message, thinking, what on earth is going on? Suddenly, there was a series of knocks at the door. Chin Luo felt a twitch in his left eye 3 times and his right eye twice. As the saying goes, a twitching left eye signifies romantic fortune, while a right twitch indicates a misfortune. Cursing himself for such thoughts, he approached the door with curiosity and asked, Who is it? Open the door quickly. Came a low feminine voice from outside. A woman? Chin Luo wasted no time and opened the door. Standing there was an elegant woman, tall and graceful, with long legs and a curvaceous figure, her face partially obscured by sunglasses. Even with just a glimpse of her features, it was clear she was a breathtaking beauty. Chin Luo's eyes brightened, and just as he caught a glimpse of her beauty, the woman lowered her head and suddenly rushed into the room. Instinctively, driven by primal reflexes, Chin Luo turned his body partially, his left hand gripping the woman's shoulder while his right hand darted out like lightning, clasping her neck and pinning her against the door. The movement was fluid and graceful, yet undeniably forceful. Chin Luo himself was taken aback, pondering, when did this reclusive homebody acquire such remarkable agility? With a sharp sound, the sunglasses the woman wore fell to the ground due to the sudden commotion, revealing a flawless, enchanting face. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were filled with fear and trepidation. Chin Luo was once again astonished. My goodness, is that Lu Qian? It truly was Lu Qian. Chapter 002. Tonight, I shall sleep here coughing slightly. Lu Qian's delicate face flushed crimson, her eyes wide with trepidation as they fixated on Chin Luo, revealing a hint of demand and regret. He vaguely grasped that, as a reclusive individual, his extraordinary prowess must have been influenced by the first assassin of Earth from his dreams. Could dreams truly impact reality? You hurt me, Lu Qian gasped, her alabaster neck marred by a striking red mark, a shocking sight. Just then, footsteps echoed from the corridor behind them. Alarmed, Lu Qian hastily pulled Chin Luo into the room and shut the door behind them with a decisive thud. The room became an isolated haven. In the confined space, the tension between the two intensified, akin to the collision of winter and summer, an exquisite embodiment of the phrase, fresh milk must be kept warm, while ham requires refrigeration. Intelligent yet alluring. Yet, in Lu Qian's eyes, Chin Luo could be summed up in one word, disheveled. His hair was a chaotic mess, as though untouched by water for days, and his bangs nearly veiled his eyes. Although his face bore some semblance of humanity, he was clad in an excessively thick set of pajamas. Are you Chin Luo? Lu Qian inquired, her enchanting phoenix eyes blinking at him. Yes, Chin Luo nodded. Perplexed as he countered, are you truly Lu Qian, the A-list star? Indeed, without a doubt, Lu Qian declared proudly, lifting her chin and accentuating the graceful curve of her trench coat. I find that hard to believe. Qin Luo instinctively averted his gaze, shaking his head in denial. It wasn't mere disbelief. It was an impossibility. If Lu Qian were indeed genuine, then the celebrity garden she inhabited must also be true. The very vow he had just sworn to devour a seasoning packet on live stream sent chills down his spine. No, this absolutely could not be real. Frustrated, Lu Qian retorted, I am Lu Qian. How can you prove it? Qin Luo challenged. By virtue of my face. Lu Qian cradled her chin with her hands, striking a pose reminiscent of a flower in bloom, her smile radiant as she declared, in all of Huaxia, none possess such celestial beauty as I. I suffer from facial blindness. I cannot discern beauty. Qin Luo bluntly countered. Face value holds no weight here. Produce your ID for verification. Humph. Lu Qian's cheeks flushed with indignation. As a top-tier celebrity, she would hardly carry her ID. It resided with her manager. Huh? No ID? I could claim to be Wu Yinzu as well, Qin Luo thought smugly, reveling in the notion that she could not substantiate her claim. At that moment, murmurs echoed from outside. Where could she have gone? I distinctly saw her enter this building, one man voiced in disbelief. Could it be you misidentified her? It's so dark. How could you see clearly? Another questioned. Impossible. That is Lu Qian, the goddess of the entertainment world, who radiates light. Even if I were blind, I wouldn't mistake her, the first man insisted, bewildered by her sudden disappearance. This building was slated for demolition. Only one apartment on the 4th floor remained occupied. Perhaps she entered? The second man speculated. Soon, a series of knocks resounded, prompting Qin Luo and Lu Qian to hold their breath. Is anyone there? The voices and footsteps gradually receded. With a triumphant arch of her brow, Lu Qian turned to Qin Luo. Did you hear that? Now do you acknowledge I am Lu Qian? Who are they? They seem to be searching for you. Qin Luo redirected the topic. Oh, don't mention it. Lu Qian sighed, her expression clouded. They are paparazzi. In a casual manner, Lu Qian leaned against the only sofa, lifting her feet to discard her high heels, revealing her delicate feet clad in sheer black stockings. After walking for 3 hours, I'm utterly exhausted. Paparazzi, Qin Luo, despite his disconnection from the entertainment industry, understood the implications for stars. What brings you to my home? Qin Luo inquired curiously. He could hardly fathom that a leading domestic celebrity, the radiant Lu Qian, was now lounging on his sofa, shoeless and conversing with him. Truth be told, I arrived in Jiangling for tomorrow night's film premiere, Lu Qian explained. Casting a sidelong glance at Qin Luo, I flew in at noon, rested briefly in my hotel, and felt restless, so I decided to take a stroll. Stroll? Qin Luo scrutinized her. Lu Qian's cheeks flushed as she retorted. All right, I was searching for good food. Understanding dawned upon Qin Luo as he recalled Lu Qian's title in the celebrity garden group, Foodie Princess. Indeed, a love for food transcended the boundaries of fame and ordinariness. Regrettably, her cheerful mood had been marred by the 2 paparazzi. I had no idea where those 2 paparazzi emerged from, following me and taking clandestine photos. To elude them, I wandered aimlessly until I ended up nearby. With nightfall upon me and no refuge in sight, I sought shelter here. Qin Luo raised an eyebrow. That's a significant leap in logic. How did you arrive at my home? Lu Qian hesitated before softly confessing, I snuck out without informing Sistering. After a year of relentless work. As the year drew to a close, she longed for a brief respite, a fleeting escape from the burdens of her career. Starting tomorrow, I'll be busy with promotional tours again. Qin Luo felt a pang of empathy. Being a star was no easy feat, with scarcely a moment to spare for oneself. Unlike his own life, which was perpetually a holiday, Qin Luo's heart swelled with excitement. Should I take a shower first? Chapter 003, I do not eat instant noodles. Only poached eggs. Reality proved Qin Luo's thoughts to be misguided. You pathetic recluse, do you truly believe yourself to be Wu Yinzu? A leading female star personally visiting your abode in the dead of night. A melodramatic plot more fitting for a web novel, utterly implausible in reality. Do not misconstrue. I am merely seeking a place to stay for the night. I shall sleep on the sofa while you take the bed, Lu Qian clarified, retrieving a rose-pink phone from her trench coat pocket and waving it before Qin Luo. By the way, your information and location have been shared in the group. Should you dare to misbehave, I will promptly alert the authorities. Qin Luo comprehended why Lu Qian had added him to the celebrity garden group, insisting he use his real name and share his location. It was a dual-layered safeguard. Why did you specifically choose me? Qin Luo questioned, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Giggle, Lu Qian curled her feet, reclining against the sofa. As I wandered nearby, a sudden impulse struck me to seek something thrilling. I searched for people in the vicinity and spotted you immediately. However, not knowing you, I added you to the group to ensure everyone could keep an eye on you. As she spoke, Lu Qian glanced at her phone. Oh dear, it's been 3 minutes. They seem to have alerted the authorities. In the celebrity garden group, Sumi fretted, Foodie Princess Lu Qian, Qian, 3 minutes have elapsed. Are you alright? Xinyu and I noted, she has T logged on. It seems something has happened. I will call the police. Ling Xiaoxiao remarked, Qin Luo, what has transpired with Qian? Han Mingyu added, Sister Qian, that location appears to be in Jiaoling City. I happen to know someone at the local police station. I'll ask him to check it out. Luo Dagong, preparing to direct his 18th film, chimed in. Qian is in trouble? Do you need assistance? A comedian, Zhang Peng, also caught wind of the situation, declaring, Foodie Princess Lu Qian, I am near your location. Hold on a moment. I'm coming to rescue you. Quickly inform them you are safe. Qin Luo's face paled. If they truly alerted the authorities, he would be unable to clear his name even if he plunged into the Yellow River. Look how anxious you are. Lu Qian cast a sidelong glance at Qin Luo, then began typing rapidly on her phone. Everyone, I am fine. Do not worry. I was just photographed by 2 paparazzi and had to take refuge at Qin Luo's home for the night. The alert has not yet been lifted. Sunmi, Ling Xiaoxiao, Xinyuetai. The group was filled with orderly responses, all expressing their bemusement at Lu Qian's erratic behavior. After all the commotion, it boiled down to this single incident, which had caused quite a stir in the group, igniting fervor among its members. Ling Xiaoxiao also shared a playful selfie, exclaiming, I was still guessing which handsome star Qin Luo was, only to find he is but an ordinary person. Zhang Ping remarked, it seems my intervention is unnecessary. Gluttonous Princess Lu Qian, feel free to call on me whenever you need. The original purpose of this group was to provide a space for celebrities to speak freely. Those eligible to join include domestic second-tier, first-tier, and super first-tier stars. Those from the third tier and below, let alone an outsider like Qin Luo, were not included. After all, some matters within the industry are not meant for outsiders' ears. Thus, Uncle Long's suggestion was quite reasonable. Facing the threat of being kicked out, Qin Luo felt compelled to speak up for the first time in this celebrity garden group. Pausing for a moment, he continued, if you kick me out of the group, I will expel Lu Qian, accompanied by a playful emoji. You dare. This was not merely banter, Lu Qian shouted it out loud. Qin Luo looked up to see Lu Qian sitting upright, her eyes glaring fiercely, feigning ferocity as she proclaimed, I will sleep here tonight. And you shall not force me out. Then you must ensure they do not expel me. Qin Luo, not foolish, recognized the opportunity for negotiation. Although he was still uncertain about the benefits of joining this star-studded group, it surely was better than being excluded. That is the consensus, not solely my decision. Lu Qian huffed playfully. Well, I am not concerned. Qin Luo threatened, you invited me into this group, so you must guarantee I am not expelled. Otherwise, I would lose face. Lu Qian's eyes darted, and she replied, I am hungry. Qin Luo was momentarily speechless. All he had was instant noodles. I refuse to eat such junk food. It is fattening. Lu Qian shot back, casting a dismissive glance at him before reclining back on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. As Qin Luo gazed at Lu Qian's graceful form lounging on the sofa, her alluring curves just within his reach, he felt a stirring within. A beauty so close to approach or not. His phone lit up with new messages in the group. Xinyuetai, Qin Luo, you have worked hard. Ling Xiaoxiao, Qin Luo, you have worked hard. Yuan Wei, Qin Luo, you have worked hard. Zhang Peng, Qin Luo, you have worked hard. Once again, the orderly chorus of Qin Luo, you have worked hard flooded the chat, each member echoing the sentiment. They were well aware of Lu Qian's capricious nature and thus were not overly concerned about her safety, turning instead to tease her. This group of celebrities, renowned both domestically and internationally, truly were first-tier and second-tier stars. Uncle Long interjected, gluttonous Princess Lu Qian, your invitees. You shall manage them yourself. Lu Qian was also an administrator of the group, possessing the authority to expel members. Qin Luo realized, at least for now, he would not be ejected from the group, and he breathed a sigh of relief as he moved to the kitchen to prepare his instant noodles. While waiting for the noodles, he took the liberty of frying 2 eggs, depleting his remaining stock. A sudden sound of bare feet pattering on the floor caught his attention. He turned to see Lu Qian, who had been lounging on the sofa, now running barefoot into the kitchen. Weren't you avoiding junk food? Qin Luo questioned, shielding the noodles with his hand. Lu Qian's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the golden fried eggs, her tongue licking her lips as she soberly explained, I do not eat instant noodles, only fried eggs. Unexpectedly, Lu Qian ended up consuming not only 2 fried eggs but also a whole bowl of instant noodles. Deceitful. Qin Luo muttered under his breath while washing the dishes. Zhang Wuji's mother was right. The more beautiful a woman, the more deceptive she is. What? Instant noodle bowls do not require washing? Qin Luo was merely cleaning the dishes from breakfast and lunch. As a recluse, he washed his dishes only once a day, combining breakfast, lunch, and dinner into one cleaning session. What are you mumbling about? Who is Zhang Wuji? Lu Qian, having indulged herself, lay languidly on the living room sofa, her ears sharp enough to catch Qin Luo's murmurs. Do you not know Zhang Wuji? He is from Heavenly Sword and Dragon Saber. Qin Luo began, but abruptly stopped. Heavenly Sword what? Lu Qian inquired further. Qin Luo's dishwashing came to a halt as it dawned on him that Heavenly Sword and Dragon Saber, along with Zhang Wuji and his mother's famous saying, did not exist on this planet. These were mere fragments of memories from his mind about Earth. Moreover, many literary works, films, songs, and entertainment from Earth were absent here as well. Lu Qian, actively engaging in the group, suddenly felt a pair of eyes fixating intently on her, stirring her wariness. This guy won't he try anything untoward, will he? Indeed. How could a man resist the enchanting beauty of a princess such as herself? What are you staring at? Lu Qian feigned calmness, shooting a glance at Qin Luo. Qin Luo scrutinized Lu Qian carefully, puzzled as he asked, have you acted in the family of golden powder? What powder? Lu Qian looked utterly bewildered. Have you acted in Xinjin Xixia Zhuan? Qin Luo inquired again. What hero? Lu Qian was now thoroughly confused. Have you acted in Qianlong Babu? Qin Luo persisted. What dragon? Lu Qian continued to look perplexed. Have you acted in Xindiaoxia LV? Qin Luo pressed on. What eagle? Lu Qian grew furious, grabbing a sofa cushion and hurling it at Qin Luo's head. You haven't even watched one of my films? Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Then how did you become famous? How did you become a top-tier star in the country? Qin Luo asked curiously. While he had heard of Lu Qian's fame and had imagined her beauty countless times, he truly knew nothing of her rise to stardom. He had previously been somewhat aware of the entertainment industry, but had not focused on individual celebrities. Particularly 4 years ago, when his first love had left him to enter the entertainment field, his disdain for the industry grew. He was not well versed in the unspoken rules of the entertainment world here. I am a film actress, having starred in 15 films, 4 of which grossed over 500 million. Am I not qualified to be a top-tier star? Lu Qian replied, her tone brimming with pride. Have you never acted in a television series? Qin Luo inquired. Of course not. Lu Qian looked at him as if he were an amateur, explaining, in the entertainment industry, stars typically specialize in one field. It is rare for anyone to cross over. 1. There's simply isn't enough energy and time. 2. To avoid competition and exclusion from peers. 3. It is a tacit understanding within the industry. My goal is to become a super first-tier leading actress within 3 years. As she spoke fervently, Lu Qian's voice resonated with confidence and ambition. Qin Luo, remaining non-committal, compared the entertainment industry here to that of Earth and found significant disparities. In Earth's entertainment realm, those who could not act would sing. Those who could not sing would perform stand-up comedy. Those who could not do that would write books. And those who could not write would direct, perpetuating a cycle within the industry. In contrast, the stars here predominantly focused on one discipline, mastering their craft, which allowed their entertainment industry to flourish and develop a comprehensive and unique system, the celebrity rankings. The celebrity ranking of the Earth star is governed by an internationally unified standard, while the criteria for evaluation and selection involve a degree of human discretion. The majority relies on a comprehensive statistical formula that rates celebrities based on their prominence and public recognition. This ranking is regarded as the most authoritative, unquestionably so. The celebrity rankings are officially accredited and widely accepted by the public, with the stars themselves acknowledging them as well. To ascertain a star's standing, one need only consult the celebrity rankings. The Huaxia celebrity rankings are categorized into 7 tiers: public figures, 18 line, third line, second line, first line, super first line, and megastars. The rating values reflect the prominence and public recognition of the stars. Prominence is straightforward, indicating the level of recognition a star has among the populace. Recognition, however, is more complex and is crucial for a celebrity's rating. It encompasses societal influence, fan cohesion, public approval rates, the quality of their work, and their level of activity. Recognition must reach at least 60 of their prominence to be deemed acceptable, with the final rating value being the product of both metrics. For instance, an 18-line celebrity must achieve a rating value of 10. Specifically, if 10 out of 100 people recognize you and 6 of those acknowledge you, your rating value stands at 6. To qualify as an 18-line star, at least 10 individuals out of 100 must recognize you. The tiers are as follows. Public figures score below 10, 18 line between 10 to 20, third line 20 to 30, second line 30 to 40, first line 40 to 50, super first line 50 to 60, and megastars exceed 60. A first-line star must be recognized by at least half of the population. However, can she truly be considered a first-line star? Absolutely not. While she may possess notoriety, it is predominantly negative who would recognize her in a favorable light. Thus, she can only be classified as a notorious public figure. Why are you so invested in the entertainment industry? Do you aspire to be a star? Lu Qian gazed incredulously at the suddenly silent Qin Luo. Shaking her head and sighing, with your image, it's quite the challenge. Qin Luo cast her a sidelong glance, emitting an ambiguous chuckle. Heh. Suddenly, Lu Qian's phone rang, and her eyes widened in surprise. Qin Luo's body tensed, his gaze fixated in disbelief upon Lu Qian's phone, which displayed the picture of a beautiful woman. He recognized her instantly. It was his first love, Xiao Shanshan. Chapter 005. Regrets without ifs. Oops, I'm really sorry this time. There was a last-minute issue with the new album, and I had to rehearse the dance again. After dancing all afternoon, my heels are all blistered. I'm utterly exhausted. Xiao Shanshan's voice came through the phone, laden with apology and complaint. If you had something to say, you could have told me. I waited out in the cold for 3 minutes at the snack street. Lu Qian sniffed. Ah, so our friendship only warrants a 3-minute wait? Surely you'd wait at least half an hour. Xiao Shanshan feigned annoyance. Humph. You've stood me up several times. I guarantee I won't wait a minute next time. Lu Qian declared with a hint of pride, adding, consider this a fine. You're treating me to supper tomorrow night. Got it, but I need to practice dance tonight, so I'll talk to you later. Xiao Shanshan replied decisively. Wait, you're not going to the movie premiere tomorrow night, are you? Lu Qian asked hurriedly. Of course I am. Our Four Seasons girls are releasing a new album after New Year's. And attending the premiere is a perfect opportunity to warm up and establish our presence before the media. My goal this time is to use the new album to break into the second-line star category. Wow, I must congratulate you in advance. Only 4 years since your debut. And you're aiming for second-line status. Lu Qian exclaimed, then teasingly added, meanwhile, I've toiled for 9 years in the film industry just to barely reach first line. Are you trying to provoke me? Just wait, I will reach first-line status, or even super first line. Xiao Shanshan replied, her tone firm. At that moment, someone on her end called out, Shanshan, hurry up and practice. Okay. Lu Qian understood Xiao Shanshan's busyness. Once the call ended, the room fell silent. Lu Qian put down her phone, casting a puzzled glance at the brooding Qin Luo. What's wrong? Why do you look so grim? Qin Luo ignored her, lowering his head to fiddle with his phone, exiting the group chat interface to stare blankly at the wallpaper of a smiling woman, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Xiao Shanshan. Since Xiao Shanshan had chosen to end their relationship 4 years ago to pursue her dream of becoming a star, Qin Luo had been unable to cope with the heartbreak. Wallowing in despair for 4 long years, still not fully recovered. However, he had just unwittingly overheard Xiao Shanshan's conversation with Lu Qian, learning of her dedication to rehearsing dances all afternoon, enduring blisters on her heels, and continuing to practice that evening. This unwavering commitment and passion for her career, her relentless effort despite the pain, deeply moved him. It turned out she had been silently striving to become a big star. Qin Luo knew that Xiao Shanshan had aspired to be a star since childhood. Throughout primary, middle, and high school, she never wavered in her dream, balancing her studies with dance and music practice. To support her dream, Qin Luo had agreed to apply together to Jiangling Art Academy, one of the top 3 art schools in the country. However, on their first day of university, Xiao Shanshan broke up with him unexpectedly, having joined the Four Seasons girls group as their leader, prioritizing her career over their relationship. Dreams and reality often stand in stark contrast. For 4 years, Xiao Shanshan had tirelessly pursued her dream, undeterred by any obstacles. Meanwhile, he had wallowed in the shadow of heartbreak, lamenting his fate and squandering 4 precious years. Coward, weakling, useless. In that moment, Qin Luo suddenly awakened, a surge of emotion welling up within him, yearning for expression. He wished to bid farewell to his former self. If only he could turn back time, he would not have wasted 4 years in despair. Alas, there are no second chances. A song suddenly echoed in his mind, perfectly mirroring his current feelings. As the emotion surged, Qin Luo could not help but sing. If I could afford to make mistakes, if I could have missed all that I missed, I should still have time to regret. If I had not laid everything bare, that small tempest would have passed with a smile. In matters of love, what is self? One must go with the flow to find happiness. A soft, deep voice resonated in the room. Qin Luo was singing. Lu Qian was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she watched Qin Luo immersed in his musical world. Just hearing the beginning made her instinctively feel it was a beautiful song, prompting her to whip out her phone and begin recording. If only I had understood you sooner. Or if I had met the mature me a little later. But oh, though I've known Xiao Shanshan for 10 years, I never truly entered her heart. Never grasped how fervently she wished to become a star. This was my immaturity. It's all my fault. I should not have been silent when I needed to speak. nor timid when I had the chance to be brave. If it weren't for me, misunderstanding my own nonchalance, we would not have been sad. But you back then. And I now, if we could start over, on the day we broke up, I didn't utter a single word to keep you, pretending to be so carefree. Letting you go, only to end up crying against the wind like a dog. If only that day I had said what needed to be said. Had not clung to my stubbornness. If that day I had not let my emotions sway me, what would you have done? So many ifs, perhaps if I alas. There are no ifs, only the outcome. Regrettably, there were no ifs. On that fateful afternoon 4 years ago, the outcome had already been determined. Yet Qin Luo had never accepted it. He once fantasized that if Qiao Shanshan had given up her dream of becoming a star for him, perhaps their relationship would have unfolded differently. Alas, there are no what-ifs. The melody abruptly ceased, giving way to applause. Bravo! Lu Qian exclaimed, clapping her hands in admiration. This song is wonderful, it resonates deeply. What's its title? After passionately singing a piece, Qin Luo felt the last remnants of resentment towards Qiao Shanshan vanish. Emerging from the shadows of heartbreak, feeling remarkably liberated as though he had shed a heavy emotional burden. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Qin Luo cast a glance at Lu Qian. Suddenly his expression shifted. Ah, are you filming? In the midst of their conversation, he lunged toward her. Don't get any wrong ideas. My target is your phone. Lu Qian giggled, elevating her long leg to block him, preventing his approach. With her right hand, she swiftly operated her phone, securing the moment. There's an adage that says, one's arm cannot surpass one's thigh. Despite Qin Luo's long reach, he could not outmaneuver Lu Qian's elegant, extended leg, and as he stretched out to grab her phone. The distance was insurmountable. However, due to Lu Qian lifting her leg, her dress flared, revealing a glimpse of allure that was hard to ignore. With the edge of her black stockings accentuating the ivory of her thigh, the whiteness was dazzling. One could catch a fleeting glimpse of delicate lavender lace beneath. Qin Luo was instantly mesmerized. Unaware of his distraction, Lu Qian assumed he had ceased his struggle and gracefully folded her leg, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, teasingly stating, I never imagined you possessed such talent. The song is lovely, but your singing leaves much to be desired. Such a beautiful piece wasted. Qin Luo's breath grew heavier in indignation. Lu Qian, unfazed, waved her phone, reveling in their shared amusement. See? I'm not the only one who thinks so. They all agree. Qin Luo shot her a glare, retrieving his phone to check the group messages. Upon doing so, his face darkened with frustration. Chapter 006. I do not wish to enter the entertainment industry. Sun Me. The song is good, but the singing is atrocious. I sing better than him. Xinyuetai. The song is wonderful, but the singing is dreadful. I sing better than him. Yuan Wei. The song is great, but the singing is awful. I sing better than him. Ling Xiaoxiao. The song is fantastic, but the singing is horrendous. I sing better than him. The messages continued to flood in, revealing a united front among the stars in the entertainment circle, delighting in their collective critique. As Qin Luo observed the barrage of messages, his anger surged. What do you know about singing? You're an actress, a comedic performer, a writer, and a pretty face, none of whom are professional singers. What right do you have to judge my voice? Humph. I believe my singing is commendable. I sing my own songs, let others say what they will. Then he was swiftly humbled. Fine, I'll accept my fate. If my singing is poor, so be it. After all, I'm not a professional singer. Come at me. Qin Luo. Seriously, does singing have anything to do with closing my eyes? You, a top-tier diva, are you really that sharp with your words? He said this with a nonchalant demeanor, knowing no one on earth recognized him as a singer. Qin Luo, you come and go as you please. Just to flaunt your presence, nice and clean. Xinyuetai, ever the aspiring comedic king, remarked in the group. Wow, are you all negotiating? Transaction 1, Zhang Peng. Du Jie lamented, all right. If the deal doesn't go through, at least we still have friendship. Remember to reach out if you write a good song. With that, he withdrew. Why don't you sell it? Lu Qian lifted her gaze to Qin Luo, inquiring curiously if Du Jie were to sing this song. It would undoubtedly become a hit, and you, the lyricist, might also gain fame. Qin Luo pondered for a moment before responding calmly. Because I do not wish to enter the entertainment industry. Although having sung alas, there are no what-ifs. Qin Luo had dispelled his grievances towards Qiao Shanshan and emerged from the shadows of heartbreak, yet his disdain for the entertainment industry remained unscathed. After all, it was indirectly responsible for Qiao Shanshan's departure from his life. He would never bow to his rival. Lu Qian blinked her enchanting phoenix eyes, scrutinizing Qin Luo intently, and astonishingly stated, I have this feeling that you will inevitably step into the entertainment industry and turn it upside down. Qin Luo rolled his eyes. Speechless, I might as well be the tempest itself. Silence enveloped the room once more. Half an hour later, Lu Qian lay on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. While Qin Luo sat at his desk, lost in contemplation about life and his next steps. Lu Qian abruptly sat up, exclaiming, does anyone have a phone charger? My battery is dying. Another half-hour passed, with Lu Qian tossing and turning on the sofa, while Qin Luo remained at his desk, pondering what to do the following day. What movie? Qin Luo asked disinterestedly. Lu Qian raised an eyebrow and patiently replied, I'm really a fairy. It sounded quite appealing. Qin Luo approached to take the ticket, declaring, I will watch it. Yet another half-hour passed, with Lu Qian shivering on the sofa. While Qin Luo lay on the bed, lost in thought about the future, Lu Qian suddenly sat up, loudly complaining, Could you at least turn on the air conditioning? I'm freezing to death. Qin Luo replied apologetically, That air conditioner hasn't been used in ages. It's broken. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qian jumped barefoot from the sofa, swiftly leaping onto the bed, kicking Qin Luo out from under the covers. You big man, go sleep on the sofa. With that, she nestled into the warm blankets. Although Qin Luo was a recluse, he took his sleeping arrangements seriously. Thus, his bed bore no unpleasant odors, instead exuding a potent masculine aroma, suffused with testosterone. Lu Qian's cheeks flushed. It was her first time sleeping in a man's bed. Surrounded by warmth and the scent of masculinity, she felt blissfully content and drifted off to sleep. Poor Qin Luo could only lie on the cold sofa, wallowing in self-pity. After being roused for the 7th time by the chill, he glared at Lu Qian, who slept soundly, blissfully unaware, wishing he could join her under the covers. Chapter 007. The rumor erupts. Have you ever seen this city at 4 in the morning? It's far too early to rise. Have you ever seen this city at 6 in the morning? Still a bit too early, just 5 more minutes. Have you ever seen this city at 9 in the morning? Still sleeping. The foreman is calling for you to get up and move bricks. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the room was eerily quiet. The doors and windows were tightly shut, and the air inside felt dry and cold. Lu Qian blinked her sleepy eyes open, surveying her surroundings, realizing she was not in any familiar bedroom. Suddenly, she sensed a steady, heavy breathing beside her. Slowly, she turned her head, her eyes widening in disbelief as she beheld a face mere inches away. Qin Luo had somehow climbed into bed with her. Instinctively, she wanted to scream, but she quickly stifled herself. Sharing a bed with a man was not something to be publicized. Oh well, she reasoned, since she bore no injuries. Perhaps it was best to act as if nothing had happened. Being kind-hearted, she assumed Qin Luo must have crept into bed during the night for warmth. Lucky you. You are the first man to share a bed with this princess. Thus began a new day, and Lu Qian's pride swelled. Gently stepping down from the bed, Lu Qian donned her clothes and gathered her belongings. With a fleeting glance at the room where she had spent the night, and at Qin Luo, who was fast asleep, she picked up a pen and swiftly pinned a line on a blank sheet of paper. Without a trace of nostalgia, she exited the room. What a cliché scene. If only a few banknotes had been left behind, it would have been even more dramatic. In the corridor of the residential complex downstairs, a few cars were parked. Among them, a black sedan harbored 2 paparazzi who had been lying in wait for an entire night. After unexpectedly discovering Lu Qian yesterday, they had stealthily followed her, only to lose her trail upon reaching the complex. Paparazzo 1 quickly concluded, this is going to be big news. Thus, both paparazzi remained on guard, sleep-deprived and vigilant. Sleep? 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 All you do is sleep, Paparazzo 1 admonished. The first rule of being a paparazzo: never sleep while tailing someone. Despite his words, he too appeared bleary-eyed, on the verge of dozing off. Just then, his eyes brightened as he abruptly seized his DSLR camera, adjusted the focus, and aimed it at the stunning figure emerging from the building, snapping away with unrestrained joy. Aha! I knew Lu Qian was hiding in this building. She's wearing the same outfit as yesterday, clearly having spent the night here. Paparazzo 2 also spotted Lu Qian, his eyes widening in disbelief. She really is here, he exclaimed. Aha! This is definitely big news. Paparazzo 1 continued to snap photos until Lu Qian's silhouette exited the complex, at which point he finally ceased. Are we not going to follow her? Paparazzo 2 asked, puzzled. I've already captured the photos I need. What's the point in pursuing her further? Paparazzo 1 scolded. You still have much to learn before becoming a competent paparazzo. I see, Paparazzo 2 nodded, absorbing the lesson. So what's our next move? Let us see who Lu Qian's little lover is. Paparazzo 1 said, setting aside his larger DSLR and retrieving a tiny button camera from the back seat, pinning it to his clothing, appearing just like an ordinary button. The 2 paparazzi ascended the stairs, cautiously making their way to the 4th floor. On the 4th floor, there were only 2 apartments. Paparazzo 1 chose room 402 and knocked on the door. Who is it? It's too early for this, Qin Luo grumbled, roused from his slumber by the incessant knocking. As he groggily got out of bed, he noticed the absence of the enchanting figure beside him, realizing why the fragrant scent had vanished. Was it yet another dream? Qin Luo began to doubt his own reality, especially after having just dreamt of a myriad of things, including the assassin and the entertainment industry. Knock, knock, knock. The persistent knocking continued. Qin Luo shook his head and walked to the door. Opening it, he found two unfamiliar individuals standing there. Who are you looking for? Paparazzo 1's eyes lit up upon seeing Qin Luo, his gaze sweeping past him into the room, seemingly searching for something. The first principle of being a paparazzo is, be observant and perceptive. Thus, he quickly spotted a ticket on the coffee table in the living room. Haha, I found tangible evidence. Paparazzo 1 thought gleefully, maintaining a facade of calm as he inquired, Are you Mr. Wang Ming? Wang Ming? Who is that? Qin Luo waved his hand dismissively. I'm Qin Luo. You have the wrong person. Sorry to have disturbed you. Paparazzo 1 apologized. Feeling the fatigue from having spent the night awake, finally sneaking into bed around 5 in the morning. Outside, Paparazzo 1 immediately pulled out his phone to review the photos he had just taken. The button camera was synced to his phone. After scrolling for a while, he smiled with satisfaction. He had captured clear images of Qin Luo's face in the ticket on the coffee table. Brother, what are you laughing about? Paparazzo 2 asked. Still in a haze. Brother, you must realize that to become a paparazzo, you can't be a fool. With that hint, Paparazzo 2 began to grasp the situation. The essence of paparazzi work lies in the timeliness and sensationalism of news. By 3 o'clock that afternoon, just before the premiere of I Am Truly a Fairy, a scandal would erupt, sweeping across the internet and social circles. Lu Qian secretly meets her boyfriend at night, spending the entire night together. Qin Luo, the man hidden behind the goddess. Shocking. Lu Qian's boyfriend is actually him. Meanwhile, Qin Luo, one of the central figures in this unfolding drama, remained blissfully unaware. Still fast asleep. Little did he know, the world outside had turned upside down because of him. Chapter 008. Let the scandal intensify gossip headlines. Lu Qian secretly meets her boyfriend at night, spending the entire night together. Here is the proof. Yesterday, renowned domestic film actress Lu Qian, known as the Fairy Sister, arrived in Jiangling City to promote her new film. After landing around noon, she checked into the Jiangling Grand Hotel. Accompanied by a photo of Lu Qian entering the hotel, the report continued. Around 4 in the afternoon, Lu Qian departed alone from the hotel's back entrance, wandering through several streets while attempting to make phone calls, all unanswered. Ultimately, she arrived at an inconspicuous residential complex alone, accompanied by multiple photographs capturing her distressed expressions as she made calls. Around 6:30 in the evening, Lu Qian entered the residential building, welcomed inside by a man. After that, she did not emerge again, the two spending the night together without sleep. A photo of Qin Luo in his pajamas standing at the door of room 402, his eyes obscured, accompanied this revelation. By 9 o'clock this morning, Lu Qian exited the room, still in the same clothes, leaving in a hurry, accompanied by a photograph of her swift departure. Notably, a ticket for tonight's premiere of Lu Qian's new film, I Am Truly a Fairy, was found in the living room of the man's apartment, displayed alongside a photo of the ticket on the coffee table. Thus, it was evident that the fairy sister, Lu Qian, had evidently been secretly dating a boyfriend named Qin Luo, a Jiangling local and a fourth-year student at Jiangling Academy of Arts. Illustrated with a simple profile photo of Qin Luo. The fairy sister is in love. I no longer believe in love, proclaimed Paparazzo 1 with a dramatic flourish. Once the scandal broke, it exploded across the internet. Lu Qian, who had been in the industry for 9 years without a single rumor, had maintained her reputation as a pure and virtuous figure. Can a fairy fall in love? Can a fairy have scandals? Can a fairy have a boyfriend? No, absolutely not. However, this sudden scandal delivered a resounding slap to everyone, leaving them stunned. Anger brewed. Fury erupted. All the ire was directed towards the nefarious boyfriend, as Qin Luo was instantly inundated by the digital wrath of countless netizens. Xiaodan, who is this Qin Luo? I'll kill him for daring to tarnish the fairy sister's name. Damn it. Tell me Qin Luo's address. I'm going to confront him and break his third leg. Why would Lu Qian date such an ugly man? Where did this Qin Luo spring from? He is too ugly. He doesn't deserve the fairy sister. Ugly rejection. Exactly. This is outrageous. Even if Lu Qian dates a well-known star from the industry, it would be acceptable. Why did she choose such an obscure figure? I don't believe it. This scandal was leaked by Paparazzo 1. The #1 paparazzo in the industry, whose exposed rumors have always proven true. And there is photographic evidence, not mere hype. The fairy belongs to us, Qin Luo. Get lost. The fairy belongs to us, Qin Luo. Get lost. The fairy belongs to us, Qin Luo. Get lost. Countless furious fans, netizens, and onlookers reveling in the chaos flooded the online space with a singular refrain. Qin Luo, get lost. Even before Qin Luo had made his entrance into the entertainment industry, He found himself facing a substantial backlash from the public. In a lavish suite at the GRAMMY Grand Hotel, Lu Qian was busy applying her makeup in preparation for the evening's film premiere. The sound of hurried footsteps approached rapidly. A stylish executive entered, engrossed in her phone. Her expression decidedly displeased. "Yingjie," Lu Qian greeted her with a smile. The executive was her manager, the renowned agent Qianing. "Qian, why didn't you inform me about such an important matter as your new boyfriend?" Qianing confronted her directly. "And now look, the outside world is in an uproar." "What boyfriend?" Lu Qian replied, bewildered. "Here, take a look." Qianing handed her the phone. Lu Qian scrolled for a moment, her expression alternating between crimson and pale, her brows knitting together in concern. "This can't be real," she declared, setting the phone down. "Is it not?" Qianing's expression softened slightly. "Do you not know whether I have a boyfriend or not? I barely have time to work, let alone date. 24 hours working and 1 hour sleeping leaves no room for romance." Lu Qian retorted, sticking out her tongue. "I was being followed by paparazzi, and in a bid to shake them off, I accidentally knocked on a door and ended up spending the night inside. Who knew they would capture such a scandalous story? Honestly, how should I address you?" Qianing sighed, pushing Lu Qian's head gently. "If you're being followed, you should call me. You can't be so reckless. What if that guy has ulterior motives? You might regret it later." "I understand," Lu Qian replied with a forced smile. Yet deep down, she felt no remorse. On the contrary, she found last night's events thrilling and entertaining. As she thought of that audacious fellow, she quickly said, "Yingjie, please clarify this rumor for me. It's causing such a stir, and I certainly don't want him to be criticized because of me. Why are you so concerned about him? Little girl, have you truly developed feelings?" Qianing teased her lightly. "Of course not." Lu Qian huffed. "I just don't want an innocent person to be dragged into this." "All right, I'll take care of it," Qianing said, directing Lu Qian to sit properly. "You just focus on your makeup and prepare to shine at tonight's grand event." Lu Qian puffed her cheeks in the mirror, looking adorably cute. Qianing exited the room with a smile, yet she did not immediately address the rumors. The attention garnered from this scandal was fortuitous, and it was better to let it simmer for a while longer. In the Star Garden group chat, discussions about Lu Qian's scandal were heating up. Ling Xiaoxiao shared a photo of herself clapping, writing, "Congratulations to the foodie princess Lu Qian for her first scandal. I am quite the expert in this realm and can teach you if you're interested." "Shishao, spare us," Xinyu replied. "You thrive on the sultry route." While for Qian, scandals can be detrimental to her ethereal image. Sumi chimed in, "That rumor is false. We all know what really happened last night." Qin Luo, "Care to share your acceptance speech?" Zhang Peng added, "I thought the commotion had settled down. Who knew today would bring forth a scandal? The paparazzi are relentless." Yuan Wei, feeling fatigued from writing, also joined in, stating, "The scandal might be fabricated, but the public's ire is all too real. Just look at how they are lambasting Qin Luo online." "Qin Luo, you're trending. Such a trivial rumor could be easily clarified," they assured. Han Mingyu, a rising star. "Wait in, does this mean Qin Luo is being propelled into the limelight by Qian Jie? Qin Luo, you're trending." They all echoed. However, Qin Luo had yet to log in. His phone had died and shut off automatically. It wasn't until 6 p.m. that he finally stirred awake. "Why am I having this dream again?" Qin Luo muttered, staring blankly ahead as he rose from his bed. "I do not wish to enter the entertainment industry." The assassin in his dream dwelled in darkness yet aspired to the light, yearning to live openly in the spotlight like a star. A desire that began to influence his own thoughts. "The entertainment industry is dull. Perhaps I should pursue a career as an assassin instead." Qin Luo fantasized whimsically. Of course, it was merely a fleeting thought. In this day and age, being an assassin had lost its charm. Many had retired to become bodyguards, caregivers, or even celebrities in the digital world. After a quick wash, Qin Luo flopped onto the sofa, reaching for his phone that had fallen to the ground. "Oh no, it's dead," he lamented. Resigned, he plugged it into charge, and then noticed a note on the coffee table. Upon reading it, he discovered it was a message from Lu Qian. "At 8 p.m., Hall 1 of Wanda Cinema. You must come." Huffed, Qin Luo scoffed, crumpling the note and tossing it into the trash. "With my looks, why would I worry about not having a girlfriend?" Despite his bravado, he dutifully headed to the bathroom for a refreshing shower, followed by a spritz of cologne, something he rarely used. Next, he rummaged through his wardrobe. "This shirt is too tacky. These pants are too worn. This hat is too garish. This tie is too flamboyant." Half an hour later, Qin Luo stood before the mirror, admiring his reflection. He wore a navy hoodie and dark jeans, exuding a youthful and fashionable aura. However, his hair was slightly unkempt, nearly obscuring his eyes. "Should I get a haircut?" he pondered, glancing at the time and gasping in shock. "Oh no, it's already past 7. I haven't eaten yet." Having slept the whole day, his stomach growled in protest. Grabbing his wallet and unplugging his charging phone, he hastily exited his home. On a December evening around 7 p.m., darkness had already enveloped the sky. Qin Luo found a nearby noodle shop. "Boss, 1 bowl of beef noodles with extra scallions, please. 1 bowl of beef noodles coming right up," the enthusiastic chef called out. "Sit tight, and I'll need a song's worth of time." As Qin Luo settled into a chair, he powered up his phone. Once it turned on, a flurry of notifications flooded in. "Wow, so many people are tagging me," he exclaimed with delight. In the past, after a week of being offline, no one would reach out. Yet now, after this nap, he had over 10 notifications. The sensation of being tagged felt wonderful. Most were from the group chat. Glancing through the messages, he wondered, what are these second and first-tier stars doing, chatting aimlessly instead of focusing on their careers? Just as he was about to delve into the chat, 3 young men entered the shop, cursing loudly. As one brushed past Qin Luo, his elbow accidentally knocked against Qin Luo's arm, causing his phone to slip from his grasp and crash to the floor, the battery flying out. Ouch! Qin Luo winced, quickly picking up his phone and battery. Fortunately, the screen was unscathed thanks to the tempered glass protector. The man merely cast a glance before striding over to a nearby table, continuing to exchange barbs with 2 companions. Qin Luo, with his fiery temper, slammed his palm onto the table, glaring at the individual. "You bumped into me, shattered my phone, and yet you can't even muster an apology? I could have forgiven you. But your utter disregard is simply intolerable. Who is being disrespectful?" The man shot back, his eyes narrowing, while his companions feigned bravado. "You're the one being disrespectful," Qin Luo retorted, not one to back down. The man, rolling up his sleeves, seemed ready to escalate the confrontation. "Calm down, everyone." The owner, who also doubled as the chef and waiter, rushed over to mediate, aware that a brawl could ruin his modest establishment. "Your phone isn't broken, so let's put this behind us. For the sake of brotherhood, allow me to treat you to a bowl of beef noodles." "Fine, I shall grant the proprietor this favor." Qin Luo conceded, choosing not to stoop to their level. He had intended to test his newfound skills against these 3, curious to see if he had truly become as formidable as the assassin from his dreams. However, time was of the essence. He needed to finish his meal and head to the Wanda cinema. The noodles arrived promptly, and he consumed them with haste. Meanwhile, the trio at the adjacent table continued their heated exchange, seething with indignation. "Damn it, if I find out where that scoundrel lives, I swear I'll break his legs for tarnishing my goddess's reputation," one exclaimed. "He can't escape. He'll definitely show up tonight, and we'll trap him together." Indeed. Someone from the fan club just posted, rallying most of Jiangling's fans to confront him. "We'll make sure he has nowhere to run. But what if he doesn't show? If he doesn't, we'll dig him out from the depths of Jiangling." Qin Luo overheard snippets of their conversation, but paid them no mind. After finishing his beef noodles, he rose and departed, hailing a taxi. "To Wanda Cinema," he instructed. Chapter 010. Qin Luo on the way. The Wanda Cinema, situated in the heart of Jiangling City, boasts a prime location with excellent transport links. Tonight, the cinema is ablaze with lights. The expansive square in front is teeming with a throng of people, over 3,000, in fact, many more arriving by the minute. While some are here for the film premiere, a greater number have gathered to witness the uproar, their tempers flaring. In light of the unexpected scandal involving Lu Qian, many fans are incensed, clamoring for Qin Luo's departure, with some even vowing to ruin him. However, such extreme sentiments are relatively few and not all attendees. Of the throng, only 500 or 600 are Lu Qian's fans. The rest are supporters of other stars or mere bystanders drawn to the spectacle. Yet, all conversations converge on a singular topic: Qin Luo. Do you think Qin Luo will show up tonight? I doubt it. He is not foolish. The online backlash has been fierce, and with hundreds of furious fans here, he wouldn't dare risk it. Where did this Qin Luo even come from? How could Lu Qian have fallen for someone so unremarkable? Didn't the news say he is a senior at Jiangling Art University? He looks like a total loser, thinking he could win over a goddess. Isn't this scandal just a publicity stunt for the film? Look at how many people have gathered. It's clearly drawn public attention. If it were just a rumor, why has Lu Qian issued a clarification after so many hours? The truth behind celebrity scandals is ever elusive. I suppose I'll just wait for my movie. At that moment, several vehicles lined up in the waiting area for the red carpet, including those of the director, the leading man, and Lu Qian herself. Inside her vehicle, Lu Qian appeared resplendent, yet her expression was far from joyful. After spending over 3 hours on makeup, she now seized a moment to check her phone for any updates on the scandal. "Where is Jie?" Lu Qian asked her driver, Xiao Zhao. As she scrolled through her phone, "I'm not sure. She was just here," Xiao Zhao replied, sensing the tension in the air and speaking softly. Lu Qian attempted to call but reached only silence. Her heart sank as she observed the torrent of insults directed at Qin Luo online. After a moment of contemplation, she opened the celebrity chat group and messaged Qin Luo, "Where are you?" Upon noticing Lu Qian's message, the usually idle celebrities quickly gathered around. "Indeed. I've seen countless curses directed at Qin Luo online," Xinwudai chimed in. "Lu Qian, could it be that you and Qin Luo genuinely hit it off? This is no mere rumor but a reality?" Ling Xiaoxiao teased. "Has Qin Luo not logged in all day? Could he have been cornered by enraged netizens at his home?" The news did reveal room 402, Yuan Wei speculated. Lu Qian interjected, "What are you all talking about?" Zhang Ping added humorously, "I'm the king of jesters, Niao Chao. Come chase me. I'm single, and if you pursue me for 3 days, I might consider you." Sun Mi joined in. "I'm also the king of jesters. And I'm easy to pursue. If only you had listened back then, we could have had children by now." Amidst the playful banter, Lu Qian felt frustrated and decided to send a private message to Qin Luo, only to find that he remained offline. Whereas he vanished to at such a critical moment. Lu Qian's cheeks puffed in frustration. Had she known, she would have left her number. Suddenly, the car door swung open, and Qining entered, looking weary from her endeavors. "Yingjie, why haven't you clarified the rumors?" Lu Qian pressed. "I will address them." "But not at this moment," Qining replied, playfully adjusting Lu Qian's gown. "This scandal has worked wonders. It has drawn numerous fans and media here. The premiere is already halfway to success." Lu Qian's expression shifted to disbelief. "You did this on purpose? How could that be the case? I didn't tea-leak the rumor." Qining laughed. "I merely postponed the clarification until after the premiere. With so many blockbusters vying for attention, we must captivate the audience. But this is unfair to Qin Luo. He is not part of this industry and is facing such vitriol. What if he can't handle it?" Lu Qian expressed concern, a hint of guilt in her voice. "Rest assured, once the premiere concludes, I will clarify the rumors. By then, no one will be left to criticize him." Qining reassured her. Despite the current uproar, once the truth is revealed, the fervor will dissipate. As long as Qin Luo remains out of sight, he should be safe. Lu Qian's expression shifted, and she stammered, "I might have given him a ticket. He may have already arrived." Qin Ying's smile instantly froze. Chapter 011. One is a best friend, the other is an ex-boyfriend. On March 29th, at 8 in the evening. The premiere of the film, I Am Truly a Fairy, officially commenced. The first event was the star-studded red carpet. The Wanda Cinema Square was teeming with over 3,000 eager spectators, all waiting with bated breath. The director was the first to enter, met with only scattered applause, as the majority of the audience did not recognize this middle-aged man as the director. Next came the male lead, who was greeted with enthusiastic screams from a considerable number of female fans, creating a much livelier atmosphere than before. The third to walk the red carpet was Lu Qian. Her long, slightly curled hair radiated elegance, and a yellow strapless tulle gown accentuated her swan-like neck, perfectly outlining her stunning figure, exuding an enchanting beauty that seemed almost otherworldly, as though she had stepped out of a painting. "Ah, she's so beautiful. Beautiful beyond compare." A fan exclaimed. "Mom, why am I crying?" "Because I saw a fairy. I will always love you, celestial sister." As Lu Qian made her entrance, an uproar erupted among the crowd. Hundreds of fans shouted and screamed, and even bystanders, who were merely there to observe, were captivated by Lu Qian's tulle gown and joined in the cheering. Dozens of male fans, unable to contain their excitement, attempted to rush forward for a close handshake, hug, or photo with Lu Qian, but were firmly restrained by security. Lu Qian smiled and waved to her fans, radiating an ethereal charm. "Qin Luo is not worthy of you." At that moment, a sudden shout rang out from the crowd, clearly audible to Lu Qian. Her expression changed slightly. "Qin Luo is not worthy of you." The chant quickly spread, and a wave of voices echoed in unison, creating an impressive uproar. A group of journalists, invigorated by the spectacle, snapped photos, eager to capture this sensational moment. What is there to report about a conventional film premiere? Such explosive news is far more intriguing. The red carpet continued, and the audience fell momentarily silent, seemingly conserving their energy. One by one, stars traversed the red carpet, and the varying levels of applause indicated their standing in the industry. Naturally, the premiere also invited several celebrities to lend their support. Lu Qian had invited the Four Seasons girl group, which included Xiao Shanshan. The Four Seasons Girls, launched by the Inc. Entertainment Company 4 years ago, is a dance and vocal ensemble comprising 4 members: Spring Breeze Xiao Shanshan, Summer Flower Yu Li, Autumn Leaf Yang Yusin, and Winter Plum Xie Yao. In just 4 years, the Four Seasons Girls skyrocketed to the status of domestic second-tier stars. However, while the group enjoyed collective fame, each member's individual popularity remained at the third-tier level. The leader, Xiao Shanshan, boasted the highest individual recognition, ranking 4th among third-tier stars. Together, the quartet enjoyed the treatment of second-tier celebrities. as most people may have heard of the Four Seasons girls, but could not name individual members. Upon their appearance, the crowd erupted in cheers, almost rivaling the earlier reception for Lu Qian, surpassing even that of the male lead. As Lu Qian had invited them, they sat together. Qian, your yellow tulle gown tonight is simply stunning. As a fellow woman, I almost feel swayed. Yu Li, with her lively and spirited personality, exclaimed as she settled in. Since Lu Qian and Xiao Shanshan were close friends, she was also familiar with the other three members of the Four Seasons girls. Indeed, you are breathtaking. Yang Yusin and Xie Yao nodded in agreement. They were confident in their own beauty and figures, yet in the presence of the ethereal Lu Qian, they could only feel overshadowed. Thank you. Lu Qian, clearly not in her usual state, politely smiled. She then caught a glimpse of Xiao Shanshan's gaze, which seemed oddly intense. How to describe it? It was a mixture of shock, curiosity, confusion, and inexplicable jealousy. Shanshan, why are you looking at me like that? Lu Qian asked, puzzled. After a moment of silence, Xiao Shanshan mustered the courage to whisper, Shanshan, do you know Qin Luo? She thought she had nearly forgotten him after 4 years of relentless striving to become a star, yet seeing his name again today sent ripples through her heart. Words could hardly capture the tumult of emotions she felt upon discovering the rumors about Lu Qian and Qin Luo. Calm? Indifferent? Excited? Angry? Regretful? Jealous? She was at a loss. Overwhelmed by conflicting feelings. But why would Qin Luo and Lu Qian be linked in rumors? The evidence was undeniable. One was her best friend, and the other her ex-boyfriend. It was easy to imagine the turmoil within her. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian's smile vanished, replaced by a look of exasperation. You don't believe those tabloid lies, do you? They are mere rumors. But it seems quite plausible, Xiao Shanshan replied softly. By the way, when I called you last night, were you at his place? Yes. Lu Qian nodded and suddenly remembered something, widening her eyes in mock accusation. Actually, this whole rumor is your fault, you little rascal. Me? Xiao Shanshan replied, bewildered. What does this have to do with me? Yu Li, Yang Yusin, and Xie Yao all looked equally puzzled. Lu Qian explained earnestly. Because I called you so many times yesterday, but you stood me up, which led to me being followed and photographed by paparazzi, forcing me to go to his house. Hence the rumors. Xiao Shanshan, Yu Li, Yang Yusin, and Xie Yao exchanged incredulous looks, questioning the logic of this causation. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Shanshan asked softly, will he come today? Lu Qian shot her a curious glance, sensing something amiss in her tone, but brushed it off. I'm not sure. He should be coming. After all, I gave him a ticket. At this, Xiao Shanshan gazed into the distance, as if trying to spot Qin Luo among the crowd. In reality, Qin Luo had already arrived. Chapter 012. Qin Luo felt like hitting someone driver, to Wanda Cinema. Qin Luo sat in the car, reassembling his phone battery and restarting it. Thankfully, it had not been damaged. He sighed in relief as the phone powered on smoothly. Young man, are you also headed to Wanda Cinema to intercept someone? The driver inquired, glancing at Qin Luo through the rearview mirror. Intercept someone? Who? Qin Luo looked up at the driver, puzzled. Isn't that what you're doing? I've picked up several young folks who were clamoring to go to Wanda Cinema to intercept someone, the driver explained. A guy named Qin, apparently Lu Qian's boyfriend, is all over the internet. What? Qin Luo was taken aback, his body jolting as a chill crept into his heart. I saw the news online too. Although they blurred his face, it was still obvious he wasn't very good looking, the driver remarked, glancing at Qin Luo. I think you're much more handsome. Qin Luo thought to himself, no, something feels off. Ding. A notification sound chimed, indicating a message had arrived. Qin Luo glanced at his phone and found a private message from Lu Qian. Where are you? You don't need to come tonight. Wow, this woman is so fickle. Now that I'm almost there, she tells me not to come. What a waste of my fare. Qin Luo grumbled, choosing to ignore the message. By the way, there seemed to be a lot of mentions of me in the group chat earlier. I wonder what that was about. Qin Luo contemplated and directly opened the Celebrity Garden chat group. As he perused the chat history, his expression gradually darkened, and his fingers stiffened with tension. Taking a deep breath, he exited the group chat and promptly turned to the internet for news updates. Reports surfaced of Lu Qian meeting her boyfriend late at night, spending the entire evening together without sleep. Qin Luo, a man concealed behind a goddess, was the subject of rampant gossip online. Each piece of news was inundated with countless angry comments from netizens, with fans hurling profanities at Qin Luo, some even extending their disdain to his entire family, with words that were utterly appalling. Qin Luo's hands trembled with indignation. How dare they insult me? How dare they curse my family? I have neither eaten their rice nor drunk their water. On what grounds do they defame me? After the initial fury, Qin Luo gradually regained his composure and thought of one person, gritting his teeth in anger. Lu Qian. All of this turmoil was courtesy of her. He bore the brunt of public scorn and ridicule solely because of her. In that moment, he understood why Lu Qian had sent him a private message telling him not to attend. "Ha!" Qin Luo scoffed coldly. "If you don't want me to go, then I shall go." The atmosphere in the car was tense. The driver fell silent, focusing on the road. Occasionally, he glanced at Qin Luo through the rearview mirror. Feeling a strange familiarity with the face, he could not quite place. 40 minutes later, the car arrived at the entrance of the Wanda Cinema Plaza. It was already 8:15, and the red carpet event was nearing its conclusion. Qin Luo sat in the car, startled by the throngs of people filling the plaza. His urge to confront Lu Qian cooled. Why were there so many people? As I understand, many have come to confront that Qin fellow for tarnishing the goddess's reputation. The driver explained. Qin Luo suddenly found himself reluctant to exit the vehicle. Lu Qian was the star of the night. She had insisted he should not come, that he ought to let the guests enjoy themselves. "Ah, I remember now." The driver suddenly turned excitedly and fixed his gaze on Qin Luo, declaring, "You are the person reported in the news. Lu Qian's boyfriend. No need to find me for payment." Qin Luo's expression shifted, and he tossed a 50 yuan note, quickly opening the door and slipping out of the car. "Oh no, 50 isn't enough." The driver called after him, but Qin Luo had vanished from view. Leaving the driver chuckling, "Guess you're quick on your feet." With a press of the gas pedal, the taxi sped away. Qin Luo was relieved he had chosen to wear a hoodie today, perfect for concealing his handsome face from prying eyes. After confirming no one recognized him, his confidence swelled. And instead of lurking, he positioned himself towards the back of the crowd, quietly observing the stars on stage. His keen eyes quickly spotted Lu Qian in a stunning yellow strapless gown, exuding an ethereal aura that undeniably captivated the audience. Qin Luo felt a pang of astonishment. Curling his lip, "I am reviled by thousands online, yet you appear so radiant." At that moment, his attention shifted as he caught sight of a familiar figure standing beside Lu Qian. Xiao Shanshan. Qin Luo's gaze lingered on her, feelings of loss, regret, congratulations, nostalgia, and acceptance swirling within him, a tumult of emotions overwhelming him. At this juncture, the premiere proceeded to the second segment, the Q&A with reporters. A throng of journalists surged to the front, clamoring to pose their inquiries. "Lu Qian, what are your thoughts on the rumors that have surfaced?" "Lu Qian, you look stunning tonight. I wonder if Mr. Qin Luo feels the same?" "Lu Qian, will Qin Luo be attending tonight? Are the rumors mere publicity stunts or based on fact?" "Lu Qian, how do you respond to netizens claiming Qin Luo is unworthy of you?" All reporters directed their questions at Lu Qian, leaving the director and other actors sidelined. Yet, such behavior was to be expected. Lu Qian was the film's leading star, and the rumors surrounding her alleged boyfriend provided ample fodder for discussion, while few cared for the film's plot. Lu Qian, seasoned in the spotlight, maintained her composure. Smiling as she stated, "I apologize, but tonight is about the film premiere. Please limit your questions to the film, as I will not address anything else." Her words effectively silenced the crowd's inquiries. However, one persistent reporter pressed on, "Lu Qian, just tell us, why did you choose Qin Luo? From what I know, he is merely a fourth-year student with nothing to his name. I cannot fathom your reasons for selecting him." Upon hearing this, Lu Qian's smile vanished instantly. Other reporters exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if this bold questioner was out of his mind. Meanwhile, the audience began to chant in unison, "Qin Luo is unworthy of you." Qin Luo, amidst the crowd, felt a surge of anger at the deafening cries around him, particularly when a friend nudged him, urging, "Come on, join in." Qin Luo, Chapter 013. The long-awaited appearance. Qin Luo had underestimated the impact of the rumors as he stood amidst the fervent crowd, their collective shouts and curses echoing in his ears, an overwhelming force that left him with a desire to flee. If discovered amidst this throng, would he not be stripped bare and assaulted? The very thought sent shivers down his spine. "I really cannot bear to watch this," he mused, quietly retreating from the crowd. Yet, at that moment, chaos erupted on stage. A jealous male fan broke through the security line, charging toward Lu Qian, shouting, "Lu Qian, you are mine. No one can take you from me." Lu Qian gasped, her eyes widening in shock as she instinctively took a step back to evade his embrace. The male fan, thwarted, spun around and continued his tirade, denouncing Qin Luo as worthless and unworthy of her. Bang! Lu Qian's bodyguard sprang into action, swiftly subduing the male fan. Qin Luo, now at the rear of the crowd, seethed with rage at the baseless insults hurled at him. "How dare you? If you have the guts, say it again." The bodyguard escorted the male fan away, but he defiantly proclaimed, "Qin Luo is a scoundrel. He is two-timing. He has an illicit relationship with Xiao Shanshan." Boom. The revelation detonated like an atomic bomb, sending shockwaves through the venue. Silence fell, followed by an uproar. "Oh my, another explosive piece of news." The first to react was Xiao Shanshan, her smile frozen in place, eyes betraying panic as her hands fidgeted, unsure of where to rest. Scientific research suggests that when one's hands fidget unconsciously, it reflects an evasion mentality. The Four Seasons Girls, a singing and dancing group, relied on their physical appeal and performance to capture attention. Any hint of scandal could severely undermine their popularity. The fervent pursuit of fans, enamored with their beloved singing and dancing idols, often leads to the whimsical fantasy of regarding them as one's own girlfriend. They cling to their computers and smartphones, entranced by screens that offer glimpses yet remain tantalizingly out of reach. Are they not allowed to indulge in such daydreams? However, should scandalous rumors emerge, it would shatter the illusion, revealing that the imagined girlfriend is, in fact, someone else's, causing a visceral explosion of disappointment. This very dilemma was a pivotal reason behind Xiao Shanshan's decision to part ways with Qin Luo upon joining the seasonal girl group. As the captain, she could not afford to be embroiled in scandals or romantic entanglements. Yet, the whispers of a past long forgotten have now resurfaced publicly, leaving her in a quandary. Journalists, fueled with fervor, surged towards Xiao Shanshan, microphones thrust towards her as they clamored with questions. Is what the fans said true? Do you and Qin Luo share a secret relationship? Can you clarify the nature of your relationship with Qin Luo? Is Qin Luo indeed two-timing? Are you aware of his connection with Lu Qian? Some reporters even turned their attention to Lu Qian, demanding, Lu Qian, are you aware of the relationship between Qin Luo and Xiao Shanshan? One audacious journalist even blurted out, Lu Qian, Xiao Shanshan. You are well known as close friends in the entertainment circle, sharing everything. Are you now sharing the same boyfriend? At this, the crowd erupted in laughter, whistling, and jeering, relishing the spectacle. Who had the audacity to utter such scandalous words? Upon turning, they realized it was the notorious paparazzo. The paparazzo, brimming with confidence, had uncovered a long-buried secret while investigating Qin Luo after exposing Lu Qian's scandal. The fan's revelation was merely a casual remark he had overheard. Yet it had ignited a firestorm. Holding the microphone aloft, he boldly confronted Xiao Shanshan. You have consistently claimed that you have never been in a relationship since debuting with the seasonal girl group. Is that correct? Xiao Shanshan's face turned pale, her composure faltering as her gaze drifted. This was a deliberate strategy by the Ink Wash Entertainment Company, crafting an image of an innocent and untouchable girl group. To achieve fame, one must remain untouched by romance. The paparazzo, relentless in his pursuit, pressed further. You refuse to answer? Very well. Let me ask you this. In elementary school, middle school, and high school, you had a classmate. What was his name? Xiao Shanshan trembled, on the verge of collapse. Sensing her distress, Yu Li and Xia Yao quickly supported her on either side. Yang Yusen, however, remained impassive, watching with a glint of schadenfreude in her eyes. The audience was not oblivious. They could easily deduce the identity of that classmate. The coincidence of sharing classes throughout their education was astounding. Fates seemed to have intertwined their lives, and not pursuing a romance would be an affront to the efforts of the god of love. The paparazzo, like a dog with a bone, would not relent, pressing further, still not speaking. Very well, I shall reveal it. From grades 3 to 6 at Qipon Primary School, you and Qin Luo were classmates, and in 6th grade, you were even desk partners. At Qipon Middle School, you were again in the same class. And in the 2nd year, you were seated front and back. Subsequently, you both entered Jiangling First High School and fatefully ended up in the same class. One as the representative for Chinese, the other for arts. Later, Qin Luo was admitted to Jiangling Art College while you debuted with the seasonal girl group, becoming a star. Based on all this evidence, I can confidently say, you and Qin Luo have been in a relationship. The crowd gasped in shock. And Xiao Shanshan's face drained of color, her large, beautiful eyes filled with panic and confusion. At that moment, evasion was no longer an option. Suddenly, a booming voice erupted from the back of the crowd, commanding attention. What nonsense are you spouting? As the crowd turned, a familiar yet unexpected face emerged, Qin Luo. Chapter 14. Our relationship is pure and friendly. My destined partner is a hero of unparalleled stature. I believe that one day, in a moment of great public attention, he will don golden armor and ride a rainbow cloud to take me as his bride. It is fitting to say, Qin Luo, you have finally made your appearance. A nearby friend exclaimed in disbelief, it's really him. The atmosphere ignited with excitement. I saw his photo in the news. Even with pixelation, I recognized him. The crowd buzzed. It's truly Qin Luo. I would recognize him even if he were turned to ash. Cheers erupted as people surrounded Qin Luo, blocking his escape. However, he remained unfazed. Having chosen to step forward, he would not retreat. As he made his way through the throng towards the stage, those who had initially obstructed his path instinctively parted, granting him passage. On stage, Xiao Shanshan stared blankly at Qin Luo as he approached, her hands gripping the hem of her dress, biting her lips so hard that it nearly drew blood. Lost in a torrent of emotions at seeing him again after 4 long years. Yet, amidst the chaos, a sense of relief washed over her. As if she had found a long-lost pillar of support, flooding her with a comforting sense of safety. Just like before, whenever trouble loomed, he would step forward to shield her. That feeling was profoundly nostalgic. Lu Qian, too, noticed Qin Luo, her beautiful eyes filled with worry and guilt. She regretted staying at his house, giving him tickets, and failing to clarify matters promptly after the rumors began, leading to this dire situation. How had it come to this? Standing at the side of the stage, Qining also spotted Qin Luo, and her feelings could be summed up in one phrase: what a mess. Initially, she had only intended to leverage the scandal for publicity, to rally support for her new film. After the premiere, she would promptly clarify the rumors, believing it would not significantly impact Lu Qian's popularity. Who could have predicted that Qin Luo, careless and reckless, would be exposed by the paparazzo, revealing a past romance with the currently popular leader of the seasonal girl group, Xiao Shanshan? Now, all she hoped was that Qin Luo would refrain from speaking indiscriminately, as he was an outsider unfamiliar with the intricacies of handling journalists. The media representatives were beyond excited. They had finally caught the main subject. Qin Luo, unfazed, strolled confidently toward them. A swarm of reporters converged, cameras and microphones at the ready, encircling him tightly. Qin Luo, are you truly Lu Qian's boyfriend? Did you spend the night with her last night? Did you and Xiao Shanshan indeed have a romantic relationship? Are you really the scoundrel the fan described, playing both sides? Qin Luo, could you share your insights on wooing women? How might one capture the hearts of 2 illustrious goddesses? Are you truly here as a journalist? Or did you purchase your press credentials? Qin Luo felt a throb in his ears as the reporters incessantly jabbered away, leaving him unable to comprehend a single question. Who is this? The microphone is practically shoved into my nose. Could you please back off a bit? Fortunately, my nose is entirely natural. Had it been altered, I might have sustained a disfigurement. Silence. Qin Luo admonished sharply, furrowing his brow. Send forth one person to inquire. The group of reporters exchanged glances, ultimately designating one among them, Paparazzo number 1. Upon seeing Paparazzo number 1, Qin Luo's gaze sharpened, recalling that morning's encounter with the individual who had knocked on the wrong door. So it was you. In that moment, he grasped how rumors are birthed. This individual was the puppeteer behind the curtain. Indeed, it is I. Paparazzo number 1 acknowledged bluntly. Qin Luo, you ought to express gratitude to me. It is my exposure of your relationship that has rendered you the most envied man in all of Huaxia, dating 2 goddesses. Qin Luo's eyes gleamed intensely as he declared with conviction, a journalist ought to report the truth and never fabricate tales. Otherwise, they engage in the dissemination of false news. I shall sue you for defamation. The crowd erupted in astonishment. No one anticipated that Qin Luo would adopt such a forthright stance and take legal action. This was certainly unorthodox. Sue me for defamation? Paparazzo number 1 was taken aback, then sneered, I am a journalist, bound by professional ethics. Upon hearing this, several fellow reporters scoffed. You must be joking. A notorious paparazzo, invoking professional ethics? That's absurd. Pray tell, how have I defamed you? Paparazzo number 1 pressed shamelessly. Not only have you defamed me, but I will also sue you for invading my privacy. Qin Luo retorted coldly, you are neither a police officer nor a court. You have conducted an unauthorized investigation into my affairs and publicly disclosed my information, posting images online. This is a grave violation of my civil right to privacy. Furthermore, your baseless assumption that my relationship with Xiao Shanshan, stemming from our shared history as classmates, implies romantic involvement is a blatant act of defamation, an affront to my character. At this juncture, Qin Luo raised his voice. Is there not a single person present who has not shared the same educational journey from elementary through high school with someone else? Can one presume a romantic relationship merely based on such trivial connections? That is utter nonsense. Allow me to clarify, aside from Xiao Shanshan, I also have a childhood friend with whom I have grown up, attending the same schools from elementary through university. Does that mean we must have been romantically involved? In conclusion, Qin Luo solemnly declared, indeed, Xiao Shanshan and I have been classmates for 10 years, yet our bond is one of pure friendship and camaraderie. I can solemnly swear before all present that there exists no inappropriate or sordid relationship between us. Do not heed the slanderous fabrications of a paparazzo. Chapter 15. We discuss the script all night. Qin Luo and Xiao Shanshan's relationship is undoubtedly one of purity and friendship. Such a declaration is entirely justified. Romantic relationships can indeed embody purity and friendship. What else could they be? Is it merely physical intimacy? Please. At that age, Qin Luo and Xiao Shanshan were innocent, perhaps merely holding hands. Moreover, their interactions were clandestine, fearing exposure lest others interfere. Rather than a romance, one might consider it a harmonious youthful companionship. As for Qin Luo's solemn vow, it holds merit. He currently, emphasizing the present, truly shares no unsavory connections with Qiao Shanshan. They have not seen each other in 4 years. So what relation could there possibly be? The crowd, upon hearing Qin Luo's impassioned defense, nodded in agreement. Indeed, one cannot simply assume a romantic entanglement based solely on shared educational experiences. That logic is far too tenuous to stand. Unless concrete evidence of a relationship exists, such as photographs of intimate moments, it is merely gossip. I believe Qin Luo's words. I too have a 10-year classmate. Does that mean we must date? The crucial detail is, he is male. Indeed, while such coincidences are rare, they are not absent. I have witnessed similar instances within my own circle. I assert that my Shanshan could never have dated. She embodies purity, an angel of love, our goddess among fans. One might almost have been swayed by the paparazzo's deceit. To deliberately misrepresent a platonic friendship as a romantic liaison, how envious one must be of another's decade-long companionship. Precisely. My Shanshan standards are exceedingly high. She could never be interested in Qin Luo. He is merely a penniless student, lacking in every regard. How could Shanshan ever entertain a romance with him? Qin Luo's eloquent defense shifted the tide, alleviating much of the skepticism and speculation surrounding Qiao Shanshan. The true nature of Qin Luo and Qiao Shanshan's relationship remains known only to them, and as long as they do not concede to the rumors, no one can substantiate claims of a romance. At most, it remains mere hearsay, devoid of factual basis, and will not significantly tarnish Qiao Shanshan's reputation. It could be said that Qin Luo's declaration salvaged Qiao Shanshan's career. Standing on stage, she gazed at Qin Luo, who spoke with such conviction, and felt a warm surge within, mingled with an inexplicable sorrow. He remains unchanged, while I have transformed into someone entirely different. Closing her eyes, she reopened them, finding her gaze no longer fraught with panic and confusion, but rather imbued with resolve and determination. Allow me to bask in your protective embrace one last time. The path ahead shall be traversed with greater purpose, alacrity, and steadiness. However, with one card lost in Qiao Shanshan, he still held a second. Lu Qian. This one carries irrefutable evidence. Let us see how you will wriggle out of this. With this in mind, paparazzo number 1 regrouped and declared, very well. Even if your relationship with Qiao Shanshan is innocent, what of Lu Qian? I witnessed her enter your home, remaining until the following morning. Moreover, she bestowed upon you a ticket to tonight's film premiere. That ticket should be in your possession, correct? Lu Qian's expression shifted slightly, glancing at Qin Luo with urgency. Wishing to say something, fearing he might not manage alone. Qining, standing nearby, was equally anxious, concerned that Qin Luo's words might unwittingly entangle Lu Qian in controversy. She longed to intervene, yet the throng of reporters encircled them, preventing her access. Indeed, this time, there exists tangible evidence. Let us observe how you justify this. Qin Luo surveyed the audience, ultimately fixing his gaze upon paparazzo number 1, whose demeanor radiated triumph. He scoffed, concerning the rumors about Lu Qian and me. They are even more ludicrous. You have fabricated this tale purely for attention, maliciously slandering my name. I shall sue you for fabricating facts and maliciously defaming me. Uft. Paparazzo number 1 nearly choked in rage. I fabricated facts? I maliciously defamed you? I possess irrefutable evidence. All right. Paparazzo number 1, seething with indignation, retorted with a mocking tone, pray enlighten me. How have I fabricated facts? Did Lu Qian not enter your home? Did she not stay the night? Indeed, Lu Qian did enter my home and spent the night there. Qin Luo replied without hesitation. A victorious smile spread across paparazzo number 1's face. The reporters eagerly documented every word, ensuring not to miss a single detail. Lu Qian cast a bewildered glance at him, remaining silent. Qining, however, wore a look of despair, murmuring softly, It's over. I knew this fellow would cause trouble. He intends to drag Qian into this mess, placing her on the proverbial hot seat. One misstep, and Qian's reputation could be ruined. The effect of his words was instantaneous, upon witnessing the parties involved concede. The already furious fans erupted in a cacophony of shouts. Some even charged towards Qin Luo, vociferously declaring their desire to dismantle him. Qin Luo, you bastard. I will ruin you. How dare you tarnish my goddess? I will break your third leg. Get him. Brothers, let us go. The scene descended into chaos. The security personnel, overwhelmed, hastily formed a human barricade to prevent the crowd from advancing. Qin Luo surveyed the tumultuous gathering, his brows furrowing as he confronted the fervently enraged fans and bellowed. Silence. Let me finish speaking. Although this was not his domain, his command once again proved effective, as the uproarious fans gradually quieted, their eyes fixed on him, awaiting his next words. In this moment, all attention, spotlights, cameras, microphones was solely on him. Taking a deep breath, Qin Luo proclaimed with conviction. Lu Qian stayed at my home last night because we were engaged in a script discussion. What? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Script discussion? They scoffed incredulously. Do you take us for 3-year-olds to be easily deceived? As the audience regained composure, their uproar intensified, even more vehemently than before. You spent a night with the stunning Lu Qian, and you claim you were merely discussing scripts? Is that really the best excuse you can muster? Could it possibly be any more ludicrous? Just a tad more ridiculous, and I might believe you. Do you even know how to write the word script? To this, Qin Luo felt compelled to defend himself. I indeed know how to write script, as I am the language representative from my high school. And I cannot bring shame to my alma mater. Clearly, this rationale did not satisfy the masses. Even Lu Qian appeared momentarily bewildered. When did we discuss a script? The paparazzo, wearing a smug grin, arrogantly remarked, Qin Luo, if you can't concoct a plausible excuse, why fabricate one? I would believe you if you simply stated that nothing happened between you and Lu Qian. Yet, you insist on claiming you were discussing scripts all night. How quaint. Forgive me if I find that amusing. Indeed, the crowd echoed the sentiment, questioning what possible script Lu Qian and he could discuss, given their tenuous connection. Undeterred, Qin Luo continued confidently, who says I cannot discuss scripts with Lu Qian? You've investigated me and are aware that I am a student at Jiangling Art Institute. He turned his gaze toward the paparazzo, stating, thus, you must also be aware of my major, film directing. The paparazzo's expression faltered, a sense of foreboding washing over him. I am about to graduate. Since I study directing, I have set a goal to produce my first film within 2 years. Qin Luo asserted earnestly. My screenplay is already in its preliminary stages. Last night, I was indeed discussing it with Lu Qian. Is there a problem with that? The paparazzo found himself at a loss, momentarily rendered speechless. Why discuss a script with Lu Qian? Why last night, of all times? Why an entire night? A journalist pressed. Seizing the opportunity. With a confident smile, Qin Luo eloquently replied, because I have absolute faith in my script. And I hope to have Lu Qian star as the female lead. Of course, I am aware that as a top-tier star, she has a plethora of commitments and might not consider the work of an emerging director like myself, perhaps even disregarding me entirely. The audience nodded in understanding, after all. Lu Qian was a renowned star, and it was reasonable to question why she would choose a script. However, I know that Xiao Shanshan and Lu Qian are well-known close friends, and I have been classmates with Xiao Shanshan for 10 years. Even if we have not kept in touch recently, that bond cannot be erased, can it? Coincidentally, I learned that Lu Qian would be attending the premiere of her new film in Jiangling. Seizing this opportunity, I asked Xiao Shanshan to help me get in touch with Lu Qian for a chance to present my script. I believe that once she reads it, she will certainly agree to take on the lead role. Qin Luo spoke with an air of sincerity, weaving an intricate tale that left no room for skepticism. To bolster his argument, he added, you all saw the leaked photos of Lu Qian making phone calls yesterday, right? Many nodded in agreement, while some pulled out their phones to verify. You have all been misled by the paparazzi. Lu Qian was not calling me. She was speaking with Xiao Shanshan. I had asked Xiao Shanshan to arrange a meeting with Lu Qian, which she agreed to, but unfortunately, Xiao Shanshan stood us up. Qin Luo's words were ambiguous yet convincing. Laughter erupted among the crowd, their gazes now filled with admiration for Xiao Shanshan, as they seemed to commend her actions. Xiao Shanshan and Lu Qian exchanged knowing glances. Caught in a web of conflicting emotions, both perplexed by Qin Luo's fanciful narratives, Qin Luo continued his elaborate fabrication. Fortunately, we finally made contact. Considering Lu Qian's stature as a leading star, I invited her to my home to discuss the project further, to avoid unnecessary attention and complications. Why not meet in a CAF instead? The paparazzo interjected, seizing on a perceived inconsistency. Why insist on inviting her to your home? Surely, you don't have ulterior motives? I initially considered a CAF, but upon reflection, since my script is still in its infancy, I did not want it to be prematurely exposed. Moreover, in the event that Lu Qian did not wish to take on the role, I would rather it remain private to avoid any embarrassment, Qin Luo explained. Thus, I invited Lu Qian to my home for a more discreet conversation. She graciously accepted my invitation, arriving with sincere intent. Here, I must commend Lu Qian. She is truly a rare gem in the entertainment industry, beautiful, talented, kind-hearted, diligent, and dedicated. Qin Luo lavishly praised Lu Qian. All eyes turned to Lu Qian on stage, filled with admiration and affection. Her fans erupted in cheers, proclaiming, my goddess is the best. Lu Qian's cheeks flushed, casting a sidelong glance at the loquacious Qin Luo, internally reveling in her own excellence. Does this princess need your praise? Everyone already knows. Qin Luo continued to embellish once Lu Qian arrived. She eagerly reviewed the script and was so impressed that she immediately decided to portray the female lead. Furthermore, she approached our discussion with a professional mindset, helping to identify areas for improvement in the script. Thus, we genuinely spent the night discussing the screenplay. Qin Luo passionately declared, pointing at the paparazzo. Lu Qian's dedication to her craft is commendable. She sacrificed sleep to engage in this script discussion, attending today's premiere with little rest. Her fervor for film and her commitment to her work are beyond reproach. Yet you dare to fabricate lies and disseminate malicious rumors about her. Consider your conscience. Does it not ache? Qin Luo's final words resonated powerfully. The paparazzo clutched his chest, feeling a pang of guilt. He was on the verge of fainting. The most artful lies are often cloaked in layers of truth, with a single kernel of deception at their core. 90% of the truth is shrouded in a core 10% of lies, sufficient to deceive the heavens and turn falsehoods into reality. Most of what Qin Luo stated is indeed true. The paparazzi have already exposed that Lu Qian left the hotel alone, made a phone call, and spent the night at Qin Luo's residence before emerging the following day. These facts are indisputable, evidenced by clear testimonies and photographs. Yet, the pivotal lie remains: what exactly transpired during that night between Lu Qian and Qin Luo? Apart from the two of them, no one else is privy to this truth. And it is precisely this enigma that piques public curiosity. Qin Luo cleverly diverted attention from this core issue, asserting, "You're unaware of what we were doing, right?" Well, we spent the entire night discussing the script. Many present were inclined to accept this explanation, as it was far more palatable than the notion of Lu Qian engaging in a secret relationship with Qin Luo. Previous rumors had left many fans in disbelief, inciting them to vocally express their desire for retribution against Qin Luo. Now, with Qin Luo publicly dispelling the rumors, fans rejoiced. Indeed, our celestial sister has not been sullied. Standing on stage, Lu Qian observed as Qin Luo skillfully navigated this tempest, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Today, she witnessed what it truly means to fabricate nonsense with utmost seriousness. Remarkably, there were those who believed him. Xiao Shanshan, too, was captivated, her eyes sparkling as she watched Qin Luo confidently assert his narrative, a subtle smile gracing her lips. This was the Qin Luo she remembered. However, the paparazzi would not concede defeat so easily. The media was in a frenzy, questioning how they could report when everything was so conveniently explained. One reporter, with a glint of mischief, pressed on, "Qin Luo, you mentioned inviting Lu Qian to star in your debut film, and she accepted. Clearly, your project must be quite enticing. Could you shed some light on your film?" This prompted a ripple of excitement among the media. Lu Qian was set to star in an up-and-coming filmmaker's project. Now that was headline material. "Qin Luo, do you possess confidence in your film? What fuels this belief?" Some reporters turned their attention to Lu Qian, asking, "Do you genuinely believe in the quality of Qin Luo's film? What motivated you to agree to take on a role in a novice's project? Lu Qian, are you not discerning in your choices?" It seemed a reporter had overstepped, drawing glares from the director of "I Am Really a Fairy." Nevertheless, Qin Luo paused before continuing. "The title of the film has been confirmed." "What is it?" the reporters eagerly inquired. "Charlotte's Woes," Qin Luo declared with conviction. "Charlotte? Woes? What an absurd title." The assembly of reporters appeared bewildered. Not just them. Every attendee was left in a state of confusion. Qin Luo, however, offered no further explanation. This title had spontaneously emerged in his mind, conjured from the depths of his imagination, reminiscent of a film from a realm of dreams. Hilarious, indeed. The paparazzi refused to back down, erupting into laughter. "Qin Luo, do you think you can bamboozle me with a flimsy film concept? I know your worth. 132 pounds. I have nothing to hide." Qin Luo responded nonchalantly. "Stop with the nonsense," the paparazzo scoffed. "You claim you attracted Lu Qian to star in your film with a script of such caliber? Who are you trying to fool? With your skills, I could pilot a spacecraft." This remark sent shockwaves through the crowd. They had not anticipated that Qin Luo was merely a pretender. Previously, they had heard he was a student from the Jiangling Academy of Arts, and now it seemed he was merely inflating his credentials. Fans began to voice their discontent. "What nonsense! I thought he had penned a masterpiece that enticed a goddess to join him. Can he even produce a film? I doubt it," they exclaimed. "Surely, our celestial sister would not truly agree to star in his pathetic film. No way, that title alone screams disaster." The chorus of dissent echoed again, with fans rallying against Qin Luo and his potential cinematic venture. Even those merely observing, including media personnel and fellow celebrities, echoed the sentiment. No one held faith in Qin Luo's capabilities. As the atmosphere thickened with derision, Qin Luo stood resolutely, surveying the crowd, each face reflecting disdain and contempt. Suddenly, he lifted his chin, his gaze unwavering, and proclaimed, 30 years in the East, 30 Years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. Chapter 018. Qin Luo's distress. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. This phrase resonated within Qin Luo, perfectly encapsulating his current plight. You all underestimate me. Do you? Very well. I shall create an exceptional film that will prove you wrong. Reality will deliver a resounding slap to each of you. Moreover, Qin Luo was resolute in his ambition. He would carve a significant path in the entertainment industry. He had previously hesitated to enter this realm, viewing it as a rival's domain, but now he amended his stance. As a young man with ideals and aspirations, he realized that vanquishing his rivals was the true path forward. He would conquer the entertainment industry. Indeed, do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. A spectator applauded. Based on that statement, Qin Luo, I shall certainly watch your film. I too shall attend. Another exclaimed, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. I felt chills upon hearing those words. A person capable of such rhetoric cannot be mediocre. Various audience members joined in the applause, celebrating this declaration. Lu Qian, upon hearing those words, trembled slightly, her eyes widening in disbelief at Qin Luo's passionate proclamation. What kind of person have I unwittingly chosen? Lu Qian thought, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Can you continue to surprise me, Qin Luo? She felt a flicker of anticipation regarding his film. Xiao Shanshan, too, was deeply moved. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty, she whispered, gazing at Qin Luo's figure, a wave of bittersweet emotion washing over her. Was it regret? Not entirely. Was it a sense of loss? Not quite. Qin Luo, you have finally matured, Xiao Shanshan mused within herself. The reporters, invigorated, fervently snapped photographs of Qin Luo, capturing his words without missing a beat. Great. Tomorrow's headlines are secured. The paparazzo, taken aback by that resonant declaration, was still unwilling to concede defeat. Not ready to abandon the chase simply because of a single statement. How eloquent, he muttered. The first paparazzo scoffed, retorting, filmmaking is not child's play. It cannot be accomplished with mere words. Let me ask you, where will the funding for this film come from? Where will you rent the location? How will you find actors? Do you even know how to operate a camera? A friendly reminder, do not skip class this time, or you might struggle to graduate. Many fans echoed the sentiments of the first paparazzo, agreeing that filmmaking is no trivial matter, and if Qin Luo couldn't even graduate, how could he possibly make a film? The majority present shared this perspective, and a single impassioned statement would not sway their opinions. The reality was firmly grounded. In the face of skepticism, Qin Luo smiled calmly and declared with conviction, very well, I shall make a vow in front of everyone today. Within 3 years, my first film will be released nationwide. Moreover, Lu Qian will undoubtedly be the leading lady. After a brief pause, he boldly proclaimed, and I shall personally take on the role of the male lead. This declaration sent a wave of shock throughout the audience. What did I just hear? Is my hearing impaired? Your hearing is just fine. I heard it too. Qin Luo claims his film will premiere in 3 years, with himself as the male lead and Lu Qian as the female lead. What is he thinking? Is he attempting the impossible? Is he not aiming to be a director? Why is he also taking on the role of the leading man? I suspect he is merely aware of his own limitations and fears he might struggle to find someone to play the male lead. Hence he preemptively claimed the role for himself to avoid embarrassment later. Ah, your explanation has illuminated my understanding. I can hardly wait to see what kind of film he produces while simultaneously directing and starring in it. Indeed. I think Charlotte's Troubles would be better titled Qin Luo's Troubles. The media reporters were absolutely enamored with Qin Luo. He had just delivered a headline-worthy statement, ensuring they had ample material for the following day. Lu Qian cast a subtle glance at Qin Luo, who was rambling on. When did I ever agree to star as the leading lady in your film? You announced it publicly without my consent. She thought, this is unacceptable. Her mind raced with various ideas for punishing Qin Luo. Very well, the first paparazzo laughed in frustration. I will eagerly await the release of your film. You may not live to see it, Qin Luo mused. Why not? The first paparazzo asked, puzzled. Because I intend to sue you. Qin Luo replied earnestly. Have you forgotten your defamation against me, Xiao Shanshan and Lu Qian? I will have you arrested and imprisoned for several years. Ugh, I feel utterly exhausted. How did I end up dealing with such a lunatic? He doesn't play by the rules. Well then, go ahead and sue me, the first paparazzo boldly challenged. Having spent most of his life as a paparazzo, he was not afraid of legal repercussions. As you wish, Qin Luo said, casting him a sidelong glance as he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. At that moment, a delicate hand, as slender as a green onion and as smooth as jade, pressed down on the phone, interrupting the call. Lu Qian stood beside Qin Luo and quietly advised. Stop fooling around. It's time to wrap this up. Qin Luo, standing close and slightly taller than her. Notice the soft curve of her figure as she leaned in to speak. Black, he blurted out instinctively. Lu Qian's cheeks flushed, and she subtly stepped on Qin Luo's foot, the sharpness of her high heels delivering a painful reminder. Qin Luo winced, his lips twitching. All right, the misunderstandings have been resolved, Lu Qian announced. Tonight marks the premiere of I Am Truly a Fairy. So let us all sit back and enjoy this heartfelt creation. With that, the chaos of the premiere officially concluded. Yet, no one anticipated the monumental impact this commotion would have on the entertainment industry. It would be an upheaval beyond imagination. As they say, dreams are worth having. Who knows? They might just come true. After all, this was the premiere of I Am Truly a Fairy, and the primary focus was on the viewing experience. As the film began to play, the audience gradually quieted down. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Even though reporters and fans had many questions, they restrained themselves. Unwilling to disrupt the premiere, I Am Truly a Fairy is a comedic tale about a fox that becomes sentient to repay a kindness. Lu Qian portrayed the female lead, an Arctic silver fox, delivering a commendable performance, particularly when compared to her previous roles. She shed her celestial aura, embodying the innocent and carefree nature of a fox that is blissfully unaware of the world. This marked a significant breakthrough for Lu Qian, as she endeavored to reshape the audience's perception of her as a celestial goddess, striving to win them over with her acting skills. Unfortunately, at that moment, Qin Luo was oblivious to Lu Qian's performance. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the presence of Qiao Shanshan to his left. Perhaps it was due to Qin Luo's recent moment in the spotlight, but the crew had deliberately seated him between Lu Qian, his current romantic interest, and Qiao Shanshan, his former girlfriend. Naturally, the anticipated drama did not unfold, as the cinema was a place of quietude. However, after 4 years of separation, the excitement of seeing Qiao Shanshan again was undeniable for Qin Luo. She sat right beside him, the faint scent of apples lingering in the air, and he felt the overwhelming urge to turn and gaze at the face he had longed to see. Yet, he hesitated. Despite being so close, he felt a paralyzing fear, a sense of trepidation that held him back. Qin Luo sat rigidly, his gaze fixed on the screen, feigning immersion in the narrative, though his vacant stare betrayed him. Yet, he was not the only one distracted. Qiao Shanshan, seated beside him, was equally preoccupied. The emotions swirling within her were complex, especially considering how Qin Luo had recently helped her navigate a public relations crisis, rekindling a long-lost sense of reliance and security. Women are often sentimental. And as Qiao Shanshan sat quietly, her eyes gazing into the distance, memories of their past hand-holding under the setting sun flooded her mind, reminiscent of a lost youth and love. Occasionally, her gaze would dart toward the solemn Qin Luo, a faint smile gracing her lips. As the film progressed, time slipped away, and soon an hour had passed. The theater was filled with soft murmurs as audience members, fans, reporters, and stars shared their thoughts on the film. Taking a deep breath, Qin Luo sought to break the silence between them, hoping to engage Qiao Shanshan in conversation. However, just as he began to speak, he noticed someone leaning towards Qiao Shanshan, whispering something to her. Instantly, he saw the hopeful expression on her face vanish, replaced by profound weariness, her eyes losing their sparkle. Without uttering a word, Qiao Shanshan stood, her body slightly hunched, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Luo before following the individual out of the theater. What just transpired? Qin Luo stared in bewilderment at Qiao Shanshan, who had left without uttering a single word. How could she just walk away? I am immensely grateful that she took time out of her busy schedule to support me today. Turning to Lu Qian, who was fixated on the screen, Qin Luo asked, almost to himself, is she really that busy? Can't even finish a movie? She had to leave halfway? The more famous a star becomes, the busier they are. As if wishing for a day to extend to 48 hours. Lu Qian cast him a slightly disdainful glance, adding that if a star isn't busy, it implies they no longer have the right to exist in the entertainment industry. After a pause, Lu Qian inquired, so, do you wish for her to be busy or not? Qin Luo fell silent, left speechless. Previously, he would have wished for Qiao Shanshan to have more free time, so she could be by his side. However, having witnessed firsthand the effort and sweat she poured into becoming a star, her dream, his perspective had shifted. He had once walked away to help her realize that dream, and his feelings had not changed. Yet, he could find another way to support Qiao Shanshan's aspirations. You aspire to be a big star, don't you? Very well, I shall support you and let you chase your dreams. However, I will also keep pace with you, pursuing dreams alongside you, even if they are not my own. From this day forth, they shall become my dreams too. Since you cannot come to my side, I shall step into your world, weaving your dreams together with you. Dreams are essential. Who knows when they might come true? In that moment, Qin Luo resolved firmly. Do you monsters chat or dress up? Not really. We have for, you know. The film concluded here, and the final scene elicited gentle laughter from the audience. Applause erupted as the audience stood, as those present were all fans of the lead actors, initially drawn by their looks. Upon watching the entire film, they found it not entirely disappointing, and thus clapped heartily. My idol is indeed fantastic. The QA session proceeded smoothly, with the lead actors and director sharing anecdotes from the filming. The atmosphere was warm and joyful. Then, a minor mishap occurred. Laughter erupted throughout the venue. Lu Qian, too, was amused, brushing her hair aside, finding it adorably charming. How old are you? 6.5. The child's earnest declaration was delightfully innocent. Was it difficult? Lu Qian contemplated for a moment before replying with a smile. The computer part is rather challenging. Did you know that drawing a fox is tough? You're so beautiful. Sister. The questioning concluded amidst the child's praise. At this moment, paparazzo number 1 noticed Qin Luo had not left and approached him, asking, Qin Luo, what are your thoughts on Lu Qian's film? As soon as the words left his mouth, all eyes turned to Qin Luo. He was utterly bewildered. What could he possibly think? He had scarcely paid attention to the plot and was unsure how to respond. Surely he couldn't fabricate an answer? That would be utterly embarrassing. Thus, Qin Luo straightened his collar, assuming a serious demeanor, and stated, my thought is, after the establishment of the nation, animals are not allowed to become sentient. A profound silence enveloped the venue, thick with awkwardness. Suddenly, someone burst into laughter. Ha! This was followed by a ripple of uproarious laughter. That was truly a brilliant comment. Chapter 20. The moonlight tonight is beautiful. This day had been nothing short of spectacular, accidentally adding Lu Qian as a friend, joining the Star Garden group. Spending the night with a top-tier actress, experiencing his first scandal, and standing under the spotlight for an interview, all while dazedly attending a film premiere. Moreover, he had reunited with his first love after 4 years. Surely, this could not be a dream? Qin Luo slapped himself, the sound echoing, his face flushed. Kid, if you're troubled, don't resort to self-harm, the driver said through the rearview mirror, hastily advising him. Qin Luo ignored him, touching his slightly painful face. Indeed, he had not been dreaming. It was all real. Ding ding. At that moment, his phone lit up, displaying a new message in the group. Qin Luo picked up his phone and saw a message from the Star Garden group. The entertainment industry's top beauty, Ling Xiaoxiao, had chimed in, Gourmet Princess Lu Qian. How was your film premiere? Did the audience respond enthusiastically? I'm so sorry. I had a last-minute engagement and couldn't come to support you. She included a photo of herself in costume, hands clasped in apology, gazing at the camera with a sincere expression alongside a caption. Stars have this delightful quality. In their conversations, they can casually share a photo of themselves, adding humor and depth. A comedian, Zhang Peng, also joined the conversation, stating, Qian must be busy. She has no time to chat. I'm nearby at a hotel. Tonight at the Wanda Cinema, it's a grand spectacle with drums and fireworks. A sea of red banners and a crowd of people. Given Qian's star power, the box office would undoubtedly thrive. Xin Yuetai, another restless soul, added. But I'm more concerned about how the rumors between Qian and Qin Luo are progressing. They were quite the hot topic online. And since Qin Luo attended the premiere, did he get mobbed by enthusiastic fans? I certainly wouldn't endure it. I, the king of jesters, Niao, will make my presence known. My goddess can only belong to me. Any male who dares to covet her will face dire consequences. I am the king of jesters. His wife interjected, questioning, who is your goddess? I am the king of jesters, Niao. Coward. As a man of stature, you fear your wife so much. He scorned. I, the champion of the first season, Du Jie, will stand firm. Don't be so smug. Watch out or I'll drag Xiaoli into the group. Niao threatened. Brother Chao, please. This is the last sanctuary where I can speak freely. Don't bring Xiaoli in. Then I'll have nowhere left to talk. Du Jie responded, quickly shifting his tone to one of flattery. Qin Luo, unable to resist, clicked a button out of instinct. I say you're quite something, using those innocent eyes. After 2 lies, I'll take them seriously. The driver, caught off guard, suffered a sudden audio shock, causing him to jolt, and the car swerved precariously, nearly flipping over. Damn, that was a close call. Qin Luo's face turned pale as he scrambled to silence the audio, clasping his hands in gratitude for his narrow escape. Kid, what are you doing? You've no grievances with the driver. If you want to die, don't drag him down with you. The driver, visibly shaken, pulled the car over, speaking in a stern tone. You should get out. I have a family to support. Qin Luo grasped his phone, wanting to explain, yet found himself at a loss for words, ultimately exiting the vehicle, filled with regret as he watched the taxi drive away. The group erupted in outrage against Du Jie. especially Nia Wenqiao, who noted that although Du Jia claimed to sing a song of apology, he ended up singing You're Quite Something, which felt like a public slap in the face. Du Jia had evidently been through this before. After sending his voice message, he logged off, ignoring the backlash. Hey, Qin Luo, you're still alive? At this point, Shin Yuetai noticed Qin Luo's message and exclaimed, how did Qian's fans not devour you alive? This isn't scientific. Qin Luo replied, your joy in watching chaos is unseemly. I've clarified the rumors about Lu Qian and me right on the spot. The fans are rational. They haven't bothered me. So quickly clarified? How dull. Shin Yuetai's words were steeped in a sense of exasperation at Qin Luo's lack of ambition. Honestly, Qin Luo, to have rumors swirling around you with a beauty like Qian is a dream that many would cherish for a lifetime. You should hold on to it a little longer before clarifying. Nia Wenqiao, perhaps unwisely, chimed in. Look at how I've collaborated with Qian on 3 films as the male lead, yet not a whisper of scandal has emerged. Alas, I have missed the most coveted rumor of my life. Moments later, in a fit of panic, Nia Wenqiao exclaimed, oh dear, my spouse is approaching with a kitchen knife. I must take my leave. With that, he hastily logged off to escape. By the way, Qin Luo, didn't you watch Qian's latest film? What did you think? Zhang Ping timely redirected the conversation. Oh, someone certainly didn't express such sentiments in front of the reporters, Lu Qian interjected, presenting a photo of an axe. Qin Luo, caught off guard by Lu Qian's unexpected arrival while he was preoccupied with the premiere's conclusion, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He deflected. The moonlight tonight is exquisite, isn't it? Chapter 021. How to debut in the entertainment industry. News has a fleeting nature. The following day, numerous media outlets reported on Qin Luo's audacious statements at the premiere, particularly his public claim that he would both direct and star in a film featuring Lu Qian as the lead within 3 years. Many netizens scoffed at his ambition, and keyboard warriors unleashed their scorn without restraint. What nonsense is this? Does he even know his own worth? With that lackluster presence, he thinks he can make a film? I reckon a movie featuring him would fare better. Huh, what could he possibly create? A low-budget film with a male and female lead? Or perhaps a glitch? Is Lu Qian so desperate for roles? Why would she agree to star in a film by such an obscure figure? The quality of her films has certainly declined in recent years. The two must be having an affair. Case closed. The celestial goddess must not be desecrated. Qin Luo. I swear if I see you on the street 3 years from now, watch as Qin Luo becomes nothing more than a laughingstock. Ha ha ha. On that day, Qin Luo found himself the target of widespread online derision, to the extent that he feared stepping outside, preferring to remain holed up in his home. News has a fleeting nature. By the 3rd day, coverage of the incident had diminished significantly, with online discussions waning as well, though a few restless netizens continued to voice their opinions. By the 4th day, media reports on the matter had nearly vanished, as if the events had never occurred. On the 5th day, the entertainment news cycle surged forward like relentless waves crashing against the shore, each wave more powerful than the last. Daily, news stories emerged, and the spotlight on any single piece of news faded after just a day or two, as netizens' attention shifted to the latest revelations. For instance, just yesterday, a gossip outlet disclosed a shocking scandal involving top star Zhang Yujun, who had been caught cheating during his marriage, spending 3 days and 2 nights in a hotel with an unknown model, complete with photographic evidence. This sensational revelation instantly eclipsed any lingering interest in the whispers surrounding Qin Luo and Lu Qian, rendering them all but forgotten. Goodness, the entertainment industry is a chaotic mess. This photo is incredibly clear. Qin Luo mused as he lounged on the sofa, engrossed in the scandal surrounding Zhang Yujun. For days, he had stayed at home, reluctant to venture out for fear of being recognized and mobbed. He still vividly recalled the incident from the day after the premiere when he had ventured out for breakfast only to be cornered by 3 high school students. Their righteous indignation etched into his memory, leaving him shaken. During his days of seclusion, Qin Luo was not idle. He was deeply contemplating the path his life should take moving forward. April had arrived, marking the impending conclusion of his university journey, heralding his transition into the working world as a respectable adult. Previously, Qin Luo's plan had been to find any job that could sustain him, living a life of quiet acceptance. However, his perspective had shifted. He resolved to step into the entertainment industry, to actively pursue the world of stardom and emerge as a prominent figure. Yet, while aspirations are beautiful, reality often proves harsh. How could an ordinary university student penetrate the glamorous facade of the entertainment realm and ascend to stardom? It seemed a mere fantasy. Over the years, only one grassroots figure, Wang Baobao, had achieved such an extraordinary rise, from a rural youth to an entertainment star, reaching the pinnacle of success. Of course, Qin Luo possessed his own unique advantages. Firstly, He had fortuitously joined a group of celebrity insiders, comprising first-tier and superstars in the industry. If he could actively engage within this circle, surely he would receive ample support to navigate the entertainment world. Secondly, there were those peculiar dreams he occasionally experienced, dreams that encompassed the entirety of Earth, its film, culture, and entertainment, things unknown to his own world. With a planet like Earth backing him, perhaps he could indeed carve out a niche in the entertainment industry. However, the pressing question remained: how could he debut in this competitive field? In recent days, he had racked his brain, considering various avenues to infiltrate the entertainment realm. The most common approach was to take on minor roles. For those without resources or connections, breaking into the acting world and achieving success is akin to scaling a mountain. Yet, there have been success stories, like Wang Baobao, who began as an extra before rising to fame. Thus, for ordinary individuals, starting as an extra could be a viable path. Many filming locations often require background actors, offering a chance to seize opportunities. Another option was to submit a resume. If one possessed acting talent, they could create a short film that they were proud of and send it to talent agencies, akin to a job application. With a stroke of luck, a director or executive might recognize their potential and extend an invitation to audition for a project. However, caution was paramount to avoid scams. A foundational route was to enroll in an art school, as many stars emerge from formal training, transitioning directly into the entertainment sphere post-graduation. For those genuinely interested in pursuing acting, attending a reputable art school for systematic education could significantly enhance their chances of attracting a director's attention, especially if they displayed exceptional talent and charm during their studies. Lastly, leveraging personal connections could be beneficial. If one had relatives or friends already established in the industry, they could seek assistance in gaining entry into the entertainment world. While referrals often increase the likelihood of success, ultimately, one's talent and capability would determine their fate. Which path should he choose? Both starting as an extra and enrolling in an art school seemed too slow. Submitting a resume appeared fruitless without connections. Although he had forged bonds with numerous first- and second-tier stars through the celebrity group, he felt too awkward to solicit their help in navigating his entry into the industry. In the end, it seemed he was left with only one option: to participate in a talent competition. Yes, he decided. With his exceptional abilities, he must showcase them and stand out amidst the crowd, embarking on a singular journey to stardom. However, upon further search, his dream of debuting was dashed. Chapter 022. The comedy competition. As previously mentioned, Earth and the distant star share some differences. How could there be none? Wouldn't that mean my dream of debuting is shattered? Qin Luo, unwilling to concede, continued to search, yet found nothing. 10 minutes later, he dejectedly placed his phone down, reclining on the sofa, exuding an air of hopelessness. My life feels utterly bleak, Qin Luo lamented inwardly. Ding. Just as he contemplated his misfortunes, his phone chimed with a new message. Qin Luo lay motionless on the sofa, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Beep, beep. The more he disregarded it, the more frequent the notifications became. Who could it be, disturbing his melancholic reverie? Reluctantly, Qin Luo mustered the energy to rise, glancing at his phone to find a flurry of messages from the Celebrity Garden Group chat. What were these stars doing, idly chatting instead of attending to their engagements? At this low point in his life, Qin Luo's mood was understandably grim, and he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, yet he still opened the group messages. The man destined to be the king of skits, Xinyuetai, lamented in the group. There are just a few leisurely days left. What happened? Did the secret of your escapade with the sword get out? Niao Wenchao quickly chimed in with a teasing remark. Niao Wenchao, he can't really say much, as the decline in the quality of the Spring Festival Gala is a glaring fact, especially since he participated in last year's gala and was heavily criticized for it. Definitely not worth the trouble. Oh, that is quite intriguing. Yuan Wei, a struggling writer with a hint of inspiration, was drawn into the conversation. The gala has taken on an air of lofty detachment in recent years, making it difficult for ordinary viewers to relate, inevitably leading to poor ratings and backlash. Old Shin, has CCTV reached out to you? Niao Wenchao probed, honing in on the crucial information. Indeed, Xinyuetai's voice bore a trace of resignation. The recording for the I Want to Go on the Spring Festival Gala Skit competition is about to commence, and the CCTV director team has approached me, hoping I can join as one of the 4 guest mentors. However, I have no prior experience as a mentor, and with CCTV going all out this time, I fear that any slip-up could ruin everything. I don't seek merit, but rather wish to avoid mistakes. Hiki. Xinyuetai chuckled quietly, choosing not to elaborate. As one of the 4 guest mentors, as long as he didn't falter and performed adequately, he could garner immense popularity, significantly enhancing his standing among stars. Having been in the industry for 13 years and gracing the CCTV Spring Festival Gala 4 times, he had established himself as a leading star in the realm of skits, second only to a select few at the pinnacle of the field. However, his group nickname suggested that he was not content with merely this. He aspired to ascend even higher. This upcoming skit competition represented both a challenge and an opportunity for him. Chin Luo finished reading the group messages, and for a moment, he fell into deep contemplation. 3 seconds later, a glimmer of excitement lit up his previously dull eyes. Could this be a stroke of fortune? Just when he had given up hope, a new path had revealed itself. This skit competition was the perfect stage for his debut. With exhilaration, Chin Luo leaped off the sofa, pacing around the room, his eyes brimming with anticipation and longing. Although the development of skits on this planet had its own unique flair, it paled in comparison to those from Earth. This time, he vowed to shine brightly and stand out. But which piece should serve as the litmus test? As his excitement gradually subsided, Chin Luo pondered the various skit ideas swirling in his mind while casually fiddling with his phone. Suddenly, a trending news notification caught his eye. Yesterday, a 66-year-old retired worker, Su, fell while waiting at a bus stop. A 29-year-old young man, Huang, helped her up and, along with Su's family who arrived later, took her to the hospital, even paying 200 yuan for her medical expenses. Initially a kind act, today, a dramatic twist unfolded. Su accused Huang of knocking her down and demanded 130,000 yuan in compensation. This news quickly ignited discussions online, and the question of whether to assist the elderly became a hot social topic. Upon reading this, Chin Luo's eyes sparkled. He instantly conceived the perfect skit to serve as his litmus test. Let to assist or not to assist be born. Chapter 023. Long time no see. As a man of action, Chin Luo acted upon his thoughts without hesitation. He quickly packed his belongings, informed his landlord that he was vacating the rental, and rushed downstairs to hail a taxi straight to the airport. At Jialing Airport, the hustle and bustle of travelers filled the air. Dear passengers, the flight to Yanjing is about to take off. Please hurry to board. Just as Chin Luo stepped out of the taxi, he heard the announcement, causing his expression to shift as he hurried inside. Thankfully, he had already booked his ticket on the way. Otherwise, he would have truly missed the flight. Proud of his foresight, Chin Luo retrieved his ticket. Bang! In his haste, he collided with someone. A bearded foreigner dropped his suitcase, glaring at Chin Luo. I'm in a hurry. Chin Luo quickly apologized. The foreigner muttered something under his breath before noticing airport security approaching, changing his demeanor and hastily departing with his suitcase. Not wanting to dwell on the incident, Chin Luo followed the signs to the boarding gate. The nation places great importance on transportation safety. Hence, every airport has a security checkpoint that all passengers must pass through. At the security checkpoint, a beautiful female officer was on duty. Typically, many passengers requested her to conduct their checks. Coincidentally, the foreigner was ahead of him in line. What a character, Chin Luo muttered. Hello, please cooperate with our procedures, the officer said gently as she approached him. Chin Luo smiled and complied without hesitation. Please place your luggage on the scale, she instructed, pointing to a nearby weighing scale. Chin Luo obliged, and the scale displayed 25 kilograms. Sir, I'm sorry, but according to regulations, any luggage exceeding 20 kilograms must be checked in, the officer stated professionally. All right. Chin Luo felt somewhat resigned. He had only brought one piece of luggage, which didn't seem particularly heavy. Nevertheless, he proceeded to check it in and began the security screening again. Please spread your arms, the officer said with a smile. Chin Luo complied, and she used a device to scan him, resembling a metal detector, with a green light blinking and emitting a beeping sound. If it turned red, it would indicate that he was carrying prohibited items, and he would be taken aside for further inspection. Fortunately, the light remained green, allowing Chin Luo to pass through security without issue. Truth be told, Chin Luo had never flown before, and he felt a bit anxious during boarding, but a lovely flight attendant soon came to reassure him. He had booked an economy class ticket, which had already cost him over 3,000 yuan, quite a pinch for his wallet. If not for his urgent desire to participate in the skit competition in Yanjing, he would have opted for the train, which was far more economical. If you need any services, please press this button. The charming flight attendant smiled warmly at Chin Luo. Understood. Chin Luo was now thoroughly convinced that flight attendants were indeed as gentle as they appeared, and their alluring figures added a touch of temptation to their uniforms. As the plane took off, the novelty of flying began to fade, and Chin Luo soon found himself drowsy. When he awoke, he realized the plane had landed. Have we arrived in Yanjing so soon? Truly, the speed of an airplane is remarkable. He checked his phone and was astounded to see that only half an hour had passed. Isn't this flight to Yanjing? How did we end up in Husher? Chin Luo was bewildered, fearing he had boarded the wrong flight, and nearly considered jumping out of the plane in panic. The original route was shrouded in fog, prompting a sudden change in course to navigate through the city of Shanghai before heading north to Beijing. A middle-aged man explained the situation. Ah, so we should take precautions against the haze? Qin Luo straightened up in his seat, only to hear a commotion near the boarding gate. Turning his gaze, he saw a group of people hastily approaching. At the forefront was a woman with flowing hair, a graceful figure, and an ethereal presence that was unmistakable even behind a mask. Just a fleeting glance at her amidst the crowd had left an indelible mark on his memory, and he found himself daydreaming of a day when they might meet again, igniting a solitary yearning within him. Suddenly, a song resonated in Qin Luo's mind, perfectly encapsulating his emotions at that moment. Lu Qian? Qin Luo stared, dumbfounded, at the fragrant Lu Qian as she approached, instinctively rising from his seat. He was not alone. Other passengers on the plane recognized her as well. Lu Qian was akin to a radiant being, illuminating her surroundings and easily identifiable wherever she went. Well, wearing a mask is redundant. What are you doing here? Qin Luo, having shared an unforgettable night with Lu Qian, managed to regain his composure more quickly than most, asking, "Did you follow me?" A soft laugh escaped Lu Qian, even with the mask obscuring her face. This was not mockery, but rather an impulsive reaction. Yes, an impulse. However, it was unmistakably laughter. Me? Follow you? Lu Qian halted before Qin Luo, emphasizing each word with playful intensity as she removed her mask, revealing her stunning visage, a beauty that could captivate anyone. Ah, it truly is Lu Qian. She is even more beautiful in person than on screen. Is this the reality of beauty? It takes one's breath away. Mother, I think I am in love. Lu Qian, I want to have your children. Some passengers, upon seeing Lu Qian's unveiled beauty, erupted with excitement, some even leaving their seats to approach her for handshakes, hugs, or autographs. At that moment, Lu Qian's bodyguard and manager sprang into action, quickly surrounding her to shield her from the eager fans. Manager Ng cast a glance at Qin Luo but ignored him, instead addressing the excited passengers. Please take your seats. The plane is about to take off. The flight attendants also stepped in to calm the enthusiastic crowd. Before long, the cabin settled back into order. Seated by the window, Qin Luo found himself entranced, his gaze fixed on Lu Qian beside him. She smiled warmly. Hey, it's been a while. Hey, buddy, where have you been? It's been ages. Hey, friend, if it's really you, say hello. It truly had been a long time. As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. 7 days had passed, translating to a feeling akin to 20 years. The reunion of Yanghua and Xialong after 16 years paled in comparison. Ah, I shouldn't compare myself to them. Lu Qian would undoubtedly embody a celestial aura if she were to play Xialong. Qin Luo opened his mouth to speak but held back. His decision to travel to Beijing for a comedy competition was a gamble, success or nothing. Until he achieved success, he wished to keep it from Lu Qian and his group of star-studded friends, all of whom were prominent figures in the entertainment industry. He was merely an ordinary person striving to break into the industry, unwilling to be overshadowed by their brilliance, a matter of pride for any man. Fine. If you don't want to talk, I won't pry. Lu Qian haughtily turned away, deliberately ignoring him. Observing her restlessness, Qin Luo curiously inquired, by the way, why aren't you in first class? Aren't most stars seated there, especially someone of your stature? Manager Ng and the bodyguard found their own seats, with Ng closely monitoring the interaction between Lu Qian and Qin Luo. Sensing Lu Qian's discomfort in her seat, she approached, intending to switch places with her. All right. Lu Qian stood with a bright smile, preparing to swap seats with Qin Luo. Just as Qin Luo was about to rise, the plane suddenly accelerated, causing Lu Qian to lose her balance and land in his lap, instinctively grasping for something to steady herself. Unfortunately, her hands found Qin Luo's head. The surrounding passengers gasped in astonishment, a mixture of envy and admiration lighting their faces, wishing to be in his position. At that moment, the situation felt somewhat intimate. Qin Luo sat in his seat, while Lu Qian straddled his lap, her hands cradling his head, creating an illusion of an affectionate embrace. The sensation was overwhelming. He felt the softness of her weight pressing against him, akin to a mound of jelly. Her delicate hands encircled his head, and her exquisite face was mere inches away, allowing him to marvel at her porcelain skin, so flawless and tender that he hesitated to breathe too deeply for fear of disrupting its perfection. An intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, refined and pure, evoking a sense of heavenly bliss. In that moment, he found himself forgetting to resist. Ah, let go of that goddess. Release her, and let me take my place. A few excited passengers, previously calmed, erupted once more, shouting at Qin Luo with fervor, ready to take action. These were undoubtedly devoted fans. This is all your fault. Lu Qian's face flushed, adding to her allure as she shot Qin Luo a reproachful glare. I refuse to take the blame. It should be the pilot's fault. Qin Luo thought to himself. Hurry up and switch. Lu Qian urged, cutting off any chance for him to explain. Switch again? Qin Luo asked, bewildered. If I don't, wouldn't that mean you've wasted a seat? Lu Qian shot him another exasperated look. With no choice, Qin Luo bent down to stand, shifting his position. Unfortunately, this time, the plane remained steady, and no further surprises awaited him. Once they had switched seats, the plane officially began its takeoff. Generally, those unaccustomed to flying often experience discomfort during their first descent, and Qin Luo was no exception. As the aircraft lifted from the runway, an unsettling sensation gripped him, akin to his heart leaping into his throat, making him feel nauseous yet unable to vomit. He had experienced similar symptoms before but had managed to suppress them. Hence his earlier slumber. This time, however, it felt more pronounced, perhaps due to the sudden change in seating. I'm fine, really. Yet, as a man who prided himself on his toughness, he felt compelled to project an image of strength, unwilling to reveal his vulnerability in front of a woman. I can still stand firm. You look pale, Lu Qian remarked, fully aware of his discomfort. She shot him a knowing glance, understanding that motion sickness was beyond one's control. I felt the same on my first flight. To alleviate the symptoms, it helps to eat a bit of preserved plum, she advised. Lu Qian, with a playful smile, retrieved a handful of snacks from her jacket pocket, selecting a preserved plum to offer you. You carry so many snacks with you? Qin Luo gazed in astonishment at the generous assortment cradled in Lu Qian's delicate hands, his worldview momentarily shattered. Hee, you forgot my group name card. Lu Qian replied with a hint of pride. I am the princess of foodies. Qin Luo, speechless, realized that the persona of the foodie princess was no mere facade. Oh. Qin Luo opened his mouth wide. What is it? Lu Qian looked at him suspiciously, then exclaimed in surprise. You don't mean you want me to feed you? Qin Luo remained silent but expressed his intent through action. Lu Qian glanced around and was about to toss the plum aside. Sensing the impending danger, Qin Luo leaned forward, opening his mouth wide to swallow the preserved plum she held. Lu Qian's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a discreet glare. Her finger had just been licked. The sweet and sour taste of the plum lingered on Qin Luo's tongue, alleviating his dizziness and fatigue. He felt invigorated, even unbothered by the turbulence. Meanwhile, another person felt utterly distressed. Managering. Chapter 025. Just suffocate you. Managering occupied a seat 3 rows back on the left, witnessing the entire interaction between the two. Begrudgingly subjected to a wave of romantic antics. No, I absolutely cannot indulge in this. Lu Qian had been with her since her debut, nurturing her into a first-tier star through immense effort and resources, and now she was racing towards stardom in the entertainment industry. She could not afford to be distracted. Previously, she felt a twinge of guilt for having used Qin Luo to navigate through a scandal. However, seeing their interaction firsthand, that guilt was swiftly cast aside. What is this? One scandal and you think you're untouchable? Are you trying to ride on her coattails? In her eyes, Qin Luo's actions were clearly a deliberate attempt to flirt with Lu Qian, seeking to bask in her radiance, especially in such a public setting. With so many eyes upon them, was he aiming for the stars? Noticing a familiar face among the passengers, one exclaimed, Hey, isn't that the guy who had a scandal with the celestial sister? Exactly. I thought something was off about him earlier. It turns out it really is Qin Luo. Right? Didn't they clarify that was just a rumor? But looking at their intimate gestures, could it be real? Nonsense. The celestial sister would never look at him. She is a goddess descending from heaven, and I'm merely her humble shepherd. Several devoted fans recognized Qin Luo and began to whisper among themselves, some even contemplating intervening. Qin Luo, an ordinary individual, had become well known simply due to a past rumor with Lu Qian. Was this not a form of ascension in the industry? Unable to contain herself, Manager Ng rose once more and made her way toward them. With the seat arrangement shifted, Qin Luo now occupied the aisle seat. Manager Ng positioned herself in the aisle, looking down upon Qin Luo with a serene expression. Sensing a shadow loom over him, Qin Luo instinctively turned to see her face and eyes. Realizing her intent was anything but benign, taking a deep breath to compose herself, Manager Ng addressed Qin Luo. You are Qin Luo, correct? I need to discuss some work-related matters with Qian Qian, so I'd appreciate it if you could switch seats with me. Although she phrased it as a request, her tone felt commanding. Qin Luo, not naive, recognized the underlying authority but feigned ignorance. Work matters, you say? After a brief hesitation, he shifted slightly in his seat, leaving a gap for Manager Ng, signaling that he would not intrude upon their conversation. Seeing her displeasure, Qin Luo hastily added, Rest assured, I won't eavesdrop. Though her face remained calm, a storm brewed within Manager Ng. Taking another deep breath, she forced down her ire and stated earnestly, Qin Luo, you know who Qian Qian is. We are on an airplane, with so many eyes upon us, it would be best for you to temper your behavior. as it could impact her negatively, which would be detrimental for both of you. Managering, what are you saying? Lu Qian instinctively furrowed her brows upon hearing this. Qin Luo shot a glance at Managering, still savoring the plum in his mouth, and turned to Lu Qian with a look of surprise, asking, "Is my behavior so reckless?" Despite knowing she shouldn't laugh, Lu Qian found it impossible to contain herself. Qin Luo's expression, cheeks puffed with the plum, and his exaggerated eye roll were undeniably amusing. Managering seethed, and sensed that he dared to flirt with her artist in her presence. "How dare you?" Just then, the plane jolted unexpectedly, causing Managering to lose her balance and collapse to the floor, landing right in front of the upright Qin Luo. Was this a sign that words couldn't compete with actions? "Look at you. I warned you about standing in the aisle. It's unsafe," Qin Luo exclaimed, feigning concern as he reached out to help her up. "Get up. The floor is cold." Managering, having merely lost her balance, refused his assistance. Her expression fiery as she glared at him, clearly displeased. The surrounding passengers instinctively grasped their seats and safety belts upon hearing the flight attendant's voice. Lu Qian, oblivious to Manager Ying's true intentions, believed she was genuinely there to discuss work matters, unaware that she aimed to sever the connection between her and Qin Luo. Lu Qian felt no alarm, as she believed her interactions with Qin Luo were harmless, not warranting such drastic measures. Meanwhile, Qin Luo was consumed by anxiety. Gripping the armrests and safety belt tightly, his heart racing. This sensation was unbearable. Noticing his unease, Lu Qian reassured him, "There's no need to worry. This is normal. It will pass." "I know, but I'm still nervous," Qin Luo admitted, taking a deep breath to calm himself before asking curiously, "Which is more likely? A plane crash or a car accident?" Lu Qian shot him a disapproving glance. "Shut your mouth, you jinx." Qin Luo fell silent. But soon his demeanor shifted to one of urgency, fidgeting restlessly. "What is wrong with you?" Lu Qian asked, noticing his agitation. "I told you not to worry. Nothing will happen. I really need to go." Qin Luo squirmed, his legs crossed uncomfortably. Lu Qian rolled her eyes at him and turned away. "Just go. Please." "I can't." Qin Luo stammered, his voice quivering. "Then just hold it in," Lu Qian replied, not even glancing back. The plane continued to jostle, leaving Qin Luo in a dilemma. Chapter 026. I hear the sound of a lighter surely. A living person cannot be suffocated by urine. That would be absurd. Thus, for the sake of his own life, Qin Luo bravely unfastened his seatbelt and stood up. Swish. All eyes in the cabin turned to him, curious about who had drawn the flight attendant's attention. At that moment, Qin Luo wished he could leap from the plane. Heavens, this is cruel. I merely wish to use the restroom. Must it be a public spectacle? Under the watchful eyes of many, Qin Luo's face turned crimson. Yet he had no choice but to explain softly, "I just went to the restroom." TSK. Several passengers immediately turned away. The flight attendant also blushed, embarrassed that a passenger's privacy had been broadcasted so publicly. Ignoring the turbulence of the plane, Qin Luo hastily made his way toward the restroom. Standing at the restroom door, he noticed the sign reading "Do Not Disturb," clearly indicating that someone was inside. With the principle of first come, first served, he had no choice but to wait. 2 minutes passed, which felt like the longest 2 minutes of Qin Luo's life, and his legs began to tremble. Unable to contain himself, he raised his hand to knock on the door. At that moment, he heard a click from inside, the unmistakable sound of a lighter. Qin Luo's expression darkened. How infuriating. He had waited so long, only to find that the person inside was smoking. "Open the door. Hurry up. Don't hide in there and keep quiet." "I know what you're doing." Qin Luo knocked on the door again. "If you have the nerve to smoke, you should have the nerve to open the door." He even waved at the flight attendant, raising his voice to report, "Someone is smoking inside. I heard the lighter." The flight attendant's expression changed, and she quickly communicated over her radio. Soon, 2 cabin crew members rushed over from the front of the cabin. Passengers glanced over, murmuring amongst themselves. The 2 crew members arrived at the restroom door, one of them knocking and commanding, "Please come out immediately for an inspection." There are clear regulations against smoking in the airplane restroom. This is a blatant violation. However, the sound of running water was heard from inside, clearly an attempt to destroy evidence. The crew member's expression turned stern as he reiterated, "Please come out immediately for an inspection, or we will force the door open." Qin Luo, anxious, urged, "Don't just talk. Hurry and break down the door. If you don't, I might suffocate." After waiting for several more seconds, the sounds from inside continued. The 2 crew members exchanged glances and nodded. They stepped back and slammed against the door. Bang. The door held firm, not yielding. Again. Bang. Still not opening. Keep going. With a creak, the door finally opened. A middle-aged man, appearing ordinary but in his mid-30s, stepped out, a damp towel in hand. Wiping his face while angrily confronting the crew, "What do you want? Can't a man use the restroom in peace?" Are you all just bored? The crew members calmly replied, Sir, someone heard the sound of a lighter inside, and we suspect you were smoking. Please cooperate with us for an inspection. Who? Who heard a lighter? I've been in there for 10 minutes and didn't hear anything. Am I deaf? The middle-aged man shot a glare at Chin Luo. Were you the one out there? I distinctly heard the sound of a lighter, Chin Luo asserted confidently. You heard nothing. That was just me passing gas. The middle-aged man cursed, and I could say you're hiding something. He turned to the crew. You believe him? Are you two out of your minds? I could say he is hiding something too. Why don't you search him? The crew members exchanged looks, their gaze shifting to Chin Luo, hesitating slightly. I have nothing on me. Feel free to search, Chin Luo replied bravely, but he was sure the man had cigarettes and a lighter. You can search me, he said defiantly. The crew's attention returned to the middle-aged man. What do you want? He glared at Chin Luo, looking ready to pounce. You think you can search me? That's illegal without my consent. Let us see who dares to touch me. The man resorted to legal threats, leaving the crew in a quandary. Without clear evidence of smoking, they lacked the authority to conduct a body search. Seizing the opportunity, Chin Luo sidestepped the man blocking the door and entered the restroom. The faint smell of smoke hit him immediately. It was evident that the middle-aged man had deliberately stalled to let the smoke dissipate. There is definitely smoke in here. It's clear someone just smoked, Chin Luo asserted to the crew. You're asking for trouble. The middle-aged man, realizing his cover was blown, clenched his fists and lunged at Chin Luo. He thought if he could just beat Chin Luo, he could vent his frustration. The crew members were caught off guard as the man rushed in and slammed the door shut. Bang! The door closed, isolating the two in their own space. The crew members panicked. If anything happened to Chin Luo inside, they would bear the responsibility. Passengers watched anxiously, knowing that the young man might be in for a rough time. Son, learn from this. In such situations, it's best to stop at a point and leave the rest to the authorities. Don't be too rash, or you may end up getting hurt. I hope that young man will be okay. That guy looks dangerous. Someone should burst in and save him. Lu Qian stood up, concern etched on her face, wanting to intervene but was stopped by Yingjie. Going over there now will only complicate things, Yingjie advised. Don't worry, it's an airplane. He'll just have to endure a few punches. The crew is here. He won't be killed. But Lu Qian remained worried, especially since she had encouraged him to go to the restroom. Wait, that sounds odd. Ade, Lu Qian's bodyguard, tall and robust, also a fighting coach, appeared quite intimidating. Yes. Yingjie. Ade nodded, striding forward. Chapter 027. The villain falls for his own words inside the restroom. The door slammed shut, creating an isolated space. Those outside couldn't enter, and those inside couldn't exit. Chin Luo was caught off guard, left alone to confront the middle-aged man. The man's fury was palpable. If it weren't for Chin Luo, his smoking would have remained undiscovered. He had already manipulated the crew into indecision, and if he waited a little longer, the smoke would dissipate, erasing all evidence. But this young man had entered at the wrong moment, detecting the lingering scent of smoke, and now everything was compromised. If he didn't vent his anger on Chin Luo, he would be left with nothing but frustration. You really like meddling in others' business, don't you? With only the two of them left, the middle-aged man's true nature surfaced. Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Are you tired of living? Enough. Chin Luo quickly raised his hands to stop the man's tirade, explaining. It's not that I enjoy meddling. Why smoke in the restroom when there are better places? I waited at the door for so long that I almost had an accident, while you took your sweet time. As he spoke, Chin Luo could no longer hold back and turned slightly, facing away from the man. Just give me a moment. I really need to go. The middle-aged man stared in disbelief. Are you treating me like air? A middle-aged man was suddenly consumed by rage, as it was the first time he had encountered someone so brazenly disregarding his presence, even urinating before him. Even those with a temperament as calm as his could hardly endure such blatant disrespect, let alone someone with his fiery disposition. How dare you relieve yourself in front of me? I'll make you pay dearly for this affront. Fueled by indignation, the man lunged at Chin Luo with a fist aimed squarely at his vital points. Don't come any closer. Chin Luo, in the midst of a moment of relief, suddenly caught sight of the man's stealthy assault and instinctively turned to evade. A stream of liquid arced through the air, striking the man squarely in the face. He halted abruptly, as if time itself had frozen, standing rooted to the spot with wide eyes filled with disbelief. He instinctively touched his face, feeling the dampness, which carried an unmistakable odor. Aya! The man, realizing what had transpired, erupted into a chilling scream, akin to a wounded beast. His eyes, now aflame with fury, bore into Chin Luo as he spat out his murderous intent. I will kill you. Yet, as he spoke, the liquid continued to trickle down his cheeks, a few drops even finding their way into his mouth. He sputtered and recoiled, hastily wiping his face with a damp cloth, his frustration evident as he nearly rubbed his skin raw. This is hardly my fault. I warned you not to approach, yet you refused to heed my warning. Qin Luo took advantage of the moment to finish his business, exhaling deeply as if he had been reborn. Boy, you've crossed paths with Long Guo of the Tian in society. Do you grasp the consequences? The enraged man, suppressing his fury, fixed his fierce gaze on Qin Luo. With a mere word from Long Guo, your entire family will be doomed. Long Guo of the Tian in society? Qin Luo raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the man before him. He was quite short, possibly under 150 centimeters, with a buzz cut and a round face that looked rather ordinary, albeit with a menacing air about him. You've been watching too many Hong Kong films, haven't you? This dialogue reeks of a 90s gangster flick, and you dare to bring it into the 21st century? With a smirk, Qin Luo quipped, I think Wintermelon Brother would suit you better. The air was thick with tension, not from the howling winds, but from Long Guo's rising wrath. He loathed being mocked for his height, a perpetual source of pain and a scar that would never heal. Once, he had been so enraged by a passerby's just about his stature that he had inflicted severe harm. Now, Qin Luo was not merely jesting. He was ruthlessly tearing at his wounds, striking at his pride. This is tantamount to seeking death. Where's my dragon-slaying knife? I'll slay you. Long Guo was trembling in fury, instinctively reaching for his prized weapon, only to remember he was in an airplane restroom. Huh, dragon-slaying knife? I have the heaven-reliant sword. Qin Luo laughed heartily. Are you hoping to make me die of laughter so that you can inherit my fortune? Long Guo was on the brink of a fit, nearly succumbing to a panic attack he hadn't experienced in 8 years. If words had failed, it was time for action. Long Guo's motto was simple. If you can throw a punch, don't just jabber. Boy, you're finished. You've sealed your own fate by crossing me, Long Guo. No one, neither heaven nor earth, can save you now. Wait. Qin Luo raised a hand, signaling him to pause. What is wrong, boy? Are you afraid now? Let me tell you, it's too late. Long Guo, with a grin, halted momentarily, just a moment ago. I might have spared you, but now, I'm going to cripple you. Do you know how many have been reduced to cripples by my hand? 12, and with you. That makes 13. Qin Luo waved his hand dismissively. No, it's just that your previous statement sounded oddly familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before. What statement? Long Guo asked reflexively. That line about no one being able to save you. Qin Luo replied earnestly, it carries quite a dramatic weight. Not something a person like you could conjure. Humph. Long Guo scoffed. I took that from a novel I read. Thought it sounded impressive. So what? Indeed. It does carry a certain gravitas, Qin Luo said, flexing his wrists in preparation. But did no one tell you that the speaker of that line ultimately met their demise? Bullshit. Long Guo's eyes widened in disbelief. I don't believe your nonsense. Believe it or not, it's your choice. But there's one more phrase I'm sure you've heard before. What is it? Long Guo asked, his curiosity piqued. Qin Luo locked eyes with him. Enunciating each word, villains perish due to their verbosity. You seek death. Long Guo could no longer contain his rage. Fists clenched as he charged at Qin Luo. Don't come any closer. Qin Luo again attempted to deter him, but this time, his words fell on deaf ears. Long Guo, not one to be easily fooled, barreled forward heedlessly, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Bang! The door was forcefully flung open. Whoosh! The dislodged door struck Long Guo with tremendous force. Thud! Startled, he failed to evade in time, and the door knocked him to the ground. Danger! Qin Luo finally shouted, watching Long Guo pinned beneath the door. I warned you not to approach. I told you it was dangerous. Qin Luo had been stalling for time, hoping that the crew outside would intervene, thus sparing him the need to engage. Yet, in an unexpected turn of fate, Long Guo had been struck down by the very door he had ignored. Are you all right? Are your injuries severe? Can you stand? Qin Luo feigned concern, noting the blood staining Long Guo's body. Oh dear, it seems you're bleeding. That must be painful. Long Guo, seizing the door with both hands, flung it aside and struggled to rise. Though bruised and bleeding from minor wounds, he felt no pain, for his mind was consumed by a tempest of rage. Aya! Long Guo seemed to have lost his sanity, charging wildly at Qin Luo, fists flying furiously. Hey! This door isn't my doing. Take it up with them. Qin Luo deftly sidestepped out of the restroom and pointed at Ade. It was him. I saw him deliver the final kick. As the two crew members rushed forward to intervene, Long Guo, in his fury, paid no heed to their words. He swung at the first officer's head with a punch, who barely managed to block it. Calm down, sir. This is an aircraft, the officer warned. But Long Guo was undeterred, grappling the officer's arm before delivering a brutal elbow strike to his chest. The officer stumbled back, blood spilling from his mouth, while his partner looked on in shock. Long Guo, emboldened by his success, swiftly advanced on the second officer, delivering a lightning-fast punch to his abdomen. The officer instinctively raised his hands to shield himself, but the sickening crack of bones signaled his defeat as he fell to the ground. Ade's previously relaxed demeanor transformed into one of grave seriousness, his gaze fixed intently on Long Go. A skilled fighter, is he? Brother Long's recent display revealed him to be a seasoned fighter. God blocks, kill God. Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. Let us see who dares to stop me, he growled, glaring at Ade with menacing intent. This matter has nothing to do with you, and I advise you to refrain from meddling. Otherwise, you will surely regret it. Though consumed by rage, Brother Long retained his wits, recognizing that Ade's imposing physique and the aura of danger surrounding him indicated he too was a skilled combatant. Ade shook his head, asserting, "It is my duty." As Lu Qian's personal bodyguard, he was bound to follow her orders. And since Lu Qian had tasked him with protecting Qin Luo, that was his sole responsibility. Then you shall accompany him to his demise, Brother Long spat. Seeing his threat had not deterred Ade. In a furious rush, he leaped from the restroom, fist raised, and engaged Ade in a fierce brawl aboard the aircraft. Qin Luo retreated to the second-to-last row of seats, 3 meters from the chaos, his gaze fixed intently on the two combatants. Oh no, they're fighting. Where are the flight attendants? Why aren't they intervening? This is an airplane. Can't we resolve this once we land? Murmured the passengers, some expressing their discontent, while others nervously distanced themselves from the altercation. At that moment, the captain, accompanied by several flight attendants, hurried over, bewildered by the unfolding scene. How did it escalate to this? He questioned, scanning the area. Where are Lu Ping and Gao Liang? From the restroom, the 2 flight attendants called out, Captain, we've been injured. What? The captain's expression shifted, and he sternly addressed the fighters. Who injured you? Do you realize this is assaulting an officer? The brawlers ignored him, and a flight attendant succinctly relayed the situation. Upon hearing this, the captain's frustration deepened. Was it really necessary for such a minor issue, merely smoking in the restroom, to escalate to this extent? Although there were clear regulations against smoking on planes, typically, offenders faced fines or being placed on a blacklist without severe repercussions. After years of flying, he had encountered many who had smoked on board. Yet none had resulted in such a tumultuous scene. Just then, a bespectacled young man, incredulous, pointed at Brother Long and exclaimed, "Isn't he that fugitive wanted online?" What? The captain turned to the passenger, his expression grave. Are you certain? Yes, I'm sure, the young man replied confidently. Due to a past experience, I've been particularly attentive to fugitives. I recognize him. He is the wanted criminal recently publicized by the Jiangsu Zhujiang police, known in the underworld as Brother Long. At this juncture, Qin Luo added, Indeed, that is him. He just admitted it. A wave of unease washed over the cabin as passengers realized they were in the presence of a fugitive actively engaged in violence. Suddenly, Ade, momentarily distracted by the revelation, was caught off guard as Brother Long seized the opportunity to land a powerful punch to his chest. The blow was swift and brutal, forcing Ade to stagger back 3 steps. Blood trickled from his lips, a grim sight, as he clutched his chest, aware that several of his ribs had been broken, rendering him unable to continue the fight. Brother Long, his gaze fierce, surveyed the crowd, exuding an aura of menace. A child, terrified, burst into tears. What does it mean to be a wanted criminal? It signifies a perpetrator, a significant threat to society, and exceedingly dangerous. Initially thought to be the stuff of fiction, such menacing figures now loomed before them, sending chills down their spines. The passengers wore expressions of fear, some unbuckling their seatbelts, eager to flee the cabin. Do not move. Brother Long barked, his glare fierce. Anyone who dares to move will face my wrath. At his command, all were rendered silent, obediently remaining in their seats. The captain discreetly signaled a flight attendant to urgently contact ground control. The presence of a fugitive aboard could lead to dire consequences if mishandled. As Ade pressed his hand to his chest, blood seeping between his fingers, he glared at Brother Long. You really are a wanted criminal? Humph, since you've recognized me, I shall not hide who I am. I am indeed Brother Long of the Tian'an Society, he declared, pride evident in his voice. Moreover, I am one of the top 10 wanted fugitives recently publicized online. His admission heightened the tension in the cabin. I merely incapacitated a few individuals, yet they want to imprison me for 20 years. I refuse to serve time. Anyone who wishes to do so may go ahead. Brother Long fumed, riled by the situation. I escaped in a fit of rage, and now, mere days of freedom have led to this uproar. At this juncture, his eyes turned to Qin Luo, his expression predatory. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been recognized. Today, I will break your legs, and no one shall intervene. His menacing glare swept across the passengers. I warn you all, this matter is between me and this kid. Anyone who interferes will face dire consequences. Hearing this, many passengers let out a sigh of relief, feeling a bit more at ease as long as they remained uninvolved. It is a common reaction in today's society to prioritize one's own safety and well-being. Yet, not everyone shared this sentiment. Heroes will always emerge in any era. A brave gentleman in his 50s stood up, rallying the others. Do not be afraid. He is but one man, we are dozens. Let us subdue him and hand him over to the authorities. However, no one responded. Brother Long, noticing the lack of support, smirked with satisfaction. The older man scanned the crowd, indignantly proclaiming, "A bunch of cowards." Several younger men lowered their gazes, unwilling to meet his eyes. "I will help you," shouted a young boy, around 8, who broke free from his mother's grasp and rushed towards the older man. "Tong tong," the boy's mother gasped, reaching out but grasping nothing. The sound of the child's footsteps echoed through the cabin, striking a chord in everyone's hearts. "Count me in." Another young man in his 20s stood up. The other passengers began to stir, feeling emboldened. "Are you all tired of living?" Brother Long roared, his anger flaring. "You think my threats are mere words? You'll learn the hard way." As he spoke, Brother Long launched a powerful punch toward the older man leading the resistance. Though filled with righteous fervor, the older man lacked combat experience and failed to dodge the incoming blow. Screams erupted from several female passengers, instinctively shutting their eyes, unwilling to witness the older man's impending injury. Smack! As Long Ji's fist halted just 10 centimeters from the uncle, it was as if an invisible barrier had formed. A hand seized Long Gu's fist with an iron grip. Qin Luo, calm and composed, gazed at Long Gu and remarked indifferently, "You are here for me, not them." The onlookers, witnessing the hand that grasped the fist and Qin Luo standing protectively in front of the uncle, were momentarily taken aback. They had naively perceived Qin Luo as a vulnerable party, much like themselves, thus overlooking his presence. The uncle was not standing up for Qin Luo purely out of loyalty. Rather, it was after exposing Long Ji's identity as a wanted fugitive that he had mustered the courage to confront him, rallying others to combat evil. Had it been an ordinary person smoking in the restroom today, it was unlikely the uncle would have intervened in a conflict. Well, you have quite the audacity. I haven't settled the score with you yet, and here you are, rushing to meet your demise?" Long scoffed. "Fine, I'll grant your wish first. I'll incapacitate you." With that, he attempted to withdraw his hand, yet found it impossible to do so. Qin Luo's grip was as unyielding as a vice, rendering Long Gu immobile. With all his might, Long Gu strained, his face turning crimson, but still he could not break free. "Damn it, let go," he fumed. Despite knowing they ought not to laugh at such a moment, many could not suppress their amusement. The absurdity of the situation was palpable, attempting to strike another, yet expecting them to relinquish their hold, as if they were merely a subordinate obeying his every command. To everyone's surprise, Qin Luo did indeed release his grip. In that split second, Long Gu, caught off guard by the sudden freedom, stumbled backward uncontrollably, ultimately losing his balance and landing on the ground with a thud. Laughter erupted once more. As Long Gu rose, his face pale with rage, he glared at Qin Luo, seething, "You little brat, playing the fool? I didn't expect you to be a martial artist." His words sparked curiosity and skepticism among the passengers. Could this slight figure truly be skilled in combat? Qin Luo smirked mockingly, raising his right hand with a curled finger beckoning Long Gu closer. Laughter erupted again at the sheer audacity of the gesture. Long Gu, incensed, felt his blood boil. Such provocation was intolerable. Without a second thought, he charged forward, fists flying. In that instant, the playful demeanor on Qin Luo's face vanished, replaced by a cold glare and a sinister smile as an aura of deadly intent enveloped him. With a swift motion, he sidestepped and struck Long Gu at the nape of his neck with precision. The impact sent Long Gu crashing to the floor, foaming at the mouth. Chapter 30. All right. I concede. I didn't even exert myself, and you're already down. Awakening the soul of a killer, Qin Luo's combat prowess surged dramatically, effortlessly subduing Long Gu. It seemed the influence of the assassin from his dreams was not merely illusory, it was a profound reality buried deep within his soul. While he typically remained unassuming, he would unleash this latent power when the moment demanded it. The speed of events unfolded like a whirlwind, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence before erupting into cheers of exhilaration. The relief was palpable. After all, Long Gu was an extremely dangerous fugitive. Who knew how he might have reacted in a fit of rage? What just happened? How did the situation change so rapidly? One passenger marveled. "Incredible! He is truly extraordinary." It became evident that Qin Luo was indeed a martial artist, his movements swift and precise, executing a clean and decisive maneuver. Based on my experience, that kind of skill cannot be attained without a decade of rigorous training. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. This young man is a remarkable talent. Qin Luo, you're amazing. I'd like to have your children. The passengers exclaimed, their admiration for him growing as their previous doubts dissipated. Ada, his hand clutching his chest. Approached, his face pale as he regarded Qin Luo with newfound respect. So you are indeed a concealed master. I underestimated you this time. I shall practice more and seek you out for a sparring match next time. Meanwhile, Lu Qian stood at her seat, her gaze fixed on Qin Luo, a relieved smile gracing her features. Yet, there was a hint of discontent for his earlier concealment of his abilities, playfully shaking her little fist at him. Her demeanor adorably charming. The captain promptly ordered several crew members to bind Long Go, ensuring he would be handed over to the authorities upon landing. Turning to Qin Luo, he expressed heartfelt gratitude. Well done, young man. Thanks to you, the consequences could have been dire. It was nothing. It was my duty, Qin Luo replied modestly. Then quietly inquired, is there a reward? The captain paused, then laughed heartily, of course. Qin Luo's eyes sparkled with anticipation. At that moment, several passengers, overly excited, surged forward and hoisted Qin Luo into the air, cheering as they tossed him up in jubilation. Hey, be gentle, or I'll hit the ceiling, Qin Luo exclaimed, alarmed. With a thud, he collided with the aircraft's ceiling, nearly bursting through it. Lu Qian chuckled at the sight, stifling her laughter. At Beijing International Airport, a throng of journalists surrounded the exit, their faces alight with excitement. The capture of a fugitive aboard a plane was a sensational story, akin to a real-life rendition of air rescue. It's astonishing how reality surpasses fiction, remarked a bespectacled reporter, having been informed by an insider of the unfolding drama. How do you know all this? You seem to have inside information, a slightly overweight reporter inquired. I have a source within, the bespectacled journalist replied, his pride evident. Please, you're not the only one with insider knowledge. I have some too, interjected a female reporter, a hint of mischief in her tone. And I know an even bigger scoop. What is it? The surrounding reporters leaned in with curiosity. We're all colleagues here. Do you really think I'd share that with you? She scoffed. An older reporter nearby chimed in. You're a bit too young. You want to succeed in breaking this news exclusively. Old Wu, are you implying you know more about the inside scoop? The overweight reporter pressed. I was supposed to be at Samleton photographing the latest heartthrob Han Mingyu with his secret girlfriend, but I got called away by my boss and have no details. He lamented. Old Wu glanced at the female reporter and then nodded, saying, well, given the presence of so many media outlets around us, it's evident that quite a number of people are already aware of this situation, so there is no point in concealing anything. Do you know who happened to be on this flight? He retorted. Who? Several reporters shook their heads in confusion. The female reporter, realizing that further concealment was futile, voluntarily exclaimed, Lu Qian. Lu Qian? The bespectacled reporter was momentarily taken aback, but then his eyes lit up with recognition. You mean the first-tier celebrity known as the Fairy Sister? Indeed, the female reporter confirmed with a nod. This revelation was indeed a sensational highlight. No one expected Lu Qian to be aboard this flight, the slightly overweight reporter marveled. That's just the tip of the iceberg, Old Wu interjected. Do you know who the heroic passenger that captured the wanted criminal is? Old Wu. Why do you always pose questions instead of answering them? Am I asking you, or are you asking me? If I knew, would I bother to ask you? The slightly overweight reporter retorted, clearly exasperated. Just tell us directly without all the suspense. Feeling somewhat chastised, Old Wu's cheeks flushed, and he decided to be straightforward, saying, his name is Qin Luo. Qin Luo? This time, several reporters were genuinely puzzled, searching their minds for any information about this individual. Who is Qin Luo? Is he also a celebrity? The slightly overweight reporter inquired directly. At this moment, a slender intern with a press badge who had been quietly listening suddenly exclaimed, Ah, Qin Luo. It's him. Who? Who is Qin Luo? The slightly overweight reporter immediately turned his gaze toward the intern. Hey, which publication are you from? You look unfamiliar. Hello, seniors. I'm an intern from Daily Entertainment. My name is Xiao Lu. The intern introduced himself eagerly. Xiao Lu, please enlighten us about who Qin Luo is. Why the sudden excitement? The slightly overweight reporter urged impatiently. Old Wu remained silent and gestured for Xiao Lu to proceed. Encouraged, Xiao Lu spoke up. Fairy sister Lu Qian attended the premiere of I Am Really a Fairy in Juggling a week ago, and a rumor surfaced about her spending the night with a man named Qin Luo, who was also invited to the film premiere. Really? That happened? Lu Qian is embroiled in a scandal? How was I not aware of this? The slightly overweight reporter wore a look of disbelief. As a journalist, not knowing about the scandal of a top-tier female star was quite a dereliction of duty. I didn't know either, the bespectacled reporter admitted, beginning to question his own career. The other reporters echoed their ignorance regarding the rumor. It was not surprising, for during the premiere, Qin Luo publicly clarified the allegations, and the matter faded away without further dissemination. Xiao Lu explained, I stumbled upon the news online before. As soon as Lu Qian was mentioned, it came to mind. Old Wu nodded approvingly at Xiao Lu, recognizing his keen insight, which promised a bright future in journalism. Xiaolu bashfully scratched his head. Now I understand where the sensational angle lies. The slightly overweight reporter's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed. Qin Luo clarified the rumor at the premiere, diverting public attention. Yet shortly thereafter, the two were on the same flight. Old Wu added. The most crucial detail is that the heroic passenger who subdued the wanted criminal is none other than Qin Luo. Wow, that truly is a treasure trove of news. The reporters were flushed with excitement, realizing they were indeed on the brink of a significant story. Instinctively, they all shared the same thought. Qin Luo was worth digging deeper into. At that moment, a voice called out, "They're coming out." With a sudden rush, a throng of reporters armed with cameras surged forward, their fervor reminiscent of a frenzy, eager not to be left behind. At exit 5, Qin Luo appeared, surrounded by enthusiastic passengers, confidently making his way through the crowd. However, the reporters quickly noticed Lu Qian was absent from the throng. In truth, after disembarking, Lu Qian had been discreetly escorted away by her assistant, as it was prudent for a star of her caliber to avoid the limelight during such moments. Though the absence of Lu Qian diminished a significant angle, it was inconsequential. The most intriguing twist was yet to unfold. Upon spotting Qin Luo, the reporters surged forward, brandishing their microphones with fervor. Hey, watch where you're pointing that. You almost poked me in the nose." Qin Luo stepped back, startled by the onslaught. What is this, a feeding frenzy? Gathering his courage, Qin Luo advanced confidently, chest out and face beaming with a smile, ready to embrace the barrage of questions. "Come on. Feel free to ask whatever you like. If I don't dare to answer, consider me defeated." "Qin Luo, may I ask if you are in a romantic relationship with Lu Qian?" a reporter boldly inquired. "All right, I concede," Qin Luo replied with a playful grin. This type of candidness was precisely what reporters adored, straightforward answers without any obfuscation. As the excited reporters pressed in, questions poured forth. "Qin Luo, are you truly just friends? Previously, paparazzi captured you spending the night with Lu Qian, and now you're both on the same flight, engaging in flirtatious banter on board." A sharp reporter probed. As for the notion of flirtation, it was utterly baseless. "What evidence do you have? As a journalist, be cautious not to fabricate malicious claims. I might just sue you for defamation," Qin Luo shot back, leaving the reporter blushing with embarrassment. Seeing that the questioning on this front yielded no fruitful leads, the other reporters decided to pivot. "Qin Luo, we've heard that you bravely confronted the wanted criminal, ultimately bringing him to justice. What inspired you to step forward?" The slightly overweight reporter seized the opportunity to ask. Qin Luo replied earnestly, "He forced my hand." Another reporter edged closer, curiosity piqued. "Qin Luo, we've heard that the criminal is a formidable martial artist with a history of violence, having injured numerous people. How did you manage to subdue him?" Qin Luo's gaze deepened, his tone contemplative. "Do you really expect me to disclose that I studied martial arts in elementary school?" "Qin Luo, given your heroic actions, many regard you as a hero. What are your thoughts on this?" Old Wu interjected at an opportune moment. With humility, Qin Luo replied, "I am not a hero. I merely acted in self-defense." As the crowd of reporters swelled, onlookers gathered in layers, and in consideration of maintaining order and safety at the airport, the staff guided Qin Luo to exit through another passage. However, he was not quite free of the airport yet, as the airport authorities wished to commend him. Not only Qin Luo but all passengers aboard that flight were welcome to attend, as it was essential for the airport to reassure those who had experienced the unsettling incident. The entire commendation process was rather formal, with airport officials publicly acknowledging and thanking Qin Luo for his bravery, presenting him with a certificate of honor and promising him lifetime complimentary first-class travel on Eastern Airlines. Additionally, he received a monetary reward of 100,000 yuan for his act of valor. Other passengers, besides receiving a refund for their fare, were also granted a consolation gift of 10,000 yuan each. Everyone left in high spirits. As they bid farewell, many expressed their goodwill toward Qin Luo. "Qin Luo, since you're new to Yinjing, if there's anywhere you'd like to explore, don't hesitate to reach out to me. I promise you'll have a fantastic time," a male tour guide assured him. Clapping Qin Luo on the shoulder. "I'll take care of everything for you, food, lodging, and entertainment." "Well, I won't mince words with you, young man. Seeing your kind and brave demeanor, have you considered my daughter? She is quite beautiful." An aunt grasped Qin Luo's hand, fervently promoting her daughter. "Auntie, I'm still young and not interested in early romance. I look forward to having dinner at Grandma's. She makes dumplings with chive filling," a kindly grandmother said. "Grandma, can I order the meat filling instead?" Qin Luo, a devoted fan of Lu Qian, said earnestly, "Take good care of our Qian Qian. If you dare to break her heart, we will haunt you even in death. We are not in that kind of relationship." In the end, everyone dispersed, each going their separate ways. As Qin Luo exited the airport, it was already dusk, the twilight neither overly bright nor completely dark. He surveyed his surroundings. Feeling utterly alienated in this unfamiliar city, unfamiliar airport, unfamiliar streets, and surrounded by unfamiliar people. Just as he was contemplating the whims of fate, Qin Luo suddenly blurted out a rather mood-killing remark. "I am so hungry." His stomach grumbled in agreement. It was hardly surprising. He had hurriedly packed and rushed out for his flight without lunch, intending to experience the infamous airplane meal. Who could have predicted the subsequent twists and turns that delayed the meal? After disembarking, he faced a barrage of press questions. A battle of wits that drained both his mental and physical energy, leaving him even hungrier. Next came a meeting with airport officials, and he was nearly faint from hunger. He yearned to ask the officials, "Could we not have a banquet while we converse? Why all this useless red envelope nonsense? If you have the ability, why not treat me to a lavish feast? Red envelopes cannot be consumed." Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted into his nostrils. With a screech, a BMW business car came to a halt before him. Qin Luo was startled, momentarily fearing he had encountered a robbery. The door opened to reveal a stunningly beautiful face, Lu Qian. "Get in quickly," Lu Qian urged him. "Is this appropriate?" Qin Luo glanced around, noticing many eyes on them. Lu Qian rolled her eyes and said, "I'm taking you to have Beijing roast duck." In a flash, Qin Luo was inside the car, slamming the door shut with a thud. "Driver, let's go." The vehicle started, but the driver was not just any driver, it was Jie. Ever since Qin Luo had subdued terrorists and defused bombs, effectively saving her life, Jie had softened her demeanor towards him, no longer glaring at him with hostility. However, when it came to Lu Qian, she was adamant about keeping her distance. "Let us go eat." Lu Qian shot a glance at Jie, leaning forward to open the door. "If you don't want to go, then just get out." I'll go. Qin Luo hastily interjected. Then both fell silent. Lu Qian, who had been sitting by the door, had shifted inward to make room for Qin Luo, who now occupied the seat by the door. As Lu Qian leaned in to pretend to open the door, she inadvertently pressed against Qin Luo's chest, half of her delicate form resting in his embrace, a classic case of falling into his arms, particularly when Qin Luo felt the soft and warm sensation against his chest. Inhaling the intoxicating fragrance of her body, he instinctively reached out to embrace her. Cough, cough. Jie cleared her throat, warning them. Lu Qian's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly straightened up, even shifting slightly away to avoid suspicion. Qin Luo felt a tinge of embarrassment, rubbing his nose. Just moments ago, he had acted purely on instinct, overwhelmed by masculine desire. With a beautiful woman in his arms, it was hard to maintain composure. If it were just the two of them, it would be one thing. However, the glaring presence of Jie in front made the situation all the more awkward. To dissipate the tension, Qin Luo deliberately changed the subject, asking, "Where are we going to eat?" Lu Qian composed herself, showing no signs of discomfort. After gaining fame, she had deftly avoided countless attempts to take advantage of her. However, the peculiar feeling in her heart had lessened somewhat. "Since this isn't your first time in Beijing, I'll take you to enjoy the most renowned Beijing roast duck." Qin Luo could not help but swallow hard at the thought. "Are you drooling already?" Lu Qian teased, pointing at the corner of his mouth. "I'm just hungry." Qin Luo instinctively wiped his mouth, lamenting, "I didn't eat lunch, and the afternoon flight was exhausting. After the meeting with the officials, I didn't even get a glass of water. I nearly starved at the airport." Pausing for a moment, he eagerly inquired, "Does this Beijing roast duck fill you up?" Lu Qian patted her chest confidently, declaring, "You can eat to your heart's content. If I frown, I lose." She then leaned slightly and whispered, "After all, I have a card." "You truly surprise me," Qin Luo remarked, gazing at the smiling Lu Qian with newfound admiration. "I initially thought you were an ethereal goddess untouched by the mundane world. Only through our interactions did I realize you have quite the playful side." Lu Qian rolled her eyes at him, replying, "I enjoy being a little mischievous. You are not synthetic leather. You are genuinely playful." Beijing roast duck is a world-renowned dish, originating from the northern and southern dynasties. It was recorded in the Food Chronicle as a delicacy reserved for the royal court, made from premium meat ducks. Roasted over fruitwood charcoal, it boasts a glistening red hue and a rich flavor that is neither greasy nor dry. As night fell, the lights began to twinkle. The BMW business car stopped in front of Quanjude Roast Duck Restaurant on Xianmen Street. As the capital of Huaguo, Beijing is a prestigious international metropolis, recognized for its political, economic, and cultural significance, where luxury cars abound. Thus, the silver BMW was hardly noticeable, as passers-by hardly paid it any mind. However, while the car itself went unnoticed, the occupants would undoubtedly attract attention upon exiting. It was better to keep a low profile. Qin Luo watched as Lu Qian donned her disguise, a scarf, sunglasses, and a mask, concealing her charming features completely. Observing her fully armored appearance, Qin Luo teased, "Is it really necessary? Everyone in Huagua knows you. Dressed like that. Only a ghost would recognize you." Though her expression was obscured, he could see her tilt her head slightly, haughtily huffing, as if to say, "This is the popularity of this princess. Isn't it infuriating?" Just then, Jie exclaimed from the front, Why are there so many people gathered in front of Quanju today?" Qin Luo instinctively looked over and was astonished to see a crowd of over 100 people blocking the entrance, with several security guards maintaining order. "Is business really that good?" Qin Luo asked incredulously. "Oh, I just remembered," Lu Qian exclaimed suddenly. "Today marks the 155th anniversary of Quanju, and they are holding special events." She continued, "I heard the anniversary celebration is quite grand, with two main themes. One is to select a new couplet for the restaurant, and the other is to publicly unveil a new style of roast duck dish for the first time." Curiously, Qin Luo looked at Lu Qian and asked, "Aren't you too busy to have time for such things? How do you know so much about it?" Lu Qian shot him a glance, remaining silent. Even behind her sunglasses, Qin Luo could sense her disdain. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind, and he realized, "Oh, I forgot you were the foodie princess." After speaking, Qin Luo tilted his head and murmured softly, "Truly a foodie." A light punch landed on his arm. Cough, cough. Jie timely cleared her throat to assert her presence, then hesitantly said, Qin, there are so many people here today. Let's South find another place." "No way, no way," came two voices in unison. Jie, observing their harmonious exchange, furrowed her brow deeper and directed her gaze at Qin Luo, asking, "Why do you say no?" "I'm starving. There's no time to switch restaurants." Qin Luo replied earnestly, "If you dare to change, I'll starve on your car." After a moment of hesitation, Lu Qian whispered, "I want to try new dishes." Jie responded, and Qin Luo remarked, "All right, you truly are the essence of a foodie." As Lu Qian's manager, Jie was well aware of her penchant for food. She immediately advised with sincerity, Qian, "If it were any other day, I wouldn't stop you from going in. But today is a special occasion. You mentioned that Quanju is celebrating its anniversary, and look at the crowd outside. There will definitely be even more people inside, and perhaps media reporters as well. If you're recognized, it could lead to some trouble. Some might even think you're endorsing Quanju." Hearing this, Lu Qian's spirits sank as she bowed her head. Although her expression was hidden, Qin Luo could sense her mood plummeting instantly. "I just want to eat." A barely audible murmur floated to Qin Luo's ears, mixed with an indescribable yearning and helplessness. Qin Luo looked at Lu Qian, who was pouting in a way that screamed innocence but remained silent. He suddenly turned to Jie, stating earnestly, "If she wants to eat, let her in. As the saying goes, the darkest place is under the lamp." Today, people were gathered for Quanju's anniversary. Who would pay attention to a stranger wrapped up like this? At this point, Qin Luo paused, scrutinizing Lu Qian, who was armed to the teeth, and removed the sunglasses perched on her nose. "What are you doing?" Lu Qian, initially touched by Qin Luo's defense, shot him an incredulous look, reaching for the sunglasses to put them back on. "You shouldn't wear sunglasses at night. It looks rather odd." Qin Luo dodged her attempt. Given the current weather, wearing a scarf and a mask was entirely normal, and many in the crowd were dressed similarly, making it not seem peculiar at all. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian relinquished her pursuit of the sunglasses. Yet, Jie still seemed somewhat concerned. "I have a card. We could choose a private room to eat in, where no outsiders can see us." Lu Qian shot a glance at Qin Luo, then, gritting her teeth, she adopted an endearing tone directed at Jie. "Jie, please let me eat. I want to eat. I really want to eat." Qin Luo shivered involuntarily, his expression akin to seeing a ghost, as he stared at the pouting Lu Qian, who was, for lack of a better term, acting cute. He instinctively remarked, "You can't stop taking your medicine." Lu Qian was taken aback, her playful demeanor fading as she asked in confusion, "What medicine? I'm not sick and I'm not on any medication." Qin Luo realized he had forgotten there was no context for this phrase in their world. However, Lu Qian, quick-witted, soon grasped the underlying meaning. She raised her small fist in mock threat, declaring, "Do you dare to imply I'm ill? You're the one who is sick." Her face flushed with indignation as she pretended to hammer her chest. Cough, cough. Qian, stop fooling around. Jie interjected at the right moment. "Aren't you going in to eat roast duck? Get out of the car." "Yay." Lu Qian's eyes sparkled, instantly abandoning Qin Luo. She leapt from behind and hugged Jie tightly, planting a kiss on her forehead. "I knew you'd treat me the best." Jie affectionately yet helplessly stroked her face, saying, "You, oh you." Seeing this, Qin Luo also opened his arms, eager for a hug, exclaiming, "I knew you wouldn't let me go hungry." But Jie merely shot him a glare. Lu Qian playfully nudged him, "Feeling left out?" Qin Luo crossed his arms and huffed. Baby, doesn't he want to eat anymore? Baby is upset. Higi, not eating is even better. You'll save some, Lu Qian teased. Then cheerfully opened the car door to hop out. Just as one foot touched the ground and half her body emerged from the car, a strong arm yanked her back around. Put on your mask properly. It could be troublesome if you're recognized. Qin Luo leaned in, seriously adjusting her mask, which had slipped slightly while they spoke, revealing her beautiful, bright eyes. Lu Qian stared in astonishment at Qin Luo's earnest expression as he tidied her mask, her heart racing uncontrollably. Thump, thump, thump. Cough, cough. Ying Jie's warning cough interrupted the moment. Lu Qian's cheeks flushed, her gaze flustered, and she hurriedly jumped out of the car. Ying Jie also exited from the driver's seat, joining Lu Qian as they linked arms and walked toward Quanjude, leaving Qin Luo behind. Hey, wait for me. Qin Luo quickly exited the car, locking the door behind him, and hurriedly chased after them. At the entrance of Quanjude, hundreds had gathered, most there to witness the spectacle, while a portion sought to dine. However, they were informed that the restaurant was fully booked and would have to return another day. Although the announcement was met with some disappointment, the crowd understood. Such anniversary celebrations were not open to everyone, or else the dining area would be overwhelmed. Excuse me, please make way. Although Qin Luo had just been abandoned by the two, he now had no choice but to step forward to clear a path for them. With so many people around, he had to manually create a passage. If Lu Qian were to be taken advantage of in the chaos, it would be a significant loss. He shielded Lu Qian with one arm, while pushing aside the crowd with the other, continuously calling out, "Step aside. Thank you. Hey, what are you squeezing in for? You can't go in anyway." A disgruntled elderly woman complained, nearly dropping her Zhou Heya. Qin Luo glanced up and teased, "Sister, what is the point of bringing Zhou Heya to the entrance of a roast duck restaurant? Are you trying to spoil the party during Quanjude's anniversary?" Laughter erupted around them, even causing the two security guards at the door to instinctively glance at the Zhou Heya in the woman's hand. The elderly woman's face flushed crimson as she stammered, unable to respond. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Luo successfully carved out a safe passage, allowing Lu Qian and Ying Jie to make their way through the throng and arrive at the entrance of Quanjude. What is the point of crowding to the front if you can't get in? Someone remarked. Yes, it's fully booked today. It seems you can't enjoy the spectacle. I'm from Yanjing. I've eaten at Quanjude at least 8 times. I mainly came to see the anniversary celebration. Didn't they say they would hold a couplet competition and invite many Yanjing scholars to participate in selecting a couplet for Quanjude? Who knew we couldn't get in? Oh, I also came for that couplet competition. I really wanted to see it. It must be fascinating. The surrounding crowd shared their thoughts with Qin Luo before resuming their previous discussions. A couplet competition? Qin Luo felt a stir of interest, but at this moment, his primary concern remained getting in to eat roast duck. The security guard at the entrance stepped forward, stating, "I'm sorry, but the restaurant is fully booked today. Please come back another day." Lu Qian reached into her bag and produced a shiny card. Upon seeing them, the security guard's eyes lit up, and he promptly extended a courteous invitation. "Please, ladies, do come in." Lu Qian and Sister Ying entered hand in hand. "Hey, wait for me." Qin Luo was instantly taken aback, urgently exclaiming, "This is a case of abandoning the mule once the grinding is done. How absurd. Who is the mule?" Chapter 034. I am already a big shot in the end. Qin Luo still entered. Is Lu Qian the kind of person who discards the donkey after the millstone is removed? Indeed she is. As Qin Luo was granted entry by the security guard, it was evident that the guard was neither foolish nor blind. He had witnessed Qin Luo's earnest efforts to carve a path for Lu Qian and Sister Ying. Thus he understood that the trio was indeed connected. Such patrons often receive a modicum of preferential treatment. Even accompanying bodyguards are permitted entry. After all, should anything untoward transpire within, the absence of a protective escort could lead to complications for the establishment. Consequently, he allowed Qin Luo, the accompanying bodyguard, to enter and safeguard the customer closely. "Thank you, brother." Qin Luo expressed his gratitude, recognizing the guard's discernment and straightforward manner, and hastened to catch up. Little did he know that the guard had categorized him as Lu Qian's personal bodyguard. One wonders if he would still offer his thanks under such a misapprehension. A bodyguard? A visage of irony, indeed. As Qin Luo and the two others entered, the crowd of over 100 surrounding them grew discontented, erupting into a cacophony of murmurs. How did they manage to get in? Wasn't it said that the place was at full capacity? Indeed, we have been waiting here for the better part of the day, and as the night grows colder, we are on the verge of freezing. Why is it that they are permitted to enter while we are left to endure this chill? Security, have you accepted payment from them? Is there some sort of transaction between you? Wow, I have truly gained insight today. Even the century-old establishment Quanjude engages in such practices? What justifies their entry while we are denied? Indeed, Provide us with a flawless elucidation. Hundreds gathered in protest, while the security personnel braced themselves as if facing a formidable adversary. The very security guard who had just permitted Lu Qian to enter stepped forward, compelled by the captain of the security team to clarify that individual is our esteemed customer, possessing the highest privileges within our establishment. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, as if struck dumb. Surely, one does not need to have directly encountered a pig to recognize its gallop. They are not fools. They are acutely aware of the conditions required to obtain a card from a century-old establishment like QUEEN. It transcends mere monetary value and delves into the realms of identity and status. It is rumored that QUEEN possesses only 99 such cards throughout the entire nation. In summary, the average person lacks the privilege to possess one of these cards. Consequently, no one protested the disparity in access any further, for they recognized the reality of the situation. However, the conversation soon took an unexpected turn as they fervently speculated about the identity of the cardholder. Despite being clad in a thick down jacket, I could discern a well-proportioned figure. Although her face was largely obscured by a mask, her beauty was unmistakable. Despite the long scarf wrapped around her neck, I could envision a graceful and slender throat. Though she wore plush gloves, I sensed that her hands were soft, smooth, and warm. One lady, observing the detectives in training among the gentlemen, could not help but inquire, "So, have you deduced who she is?" Several gentlemen exchanged glances, simultaneously shaking their heads in uncertainty. However, I am aware. The lady wore an expression of pride. "Who could it be?" The gentleman inquired. "Can't you all see?" The lady scoffed and turned away, stating, "I will not disclose anything to you." The gentleman remarked, "The first floor of QUEEN houses the reception hall, typically adorned with 28 tables for diners. The second and third floors are reserved for private rooms. However, today is somewhat different. 10 tables have been removed from the hall, creating a central space for a 10-meter diameter stage, designated for the anniversary celebration and couplet competition." As Qin Luo and his companions entered, the anniversary festivities were on the brink of commencing. Serendipity favored their timing. A server, evidently informed by the intercom from the entrance security, promptly approached and conveyed the situation. "Esteemed guests, welcome. Today marks our anniversary celebration. Due to a shortage of staff, we are unable to provide service in the private rooms at this time. However, you may be seated in the hall and enjoy the anniversary festivities and couplet competition." Lu Qian found herself in a predicament. She had intended to seek a private room to avoid recognition, yet with the staff preoccupied in the hall, the private rooms remained inaccessible, leaving them only the option to sit in the hall. Jie surveyed the hall and proactively suggested, "Please, lead us there." "Certainly, this way please," the server responded, guiding them onward. "Jie." Lu Qian gazed at her with a face full of confusion. "It's all right," Jie explained as she walked. "You see, those who can enter this place today are all figures from the literary circle of Yanjing. They are somewhat connected to the entertainment industry, half insiders. Even if they recognize you, they are quite self-important and won't swarm around you like fans would. Since ancient times, scholars have valued their reputation above all. No matter how much they may admire you, they cannot exhibit the frenzied behavior of fans who spot their beloved idols." Qin Luo glanced around and couldn't help but tease. "This also indicates that your charm isn't quite enough to drive them wild." Lu Qian shot him a glance, but remained silent. Then, before Jie could intervene in astonishment, she casually removed her mask and scarf. A breathtakingly beautiful visage was unveiled before everyone's eyes. The once bustling hall fell into a sudden silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone, yes, everyone, including the staff, executives, event hosts, invited literary figures, and media reporters, stared in astonishment at Lu Qian's revealed face. "Lu Qian? How did she get here? Has she been invited to tonight's event? Is she a special guest? I haven't heard about it. The most prominent figure would be Master Zhao Wensong, wouldn't it? Is she attending uninvited? What purpose does her presence serve? What is her purpose for being here? This is my first time witnessing the ethereal beauty of the celestial sister, and she is truly exquisite. Her real-life presence surpasses that of the films. Although I do not often watch her movies, I must assert, she is undeniably stunning. Indeed, beauty is justice." The sudden appearance of Lu Qian left everyone in a state of shock and delight. Qin Luo and Sister Ing exchanged puzzled glances regarding Lu Qian's actions and discreetly inquired, "What brings you out in the open?" Lu Qian radiated a charming smile, her lips remaining still as if she were practicing ventriloquism. To not reveal her face would certainly be perceived as an act of arrogance. Upon hearing this, Jie immediately grasped the situation. If they were surrounded by fans, her reluctance to show her face would stem from a desire to avoid unnecessary complications. However, in the presence of industry insiders, to remain concealed would serve as irrefutable evidence of pretentiousness. Is it that first-tier stars, basking in their popularity, looked down upon those of us in the literary circle. Without revealing their faces, they obstructed every view. Qin Luo murmured softly, "I wonder who just put on such airs before me." He referred to his recent experiences of being cast aside not once, but twice. In the next moment, a grimace twisted Qin Luo's lips, rendering him unable to voice his pain. Lu Qian had inadvertently stepped on his foot, the stiletto heels towering 10 centimeters high. Lu Qian's tone was imbued with a haughty arrogance as she declared, "Humph, I am indeed a big shot." Chapter 035. Therefore, I forgive you. Welcome, Miss Lu Qian. As the general manager of Quanjude, Xingtao was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lu Qian, but quickly recovered, greeting her with a broad smile. "Hello, Manager Xing." Lu Qian responded politely. In the presence of outsiders, Lu Qian's demeanor radiated grace and gentility, enveloping those around her in a refreshing warmth. Qin Luo observed from the side, unable to suppress a smirk. "Miss Lu, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Xingtao asked, curiosity evident in his tone as he sought to ascertain Lu Qian's intentions. "I have come today to extend my congratulations on Quanjude's 155th anniversary," Lu Qian replied, pausing slightly before adding with a hint of shyness, "and to sample some of the new dishes." Xingtao understood immediately. Lu Qian's voracious appetite has evidently become widely recognized. Yet, this is not a point of ridicule. Rather, it renders Lu Qian all the more endearing, vibrant, and relatable, in stark contrast to the ethereal, otherworldly portrayals often seen in film and television. "Today, Miss Lu shall undoubtedly indulge in a feast," remarked Xingtao with a beaming smile. "Moreover, there will be a couplet competition shortly, which Miss Lu can enjoy." "Very well, I look forward to it," Lu Qian responded with a nod. Upon noticing her enthusiasm, Xingtao's eyes brightened, and he proposed, "Might Miss Lu be interested in presenting the award to the champion of tonight's couplet competition?" Lu Qian paused for a moment in contemplation before nodding again, graciously stating, "It would be my honor." Being an award presenter was hardly a challenge for her, and it also served as a means of reciprocating the favor from when she had sought Xingtao's assistance in obtaining her card. Otherwise, navigating the process solely as a top-tier celebrity would have proven somewhat arduous. Thus, this occasion could be seen as her settling a prior debt of gratitude. Xingtao felt a surge of joy. Having a star of Lu Qian's caliber as an award presenter would undoubtedly enhance the allure of the couplet competition. He exchanged a knowing glance with Jia, indicating familiarity, and then turned to Qin Luo, inquiring with curiosity, "And who might this be?" "A friend." Lu Qian interjected before Qin Luo could respond, adding specifically, "Just an ordinary friend." Qin Luo, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of annoyance and glanced at her disapprovingly. "Why emphasize ordinary friend?" Lu Qian shot him a pointed look, but said nothing further. Xingtao regarded Qin Luo with mild surprise. Was their relationship truly so intimate? His explanation seemed somewhat superfluous. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on the gossip, focusing instead on the significance of Qin Luo's identity. "Please, this way," Xingtao insisted, taking the initiative to lead them. "There's no need to trouble yourself on our account, Mr. Xing. You may attend to your duties while we find a suitable spot." Jia courteously replied. "Very well," Xingtao nodded, having shown sufficient earnestness without excessive attentiveness, lest he provoke discomfort among the other literary figures present. He summoned the hall manager to ensure their proper reception before departing. The hall manager, eager to impress, warmly invited them, "Please, this way." The grand hall contained only 18 tables, arranged in the cardinal directions, with a stage occupying the center space. The manager guided the trio to the first table in the eastern row, the most prestigious position, a symbol of status. However, a predicament arose. The table was already occupied by 8 individuals, leaving only 2 seats available for Lu Qian's group of 3. The hall manager was momentarily flustered. She distinctly recalled this table hosting only 7 guests prior to their arrival, thus bringing Lu Qian and her companions over with the intention of achieving a perfect 10-seat arrangement. Now, with an unexpected additional guest, who should yield their seat? The manager felt as though she had dug her own grave. To her dismay, Qin Luo, spotting a fruit platter on the table, brightened and promptly seated himself in one of the vacant spots, reaching for a kumquat and devouring it with relish. "I apologize, everyone, I truly am famished," he explained between bites. "Get up." Lu Qian hissed under her breath, regretting her decision to indulge in roast duck, feeling utterly embarrassed. In that moment, Jia felt a swell of pride for her role as a mediator between Lu Qian and Qin Luo, a wise choice indeed. Qin Luo, however, felt compelled to defend himself, for he had not noticed the seating arrangement and was simply acting on his hunger. Yet, as he surveyed his surroundings, he quickly recognized his faux pas and prepared to stand. Just then, a bespectacled man in his 30s across from him sneered, "What kind of person are you? No sense of decorum whatsoever, simply uncouth," raised by a father but lacking a mother-esque guidance. Though his tone was low, the table was small enough for all to hear, and several faces shifted in discomfort. What did you say? Qin Luo's gaze turned icy as he met the man's eyes, a primal intensity awakening within him. Calm down. Lu Qian sensed the brewing storm and instinctively grasped Qin Luo's arm, knowing all too well the extent of his capabilities from their previous encounter on the plane. How can you, a man of letters, utter such base words? Are you not ashamed? Chided a distinguished gentleman in his 50s, Zhao Wensong, a renowned scholar from Yanjing and vice president of the Yanjing Writers Association. The man, Zhao Buzhu, was his nephew. Though Zhao Wensong was admonishing Zhao Buzhu, his words carried a deeper meaning, emphasizing that a learned individual should never belittle others, as it reflects poorly on one's own character. Quickly, apologize to this young man. We are adults and should not stoop to the level of children, Zhao Wensong insisted, his tone veiled with an implicit critique of Qin Luo's character. The surrounding literati echoed their support for Zhao Wensong's sentiments. Zhao Buzhu, smirking, feigned contrition. My apologies. I shouldn't have spoken so harshly. Lu Qian maintained her grip on Qin Luo's arm, apprehensive of his potential reaction. Taking a deep breath, Qin Luo composed himself and looked earnestly at Zhao Buzhu. I forgive you, he stated solemnly. After a moment's pause, he added, because my mother once taught me a valuable lesson: if a dog bites you, you must not retaliate and bite back, for that would make you no better than the dog. Thus, I forgive you. You called me a dog? Zhao Buzhu, no fool, immediately grasped the underlying implication of Qin Luo's words and erupted in fury. Zhao Wensong's expression darkened as well. Who did I insult? I did not call anyone a dog. Qin Luo feigned innocence, glancing around, then turned to Lu Qian, asking with genuine confusion, did I call anyone a dog? Lu Qian's cheeks flushed with suppressed laughter as she shook her head. Jie, did you hear me call anyone a dog? Qin Luo continued his charade of innocence. Jie shot him an exasperated glare but played along, retorting, I didn't hear anything. Even the hall manager found herself caught in the absurdity, glancing around nervously, unsure of how to react. In that moment, Zhao Buzhu, unable to contain himself, blurted out, you called me a dog. At that, Lu Qian could no longer hold back her laughter, and Jie joined in. The hall manager felt an overwhelming urge to escape, suppressing her own laughter, while several others at the table stifled their giggles behind their hands, struggling to maintain composure. Zhao Wensong glared disapprovingly at Zhao Buzhu. Now fully aware of Qin Luo's clever linguistic trap, Zhao Buzhu, realizing his blunder, seethed with rage, his eyes aflame as he glared at Qin Luo. You tricked me? Ah. Do not accuse me unjustly. Everyone here has heard you admit to being a dog. I have said nothing. Qin Luo hastily distanced himself from the accusation. Even turning the tables, one may indulge in a chaotic meal, but one must speak with decorum. Be cautious, for I may accuse you of defamation. Why does it feel as though Qin Luo often utters this phrase, almost as if it has become his catchphrase? Zhao Buzhu, unable to contain his fury, seemed on the verge of erupting. What did you mean by that statement? Are you not insulting me with your words? What do you mean by that thing? You must articulate your thoughts clearly, Qin Luo retorted, rolling his eyes. If you cannot express yourself coherently, how can you venture forth into the world? Beware of being deceived by nefarious characters. My concern for you is genuine. Zhao Buzhu, now even more incensed, struggled to formulate a response. Young man, tread lightly in your dealings. It is wise to leave room for future encounters. Zhao Wensong finally interjected, coming to his nephew's aid. He has already apologized. Do not push for more. Who wishes to meet you again? I have no intention of picking up soap. Qin Luo exclaimed, uttering a seemingly nonsensical remark. How am I being unreasonable? He insulted me first, and out of my cultured disposition, I refrained from retaliating and instead generously forgave him. What more do you desire from me? Zhao Wensong maintained a stern expression. Do you think we are deaf? Are we unable to discern your veiled insults? Clearly. Your hearing is impaired, Qin Luo retorted with a shrug. He previously insulted me, implying I was raised without a mother. I merely responded that I had both a father and a mother who educated me. I was sharing my experience to enlighten him about my upbringing. Zhao Buzhu had unspoken thoughts. Was this not a veiled suggestion that he was akin to a dog? Qin Luo sought to leave an indelible mark on Zhao Buzhu's wounded pride, but was interrupted by Lu Qian, who interjected. Let us not make a mountain out of a molehill. We are here to celebrate the anniversary of Quanjude. Disrupting the gathering may invite ridicule. Indeed, all eyes in the grand hall had turned toward them, with many appearing eager for the spectacle. Several invited journalists discreetly adjusted their cameras to capture the unfolding drama. Zhao Buzhu, being a man of great pride and a distinguished figure in traditional scholarship, would find it undignified to be embroiled in a petty squabble with a youth. Yet, Zhao Buzhu still wished to voice his thoughts. Zhao Wensong shot him a warning glance, prompting Zhao Buzhu to shrink back, and take a seat in silence. However, the issue remained unresolved, for there were only 2 vacant seats at the table, leaving 3 individuals to figure out their seating arrangement. The hall manager silently pleaded for divine intervention. At that moment, the angelic Lu Qian descended, pointing to a table against the wall. "We are merely here to dine. It would be inappropriate to sit here. Let us move to that side." The hall manager felt immense gratitude toward Lu Qian. Indeed, she embodied both beauty and grace. "Very well, please follow me," the hall manager said, hastily leading them away from the uncomfortable situation. Lu Qian exchanged nods of acknowledgement with Zhao Weisong and the others before following the hall manager. As Qin Luo took a step forward, he paused, turned back, and picked up a kumquat from the table. "I hope you all do not mind if I take one?" Zhao Weisong remained expressionless, while Zhao Buju's face darkened. His words caught in his throat. The other 6 literary figures feigned ignorance, as if they had no interest in the fruit. "It seems you do not fancy them. Then I shall take another to avoid waste." Qin Luo audaciously took another kumquat and, with satisfaction, turned to leave, observing his retreating figure. Both Zhao Weisong and Zhao Buju felt a sense of frustration welling within them. What manner of person is this? However, as the stage was prepared for the forthcoming couplet competition, Zhao Buju's eyes brightened with a cunning idea, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. "Let you bask in your moment of glory. Soon enough, you shall have cause to lament." In the corner of the hall, a table with only 2 occupants awaited. The hall manager guided the trio to their seats. "Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me," she said courteously before departing. As she had many responsibilities to attend to, the 2 seated individuals, one portly and the other slender, both appeared to be in their mid-20s, sporting glasses and a bashful demeanor. Upon noticing the newcomers, they quickly rose to their feet, particularly flustered by Lu Qian's beauty. "Hello, excuse us for intruding. May we join you?" Lu Qian asked warmly. The portly one stammered, "Yes, please, sit." "Let us all take a seat. It is tiring to stand," Lu Qian suggested, taking a seat beside them. "You seem to be the only one weary. Who told you to wear such high heels for a meal?" Qin Luo muttered under his breath, harboring a grudge since Lu Qian had stepped on him earlier. Lu Qian shot him an annoyed glance but chose to ignore him, whispering to Ying Jie beside her. "Come, let us converse." Qin Luo beckoned, engaging in lively discussion. Through their conversation, Qin Luo learned that the portly individual was named Wang Yi and the slender one was Hua Wei. Both were online authors who had published millions of words in serialized novels, achieving moderate success in the online literature sphere. They were both local to Yanjing and had aspired to join the Yanjing Writers Association. Despite nearing acceptance, their applications had been rejected at the last moment due to Zhao Weisong, the vice president of the association, who held a disdain for online literature and consequently denied their membership. Is this not an abuse of power? Qin Luo's opinion of Zhao Weisong plummeted, as he had never held him in high regard. He glanced at Zhao Weisong, who sat at the head of the table, a smug smile adorning his face as he basked in the flattery of fellow literati. Sensing Qin Luo's gaze, Zhao Weisong turned with a frown. "By the way, did you have a disagreement with Zhao Weisong?" Wang Yi inquired curiously. "Well, one might say that," Qin Luo replied after a moment's reflection. "He insisted on interfering and asserting his presence, only to be rebuffed by me. I saw you exchange words with Zhao Buju first, did you not?" Hua Wei whispered, revealing his connection to Zhao Weisong. Qin Luo's eyes widened in realization, understanding now that they were of the same ilk. No wonder he felt compelled to insert himself. It appears they are all in cahoots. As Lu Qian shot Qin Luo a disapproving look, he took the hint and changed the subject. "So, how do you go about writing your online novels?" The trio delved deeply into this topic, discussing the evolution of literature throughout the 5 millennia of Chinese history. From Tang poetry to contemporary literature, the conversation flowed seamlessly, highlighting the significance of cultural transmission. As this spirited dialogue unfolded, preparations for the upcoming couplet competition continued in earnest, culminating in the arrival of the hosts, a man and a woman, who stepped onto the stage. The 2 hosts are both from Yanjing Television, specially invited by SHIFT〢 to preside over tonight's anniversary celebration and couplets competition. The handsome and beautiful duo immediately captured the attention of the audience, causing conversations to cease as all eyes turned to the stage. Distinguished guests, leaders, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 155th anniversary celebration of Quanju tonight. I am your host, Zhou Jiefeng. I am your host, Yao Lu. Applause erupted in response. After a brief introduction, the 2 hosts began to present the guests in attendance. Let us welcome the Deputy Director of the Yanjing Health Bureau, Director Wang Shuang. A portly middle-aged man from the first table on the west side stood up, waving to those around him. Applause followed. Next, let us welcome the Vice President of the Yanjing Writers Association, President Zhao Weisong. Zhao Weisong also stood up, greeting the audience with a friendly smile, eliciting more applause. Now, let us welcome the Vice President of the Yanjing Couplets Association, President Deng Fong. A stylishly dressed middle-aged woman from the first table on the south side stood up, drawing applause once again. Finally, let us welcome our special guest for the evening, the renowned film star Lu Qian. Lu Qian had already paused her conversation with Ying Jia, standing up with a charming smile to greet everyone. This time, the applause was not just enthusiastic. Many in the audience cheered with excitement. She is truly stunning, the embodiment of beauty. I wish to have an everlasting romance with her. I look forward to her future works. Having witnessed her beauty, I might never love again. Amidst the heightened atmosphere, one person led the way, and the crowd followed suit in praising Lu Qian's ethereal beauty. As she settled back down, casting a glance at Qin Luo beside her, Lu Qian recalled his previous jibes and proudly declared, "My charm is universally appealing." Qin Luo sighed, shaking his head, lamenting the current state of the literary world. These literati have lost their way, a bunch of repressed men. The hosts continued. The first item of tonight's anniversary celebration is the dusting of the plaque, Shou Jeffing announced. Before we begin, let us warmly welcome Mr. Xingtao, the general manager of Quanjude. The applause grew fervent as Xingtao took the stage, briefly speaking about Quanjude's development. He then signaled for 4 staff members to bring up the golden plaque. Under the gaze of all present, Xingtao meticulously wiped away the dust, making the name Quanjude shine even brighter. The second item of the anniversary celebration was the unveiling of the commemorative card for the 200 millionth roasted duck. Before that, let us invite the waitstaff to serve roasted duck to each guest present, Yao Lu announced. Please note, among these roasted ducks is the freshly prepared 200 millionth duck. Who will be tonight's lucky guest? Let us wait and see. As the waitstaff busily wheeled out carts, serving each table, the roasted ducks were covered, preventing anyone from seeing what lay beneath. Qin Luo eagerly watched the plate placed before him, unable to contain his hunger. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out, "It's me. The 200 millionth lucky guest is me," Zhao Buzhu exclaimed, holding up his plate, his surprise evident. He even cast a challenging glance toward Qin Luo, ignoring him. Qin Luo lifted the lid to eat. I could care less who the lucky guest is. I'm just here to devour this duck." Just as he was about to dig in, Qin Luo's gaze sharpened in disbelief at the special seasoning that spelled out the number, 200 million. Excitement surged within him. Chapter 38. The cooked duck flies away. The 200 millionth lucky guest is me. Zhao Buzhu's exclamation drew the attention of everyone present, and Xingtao along with the 2 hosts rushed over to check, the cameras following suit. Indeed, the special seasoning on Zhao Buzhu's plate read 200 million. "Congratulations, Mr. Zhao Buzhu. You are the 200 millionth guest at Quanjude," Zhou Jiefeng announced. "The lucky guest has been revealed. Now, we invite Mr. Xing to present Mr. Zhao with the honorary certificate for the 200 millionth duck and unveil the commemorative card." Quickly, a staff member brought out a red silk-clothed commemorative card, waiting to be unveiled. Zhao Buzhu was as thrilled as a 170-pound child, grinning from ear to ear as he awaited Xingtao's presentation. "Congratulations, Mr. Zhao Buzhu," Xingtao said in a formal tone. "This honorary certificate for 200 million also equates to the 100th card issued by Quanjude, granting you the highest privileges at our establishment." Gasps filled the room. The significance of this honor was immense. The 100th card. As previously mentioned, Quanjude had only issued 99 cards over the years, and presenting the 100th publicly was a monumental honor. In the entire nation, only 100 cards existed, and among all the guests present, including Lu Qian, it was estimated that no more than 3 held such cards. Zhao Buzhu, unable to contain his joy, was on the verge of snatching the honorary certificate from Xingtao's hands. Xingtao displayed the certificate to the audience, preparing to formally present it to Zhao Buzhu. However, at that moment, a voice broke out, "He is an imposter. I am the true 200 millionth lucky guest." Everyone turned in unison, the cameras capturing the moment. Undeterred, Qin Luo rose and pointed at the roasted duck in front of him, asserting, "Mine is the 200 millionth roasted duck. His is just a prop." "What did you call me?" Zhao Buzhu seethed with rage. This was the same person causing trouble again. He wished he could silence him. "I can assure you that yours is just a prop," Qin Luo retorted, lowering his voice at the end, making it sound as if he were merely calling Zhao Buzhu a prop. Zhao Buzhu, stung by his old habits, found himself speechless, his fury rendering him mute. Attention-seeking little clown, security, throw him out. Zhao Wensong, with a grim expression, stood up, asserting, "Tonight's anniversary celebration cannot be tarnished by your antics." "Ha! You know this is Quanjude's anniversary celebration?" Qin Luo countered fearlessly, "Mr. Xing is still here. What gives you the right to have security throw me out? Are you hoping to usurp Mr. Xing's position for yourself?" His words prompted curious glances from several attendees toward Zhao Wensong, particularly as Xing instinctively cast a glance in his direction. Fuming, Zhao Wensong blurted, "You're talking nonsense." "Ah, at least you are a master of classical studies. Vice President of the Writers' Association, a person of status and quality. How can you utter such vulgarities in public?" Qin Luo shot back, his words sharp and unforgiving. Realizing his slip, Zhao Wensong was infuriated, but his words had already escaped him. Now, under the scrutiny of many, he could only feel the mounting embarrassment as people began to murmur and point at him. Zhao Wensong was seething with rage toward Qin Luo. "Everyone, please remain calm." Xing Tao interjected, attempting to mediate. "Tonight is a joyous occasion. Let us not ruin the atmosphere." "Mr. Xing, I did not instigate trouble. He started it by slandering me." Zhao Buzhu composed himself, temper simmering beneath the surface. His envy towards my status as the 200 millionth lucky recipient was evident as he sought to instigate trouble. This indeed lay at the heart of the matter. Xing Tao turned to Qin Luo, inquiring, "Mr. Qin, why do you claim to be the 200 millionth lucky individual?" To which Qin Luo firmly replied, "Mr. Xing, I am not envious. Rather, I am here to expose this fraud." He then gestured towards a plate of roast duck, requesting the cameraman to capture a close-up. Qin Luo proudly showcased his roast duck, drawing the attention of all present, only for their expressions to shift dramatically. Indeed, the plate bore the inscription of 200 million. The realization left Xing Tao utterly bewildered, and the others shared his incredulity. How could there be two roast ducks claiming the same title? A double yolk? Surely not. This was not merely a roast duck. It represented an honor, the 100th card. A coveted prize for many. Now what was to be done? Who was the genuine recipient? Regardless of the truth, it mattered not to us. We were merely spectators. Zhao Buzhu, equally astonished, insisted, "This cannot be. Yours must be a forgery." Zhao Wensong scrutinized Qin Luo's roast duck, then glanced at Zhao Buzhu's, his gaze suddenly sharp. Yet he remained silent. How could one distinguish between the genuine and the counterfeit roast ducks? Xing Tao contemplated and summoned the head chef. Upon hearing that two roast ducks had appeared bearing the title of 200 million, the chef rushed over in disbelief. After a brief examination, he quickly discerned the truth. The plate before Qin Luo was indeed the authentic 200 millionth roast duck. He pointed toward it, affirming its legitimacy. Zhao Buzhu, in disbelief, shouted, "This is impossible. You must be mistaken. Mine is the real one." The chef's expression darkened. "Enough," Zhao Wensong interjected sternly, demanding an apology. Realizing his error in the heat of the moment, Zhao Buzhu bowed and apologized to the chef. "I sincerely regret my words." Yet the chef remained unsympathetic. "Why is yours deemed authentic?" A curious onlooker beside Zhao Buzhu questioned, echoing a shared curiosity. The chef placed both plates side by side, instructing everyone to observe closely. The numbers on the left plate read 200000000, but the final 0 was significantly diminished. In reality, it was not a 0 but an 8. Obscured to appear as a 0, revealing that this plate's true designation was 200,000,008. Enlightenment dawned upon all present. Indeed, the last digit was not a 0 but an 8. Life is filled with unexpected twists. The cooked duck had flown away, the certificate of honor vanished, and the card slipped through one's fingers. Alas, Zhao Buzhu was left without even dinner. Dare to call me blind? You shall taste my roast duck, and if you do, I shall concede. The chef savored the 200,000,008 roast duck with delight. Chapter 39. The preliminary rounds commenced. The charade of authentic versus counterfeit roast ducks concluded splendidly. Subsequently, Qin Luo, amidst the gazes of all, received the bestowed certificate of honor for 200 million and, alongside Xing Tao, unveiled the commemorative card, basking in the limelight while inciting envy and resentment. In stark contrast, Zhao Buzhu plummeted from the heights of euphoria to the depths of despair in an instant, experiencing the vicissitudes of life. Had he not been given hope from the outset, perhaps he would not have faced such a profound psychological setback. Moreover, this farce utterly humiliated Zhao Buzhu before the crowd, leaving him questioning his place within the literary circle of Yanjing. Qin Luo, I shall not rest until we are adversaries. Zhao Buzhu's eyes blazed with fury as he fixed his gaze on Qin Luo, whose smile radiated like summer blooms, the tempest within Zhao Buzhu unquenchable. Lu Qian maintained her composure, ignoring him, too apathetic even to bestow a disdainful glance. "Ah, it seems this is indeed the 100th card," Qin Luo continued to gloat, recalling who had boasted to him earlier. "Only those of stature deserve such a card." "I never said that," Lu Qian retorted, shooting him a fierce glare, yet exuding an alluring charm. "You are merely someone with an identity card. Having an identity card is quite the accomplishment, is it not?" Qin Luo countered playfully. "Do you lack one? Ah, are you an undocumented citizen?" Enjoy your roast duck, Lu Qian quipped, recognizing her inability to outwit Qin Luo in banter. She forcibly stuffed a piece of roast duck into his mouth, silencing him. Yingjia's expression shifted slightly as she whispered urgently, "You both should tone it down. Many eyes are upon you." Qin Luo instinctively glanced across the table at Wang Yi and Huawei, who quickly turned their focus back to their roast duck. Though their curiosity was palpable, with his mouth full of roast duck, Qin Luo struggled to chew and remarked sideways at Lu Qian, "Has your popularity waned of late? Are you deliberately provoking me to spark rumors?" Wang Yi and Huawei could not contain their laughter, nearly choking on their duck. "Me? Provoking you?" Lu Qian's face was a canvas of disbelief. "What do you have to gain? Are you a celebrity? You are merely a name." Qin Luo was left speechless by her retort. "Humph." Lu Qian, having bested him in their verbal sparring, lifted her head proudly, resembling a peacock in full display. "Just wait. One day, you will beg to associate with me." Qin Luo could only issue a parting threat. Meanwhile, the host continued with the proceedings. The next segment of the anniversary celebration was set to commence, the couplet competition. The competition consisted of preliminary rounds, elimination rounds, and a championship round. In the preliminary rounds, the Yanjing Couplets Association would present 50 upper couplets, allowing every attendee to attempt crafting corresponding lower couplets. Each participant needed to successfully generate at least 2 lower couplets with the unanimous approval of 3 members from the association to advance. The elimination rounds would pit the qualifying participants against each other for a chance to secure a spot in the championship. The championship round would allow for free expression, yet must closely adhere to the theme of roast duck. Ultimately, Mr. Xing and 8 other senior executives from Quanjude would collectively determine the first-place winner, whose couplet would be displayed as the new couplet across all Quanjude establishments nationwide. Furthermore, the winner would officially become Quanjude's inaugural brand ambassador. This announcement sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. Is this truly happening? Quanjude is actually seeking a brand ambassador? For years, they had never employed one. Indeed, Quanjude is regarded as the leading enterprise in the roast duck industry, celebrated as the finest culinary establishment in China, renowned not only domestically but also with significant international recognition. Securing a role as Quanjude's brand ambassador would undeniably enhance one's popularity. However, one must consider that such a position would typically require a person of considerable renown, at least an A-list celebrity. Yet here lay an opportunity before us. What were we waiting for? Humph. I am resolute in claiming the first prize in this couplet competition. I have considerable expertise in couplets, and the championship is mine by right. Many were brimming with excitement. Previously indifferent to the couplet competition, they now eagerly anticipated their chance at glory. The allure of becoming Quanjude's brand ambassador was simply irresistible. The majority of those present were from the literary realm, a segment of the entertainment industry. Yet the disparity in popularity was stark. Zhao Weisong, arguably the most prominent figure in the literary circle, could barely be considered a minor celebrity, easily overshadowed by any emerging star from the entertainment world. And when contrasted with Lu Qian, a first-rate film and television star, the collective popularity of all present could scarcely measure up to her singular acclaim. Under normal circumstances, only first-tier celebrities like Lu Qian would be deemed worthy to become the inaugural brand ambassador for Quanjude. However, an extraordinary opportunity now lay before them. How could one not seize it with both hands? Sensing the impatience among the crowd, the 2 hosts wasted no time and promptly announced the commencement of the preliminary round. Almost immediately, a staff member ascended the stage carrying 50 scrolls. These scrolls contained the 50 prompts for the preliminary competition. Shou Jeffing gestured for the staff to unfurl them for all to see. As the scrolls were displayed, the audience gasped in astonishment. The initially confident group found their spirits deflated upon witnessing the challenging prompts. At this juncture, the staff brought forth ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones. Yao Lu, the host, declared that each person present was welcome to take the stage and compose a couplet. If they could produce 2 acceptable couplets, which would then be evaluated and approved by 3 judges, they would successfully pass the preliminary round. Who would be the first to step up and respond to the prompts? Unable to contain his eagerness, Zhao Buju leapt from his seat, exclaiming loudly, "I'll do it." He had thoroughly prepared for this couplet competition. Initially, he had wished to remain inconspicuous, but after being provoked by Qin Luo multiple times, he had forgotten his modest intentions and resolved to deliver a striking counterattack in his area of expertise. Upon reaching the stage, Zhao Buju swiftly pinned 2 couplets, submitting them to the judges, who nodded in approval. No one objected, as Zhao Buju was a member of the Beijing Couplets Association and well-versed in this art. However, after passing the preliminary round, he did not rush to exit the stage. Instead, he cast a challenging glance at Qin Luo and disdainfully remarked, "Qin Luo, I'll be waiting for you in the finals." Qin Luo, engrossed in his meal, instinctively raised his head, his mouth full and his expression bewildered. What was going on? What did this have to do with him? Chapter 040. Undermining the foundation. Sitting idly while devouring roast duck, Qin Luo felt utterly innocent. In response to Zhao Buju's blatant provocation, he merely glanced up before returning to his feast. Starving and uninterested in competition, he had no intention of engaging. Zhao Buju, witnessing Qin Luo's indifference, grew furious. However, having learned from previous encounters, he decided to employ a goading tactic. Qin Luo, if you're a man, come up and compete with me. This time, Qin Luo ignored him entirely, savoring his duck leg with a look of pure enjoyment. Seeing that Qin Luo was impervious to his taunts, Zhao Buju was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to use the couplet competition to decisively best his rival and alleviate his grievances, but it appeared that Qin Luo had no intention of participating, which would render all his plans futile. Even if he secured first place, a sense of regret would linger in his heart. At this moment, Xing Tao wore an expression of displeasure. Zhao Buju was treating the competition he had painstakingly organized as a joke, showing a complete lack of respect for the event, which indirectly disrespected him as well. He shot a glance at Zhou Jiefeng, who, being a perceptive host, immediately understood that Xing was displeased with Zhao Buju. Zhou Jiefeng approached Zhao Buju and took the microphone from him, announcing, "Let us all applaud and congratulate Zhao Buju for being the first to pass the preliminary round. Now, let us welcome the second challenger to the stage." Zhao Buju attempted to say more but was forcibly ushered off the stage. "I also want a challenge," someone called out. And the competition continued. "Buju, you're being too impulsive," Zhao Wensong admonished, frowning. "A man must learn to endure. A moment as patience can yield great rewards later." Zhao Wensong's words, while lightly spoken, could not mask the underlying tension. Zhao Buju nodded. "Yes, I understand." As more challengers stepped up, some rejoiced while others despaired. The success rate hovered around 10%, and the difficulty only increased. With a total of 50 prompts, some were easier than others, giving earlier challengers an advantage to select prompts they could respond to, while the remaining ones became progressively harder. Half an hour passed, and out of the 50 prompts, 44 couplets had been successfully completed, leaving 6 remaining. Qin Luo remained unfazed, continuing to relish his roast duck, having consumed half a duck. Lu Qian felt satisfied and watched as wave after wave of participants took the stage. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned to Qin Luo, curiously asking, "Are you really not going to enter the competition?" Wang Yi and Huawei also looked over, intrigued. They had just participated, with Wang Yi failing to advance while Huawei unexpectedly succeeded with 2 couplets. "I'm not done eating yet. What is there to compete about?" Qin Luo replied, finally finishing his duck and eyeing the remaining half Lu Qian had left. "You're not going to finish that, are you? It's shameful to waste food." With a resigned sigh, Qin Luo's gaze shifted to Ying Jie, who still had a substantial portion left. Ying Jie remained unfazed, brandishing her knife and fork in a clear threat. Lu Qian, frustrated, glared at him. "Show a bit of backbone. Are you really defeated by just 1 roast duck? If you could win first place in the couplet competition and secure a contract to become Quanju's first brand ambassador, you'd surely eat roast duck until you burst." "What did you say?" Qin Luo, still hungry, turned sharply to Lu Qian. "What do you mean by becoming the brand ambassador?" Lu Qian explained. "Didn't you hear? The host announced that the winner of this couplet competition will have the opportunity to sign a contract as Quanju's brand ambassador." "Damn," Qin Luo muttered instinctively. "With such a reward, why didn't you tell me sooner? Of course, I participate. First place is definitely mine." Lu Qian rolled her eyes at his bravado. "You're all talk. When it comes to actually competing, you hesitate." "Who was hesitant?" Qin Luo thumped his chest. "A man should never back down." "Then go ahead." Lu Qian challenged him. "Fine, I'll go." Qin Luo, caught up in the moment, stood and strode toward the stage. Just then, Zhao Wensong also rose, having been seated close to the stage. In just a couple of strides, he was on stage. At that precise moment, Qin Luo arrived as well, and the two found themselves locked in a tense stare-off. The audience fell silent for a moment, then erupted into chatter. Qin Luo had finally taken the stage, and Zhao Wensong, a national literature master and vice president of the Writers' Association, was also competing. Was this unfair? The competition rules allowed everyone present to participate, so Zhao Wensong was certainly eligible. Although he was a writer, it was questionable whether he was adept at couplets. Yet, one could not underestimate him. After all, he was a national master of literature. If I were him, I wouldn't dare to participate, Zhao Buju scoffed, clearly hoping to publicly humiliate him through the competition. Yet, Zhao Wensong had boldly stepped up to the challenge, putting himself in a vulnerable position. Exactly. Who does he think he is? He should know his limitations. One little provocation and he forgets himself. Such a person will never achieve greatness. The murmurs in the crowd did not hinder the competition. Zhou Jeffing stepped forward, stating, "Following the rules of first come, first serve, Vice President Zhao will take the stage first and thus has the priority to answer." With remarkable speed, Zhao Wensong composed 5 couplets in one go, each perfectly structured and flowing seamlessly. The 3 judges approached to assess his work, their faces lighting up with admiration as they gave him a thumbs up for approval. Immediately, questions arose among the onlookers. How had Zhao Wensong managed to produce 5 couplets? Yao Lu hastily clarified that the competition rules did not impose a limit on the number of couplets each participant could produce. Rather, it merely stipulated that each person must present at least 2 couplets to pass the preliminary round. With this explanation, Zhao Wensong's actions could not be deemed a violation of the competition rules. However, this left only the final couplet remaining, and according to the rules, the next participant would no longer qualify to advance in the preliminary round. Everyone instantly comprehended Zhao Wensong's intent. He was effectively undermining the competition's foundation. Standing on the stage, Qin Luo gazed at the smiling Zhao Wensong, clenching his fists. Chapter 041. The Unmatched Couplets of Eternity. The term undermining the foundation originates from the 36 stratagems. Specifically the 19th stratagem, which implies removing the firewood from beneath the pot to cease the boiling water. It metaphorically refers to addressing an issue at its root, or clandestinely sabotaging something. Zhao Wensong's strategy of undermining the foundation directly obliterated Qin Luo's chances of advancing in the preliminary round. It must be said that experience often trumps youth. Yet Zhao Wensong had a more ruthless approach, leaving Qin Luo with no opportunity to progress in the preliminary round. The competition required each participant to produce at least 2 couplets, garnering unanimous approval from the judges to pass the preliminary stage. Zhao Wensong had merely left the final couplet, challenging Qin Luo to respond. In truth, the reason he left the last couplet was not out of leniency. He too was unable to craft a suitable response. This final couplet was particularly challenging, serving as the pièce de résistance. This was a unanimous decision among the Couplet Association's question setters. If all 50 couplets were easily matched, it would reflect poorly on the association standards. Thus, it was essential to present a couplet that would stump even the most adept individuals, providing an element of surprise. Zhao Wensong was undoubtedly aware of this unspoken rule. Hence he refrained from attempting the last couplet, claiming it was evidently crafted by a master and could be deemed a timeless masterpiece. "I am unworthy and genuinely unable to produce a matching couplet, I humbly concede." Deng Fachun, the vice president of the Couplet Association, beamed as he remarked that President Zhao's ability to effortlessly produce 5 couplets showcased his vast knowledge and literary prowess, truly deserving of the title of a national scholar. "I am humbled," Zhao Wensong replied with an air of modesty. Deng Fong approached the final couplet, gesturing to the audience, and stated that this couplet was not composed by their association but was the work of a predecessor. Wang Jianglu, beneath Wang Jianglu. Wang Jiang flows. The Jianglu is eternal, the Jiang flows eternally. It is said that a talented scholar from Jiangnan during the Qing dynasty, upon ascending the Wang Jianglu and being mesmerized by the river's beauty, spontaneously penned the upper couplet. However, enraptured by its imagery, he found himself unable to craft a worthy response and lamented, leaving the couplet inscribed on the Wang Jianglu. For over a century, countless scholars have attempted to respond, yet none succeeded. At this juncture, Deng Fong cast a glance at the still-standing Qin Luo and surveyed the audience, proclaiming that this couplet served as the grand finale. By unanimous agreement, anyone present who could produce a matching couplet with balanced structure and corresponding sentiment would be recognized as having advanced beyond the preliminary round. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Many who had previously given up now scrutinized the upper couplet, racking their brains to formulate a response, yet found it indeed to be a timeless masterpiece beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Their responses were either unbalanced or lacked thematic resonance. Zhao Wensong had no objections, as he too was unable to come up with an answer, thus he was unconcerned about Qin Luo's potential success. Gradually, as others failed to produce a response, they began to concede and urge for the next round of competition to commence. Yet, Qin Luo remained on stage, showing no inclination to depart. He even closed his eyes. This prompted discontent among many. What was he doing? Had he fallen asleep on stage? They urged him to step down and cease further embarrassing himself, as he had already lost his opportunity. Was he deliberately causing a disturbance? "Qin Luo, come down," they shouted. "Where have you been? You should have stepped up earlier. Now you linger on stage. Is he out of his mind? Staff, please escort him off the stage. He cannot hinder the continuation of the competition." Zhao Bushu sat below the stage, relishing the chorus of discontent directed at Qin Luo, reveling in the delight of his predicament. Zhao Wensong wore a smirk, appearing cunningly composed. Meanwhile, Lu Qian felt a pang of regret. Had she not provoked him, Qin Luo would not have stormed the stage in a fit of anger. And now he was unable to exit gracefully. Fool, get off the stage. If you're forced down later, it will be truly humiliating. Lu Qian's eyes brimmed with urgency, wishing she could pull Qin Luo down herself. Xing Tao was equally baffled by Qin Luo's actions. Occupying the stage was one thing. But what was the purpose of closing his eyes? As the crowd's disapproval of Qin Luo grew louder, Xing Tao discreetly signaled Zhou Jeffing, who immediately understood. He approached the still-eyed Qin Luo, intending to forcibly remove him from the stage, much like Zhao Buzhu. At that moment, Qin Luo suddenly opened his eyes. No one noticed the glint of clarity that shot forth from his gaze, swiftly fading away. A relieved smile spread across Qin Luo's face. As I anticipated. As long as my thoughts immerse in my mind and I enter a state of light slumber, I shall dream of all things on earth. A grand dream spanning millennia. In the blink of an eye, to onlookers, it merely appeared that Qin Luo had closed his eyes and opened them again within moments. Yet for him, he had wandered through countless seasons in a dream. Moreover, he had successfully discovered the response to the timeless masterpiece. Mr. Qin Luo, please step down. We are about to commence the competition, Zhou Jeffing politely stated upon seeing Qin Luo awaken. Step down? Qin Luo replied, casting a confident smile. Before I do so, allow me to present my response to this final couplet. At this proclamation, disbelief swept through the crowd, prompting scoffs and derision. You should graciously accept the opportunity to exit. Stop dawdling and embarrassing yourself. Do you honestly believe you can respond to this final couplet? I'll eat the roast duck platter live. Does this fool not comprehend the challenge of the timeless masterpiece? Does he think anyone can respond? Is he still dreaming? Many scoffed at him, mocking his apparent delusions. Zhao Wensong and Zhao Buzhu exchanged disdainful glances, dismissing Qin Luo's words entirely, confident that he could never produce a response. Many anticipated a spectacle of Qin Luo's folly. They laugh at my madness while I laugh at their inability to comprehend. Unfazed, Qin Luo approached the table, dipped his brush into the ink, and began to write with fluid grace. Is he really writing? Humph. And even if he is, what does it matter? He still cannot respond. It is all nonsense. I too could scribble aimlessly. This is merely a final, futile struggle. They awaited eagerly to see what he would produce. Zhou Jeffing stood beside Qin Luo, observing as he began his writing. Initially, the polite smile on his face morphed into astonishment, then into shock, and ultimately into sheer disbelief. His expression resembling that of one who had encountered the supernatural. The way Zhou Jeffing regarded Qin Luo had transformed entirely. Qin Luo put down his brush, surveyed the audience with a confident smile, and then lifted the paper to reveal his response, reciting aloud. In Yu Jing, in Yu Ying, in Yu Jing Zhou Nin Yu Ying, Yu Jing 1 Yen, Yu Ying 1 Yen. The venue descended into profound silence. Chapter 042. No one shall stop me. I can still write upper couplet. Wang Jiang Lu, beneath Wang Jiang Lu, Wang Jiang flows. The Jiang Lu is eternal, the Jiang flows eternally. Lower couplet. In Yu Jing, in Yu Ying, in Yu Jing Zhou Nin Yu Ying, Yu Jing 1 Yen, Yu Ying 1 Yen. The couplet must adhere to several principles. Firstly, the number of characters in both lines must be equal, with consistent punctuation. Except when intentionally leaving a character blank for a specific effect, the two lines must contain the same number of characters, neither more nor less. Secondly, the tones must be harmonious, maintaining a balance of level and oblique tones. The traditional convention is to have the upper line end with an oblique tone and the lower line with a level tone. Thirdly, the parts of speech must correspond and occupy the same positions, commonly referred to as virtual to virtual and real to real, with corresponding words positioned identically. Lastly, the content must be relevant and cohesive. The meanings of the two lines must connect without redundancy. Achieving these four criteria results in a flawless couplet. The couplet provided by Qin Luo perfectly aligns with these principles. Upon the emergence of this couplet, the audience was left in astonishment. Had he truly crafted such a response? It was indeed a remarkable match to the upper line. Who is this young man? How did he manage to compose such an extraordinary couplet? Zhao Wensong and others conceded defeat, unable to replicate his achievement. Does this imply that Qin Luo possesses superior intelligence compared to Zhao Wensong and his peers? Yet, one cannot directly equate skill in couplets with intelligence. Perhaps he was merely fortunate. The discussions intensified, dividing the audience into two factions, one supporting Qin Luo, believing he genuinely possessed the talent to craft such a line, while the other expressed skepticism, attributing his success to mere chance. Regardless of the differing opinions, Qin Luo had successfully composed the lower line. Deng Fong and two other judges from the Couplet Association approached, visibly astonished as they contemplated the lower line in conjunction with the upper line. After a moment, Deng Fong's face lit up with excitement as she regarded Qin Luo with pride. Young man, your lower line is truly exceptional. It is well-structured and complements the overall theme of the couplet, making it a perfect response. We unanimously agree that you have qualified for the next round of the competition. This pronouncement elicited mixed reactions. Qin Luo was elated, believing that passing the preliminary round brought him closer to victory. Lu Qian's cheeks flushed with excitement, realizing her confidence was well-founded. Meanwhile, Yingjie shook her head in disbelief, amused yet frustrated. Wang Yi and Hua Wei exchanged glances, thinking that if this were a web novel, it would undoubtedly be kitsch, provoking readers to abandon the story in disdain. Yet, joy for some meant sorrow for others. Zhao Buju's frustration reached a boiling point, his expression betraying profound discontent. Why was it that he always managed to turn danger into safety? Why was fate so favorably inclined toward him? Zhao Buju began to lament his perceived misfortune. Zhao Wansong's countenance darkened, realizing he had underestimated Qin Luo, who had executed a stunning comeback, catching him off guard. Observing Qin Luo's exuberance, Zhao Wansong discreetly raised an objection. President Deng, while Qin Luo's lower line may be considered a match, to claim it as perfect seems somewhat biased. Deng Feng bristled at his words, feeling slighted by his immediate challenge to her declaration of perfection. While others hesitated to confront Zhao Wansong due to his status as vice president of the Writers' Association, she felt undeterred, as they were essentially equals in rank. If you disagree that this is a perfect response, surely you must have a superior lower line to present? Deng Feng pressed, challenging him to showcase his own work. Yes, President Zhao, please enlighten us with your own response, others echoed, eager to see if he could indeed surpass Qin Luo's creation. Yet, Zhao Wansong found himself at a loss for words. If he had a superior line, he would have presented it already, rather than allowing Qin Luo to steal the spotlight. It was a classic case of shooting oneself in the foot. Hastily, I must clarify that I am merely expressing a personal opinion and not questioning the integrity of the three judges, Zhao Wansong quickly amended. Deng Feng refrained from pursuing the matter further. At that moment, Qin Luo interjected, I, too, believe that there are aspects of this lower line that could be improved. Deng Feng turned to him, intrigued. What do you mean? Zhao Wansong's expression twisted into a smirk. Here was a bold youth daring to contradict a judge. I have a few more lower lines that I would appreciate your expertise on, President Deng, Qin Luo declared, his confidence unwavering. You have more? Several? Deng Feng widened her eyes in disbelief. For many, crafting even one lower line was a monumental task. Here was Qin Luo, claiming to have several ready. This audacity could earn him resentment and alienate him from potential allies. How amusing, Zhao Wansong scoffed, mocking. The young lad believes that just because he managed to compose one lower line, he has achieved greatness. Qin Luo merely glanced at him before elegantly scripting another lower line. This line shifted the imagery from the reflection of the moon in a well to the distant horizons of the sea, presenting a broader vista. Both Deng Feng and Zhao Wansong stood speechless, as did the entire audience. Yet, Qin Luo shook his head, feeling it still lacked perfection, and penned yet another. This line evoked a sense of appropriateness, resonating perfectly with the context of the ongoing poetry competition, earning applause from the crowd. Excellent. This is remarkable. I firmly believe he crafted this on the spot, someone declared. I used to be skeptical about the existence of genius, but now I am convinced. The craftsmanship is exquisite. I yearn to see more of his work. Qin Luo, please grace us with another. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Luo took up his brush for a fourth time. This line hinted at an underlying meaning, perhaps suggesting a desire for peace between him and Zhao Wansong. Caught up in the excitement, Qin Luo continued to write, but Deng Feng interjected, all right, that's enough. I hereby announce your qualification for the next round. The audience was left in awe. Had he continued, Deng Feng might have questioned her own expertise in couplets after years of study. The atmosphere was charged. Qin Luo, feeling exhilarated, could have created a dozen more lines if not for the interruption. Indeed, the thrill of outshining others was undeniably addictive. Thus, he was escorted off the stage amidst the astonishment that filled the hall, as anticipation mounted for the impending second round of the competition. In this contest, the matchups would be crucial. Those facing Qin Luo would need to tread carefully. Qin Luo's performance far exceeded his expectations. However, he did not worry excessively. The preliminary rounds required providing a couplet in response to another, while the competition allowed for free expression. He remained quite confident in his couplet skills. Anger often begets a reaction. As expected, once Qin Luo took his seat, he began to boast, asking, how about that? Have I not embarrassed you? Had it not been for their obstruction, I would have been able to write. Lu Qian could no longer maintain her facade. Her large eyes gazed at him, questioning what it meant to lose face. Qin Luo paused momentarily, then remarked, well, I possess a rather thin skin, so I borrowed yours. Lu Qian was initially taken aback, not comprehending his words, but she swiftly grasped the meaning. She playfully struck his waist with her small fist, her large eyes wide with indignation. Are you implying that I have a thick skin? As Qin Luo felt a sharp pain in his lower back, he quickly remedied the situation, saying, No. I meant to say your face is beautiful, captivating. Lu Qian, with a hint of pride, shot him a glance and softly murmured, That goes without saying. Even the inhabitants of Earth are aware of it. At that moment, the host, Zhou Jiefeng, took to the stage once more, declaring, The exhilarating preliminary round has concluded. And we now have 18 contestants who will advance. He continued, The competition will now officially commence. Yalu interjected. The competition consists of head-to-head duels where the 18 participants will randomly draw lots, pairing them from 1 to 18 for their battles. Zhou Jiefeng nodded, explaining. The duels allow for free expression, with no restrictions on themes or topics. However, each participant may only present 5 upper lines and must provide corresponding lower lines within the allotted time. Failure to do so will result in disqualification. Yalu concluded. The competition is divided into 3 rounds. In the first round, all 18 will compete for the top 9 positions. In the second round, 1 contestant will have a bye, while the remaining 8 vie for the top 4 slots. In the third round, another contestant will have a bye, directly securing third place, while the final 4 contend for the top 2 positions. It is crucial that the contestant who receives a bye does not repeat in subsequent rounds. Ultimately, the last 3 remaining will enter the championship. Thus, the competition officially began. No sooner had the words left his lips than staff approached the 18 successful participants with a box, inviting each to draw a numbered ball. Qin Luo drew number 15, and his opponent, number 4, boldly proclaimed, I am number 4. Who dares to challenge me? At this moment, Zhao Buzhu stood up provocatively, his gaze sweeping across the crowd before ultimately settling on Qin Luo. As you wish. Qin Luo showed no signs of fear, raising the number 15 ball in his hand. The spectators were taken aback by this scene, some even questioning whether there was any behind-the-scenes manipulation at play. Indeed, it seemed that these two were destined to clash. Their rivalry was palpable, and I held great faith in Qin Luo, convinced he would triumph over Zhao Buzhu. Yet, that was not a certainty. Although Qin Luo had indeed astonished everyone during the preliminary rounds, it was merely a matter of responding to a predetermined prompt. Perhaps he had merely been fortunate in having previously studied that particular couplet. Now, in this head-to-head contest, with no restrictions on themes, he might not necessarily surpass Zhao Buzhu. Furthermore, Zhao Buzhu was a formal member of the Couplets Association, having dedicated over a decade to this art and relying on it for his livelihood. It was hard to believe that he could be overwhelmed by Qin Luo. I too held reservations about Qin Luo, feeling that Zhao Buzhu had a greater likelihood of victory. After all, he was the professional in this arena. I will support Qin Luo. He will surely outshine Zhao Buzhu, that pretentious fool. Shoo, keep your voice down. Your bias is showing. The audience, consisting of those not participating, buzzed with conversation. Some rallied behind Qin Luo, yet the majority lent their support to Zhao Buzhu. Despite Qin Luo's earlier display of prowess in the preliminaries, the crowd remained largely unaware of his true capabilities. In contrast, Zhao Buzhu, as a known member of the Couplets Association, was well regarded and acknowledged for his skill, not merely an imposter. Upon realizing he was paired with Qin Luo, Zhao Buzhu felt an overwhelming surge of adrenaline. This was his chance to redeem himself. This is the opportunity bestowed upon me by fate. I shall prove to everyone that some are merely charlatans, unworthy of the stage. Qin Luo, undeterred, regarded Zhao Buzhu with scorn, his right hand slicing across his neck from left to right. Zhao Wensong, having said nothing further, stepped onto the stage. As he was number 1 and the first to compete, with the head-to-head battles intensifying and no restrictions on themes, the atmosphere grew charged with tension. Zhao Wensong truly showcased his couplet skills, unexpectedly annihilating his opponent with ease, securing victory in the first round. Ding Fong and the other 2 judges exchanged incredulous glances, realizing that his level of expertise was nearing their own. Zhao Wensong was indeed a hidden gem. The next pairings continued, with the second group exuding palpable tension, nearly resulting in a physical altercation, but the host intervened just in time. The third group's performance was rather lackluster, lacking in excitement. Soon, it was time for the much-anticipated fourth group. Let us welcome, with resounding applause, contestants number 4 and 15 to the stage for their duel. The host's voice radiated excitement. Amidst the collective anticipation, Qin Luo and Zhao Buzhu ascended the stage simultaneously, standing defiantly against each other. An intangible air of rivalry permeated the hall, as everyone held their breath, eagerly awaiting the fateful confrontation between the two. Chapter 044. The Nosebleed Incident. I shall take the lead. Zhao, unable to contain his excitement, contemplated how he would outshine Qin Luo with his first question, reveling in the thought of making him appear foolish in front of everyone. thereby avenging himself and erasing past humiliations. Thus, he resolved to launch an offensive, presenting a challenging riddle to achieve immediate triumph. Suit yourself. Qin Luo waved his hand dismissively, feigning indifference. Humph. Zhao could not tolerate Qin Luo's nonchalant demeanor, which fueled his frustration. He promptly delivered his couplet. In one village and 2 neighborhoods. 3 scholars are oblivious to the 4 books and 5 classics, yet dare to instruct 7, 8, and 9 students, most audacious indeed. This couplet was laden with significance, incorporating numbers from 1 to 10, with particular emphasis on the phrase most audacious indeed, cleverly veiling a rebuke within the couplet. As this couplet was proclaimed, the atmosphere thickened with tension. The assembled crowd discerned the underlying intention of the couplet. It was a public affront, cleverly crafted to insult under the guise of wordplay. Ah, this couplet is rather intriguing, one remarked. Isn't it quite overt in its intent to insult? And so what if it is? Can you counter it? This move is indeed ruthless. Zhao Buju truly possesses a certain level of skill. Among those present, few could likely respond to such a challenging couplet. I attempted it myself and found it impossible to answer. Starting off with such difficulty, Zhao Buju seems intent on swiftly defeating Qin Luo while simultaneously reprimanding him. Nonsense. If I cannot decipher such a challenging couplet, then I would stake my surname on the notion that Qin Luo can't either. Upon hearing this, Zhao Buju wore a smug smile and, with a benevolent demeanor, advised Qin Luo, do not rush, take your time to ponder. After all, each question allows for 3 minutes of contemplation. 3 minutes? Heh, I need not even 3 seconds. Qin Luo scoffed and immediately replied loudly. In a place where 10 households are impoverished, gathering merely 8 taels, 7 coins, 6 cents, 5 mills, and 4 grains. One remains indecisive, utterly despicable. Are you not merely resorting to insults? Come, let us engage in mutual harm. Excellent. What a splendid display of utter depravity. Haha. What a disgraceful moment. This retort is utterly remarkable. I cannot believe he truly matched the couplet and delivered an even harsher and more direct rebuke. Zhao is undoubtedly facing an insurmountable challenge. I am beginning to feel some concern for him. Who exactly is this Qin Luo? Is he truly that skilled with couplets? Who knows? Nevertheless, it sounds truly exhilarating. Damn, how delightful. The moment Qin Luo's first vulgar remark escaped his lips, the demeanor of everyone present shifted dramatically. Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity. You dare to insult me so openly? Qin Luo innocently waved his hand. Curse you? No, these are merely couplets. Very well. Zhao Buju suppressed his rising fury, then with a quick turn of thought, recited another first line. My noble majesty reveals a tiger's courage. Qin Luo responded without hesitation. Your vulgar baseness exposes half a. Snickers. Many in the audience burst into laughter. Zhao Buju's face turned an alarming shade of green, transcending mere verbal insults to outright personal attacks. So this is how you wish to play it, he thought. Immediately crafting a clever retort. Your family's grave is where you plant trees. Such a statement was a blatant insult, wishing death upon the entire family, revealing a heart of malice. The bathtub, intended for bathing, had fish engaging in mating rituals, alluding to a lack of decorum, suggesting that even beasts were superior. Well matched, he thought. Qin Luo, commendably, stood his ground and countered with brilliance. The exchange was remarkable, devoid of any profanities. Zhao Buju's complexion turned pale, devoid of any color, as he venomously declared, winter melons and potatoes are vegetables, not fruits. Laughter erupted. Even the turtles must have emerged in amusement. For Qin Luo was determined to thoroughly humiliate Zhao Buju. A flicker of sympathy for Zhao Buju crossed my mind. Oh, poor Zhao Buju, why provoke such a formidable opponent? Only to be retaliated against? At that moment, Zhao Buju seemed dazed from the onslaught, mustering his remaining strength to deliver one last couplet. Rice, barley, beans, wheat, and millet. Which of these is a gentleman? You call me a turtle, so I shall call you a mongrel. Qin Luo stood tall, his voice resonating as he countered. Poetry, literature, propriety, and history, many respectable things. Why must I answer to you? The audience erupted in laughter, witnessing Zhao Buju inadvertently acknowledge Qin Luo as a superior. Zhao Buju, overwhelmed with rage, began to bleed from his nose. To bleed while engaging in a couplet contest was unprecedented. The competition halted momentarily due to this unforeseen event. Zhao Wensong, upon seeing Zhao Buju's condition, rushed to the stage. Zhou Jeffing, standing closest, stepped forward to support him, fearing he might faint from blood loss, and anxiously inquired, Are you all right? Zhao Buju, with blood gushing from his nose and eyes vacant, could hardly muster any words, appearing utterly defeated. Zhao Wensong approached with concern, asking, How are you? Zhao Buju, slowly regaining some semblance of awareness, suddenly broke into tears, exclaiming, I have lost Moreover, you have not yet lost, Zhao Wensong reassured him. He merely countered your couplet. If you can respond to his, it results in a draw. Really? Zhao Buju's eyes brightened, gradually rekindling his spirit. Yes, I have not lost yet. Struggling to steady himself, he glared fiercely at Qin Luo. I have not lost. Bring it on. The contest resumed. How audacious. Even bleeding from the nose, he dares to provoke? Qin Luo narrowed his eyes. All right, I shall grant you a swift end. After a pause, he added. Do not accuse me of bullying. I shall only pose one question. If you can counter my couplet, I will concede. Zhao Buju, incensed, retorted. Are you looking down on me? The crowd, too, felt a pang of anxiety at Qin Luo's audacious claim. Would he truly only present one question? Was that not a touch presumptuous? Was it not wiser to proceed with caution? Yet, Qin Luo paid no heed, directly presenting his couplet, in solitude, at a cold window. One guards their chastity. Upon seeing Zhao Wensong still beside Zhao Buju, Qin Luo kindly suggested, you may seek assistance on the spot. Zhao Buju, Chapter 045, The Duel with Zhao Wensong. This couplet, renowned across the earth, carries a historical anecdote. At first glance, it appears unremarkable, even somewhat vulgar. However, upon deeper contemplation, its profound meaning and intricate structure are revealed, explaining why no one could counter it in a short time. In solitude, at a cold window. One guards their chastity, each character shares a common radical, and the entire phrase expresses a woman's anguish and helplessness regarding love. Lonely, fishing in the cold river snow. If there is no suitable partner, how could she re-enter the mundane world? Thus, to counter this couplet necessitates a form that is equally profound in meaning. Qin Luo's invocation of this ancient phrase was undeniably a display of superiority. Indeed, upon hearing the couplet, the audience furrowed their brows, racking their brains for a response, yet found themselves at a loss. Zhao Buju, having immersed himself in couplets for over a decade, recognized the challenge immediately, and fury surged anew, causing his nose to bleed once more. Zhao Wensong's expression shifted as he swiftly supported the faltering Zhao Buju, glaring fiercely at Qin Luo before escorting him off the stage. Qin Luo, perplexed, queried, is this how you concede? What about the counter? Yes. Zhao Wensong nearly erupted in expletives. Zhou Jeffing, witnessing the scene, stepped forward and declared, I announce the fourth group match. Contestant number 15, Qin Luo, is victorious. Applause erupted in fervent appreciation. What a splendid victory. A complete annihilation. This is the caliber of competition I yearned to witness. Qin Luo was indeed impressive, a genius of couplets. How did he conjure such a couplet? In solitude. At a cold window, one guards their chastity. What a brilliant couplet. Oh, how unfortunate for Zhao Buju, his arrogance leading to his downfall. To suffer a nosebleed during a couplet duel, and twice at that, was a complete loss of face for Zhao Buju. Qin Luo cast a glance at her, lifting his chin in a haughty manner. Of course, do you not see who I am? I have already claimed the first prize as mine. Lu Qian blushed, shooting him a fierce glare. Who allowed you to imitate me? Do not copy. All right, Qin Luo readily agreed, then murmured softly, I truly am unfortunate. Only learning the bad habits and not the good ones. Lu Qian, upon hearing this, felt a mix of annoyance and frustration, delivering a playful punch to him. The competition continued. Each group took approximately 5 minutes, and after half an hour, the 9 finalists were revealed. Yalu announced, next. The 9 finalists will each draw a number ball. The contestant who draws number 5 will advance directly to the next round. This time, fortune favored Qin Luo as he drew number 5. Reactions in the audience varied. Some rejoiced, while others were dismayed. The fortunate contestants were relieved at not having to face Qin Luo. The onlookers, however, felt disappointed, having anticipated Qin Luo's continued dominance over his opponents. What was there left to watch in this round? As expected, during this round of pairings, apart from Zhao Wensong's swift victory, the rest lacked excitement. The final round of competition was imminent, with 5 contestants remaining. As per tradition, the 5 would draw lots. The one who drew number 3 would automatically secure 3rd place, while the remaining contestants would face off to determine the top 2. Zhou Jeffing presided over the event. When Qin Luo stepped up to draw, suddenly someone in the audience shouted, Number 3, please. This cry was soon echoed by others. Number 3, Qin Luo, do not draw number 3. Qin Luo chuckled, casually reaching into the box to draw a ball. Number 1. Cheers erupted from the crowd. The host and others could only smile wryly. Did they truly wish to see Qin Luo compete? Subsequently, numbers 2, 3, and 4 were drawn, leaving only Zhao Wensong with number 5. No need to draw. Zhao Wensong is number 5. At this moment, the venue fell into a brief silence before a buzz of conversation arose. Is this destiny? Qin Luo faces Zhao Wensong again. It seemed that fate had conspired, as they had not anticipated meeting until the championship. The entanglement between Zhao Wensong, Zhao Buzhu, and Qin Luo was palpable. I can almost envision a war without smoke. My anticipation grew. Qin Luo had not expected to encounter Zhao Wensong so soon. But, oh, wait. I need to add. Zhao Wensong narrowed his eyes, locking gazes with Qin Luo, an unmistakable hostility and murderous intent flickering in his eyes. At this moment, Zhou Jiefeng could hardly contain his excitement and declared, "Wow, the first match is truly captivating. On one side, we have Chairman Zhao Wensong, a master of traditional Chinese studies with profound accomplishments in couplets. On the other, Qin Luo, who has surged through the competition like a dark horse, advancing to the semifinals. Who will ultimately emerge victorious between these two formidable opponents? Now, let us await the outcome with bated breath." Having spoken, all on stage descended voluntarily, leaving only Zhao Wensong and Qin Luo standing in confrontation. "Uncle, give it your all. Show him a thing or two, and let him gather his teeth from the ground." Zhao muttered fiercely from below, casting a menacing glare at Qin Luo on the stage. After a brief respite, he had regained his composure, though a tinge of despondency lingered. Nevertheless, his animosity toward Qin Luo had reached its zenith. Lu Qian's enchanting eyes sparkled with fervor as she gazed at Qin Luo on stage, silently praying, "You must win." At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon the scene. The duel was about to commence. Chapter 046. Confronting hypertension, Zhao Wensong did not inquire about Qin Luo but launched a direct attack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Upon hearing his first couplet, many were left bewildered. Is this truly a couplet? Are you certain that you are not merely speaking casually? What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I even have 8, 9, and 10. Has Zhao Wensong truly lost his clarity of thought, or has he willingly conceded defeat? Is a random sequence of numbers also referred to as a couplet? I possess countless couplets. However, this couplet conceals profound mysteries. Deng Fong, truly deserving of her title as the vice president of the Couplets Association, was the first to perceive it. What mysteries lie hidden within? Others gazed at her with curiosity. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Have you forgotten something? Deng Fong posed a rhetorical question to himself, remarking, "Forget about the turtle." Thus, this was a hidden couplet intended to insult Qin Luo by insinuating he was akin to a turtle. Upon hearing Deng Fong's explanation, many in the crowd erupted in exclamations. Scholars are indeed pedantic, their insults cloaked in such obscurity that they evade the use of vulgarity. Initially, it seemed that Zhao Wensong spoke casually. But it turned out to be a cunning ploy. This tactic was rather ruthless. It was uncertain whether Qin Luo could retaliate. Numerous spectators eagerly anticipated Qin Luo's response. Qin Luo, fully aware that Zhao Wensong's couplet was an affront directed at him, contemplated for a moment before allowing a smirk of disdain to grace his lips. Filial piety, brotherly love, loyalty, trust, propriety, integrity, and cleanliness. With Deng Fong's prior interpretation in mind, the audience discerned the underlying meaning. The absence of shame implied shamelessness. Indeed. What a clever retort. Shamelessness, how inventive of you. As expected, it was Qin Luo who deciphered the riddle and delivered a counterattack. Shameless turtle, they chuckled. This couplet was exceptionally entertaining. The audience buzzed with discussion, while Zhao Wensong remained unfazed, unprepared for the rapidity with which Qin Luo had crafted a response. Clearly, he could not be underestimated. With this in mind, Zhao Wensong promptly presented a second couplet. When a nation is on the verge of collapse, there will surely be demons. Such words were rather excessive, branding Qin Luo as a demon. Naturally, Qin Luo refused to yield. Countering without hesitation, to grow old yet not die is to be a thief. Ha! You declare me a demon, and I retort that you are an old, undying thief. Zhao Wensong felt a surge of frustration, nearly choking on his words. Very well, he repeated thrice, clearly expressing his anger through forced laughter, and immediately advanced with a third couplet. Mice, regardless of size, are all called old. This was an outburst of indignation. Zhao Wensong disregarded the scholarly decorum that demanded subtlety and instead openly accused Qin Luo of being a rat. Qin Luo, of course, would not let this pass unchallenged. Retorting with sharp wit, turtles have both genders, yet all bear the surname Wu. Zhao Wensong's face turned a deep shade of purple with fury, his finger trembling as he pointed at Qin Luo, unable to formulate a response. Ignoring him, Qin Luo thought, "You may hurl insults at me, but can you not withstand my rebuttal? With such psychological resilience, what could possibly be achieved?" Zhao Wensong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger that surged within him. He needed to temper his emotions and not act impulsively. The previous couplets had been easily deciphered by Qin Luo, as Zhao had been consumed by thoughts of insults, rendering the first line trivial. To secure victory, he realized he must craft an exceptionally challenging first line to decisively triumph over Qin Luo. After much contemplation, Zhao Wensong finally conceived a strategy. Rather than resorting to insults, he would focus on the complexity of the couplet, Water Department Fire Disaster. The Ministry of Gold engages in extensive construction. This line was indeed formidable, incorporating the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, while also adhering to the intricate rules of classical prosody. As anticipated, upon presenting this line, the entire venue fell silent. This was a true challenge. I, for one, could not decipher it. Zhao Wensong regained his composure, moving away from insults and elevating the difficulty instead. Indeed, Zhao Wensong demonstrated his proficiency. Look, Qin Luo hesitated. It seemed he was at a loss. Could it really be? Does this imply that Zhao Wensong is destined for victory? Qin Luo, keep going. Many quietly offered encouragement to Qin Luo. Zhao Wensong observed Qin Luo's silence, a smirk of smug satisfaction gracing his lips. Just moments ago, I merely conceded to your youthful exuberance. Now that I am unleashing my true capabilities, it seems you are faltering. Zhao, unable to contain himself, stood up to jeer. Qin Luo, you're finished. If you can't produce a response, you might as well admit defeat. Qin Luo ignored him entirely, turning his gaze to Zhao Wensong, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. My silence merely reflects my contemplation on whether to deliver another fierce blow. After all, considering your age, I wouldn't want to push you too hard. It would be unfortunate if your high blood pressure flared up and you decided to pin the blame on me. Do not flatter yourself, Zhao Wensong scoffed, making excuses for your inability to respond. You might as well bow your head and concede. With your subpar skill, you cannot possibly produce a fitting response to this couplet. Ah, you leave me no choice, Qin Luo sighed, no longer concealing his talents. He boldly proclaimed the response. Southern people, Northern officials, what is the Central Literary Federation? Laughter erupted among the crowd at his words. This was tantamount to a direct insult. What even is the Literary Federation? Zhao Wensong is indeed the vice president of the Writers' Association. His head spun in anger, nearly causing a spike in his blood pressure, as he pointed at Qin Luo. Rendered speechless, Qin Luo, however, wore a broad smile, completely disregarding him. Taking deep breaths, Zhao Wensong endeavored to regain his composure. He had only one question remaining and needed to approach it with utmost caution. Qin Luo, displaying a measure of magnanimity, refrained from hurrying him, understanding that one should not relentlessly strike at a rival without granting them a moment to regroup. The atmosphere fell silent once more, as everyone held their breath in anticipation of Zhao Wensong's final couplet. After 2 minutes of contemplation, his eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration as he devised a line. 2 monkeys intercept wood in the deep mountains, observing how the little monkey engages with the saw. This was a homophonic couplet, with saw serving as a pun to subtly insult Qin Luo by likening him to a monkey. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Luo countered with a couplet of his own, a horse trapped in the muddy mire, inquiring how the old beast can extricate its hoofs. Ah! Zhao Wensong let out a wretched cry, his blood pressure truly surging as darkness enveloped him, causing him to faint. Beside him, Zhou Jiafeng quickly reacted, reaching out to catch him. The scene erupted into chaos. Old Zhao, President Zhao. Several individuals who were typically close to Zhao Wensong hurriedly approached to express their concern, while others also showed their interest. Qin Luo, observing the commotion surrounding Zhao Wensong, innocently remarked, "Everyone has seen this is not my doing. I didn't lay a finger on him, so don't place the blame on me." Fortunately, Zhao Wensong's hypertension was not severe. It came swiftly and receded just as quickly. Within 2 minutes, he regained consciousness. Aside from appearing somewhat lethargic, there were no further issues. As for the competition, well, let it be. Continuing on could truly be perilous. Zhou Jiafeng promptly announced that in the 3rd round of the qualifying matches, the first Group S duel was won by Qin Luo, who successfully advanced to the championship round. In truth, this signifies that Qin Luo has already secured the championship. Chapter 047, Standing amidst the evening breeze and disarray. The championship competition lacked any true comparability, as the theme was strictly confined to roast duck, primarily aimed at presenting a new couplet for the Quanjude roast duck restaurant to win over the sponsors. What more is there to say? Qin Luo immediately composed a couplet, roasted to fame, with myriad fragrances, yet all yield to duck meat, gaining renown, with flavors lasting a century, alone standing tall. Without a hint of suspense, he received thunderous applause and clinched first place. Ultimately, it culminated in the awards ceremony and signing event. Qin Luo stood at the center of the stage, his gaze sweeping across the audience, his heart brimming with excitement and ambition. His journey through challenges to achieve first place was not merely an honor. More importantly, it meant he could sign on as Quanjude's inaugural brand ambassador. Qin Luo had set his sights on making a name for himself in the entertainment industry, aspiring to become the most radiant star. Therefore, he could not afford to miss any opportunity to enhance his popularity. The position of brand ambassador for Quanjude was even coveted by Lu Qian, making it all the more exhilarating for him, a mere novice yet to officially debut. Below the stage, Zhao Wensong and Zhao Bushu watched with a mix of envy and resentment as Qin Luo basked in the limelight, especially Zhao Bushu, who wished to rush onto the stage, pulling Qin Luo down in his place, as that position was rightfully his. After suffering from high blood pressure, Zhao Wensong had become much quieter and steadier, deliberately maintaining a low profile. After the awards for the third and second places were presented, Zhou Jeffing suddenly announced, "Let us invite our special guest for the evening, Lu Qian, to present the award for first place." As his words echoed, Lu Qian gracefully ascended the stage. Qin Luo gazed at her in surprise, puzzled by the change in her earlier refusal to act as a special award presenter. "Women, your nature is ever-changing." Lu Qian approached Qin Luo and they exchanged a smile, exuding an undeniable chemistry. Lu Qian's beauty was indisputable. In contrast, it became apparent that Qin Luo was quite the handsome young man himself, his charm previously overshadowed by his attire. Under Lu Qian's radiance, his attractiveness soared. What a divine beauty! Qin Luo struck gold, not only securing first place, but also receiving an award from a celestial being. Why wasn't he at me? Am I seeing things? Or is there a palpable connection between them? Qin Luo was indeed a winner in life. At that moment, a staff member approached with a tray. Lu Qian picked up a contract from it. "Congratulations," she said, presenting the contract to Qin Luo with a formal demeanor. "Once you sign this, you will officially become Quanjude's first brand ambassador." "Is this it?" Qin Luo was somewhat taken aback. It was his first time hearing of a contract being awarded as a prize, feeling it was rather hasty. At that moment, Xing Tao stepped forward to explain. "After signing the contract, we will promptly prepare the endorsement and advertising matters. Once everything is ready, we will contact you for the ad shoot, followed by its market release." After pondering for a moment, Qin Luo took the pen and signed his name on the contract. This was his first advertising endorsement, and the thought of it filled him with excitement. Lu Qian, gazing directly at him, softly inquired, "Aren't you going to check the endorsement fee? Aren't you afraid I might sell you off?" Qin Luo, elated at having signed his first endorsement, joked, "If you sell me, I'll just help you count the money." Lu Qian shot him a playful glare, her charm undeniable. With that, everything came to a close. A BMW business car glided through the streets of Yanjing at night. Inside, Qin Luo beamed as he flipped through the endorsement contract. Lu Qian sat beside him, her large eyes fixed on him, suddenly asking, "Where will you be staying tonight?" "Huh? What?" Qin Luo, momentarily bewildered, looked up at her. "I asked where you're staying tonight," Lu Qian reiterated, taking a deep breath. "Aren't you new to Yanjing? Do you have a place to stay?" "Oh right, I hadn't thought about it." Qin Luo slapped his forehead, realizing how exhausting the day had been that he had forgotten. Gazing out the window at the fleeting night scenery, he felt a pang of unfamiliar melancholy. "The rules of the world dictate mutual devotion," Qin Luo murmured softly, "but specifics cannot be detailed. This book will never become explicit before its conclusion. It would be met with a 404 error." "What did you say?" Lu Qian shot him a puzzled glance, unable to catch his words, but certain they weren't anything good. "Nothing much, just a joke." Qin Luo quickly adjusted his mindset. "Just take me to the nearest hotel." Lu Qian said no more, and Ying Jia, the driver, promptly turned the car towards the nearest hotel. Within 5 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of a 5-star hotel. A 5-star? Isn't that a bit extravagant? Qin Luo gazed at the dazzling hotel, feeling a twinge of regret over the expense. He had intended to find a modest inn, cheap and convenient. But since Ying Jia was driving, they had ended up at a 5-star establishment. Seeing Qin Luo hesitate to exit the car, Lu Qian contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "I still have a room available." At this critical moment, Ying Jia's timely cough interrupted, along with a sharp glare through the rearview mirror, signaling Lu Qian to refrain from speaking freely. Ying Jia addressed Qin Luo. "You should stay here tonight. I'll arrange everything and waive your accommodation fee." "When did you arrange that?" Qin Luo looked at Ying Jia in astonishment. As Qin Luo was about to step out, Lu Qian suddenly remembered something and asked, "How long will you be staying in Yanjing?" Qin Luo thought for a moment before responding, "I'm not certain, but it should be quite a while." "Perfect." Lu Qian's face lit up with a smile, blooming like 1,000 flowers. "I finished my roadshow, and I'll be staying in Yanjing for the foreseeable future." With that, before Qin Luo could respond, the car sped away, swiftly merging into the traffic and disappearing from sight. What did her words mean? Why am I so confused? Qin Luo stood in the evening breeze, feeling disoriented. Chapter 048. Qin Luo, you are about to become famous again. Click. The doors swung open. Qin Luo trudged in, his weary steps leading him to the soft hotel bed. With the exuberance of a ravenous beast, he leapt onto the bed. Ah, the bed is indeed the most comfortable. This day has been exhausting. Sprawled across the bed, he stared at the ceiling, his mind replaying the day's events, filled with twists and turns, a veritable labyrinth of experiences. As he pondered, Qin Luo gradually closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber. Ding ding. Another flurry of messages. Unfortunately, Qin Luo was too fatigued to respond. Already lost in his dreams. In the celebrity chat group, two notorious figures from the entertainment industry were fervently discussing the latest gossip. I am the man destined to become the king of skits, Xinhuatai. Urgent news. Qin Luo and Qian Qian are rumored to be involved again. This time, there are pictures to prove it. It's solid evidence. Wife of the second son, eldest daughter-in-law, Nian Wenchao. Without pictures, your claims are worthless. Attached with a meme. I am the man destined to become the king of skits, Xinhuatai. Has your group name changed again? You switch it 3 times a day. Isn't that exhausting? Wife of the second son, eldest daughter-in-law, Nian Wenchao. Are you envious that I have a considerate wife? Enough chatter. Show me the pictures of Qian Qian's rumors. I am the man destined to become the king of skits, Xinhuatai. Is posting pictures not going to cost data? I'm currently at the television station preparing for the skit competition auditions the day after tomorrow. Wife of the second son, eldest daughter-in-law, Nian Wenchao. How stingy. Perhaps you should consider an unlimited data plan. I Xinhuatai, a man aspiring to become the king of sketch comedy. Shared an image of a baby with a pitiful expression, as if silently lamenting. My agent refuses to arrange anything for me, insisting that I spend all my time on my phone, which is causing my limbs to atrophy. If I had unlimited data, what would become of my work? Would I still be able to take on roles? Would I continue to perform in sketches? Would I still earn a living? Nian Wenchao, the husband of the second daughter-in-law, responded with a sweaty emoji, stating, your agent is more talented than you. If he were to perform in sketches, he would undoubtedly be more successful. I, Xinhuatai replied. Life can be cruel, brother Chao. Yet, one thing remains true. My agent cannot outshine my comedic prowess. Nian Wenchao sent a confused emoji featuring a man of color. I countered, I am far more handsome. Nian Wenchao quipped, you are even more shameless. Ling Xiaoxiao, the foremost beauty of the entertainment industry, echoed, you are indeed more shameless. Yuan Wei, a prominent author who had just penned the first word of a new book, added, you are even more shameless. Du Jia, the champion of the first season of a singing competition, chimed in, you are even more shameless. Sunmi, a first-rate actress blessed with both beauty and talent, concurred. You are indeed more shameless. The chat filled with a flurry of comments, even bringing forth a few lurking participants. I sent an emoji with flames erupting from my head, proclaiming it is unethical to spy on the group. I hold you all in contempt. Ling Xiaoxiao interjected. I only wanted to remind you both that you've strayed far from the topic. Confused, I pondered, what was the previous topic again? Oh, it was about the latest rumors surrounding Lu Qian and Qin Luo. This time, I refrained from teasing and simply laid out the facts. This afternoon, Qin Luo and Qian Qian were spotted together on a flight from Shanghai to Beijing, where Qin Luo assisted the police in apprehending a fugitive. Upon landing, they shared a vehicle to attend the anniversary celebration of Quanjude, where Qin Luo emerged victorious in an internal couplet competition, winning the title and a contract as Quanjude's first brand ambassador, presented to him by Qian Qian herself. Ultimately, they were seen together outside a 5-star hotel. The group fell into silence. Sunmi asked, are they going public, or was it a case of being caught on camera? Yuan Wei shifted focus. Qin Luo has signed on as Quanjude's first brand ambassador? Is that true? When did this happen? Quanjude has never hired ambassadors before. I clarified. The above news is merely what I gleaned from various news websites. I take no responsibility for any inaccuracies. At that moment, Lu Qian contributed to the conversation. The news is accurate, but the conclusions drawn are misleading. I ran into Qin Luo by chance today, and everything that followed was coincidental. Alas, the media only seeks sensational headlines, disregarding the truth. Nian Wenchao reflected, perhaps you should have your PR team address this. As I just searched online and found many outlets reporting on it. Lu Qian expressed gratitude. Thank you for the heads up, brother Chao. Nian Wenchao continued. I never expected Qin Luo to be not only skilled but also proficient in couplets. I have a feeling this may not entirely be a negative turn of events for him. Sunmi remarked, Qin Luo, you're about to rise to fame again. Ling Xiaoxiao echoed, Qin Luo, you're about to rise to fame again. I added, Qin Luo, you're about to rise to fame again. The group fell silent once more. Then, Nian Wenchao, representing the gossiping friends, asked Lu Qian, how did you come to know this? A chorus of comments followed. Haha, whether you believe it or not. I certainly do. Chapter 049. Grateful for the mercy of heaven. The next morning, at precisely 8 o'clock, Qin Luo awoke from a deep slumber, enveloped in darkness and oblivion. He had rested exceedingly well. Upon opening his eyes, still dazed, his hand instinctively reached for his phone, a habit many now share, as checking messages upon waking has become routine. I recall there being messages in the group last night, Qin Luo thought, rubbing his eyes with his left hand to clear his mind while scrolling through the messages with his right. Ah, what a delightful bunch of stars, he mused, a warm smile gracing his lips as he read through the messages. Although his friends were teasing him, he could sense their genuine concern and affection. Being a prominent star, one could only imagine how busy they must be. If they were not truly invested in him, why would they engage in playful banter? His fellow group members showed a keen interest in him as the newest addition, and it was a refreshing change, as he was the only ordinary person among established celebrities. After exiting the group chat, Qin Luo took to the internet to search for the rumors surrounding himself and Lu Qian. To his astonishment, scandalous headlines were rampant. According to Daily Entertainment, at 2:30 p.m. that day, first-tier star Lu Qian was seen boarding Flight 5686 with her rumored boyfriend, Qin Luo, enjoying a close and jovial interaction. During the flight, Qin Luo unexpectedly assisted the police in apprehending a fugitive, earning commendation from the airport. Upon disembarking, they shared a vehicle to attend Quanjude's anniversary celebration, where Qin Luo participated in an internal couplet competition, triumphing over esteemed members of the Beijing Couplets Association, ultimately signing a contract as Quanjude's first domestic brand ambassador. Later that evening, they were spotted arriving at a five-star hotel. The article was accompanied by numerous high-resolution images, showcasing their playful moments on the plane, Qin Luo's confrontation with the fugitive, their arrival at Quanjude, Lu Qian presenting Qin Luo with his award, and their appearance outside the luxury hotel. With such evidence, rumors began to swirl. Various news outlets reported similar stories, with some even boldly claiming that the two had been dating for half a month. As the news spread, fans of Lu Qian erupted in outrage online, targeting Qin Luo with vitriol. That Qin Luo, is he desperate for fame? Trying to ride on my goddess's coattails? Has he no self-awareness? Many expressed their disdain, recalling a previous rumor that had been debunked, now questioning Qin Luo's character and intentions. Qin Luo is a scoundrel, juggling multiple relationships, even causing one girl to undergo an abortion, only to abandon her without remorse. Is he truly such a cad? My goddess must be deceived. We must protect her from this rogue. Brothers, my weapon is ready for action. Is anyone forming a group to confront Qin Luo? Count me in. I know where that hotel is. I'll lead the way. The fervor was palpable, with Lu Qian, a top-tier star and beloved for her beauty, boasting millions of devoted fans. While those outside Beijing could only vent their frustrations online, local fans were eager to rally together to confront Qin Luo at the hotel. Seeing the uproar, Qin Luo felt a chill run down his spine. He hurried to the window, looking down at the hotel entrance. To his relief, aside from a few scattered pedestrians, there was no mob of fans waiting below. Thank goodness, that gave me quite a scare. Qin Luo exhaled deeply, returning to his bed to continue browsing the news. The reports had been disseminated widely, and various outlets had picked up the story, leading to an influx of curious onlookers, including numerous fans of Lu Qian, who flocked to criticize Qin Luo. The vitriol directed at him reached a fever pitch, with countless derogatory comments flooding the internet. Occasionally, a few voices would attempt to defend him, but these sentiments were quickly drowned out, making no discernible impact. One particular video, captured by a bystander on a plane, depicted Brother Long injuring two flight attendants before being recognized as a wanted fugitive. He subsequently assaulted Ade and threatened all passengers, culminating in Qin Luo bravely stepping in to subdue the assailant, earning the applause of those aboard. Though the video was brief, lasting only a minute and a half, it vividly illustrated the perilous situation on the aircraft and Qin Luo's courageous intervention, especially when viewers witnessed Qin Luo's decisive move against the arrogant Brother Long. Many couldn't help but exclaim their approval. In an instant, the attitudes of numerous netizens toward Qin Luo shifted. Those who could stand up in a crisis surely possessed a commendable character. The harsh criticisms, delivered with fervor and precision, had left their adversaries flabbergasted and distraught. It was astonishing to discover that such eloquent phrases could be wielded to insult, and without resorting to vulgarity, they had opened many eyes to the power of words. Many viewers, inspired by the video, developed an interest in couplets, leading to a surge of applications for the Yanqing Couplets Association in the following days. Simultaneously, admiration for Qin Luo's talent and skill blossomed among netizens. A person of such ability surely could not possess a reprehensible character. After watching the two videos, many who had previously joined in the tirade against Qin Luo fell silent, realizing they were not privy to the full story and that their unwarranted vitriol was both irrational and unethical. The online mob mentality waned, with many casual critics and some of Lu Qian's fans ceasing their unjust attacks. However, a number of Lu Qian's devoted fans continued to hurl insults, spreading rumors and launching personal attacks. At 12:38 a.m., Lu Qian took to her personal Weibo account to clarify, "Qin Luo and I are merely friends. We happened to meet yesterday. Please remain rational and do not harm an innocent person." Her statement became the final straw needed to quell the unfounded conflict. Aside from a few persistent detractors, the online skirmish quickly dissipated. In the midst of this turmoil, Qin Luo, overwhelmed with emotion, clasped his hands together and gazed skyward, expressing gratitude for his deliverance. Just then, his phone lit up with an incoming call. It was Lu Qian. "Hello, why did it take you so long to answer?" Her voice, melodious yet tinged with irritation, evoked the image of a feisty kitten. "What are you doing on the rooftop? You're not considering jumping off, are you?" Lu Qian's tone grew urgent. "Have you seen the news online? Haven't we clarified everything? Surely not many are still criticizing you? Who should be jumping? You should be the one to leap off the rooftop," Qin Luo retorted, playfully. "I went up there to get closer to the heavens, hoping to catch a glimpse of a celestial being who might have helped me through this ordeal. I just wanted to express my gratitude." After a 3-second silence, Lu Qian could barely contain her laughter. "If you wanted to thank me, you could have just said so directly instead of going the long way around." Qin Luo chuckled lightly, then sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for speaking on my behalf on Weibo. I truly appreciate it." He understood that as a top-tier celebrity, Lu Qian's every word and action on such a public platform required corporate approval. She couldn't simply say whatever she wished. Typically, Lu Qian posted on Weibo once a week, sharing snippets of her daily life or updates from film sets, rarely mentioning others. Yet, this time, she took it upon herself to clarify her relationship with Qin Luo and urged her fans not to harm him, essentially advocating for him. The scandal had stirred up considerable noise, and while her fans directed their ire toward Qin Luo, she had no obligation to speak out. She could have waited for the company to manage the situation. Yet, for reasons unknown, she chose to speak up without prior approval. After her statement, Lu Qian faced an urgent meeting with her agency and received a reprimand from Jia. However, as the agency's leading star, the matter was ultimately brushed aside, with only a warning to refrain from such impulsive actions in the future. Lu Qian remained composed, reviewing her statement on Weibo, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips. "So, how will you thank me?" she teased, though Qin Luo couldn't see her expression. "Just so you know, I'm taking the day off today." Qin Luo was momentarily stunned, then elated. Was she asking him out? What should they do with their day? Time was of the essence, and their itinerary had to be meticulously planned. Shopping for clothes, a simple lunch at a Western restaurant, an afternoon of amusement park fun, followed by a candlelit dinner, and concluding with a romantic film. By this time next year, perhaps they would have a child of their own. "Hello, 110? There as someone daydreaming in broad daylight." Lu Qian, noticing his silence, wondered if she had been too obvious. She quickly laughed, adopting a playful tone. "Just kidding. I actually have commitments all day." Qin Luo's dreams shattered once more. "Don't overthink this. My fans were in the wrong, and I apologize on their behalf." Lu Qian adjusted her tone, sounding relaxed. It's the burden of a star to bear the weight of their fans' actions. Fortunately, this incident did not cause you any serious harm. Otherwise, I would feel responsible. Are fans really that terrifying these days? Qin Luo murmured to himself, pondering whether his future fans would be similarly intense. "What did you say?" Lu Qian asked, having not heard him clearly. Just then, someone called her name from the other end. Listening to the sound of the line connecting, Qin Luo felt a pang of melancholy. This entire episode of fan backlash had prompted him to consider a deeper question. Had he remained unscathed if he had not broken up with Xiao Shanshan? Fans could be endearing, yet they could also be fearsome. When a star maintains a pristine image, fans are typically charming. Everyone is harmonious. However, when a celebrity is embroiled in scandals, especially concerning romantic relationships or marriage, fans can become irrational, exhibiting a destructive force that is astonishing. Xiao Shanshan, too, had her fans. Although not as numerous as Lu Qian's, she remained a prominent third-tier star. Had they remained together and later been exposed, how would her fans have reacted to Qin Luo? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Perhaps this was a price that came with fame, he mused. Ding. New messages appeared in the group chat. As expected, it was from the Star Garden group. "I'm going to be the king of sketches, Xinyu. Extra, extra. This is truly a bombshell." No one responded. Xinyu grew anxious. "Are you all not interested? I discovered this news first. It's absolutely explosive." Still, silence reigned in the group. Xinyu was on the verge of tears, feeling utterly forsaken by those around him. "Must you push me to the brink of weeping for your own satisfaction?" Yet, no one in the group acknowledged his lament. Meanwhile, Niao Wenchao, who cherished his wife dearly, remarked, "Speak up. Xinyuetai immediately perked up. Brother Chow, you are the only one who truly cares for me. They are nothing but superficial friends. Nia Wenchao replied, if you have something to say it quickly. I am preparing breakfast for my wife. Xinyuetai hesitated. Nia Wenchao, if you don't speak, I'm leaving. Brother Chow, don't go. Xinyuetai urged. As the news pertained to Qin Luo, what about Qin Luo? Did Xiao Xiao's fans really team up to confront him? Wasn't that resolved? Xinyuetai continued to tease. It's not that. It's something that concerns his fate. Come on, if you don't spill the beans, I'm really leaving. I've burnt the egg pancakes. My wife will surely scold me. After a brief 10-second pause, Xinyuetai, unable to withstand Nia Wenchao's impatience, shared a screenshot in the group. Qin Luo, who had been lurking, instinctively zoomed in on the image. Upon viewing it, he was left utterly stunned. Huawei Celebrity Rankings Public Figures Rank 6666. Qin Luo. Chapter 51. The number one fan Little Li's flying knife was merely a pseudonym. Her real name was Li Fei, a girl who was somewhat reclusive and not particularly into idol culture. Despite her indifference, as a seasoned homebody, she possessed a fair understanding of the entertainment industry, primarily through celebrity gossip. As a casual fan, Li Fei was quite familiar with the renowned Lu Qian, and among all the stars she was aware of, Lu Qian was her favorite. However, her admiration was superficial, merely an appreciation of Lu Qian's beauty, grace, and physique. A week prior, she stumbled upon a scandal involving Lu Qian. To her recollection, Lu Qian had rarely been embroiled in rumors since her debut 7 years ago, with any controversies typically related to film collaborations. But this time, the subject of the gossip was an obscure individual named Qin Luo. Qin Luo, naked desire? Sounds rather unsavory. Qin Luo, with a look of grievance, thought, my name was given to me by my parents. How did it become a slur in your eyes? Thankfully, Qin Luo publicly clarified the rumors, which did not escalate into a significant uproar. Regrettably, this brief calm was short-lived. Merely a week later, undeniable evidence surfaced online that Lu Qian and Qin Luo had shared a flight, dined together, and even visited a hotel. This time, the rumors seemed credible. Lu Qian's fans erupted in outrage on the internet, targeting Qin Luo mercilessly. As a casual observer, Li Fei was drawn in by the rampant news and, after reading the frenzy, quietly concluded that there must be some truth to the relationship between Qin Luo and Lu Qian. Initially, she intended to remain a passive fan. But the vitriol from Lu Qian's fans reached a fever pitch, with countless defamatory remarks about Qin Luo circulating online, accusing him of various misdeeds. Perhaps influenced by this barrage of slander, Li Fei, in a moment of weakness, joined the fray and unleashed a scathing critique of Qin Luo online under her pseudonym. She felt a fleeting sense of vindication. However, the unexpected twist of events came when 2 videos surfaced online. After watching them, Li Fei fell silent, grappling with regret and shame. As someone who had received 9 years of compulsory education, she questioned why she had so blindly followed the crowd without seeking the truth. The videos revealed that Qin Luo was not the unscrupulous character the internet portrayed. Rather, he was a responsible and talented individual, and she had misjudged him. Subsequently, Lu Qian took to Weibo to confirm that the rumors were nothing but mere speculation, intensifying Li Fei's feelings of guilt for having lambasted Qin Luo. Desiring to apologize to Qin Luo, she found herself without a means to do so, burying her remorse deep within. She replayed the videos repeatedly, increasingly troubled by how she could have so unjustly condemned someone so courageous and gifted. Continuing her search for news about Qin Luo, she found little, as he was not a celebrity in his own right and thus rarely featured in media reports. Most of the coverage he received was due to his association with Lu Qian. After consuming all available news about Qin Luo, the dawn broke. And upon glancing at the time, she was startled to discover it was already 8 o'clock. Just as she was about to turn off her computer and retire for the night, her cursor inadvertently clicked on a familiar yet strange website, the Huaxia Celebrity Rankings. Though disinterested in fandom, Li Fei felt a pang of curiosity regarding celebrity rankings, as they were a clear indicator of a star's popularity. She wondered how Lu Qian's ranking had been affected by the recent scandal. Clicking on the first-tier celebrity section, she noted Lu Qian had risen to 9th place. Wait, she is not dropping but rising? Wasn't she previously 10th? Li Fei pondered, recalling that Lu Qian's recent film, I Am Truly a Fairy, was currently a box office hit, which would naturally boost her popularity. Just as she was about to close the page, a sudden impulse led her to search for Qin Luo's name. The page transitioned to the public figures section, and she was taken aback upon seeing the displayed information. Public figures, rank 6666, Qin Luo. How did Qin Luo become a public figure? Did he debut without my knowledge? Bewildered, her eyes brightened with realization. Regardless, this is wonderful news. Since Qin Luo has become a public figure, I declare myself his #1 fan, resolving to forego sleep. Li Fei excitedly began posting online to celebrate Qin Luo's emergence as a public figure and his official entry into the entertainment industry. The celebrity rankings were the most authoritative and impartial measure of a star's popularity, adhering to international standards. While there was some human oversight in the ratings, the majority relied on a comprehensive statistical formula to evaluate a star's recognition and popularity, making it the most credible source available. The ARC〢 celebrity rankings updated weekly, reflecting fluctuations in popularity across the previous week, closing every Sunday at midnight and refreshing promptly at 8 o'clock on Monday mornings. With each update, there were always those who rejoiced and those who lamented. Those whose rankings rose were elated, while those who fell were determined to ascend. Striving for improvement in the next week's standings, Qin Luo had often fantasized about appearing on such a list, especially as he resolved to navigate the entertainment industry. But when he finally saw his name there, he was left in disbelief. Have I truly debuted? Qin Luo questioned himself, slapping his own cheek to confirm he was not dreaming. Would I be playing a prank on me? Contemplating this possibility, Qin Luo exited the group chat and logged onto the ARC〢 Celebrity Rankings official site. Navigating to the public figures page, he scrolled to the bottom and indeed found the words, Rank 6666, Qin Luo. Yes, I have truly become a public figure, Qin Luo exclaimed in ecstatic disbelief, leaping from his bed in sheer joy. Chapter 052. Group chat records ding ding. New messages appeared in the group. Qin Luo, recovering from his excitement, reclined on his bed and opened the group chat on his phone. Nia Wenchao sent a shocked emoji. How did Qin Luo make the list? He hadn't debuted yet. How had he become a public figure? Ling Xiaoxiao chimed in. I thought Xinhua was trying to trick us. I even checked the official website and saw Qin Luo ranked at number 6,666 among public figures. Yuan Wei also expressed his confusion. Is it possible to become a public figure without a formal debut? Xinhua, being more informed, clarified in the group. Qin Luo's situation is exceptional. Although he hasn't officially debuted and has no works to his name, his multiple rumors with Lu Qian have generated considerable buzz, granting him a certain level of exposure and recognition. Typically, mere rumors wouldn't earn someone much acknowledgement, which is crucial for measuring a star's popularity. Rumors can raise visibility but cannot enhance credibility, thus failing to establish one as a public figure. However, after the release of 2 videos last night, people realized Qin Luo is not an undesirable character, leading to a significant change in their perception. Lu Qian's personal clarification of their rumors further prompted people to feel remorse for their previous misunderstandings, transforming their sentiments into recognition. With Xinhua's explanation, everyone comprehended the situation. Qin Luo himself felt enlightened. Indeed, it was evident that the veteran in the entertainment industry understood these nuances better. Regardless, Qin Luo's inclusion on the list was indeed a joyous event. Xinhua suggested, Qin Luo, why not send out a red envelope to celebrate? Nia Wenchao remarked, initially, Qin Luo was just an outsider, which I found quite amusing. Having someone from outside our circle adds a refreshing touch. Who would have thought that just a week later, this outsider would become one of us? It seems our group has the power to assimilate anyone who joins into a star. However, Ling Xiaoxiao had a differing opinion. But have you considered whether Qin Luo actually wants to enter the entertainment industry and become a public figure? Not everyone aspires to be a star in reality. Silence enveloped the group. Indeed, they had not contemplated that aspect. What about Qin Luo's own desires? Did he wish to become a star? Realizing that remaining a silent observer was no longer appropriate, Qin Luo understood he had to step forward. Nia Wenchao exclaimed, Has Qin Luo appeared? But let's not use terms like senior that make us sound old. Just call us handsome or beautiful, haha. Ling Xiaoxiao concurred, exactly. I am the most beautiful in the entertainment industry. Calling me senior sounds so unflattering. Xinhua, puzzled, inquired, Qin Luo, you haven't officially debuted yet, have you? If you intend to enter the entertainment industry, have you considered how you wish to debut? Qin Luo hesitated, pondering whether to share his thoughts. Initially, he had no intention of revealing his plans, fearing it might appear as if he sought assistance. Moreover, he had just joined the group a few days prior and had scarcely spoken, viewing these stars as mere groupmates. Asking for help too abruptly could lead to misunderstandings regarding his motives. However, after observing the group dynamics over the past few days, he found his fellow celebrity group members to be quite charming and supportive, genuinely caring for him as a newcomer. What harm could it do to share? Really? Xinhua's words hinted at surprise and suspicion. How did you come to consider participating in a skit competition? Are you planning to debut through a skit and then compete with me for opportunities? The last remark was more playful than accusatory. I was struck by inspiration. Qin Luo explained. A few days ago, There was a trending news story about a young man who helped an elderly woman who fell, but ended up being accused of extortion. That sparked an idea in me. And I wrote a skit script titled To Help or Not to Help. Coincidentally, when you mentioned in the group that CCTV would host a skit competition, I decided to join. Xinhuatai responded, Niao teased, Xiao Luo, if you get inspired to write a song, will you then participate in the second season of I Am a Singer? Upon confirming Qin Luo's intentions to officially debut as a peer, Niao Wenchao's tone became more affectionate, switching to calling him Xiao Luo. Ling Xiao added, Qin Luo, if you find inspiration to write a book, will you debut through a book signing event? Yuan Wei quickly joined the banter. Qin Luo, if you are inspired to reenact an event, does that mean you will debut as an actor? Niao Wenchao retorted, Wei, that logic seems a bit far-fetched. How does being inspired by news lead to reenacting a situation? Could you explain this logic to me? Yuan Wei replied, Chao Ge, don't be so harsh. Observing the playful chaos unfolding, Qin Luo helplessly placed a hand on his head. He had grown accustomed to such antics. These stars often veered off topic in their discussions. Xinhuatai remarked, well then, I look forward to seeing what Xiao Luo's skit performance will be like. Haha. It seems our skits possess such allure that they have drawn Xiao Luo into our midst. The resurgence of skits in the film industry seems imminent. As the conversation meandered, Niao Wenchao jested, Old Shin, you should be more concerned about yourself. Be wary of Xiao Luo overtaking you. You might lose your title as the king of skits. Laughter erupted as Xinhuatai chuckled. I would eagerly anticipate that day. If Xiao Luo truly surpasses me, it would be a testament to my own lack of skill. As the saying goes, the waves behind drive on the waves before. I sincerely hope skits flourish further. Should there come a day when I am surpassed by Xiao Luo, I will gladly relinquish my title and personally crown him as the king of skits. The group fell silent, seemingly moved by Xinhuatai's selfless and dedicated spirit. Yet, Niao Wenchao, ever sharp, seized upon the inconsistency. What do you mean by your title as king of skits? Is that an official title? Isn't the widely recognized king of skits teacher Zhao? Old Shin, did you appoint that title for yourself? Chapter 053, There are no problems in the world. Only troubled minds as Qin Luo was engrossed in the group chat. An invisible storm began to envelop him. It was Monday, and at 8 o'clock, the celebrity rankings were updated. Many noticed the newly listed Qin Luo, albeit at the bottom of the public figure rankings. Nevertheless, being a public figure was still noteworthy. This prompted a wave of skepticism from many netizens questioning how someone who had yet to officially debut could be deemed a public figure. A staff member from the Celebrity Rankings official site quickly provided an explanation, echoing Xinhuatai's analysis. Upon hearing the explanation, many felt reassured, but a significant number remained unconvinced. However, there was little they could do, for the official site had made the announcement. Could they really remove him from the list? The debate surrounding Qin Luo's ascent to public figure status without a debut ignited fervent discussions online. One side argued that without a debut, Qin Luo couldn't be considered a public figure. Lacking any works, how could he earn trust and recognition? The other side contended that the official explanation was reasonable and thus, Qin Luo's ranking was justified. The fierce argument even drew a crowd of spectators, adding to the ruckus. Zhao Wensong also caught wind of the debate and subsequently checked the official website, his face turning a shade of green with anger, lips nearly purplish, as his blood pressure threatened to spike. After over 30 years in the industry, having published more than 20 books with total sales exceeding 1 million, I have only managed to scrape by as an 18-line celebrity, and now this Qin Luo, who hasn't even debuted, suddenly emerges as a public figure. Why should that be? His frustration intensified as he recalled how Qin Luo had insulted him during a couplet competition, further fueling his ire. In a fit of rage, Zhao Wensong impulsively logged into his personal Weibo, proudly displaying his credentials, vice president of the Beijing Writers Association, with 130,000 followers. The Weibo on the planet of the Earth differs slightly from that on the Earth itself. On Earth, Weibo serves predominantly as a public platform where fans can follow celebrities and stay updated on their activities. Conversely, on the planet, Weibo resembles a social platform, allowing fans to transition directly to gathering places upon clicking on a celebrity's image after following them. It bears resemblance to Weibo's forums on Earth, combining functionalities for greater convenience and cohesion. Moreover, the number of fans on Weibo is authentic, with each fan corresponding to a real individual, devoid of fake or inactive accounts. Following a celebrity entails a nominal fee of 10 yuan per individual. Fans may follow multiple celebrities as long as they are willing to pay. The popularity of a star can also be gauged by the number of fans on their Weibo, which serves as a straightforward and effective measure. For instance, Lu Qian boasts over 11 million followers. Thus, when Lu Qian speaks on Weibo in the early hours, it resonates immediately with her fans, who are alerted at once. On the other hand, Zhao Wensong has only 130,000 followers, a result of years of dedicated effort. Most of his fans are avid readers. As Zhao Wensong is a traditional author, having published over 20 books. In a fit of emotion, Zhao Wensong recently posted on Weibo, "Does Qin Luo deserve to be on the celebrity list? What has he accomplished? Has he even debuted?" The entertainment industry has become increasingly systematic, institutionalized, and professionalized, which is a positive development and a sign of societal progress. Yet, how can someone as unaccomplished as Qin Luo ascend to celebrity status? This reflects a deficiency in entertainment and a regression in society. I must say, Qin Luo, you are undeserving. Zhao Wensong openly declared that Qin Luo is unworthy of being a public figure. As a devoted fan of Zhao Wensong's works for a decade, I wholeheartedly support him. Only someone of Zhao Wensong's stature would bravely stand against the negative trends in the entertainment industry. Zhao Wensong, well done. Qin Luo, you are undeserving. Zhao Wensong's post quickly garnered numerous shares from fans, amplifying his message to a wider audience and igniting fervent discussions. Those who had previously questioned Qin Luo online seemed to find their rallying point, fervently supporting Zhao Wensong and disparaging Qin Luo. What merit does Qin Luo possess? He lacks any work and aspires to be a public figure? Does he truly believe that anyone can simply become a star? There are few like Zhao Wensong, who possess clarity of thought and discernment. I must seek out Zhao Wensong's works for further reading. I stand firmly with Zhao Wensong, determined to expel individuals like Qin Luo from the entertainment industry. This Qin Luo indeed possesses remarkable influence, as news about him has flooded the internet in recent days. Does he have some hidden connections? Or perhaps a wealthy background? Let us all join Zhao Wensong in saying, Qin Luo, you are undeserving. This is indeed a situation that escalates with each passing moment. Qin Luo appears to have a face that invites mockery, as he is perpetually the subject of ridicule. By the time Qin Luo learned of this news, he had already finished his breakfast, sitting in the dining hall, feeling sated and ready to unwind. He discovered Zhao Wensong's direct confrontation. Thankfully, he had already eaten. Otherwise, the news would have spoiled his appetite. Zhao Wensong, I will not let this go. Qin Luo clenched his teeth in frustration, fully aware that Zhao Wensong was deliberately provoking him in retaliation for past grievances during a couplet competition. Since you have shown no mercy, do not expect any from me. Qin Luo promptly logged onto Weibo, though his account was unverified and he had seldom used it, resulting in a mere 20 or so followers. To his surprise, he found his follower count had risen to over 179. To be exact, an increase of more than 100 since his last visit. His previous post had also received several new comments. Among them, a user named Shaoli Tama left the most comments, expressing a desire to be his #1 fan. Amused, Qin Luo chose to ignore it and directly navigated to Zhao Wensong's Weibo. Contemplating Zhao Wensong's latest post, he decided to respond on his own Weibo. There is no trouble in the world. It is the foolish who create their own disturbances. Huh, are you not reveling in your own antics? Come on, let us engage in mutual harm. Chapter 54. The Ancient Turtle's Tumultuous Dance. There is no trouble in the world. It is the foolish who create their own disturbances. This phrase, attributed to the Tang dynasty's Lu Xiangxian, once served as a governor in Yizhou and later as the magistrate of Puzhou. He advocated for kindness and mercy, opposing harsh punishments. Once, when a minor official committed a transgression, Lu Xiangxian merely reproached him lightly. The official's superior insisted that such a crime warranted corporal punishment. Lu Xiangxian retorted, "Human nature is fundamentally similar. Does he not understand my words? If punishment is to be meted out, it should begin with you." The superior was left abashed. Lu Xiangxian often remarked, "There is no trouble in the world. It is the foolish who create disturbances." Over time, this evolved into "There is no trouble in the world. It is the foolish who create their own disturbances." Qin Luo's choice to write this phrase was a pointed retort to Zhao Wensong. This matter is none of your concern. Why do you insist on jumping in and making a fuss? Are you merely looking for trouble? Upon seeing Qin Luo's post, his 179 followers promptly liked and commented. His #1 fan was particularly vocal, launching an attack against Zhao Wensong. A flurry of likes followed. Well said, Feidao. President Zhao is envious and resentful, declaring that Qin Luo is unworthy, when in fact, he is the one who is unworthy. Qin Luo's counterattack was replete with literary flair. Such individuals are simply envious and cannot bear to see others succeed. It is best to disregard them. I once visited a bookstore where a clerk forcibly recommended a book by President Zhao. After flipping through a few pages, I was nearly sickened by the content. That bookstore has since gone out of business. Indeed, how could his few mediocre books have sold 1 million copies? I seriously suspect he funded someone to buy them on his behalf. Such vanity. Though these followers may be few in number, they possess both courage and wit. It is undeniable that Qin Luo has not debuted nor produced any work, a fact that Zhao Wensong capitalizes on for his attack. They cannot effectively rebut him beyond stating that it is none of their business. However, they devised alternative strategies. If you claim Qin Luo lacks a debut and works, then we shall criticize the quality of your own works. You have been in the industry for over 30 years. Surely you know what you've produced. Subsequently, they launched a barrage against Zhao Wensong's subpar works. Am I the foolish one creating disturbances? My works are trash. Zhao Wensong could no longer contain his wrath, casting aside his scholarly composure. Fortunately, he was in the privacy of his own room, where no one could overhear his outbursts. Otherwise, he would have faced further criticism. Writing is his pride, and now to have that pride publicly tarnished is unbearable. In the end, he appended a mocking couplet. In the painting, the dragon does not roar. The tiger does not howl. A group of illiterates. How laughable. Upon seeing Zhao Wensong's statement, his fans surged forth with renewed fervor, as if invigorated. A group of illiterates. How laughable. Zhao Wensong is correct. They are the true illiterates who criticize his writings. If he cannot produce a good work, should he blame the planet for lacking gravity? We have all undergone 9 years of compulsory education. How can they, the illiterates, be compared to us? Zhao Wensong's books are my spiritual sustenance, and I accept no argument against that. We support you, Zhao Wensong. We eagerly await your new book. I perceive that they are merely seeking trouble, intentionally provoking Zhao Wensong. Zhao Wensong, do not heed their baseless slander. Illiteracy is not shameful, but to display it openly for all to see is indeed disgraceful. Qin Luo was still flaunting his literary prowess, but how does it stand now? Reduced to silence by teacher Zhao's retort, the situation seemed dire. Witnessing this, Qin Luo's anger ignited. How dare they bully me and my fans? You dare to mock me with couplets? Very well. I shall retaliate with couplets that will leave you searching for your teeth. With this thought in mind, Qin Luo swiftly responded on Weibo. In the pond, fish frolic. Shrimp stir. The ancient turtle leaps with vigor. His fans erupted in laughter at the vivid imagery. What a brilliant comeback. A troop of shrimp and crab soldiers, led by an old turtle, hopping about. So vivid, so lively, I can easily picture the scene in my mind. Qin Luo's retorts are always piercing, striking deep. Zhao, the president, never learns. He was already suffering from high blood pressure after being rebuked by Qin Luo in that video, yet he dares to mock him again with couplets. I suspect Zhao's blood pressure is on the rise once more. Indeed, the fans had guessed correctly. Zhao Wensong was feeling the strain. Though he did not faint, just a slight dizziness clouded his head. Competing in couplets with Qin Luo was a lingering pain for him, a scar that would be hard to erase in this lifetime. After resting in his chair for a while, he gradually regained his composure, suppressing his anger and declaring war on Weibo. All right, Qin Luo, you called my book trash? If so, then let us compete again. Let us see who can write a better book. Zhao Wensong knew this was a bit shameless, being a professional traditional author, but to suppress Qin Luo, he had to showcase his own strengths. With confidence, he challenged, if you are afraid, you need not participate. Lying in bed, Qin Luo contemplated Zhao Wensong's challenge. Initially inclined to refuse, he realized it would be foolish to underestimate himself. After all, how could he write a book? This was clearly a trap set by the old turtle. However, with a smirk, he decided to accept the challenge. After all, the loser would be a fool. He confidently agreed, knowing he held the upper hand. Dopasang Qiong, let it be unleashed. Chapter 055. You know nothing of web literature, President Zhao. Quite the character you are. Do you have no shame? You, a traditional author and vice president of the Writers Association, wish to compete with Qin Luo in writing? Why not simply compare ages? You would surely win. How shameless, as a writer, to compare oneself in writing with others. Never have I encountered such audacity. Qin Luo, do not accept his challenge. He is deliberately provoking you. If you agree, you will fall into his trap. President Zhao, dare you compete with Qin Luo in couplets? If you do not, then concede. Qin Luo's fans flooded his messages, advising him against accepting Zhao Wensong's proposal to write a book, fearing it was a cunning ploy. Meanwhile, Zhao Wensong's supporters rallied, taunting, has Qin Luo cowered? If you have the ability, write a book. Did you not call teacher Zhao's work trash? Then dare to see whose book is truly inferior. They pranced about confidently. Now, however, they were retreating. Come on, write a book and let us see who excels. Teacher Zhao's book has surpassed 1 million sales. Such disdain cannot be thrown about lightly. Qin Luo, if you write a book and sell 100 copies, I will eat my keyboard live. A verbal battle erupted between the fans, and the atmosphere grew tense. Once the Weibo post was made, both sides fell silent. No one anticipated that Qin Luo would actually accept Zhao Wensong's challenge to write a book. This was clearly a trap. If Qin Luo hesitated, Zhao Wansong's fans would relentlessly pursue his weakness. If he accepted, he would seal his own defeat. Zhao Wansong had intentionally laid a pitfall for Qin Luo to step into, and proposing this writing contest placed him in an invulnerable position. Seeing Qin Luo's agreement, Zhao Wansong's face relaxed into a smug smile. Youth, after all, can be so reckless. And this provocation had led him to forget his senses. Haha, just wait and see how I tarnish your reputation, leaving you to grovel at my feet. In high spirits, Zhao Wansong felt assured of victory. The thought of Qin Luo losing and becoming his subordinate thrilled him. However, in his excitement, he twisted his back, causing him pain that made him break out in a cold sweat. After a moment's respite, he regained his composure and decisively stated on Weibo, "All right, since you have agreed. Starting today, for 1 year, we shall each write a book. The one with the higher sales wins." This left Qin Luo no opportunity for retreat, solidifying the competition. Zhao Wansong's fans rejoiced at this outcome, flocking to Qin Luo's Weibo to mock him. Haha, has Qin Luo lost his mind? He truly agreed to compete with teacher Zhao in writing. Do you know how to write, Death? Impulsiveness always comes with a price. I await the day you concede. Obediently kneeling before teacher Zhao. Did you really dare to agree to write a book? Pray tell, how much does your courage weigh? I wish to buy some. Qin Luo. Concede, young man, whether early or late. Defeat is inevitable. If you concede now, we might still plead for you with teacher Zhao. On the other hand, Qin Luo's fans were caught off guard, unable to comprehend why he would choose to accept such a seemingly unwinnable challenge. Xiaoli, in a fit of panic, messaged Qin Luo, urging him to delete the post and pretend it never happened. Surely, it was better to backtrack now than to end up as a subordinate after losing. Qin Luo reassured his fans, adding on Weibo, President Zhao, you are a traditional author, focusing on physical publishing and sales. However, I shall write a web novel, aiming for online electronic sales. Zhao Wansong, after a moment's consideration, readily accepted. After all, his ultimate goal in writing was to earn money, and he had never considered the possibility of losing, especially to someone as reckless as Qin Luo. Thus, the writing contest was officially set in motion, lasting 1 year. The reactions from their respective fans were starkly contrasting. One side rejoiced, while the other was fraught with concern. Qin Luo remained silent, attempting to quell his fans' worries with a few explanations, though it proved ineffective, so he chose not to elaborate further. Regardless, let us observe the unfolding drama. Logging off, he opened the group chat, discovering his friends were also following this matter. Qin Luo, are you truly going to compete with Zhao Wansong in writing? He is a published author. This seems rather impulsive, said Xinyuatai. I may not know much about writing, but I do know a bit about Zhao Wansong. To rise to the position of vice president of the Yinjing Writers Association signifies he possesses considerable skill. Little Luo, you may be overestimating yourself, added Niao Chao. What is happening? Did Qin Luo get into trouble again? Asked Ling Xiaoxiao. Yuan Wei, one of the few professional writers in the group and a traditional author at that. Noted, Zhao Wansong's writing level is commendable, but only to a degree. He has penned over 20 books. Yet his total sales barely broke 1 million, averaging less than 50,000 copies per book. Under normal circumstances, assuming a 10% royalty and 50,000 copies sold at 30 each, he would earn roughly 15,000 per book. Qin Luo, do you have confidence in writing a web novel that can earn 15,000 within a year? Upon reading this, a dismissive smile crept across Qin Luo's face. 15,000 for my pinnacle work, Do Patsong Xiong? Haha, you know nothing of web literature. Chapter 056, Another Dozen for Me. Chapter 1. The fallen genius gazing at the 5 resplendent characters shimmering on the testing magic stone monument. The young man wore an expression devoid of emotion, with a hint of self-mockery curling at the corners of his lips. His tightly clenched fist dug the sharp nails deep into his palm, bringing waves of piercing pain. The development of online literature on the planet Earth differed from that on the land of Earth. Many classic online novels from Earth were absent here. Currently, the most popular online novels included Qiankuan Continent, A Mortal's Journey to Immortality, and Chronicles of the Heaven. Finding typing on his phone cumbersome, Qin Luo ventured to the hotel lounge, which was equipped with a computer. Before long, he opened his eyes, a confident smile gracing his face, and began typing away rapidly. The sounds of furious typing echoed throughout the lounge without a pause. Chapters 2, 3, 4, and 5 were completed not due to a lack of ideas, but rather because hunger had overtaken him. A glance at the clock startled him. It was nearly 1 in the afternoon, and he had written for over 4 hours. If those internet authors, who usually churned out content at a speed of 1,000 to 1,500 words per hour, like himself, knew this, they would likely give him a good scolding for showing off. With clicks of 12, recommendations of 0, and reviews of 0, Qin Luo chuckled softly. Even the pinnacle of works begins humbly. He shrugged off any concerns, proceeded to copy the webpage link, logged into his personal Weibo, pasted the link, and wrote, "My first online novel. Please lend your support." After a morning of anticipation, Qin Luo's follower count surged to 522, a rapid increase indeed. His fans were well aware of the competition between Qin Luo and Zhao Weisong, who aimed to make money from writing within a year. "Wow, you finished that so quickly? I must see how well it's written. Isn't it a bit too fast? It's only been one morning, right? I hope Qin Luo isn't just scribbling nonsense. I've read plenty of online novels. Aside from a few masterpieces, most are simply unengaging. Let us check it out. After all, this is tied to a competition. Yes, let us support Qin Luo. Even if it turns out to be subpar, I'll force myself to read it. Haha." The majority of fans harbored modest expectations for Qin Luo's online novel, despite the low barrier to entry for writing online. Crafting a captivating tale that compels readers to eagerly await updates requires substantial skill. Undeterred by the skepticism of his fans, Qin Luo remained confident that Dopatsong Qiong would undoubtedly capture the attention of many. If it achieved record-breaking success on Earth, it would surely do the same on this planet, perhaps even surpassing it. On the land of Earth, copyright awareness was robust, piracy was rare, and various forms of intellectual property, including literary works, songs, and films, were taken seriously. Violations would be met with severe consequences. Suddenly, his stomach growled loudly. Qin Luo exited Weibo, shut down the computer, and, with phone in hand, made his way to the hotel restaurant. The five-star hotel service was impeccable. Despite it being past lunchtime, the staff swiftly provided him with a meal. Starving and indiscriminate, Qin Luo took a few bites before noticing the service attendant still standing nearby. Surprised, he asked, "Would you like to have a bite?" The attendant stifled a laugh, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. Qin Luo felt a flush of embarrassment. He was puzzled by her lingering presence while he ate. Regaining her composure, the attendant looked at Qin Luo and said, "I'd like to ask if you could give me your autograph. Is that all right?" Caught off guard, Qin Luo hadn't anticipated such a request. To him, autographs had always been something he sought from others, never the other way around. Throughout his life, he had only signed his name on test papers, and even then, reluctantly. "Sorry for the intrusion," the attendant said, assuming his silence was a refusal, and turned to leave. "Wait," Qin Luo called out, a smile breaking across his face. "Where should I sign?" Her face lit up with joy as she produced a signature book and a pen, flipping to a blank page. "You can sign here." As Qin Luo took the book, he noticed numerous signatures from celebrities, including Lu Qian and Ye Wenqiao. "Do you enjoy collecting autographs from stars?" he inquired curiously. "Not particularly," she replied, "but my job allows me to meet many of them." Flipping to a blank page, he said, "This is my first autograph, so be sure to keep it safe." "Oh, I see," the attendant replied, her eyes sparkling. She quickly flipped back a few pages to where Lu Qian's signature was, saying, "Why don't you sign here instead?" Qin Luo paused. Then excitement surged within him as he swiftly signed beside Lu Qian's name, marking his first autograph. With a flourish, he addressed the attendant, "Is the service at this five-star hotel always this attentive? Bring me a dozen more like you." Chapter 057. Registration at 2 in the afternoon. In the Yinjing Century Plaza, the location of the registration for the CCTV-hosted I Want to Appear on the Spring Festival Gala skit contest was bustling. A line of sunshades stood erect, adorned with banners announcing the contest alongside images of 4 celebrity mentors. However, the plaza was mostly devoid of people, save for a handful of staff members busily preparing for the imminent deadline for registration. With only 3 hours remaining until the cutoff at 5 o'clock, nearly a dozen individuals stood in line to fill out forms. In truth, registration had commenced a week prior, with the first day attracting a throng of aspiring participants who filled the entire plaza. With still 3 hours until the deadline, the ongoing interest was evident. Given that over 3,000 individuals had signed up for the competition, isn't it astonishing? Such a grand event has captured nationwide attention, and with no restrictions on entry, many have come to participate. If over 3,000 people have registered, how long will the competition last? You see, before the official competition, there will be a week-long preliminary round starting tomorrow. It's a process of elimination, where only 32 teams will advance to the main event. Wow, that's a steep elimination rate. Of course, not everyone can enter the official competition. Listening to you makes me doubt my own abilities. I wonder if I'll be eliminated in the first round. Just do your best, and don't stress too much about the outcome. If it doesn't work out this time, there's always next time. As the group continued to chat while waiting in line, a taxi pulled up to the curb, and Qin Luo stepped out. "Young man, are you here to participate in the skit contest?" the driver asked, having collected his fare while glancing at the registration point. "Yes." Qin Luo nodded, remaining silent. "Well, I wish you great success. I hope to see you on television soon, the driver chuckled. Thank you for your kind words. Qin Luo replied, still gazing at the driver. Unable to restrain himself, he added, but aren't you supposed to ask for my fare? The fare is 42. You gave me 50. The driver immediately elongated his face, no longer smiling, as he quietly grumbled while searching for change. It's just 8 yuan, how stingy. And yet he dreams of becoming a star. Qin Luo, upon hearing this, felt displeased. What do you mean by that? You were supposed to give me that 8 yuan. It's my rightful due. Fine, here you go, the driver said impatiently, handing over the 8 yuan before swiftly driving away. Qin Luo pocketed the change, shook his head, and dismissed the incident from his mind as he continued towards the registration point. The registration process was quite straightforward. Each participant was required to fill out a form with their relevant information, ensuring its authenticity, and then submit it to the staff for verification. However, due to the delay caused by the driver, Qin Luo found that a dozen people had already completed their registrations by the time he arrived. He approached a female staff member and declared, I would like to register. Certainly, she replied, handing him a registration form. Please fill this out. As Qin Luo began to fill out the form, the staff member suddenly looked at him quizzically and asked, Is it just you? Yes, he nodded. But this is a skit competition. Are you sure you want to participate alone? She looked at him incredulously. How can you perform a skit by yourself? Qin Luo was taken aback. Indeed, how could one perform a skit alone? He had never considered this aspect. Upon seeing the announcement for the skit competition, he had rushed to the venue without much thought. A skit requires collaboration. While solo skits do exist, the ones he intended to perform necessitated at least 3 participants. What was he to do? This was a fundamental issue. Without enough people, how could he possibly compete? The staff member, sensing his distress, comforted him. You look quite young. If it doesn't work out this year, you can always try again next year. Gather your friends and come back to register then. Qin Luo felt utterly disheartened, realizing he had overlooked this crucial detail. Just then, another car pulled over, this time a gleaming BMW 5 Series. First, a pair of long, slender legs emerged from the vehicle, adorned in fitted blue jeans and black block-heeled ankle boots. Next, a light pink trench coat billowed open, revealing a white turtleneck sweater underneath, accentuating a figure that seemed almost too alluring to contain. Finally, a delicate round face appeared, its features exquisite and imbued with a certain spirited charm. Wait, I want to register for the competition. The long legs hurriedly approached, a fragrant breeze trailing behind. Yo, wait for me. Don't run so fast. A man exited the car, dressed luxuriously, slightly plump, and exuding an air of superficiality. The long legs rushed forward, and in her eagerness, collided with someone. Bang! Qin Luo was still lamenting his lack of preparation when he felt a soft body crash into him, the impact pushing him forward. Fortunately, a table was in front of him, preventing an embarrassing fall. Who just bumped into me so hard? What grudge do you hold against me? Qin Luo straightened up from the table, grumbling irritably, turning to confront the person. Qin Luo, Lu Yao. They both exclaimed simultaneously, recognizing each other. What are you doing here? They asked in unison. Chuckling, they exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. Lu Yu was Qin Luo's high school classmate and a close friend of Qiao Shanshan, often accompanying her. Each time Qin Luo visited Qiao Shanshan, Lu Yao would be by her side. He had jokingly suggested they should just be together, only to be met with playful punches from both. However, after high school, Qin Luo followed Qiao Shanshan to Jiaoling, while Lu Yao went to Yanjing alone. Their paths diverged, leading to a gradual loss of contact, especially after Qin Luo's breakup with Qiao Shanshan, which plunged him into a state of despair. Unexpectedly, they had now crossed paths again. Qin Luo and Lu Yao, they spoke simultaneously once more. Are you still going to register? At this moment, the female staff member could no longer hold back and urged them, please, go ahead and register. Yes, of course, Qin Luo eagerly replied, but then turned to Lu Yao. What brings you here? Are you also registering for the skit competition? Indeed, Lu Yao tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. What else would I be here for? To watch the show? Alone? Qin Luo's eyes brightened as he scrutinized her. Yes, she affirmed. Just then, the man who had exited the car approached them. His tone oily as he said, Yao, you still have me. Lu Yu shot him a sidelong glance but remained silent. The female staff member's eyes lit up upon seeing the man, exclaiming, Your father is Zhou Gang. You're... Who exactly? The man replied, My father is Zhou Gang. I'm Zhou Mi. Yes, Zhou Mi. You're Zhou Mi. The staff member exclaimed, pointing at a poster featuring one of the 4 celebrity mentors hanging nearby. What brings you here? Are you here to compete as well? I'm just accompanying her. Zhou Mi said, looking at Lu Yao. Whatever she is here for, that's what I'm here for. The surrounding onlookers were filled with curiosity, speculating about the relationship between Zhou Mi and Lu Yao. They recognized that Zhou Mi was the son of Zhou Gang, one of the celebrity mentors. And if he were to compete, he would undoubtedly be a formidable rival. Lu Yao remained silent, extending her hand to the staff member and requesting, "Please give me a registration form." "Are you alone?" the staff member asked, her curiosity piqued. Then she glanced at Qin Luo. "And you? Are you alone as well?" With a beaming smile, Qin Luo extended his right hand, saying, "I was just waiting for you." Haha. Leo laughed heartily, genuinely shaking his hand. "What is this? A fated meeting from 1,000 miles away?" No. Qin Luo quickly released her hand, aware of the many eyes watching. "This is a match made in heaven." Yao, who is this?" Zhou Mi, noticing the cheerful interaction between Lu Yao and Qin Luo, approached with a hint of annoyance in his gaze while maintaining a calm facade. Lu Yao glanced at him, contemplated for a moment, and then introduced, "This is Qin Luo, my high school classmate." She then turned to Qin Luo, saying, "This is Zhou Mi, a friend who drove me here in a hurry." Zhou Mi regarded Qin Luo, who returned the look, and they both nodded in mutual acknowledgement. "Qin Luo? Are you that Qin Luo?" asked another slightly plump female staff member who had approached, her eyes wide with surprise. "The one who just made it onto the celebrity rankings today? Indeed, if there's no other with the same name." "Then that would be me," Qin Luo replied with a smile. "Oh, how wonderful." Qin Luo felt a twinge of surprise at encountering a fan-esque girlfriend here. He promptly signed an autograph for her. The surrounding crowd, having overheard, looked on in curiosity. "This person is actually a celebrity? I never would have guessed. Didn't you hear her? He just made the list this morning. Seems like he's just starting out." The pressure was already immense. And now there's a celebrity competing. Our chances seem even slimmer. Don't say that. In the end, it's all about talent, regardless of celebrity status. The recent skit competition has been devoid of any underhanded tactics. It is said to be entirely fair, transparent, and just, with no room for deceit. Indeed. This is precisely why I am here. As long as I can make it into the top 8, stardom is surely within my grasp. Zhou Mi observed Qin Luo, who was busy signing autographs for his fans, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Merely a public figure who has just entered the celebrity rankings, and he truly believes himself to be a star? Zhou Mi is the son of the renowned Skitmaster show gang. From a young age, he followed in his father's footsteps, encountering numerous prominent celebrities. As he matured, his interest grew, and under Zhou Gang's guidance, he gradually honed his craft. At 18, he made his official debut during Zhou Gang's 20th anniversary skit tour, thus continuing the family legacy. Unfortunately, fate has not favored him. While Zhou Gang is a legendary skit master, Zhou Mi has toiled for 8 years, barely managing to ascend to the ranks of a minor celebrity, his fame paltry at best. Thus, as a mere low-tier star, he feels justified in looking down upon Qin Luo, this public figure. Yet, amidst his disdain, Zhou Mi discreetly signaled to a female staff member who was the first to recognize him, urging her to come over for his autograph. This low-tier star cannot be overshadowed by a public figure. After all, they have fans clamoring for autographs, and he cannot be left wanting. However, the female staff member, whether through ignorance, confusion, or sheer lack of understanding, showed no intention of approaching him for an autograph, inciting his frustration. Just then, Qin Luo finished signing and said, "Please hand me the registration form. We can fill it out now." "I need one too," Lu Yao chimed in. "All right, give me 2, Qin Luo replied with a smile. Glancing at her, "We are on the same team." Qin Luo and Lu Yao exchanged a knowing look, smiling yet silent, as they lowered their heads to fill out the forms. Zhou Mi, feeling a mix of emotions, contemplated for a moment and, gritting his teeth, declared, "Also give me a registration form. I am on their team." Chapter 059, a most unexpected turn of events. Initially, Qin Luo was reluctant, but ultimately, he acquiesced to Zhou Mi's inclusion, recognizing that to perform to help or not to help, at least 3 participants were necessary. Even if the third person's lines were minimal, their presence was essential. Although Zhou Mi left a somewhat unfavorable first impression with the audition set for the following day, time was of the essence, and Zhou Mi would have to suffice. They chose a nearby CAF where Qin Luo intended to brief the pair on the synopsis of to help or not to help, for they needed to rehearse before the auditions commenced. Seated at a window-side booth, Qin Luo and Lu Yao sat side by side, while Zhou Mi sat across from them, his expression sour. "Wow, I didn't expect you to be doing so well, becoming a public figure," Lu Yao remarked as she had looked up Qin Luo's name on the celebrity rankings website on the way over. It was purely coincidental," Qin Luo replied humbly. "I never anticipated it. I don't really know how I ended up on the list." "Are you genuinely considering a career in the entertainment industry by participating in this skit competition?" Lu Yao asked, tucking a stray hair behind her ear, her tone laced with hesitation. "I remember during high school, there was an incident where you had a heated argument with Shan Shan, and you vehemently declared that you, Qin Luo, Would rather starve, rummage through trash, or clean toilets than enter the entertainment industry. Qin Luo felt embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could disappear into a hole. He forced himself to explain, that was just during an argument. We say things we don't mean in the heat of the moment. Lu Yao looked at him with a smile, but then her expression shifted, a hint of concern crossing her face as she hesitantly asked, what about you and Shanshan? Are you two really? Yes, we parted amicably, Qin Luo replied, his demeanor calm and revealing nothing of the emotions tied to that event 4 years prior. Lu Yao fell into silence, unsure of how to proceed. The specifics were known only to the two of them, and she was merely an outsider. Moreover, the presence of Xiaomi, an obvious interloper, made it awkward to continue. Let us not dwell on me, Qin Luo said, maintaining a tranquil demeanor as he shifted the topic, curious about Lu Yao. How has your time in Yinjing been these past few years? Quite well, actually. I've been studying at school, and now that I'm nearing graduation, I'm looking for a job, Lu Yao replied, brushing her hair back behind her ear. I've been dissatisfied with a few interviews. Eventually, I joined a modeling agency, but after less than a week, the true nature of the leadership became apparent. Just an hour ago, I slapped my boss and quit. Qin Luo instinctively scanned Lu Yao from head to toe. Indeed. You possess qualities that could easily expose the flaws of a leader. Her beauty was self-evident, and her figure was accentuated by the contours of her trench coat. While she might not fit the delicate flower archetype, her confident demeanor exuded a distinct charm. Humph, what are you staring at? Lu Yao noticed Qin Luo's gaze and playfully scolded him, yet she straightened her posture, accentuating her figure. Indeed, women transform remarkably. You have grown increasingly stunning. Qin Luo exclaimed sincerely. You were a bit of a mess before. That was simply due to my lack of fashion sense back then, Lu Yao replied, her cheeks flushing, defiantly stating, I haven't had any cosmetic surgery. You're inadvertently confessing. Let me see where you've had work done, Qin Luo said, leaning closer to scrutinize her face. Get lost. You're the one who has had work done. I'm all natural, Lu Yao retorted, playfully shoving him away. With a thud, Qin Luo fell back onto his chair, incredulity written all over his face as he stared at Lu Yao's hand. After all these years, how is your strength still so formidable? You still dare to speak? Lu Yao's cheeks tinged with pink as she brandished her fist, shaking it at Qin Luo in mock threat. Zhou, seated opposite, seethed with jealousy as he watched the two flirt openly. He had pursued Lu Yao for over 6 months, rarely witnessing her smile, and now she was sharing laughter with this newcomer, Qin Luo, igniting a blazing fire of envy within him. Just then, a server approached with a tray carrying 3 cups of coffee. Noticing Qin Luo reclining in his chair, Zhou seized the opportunity and said, I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. As he stood, the server arrived at their table, preparing to set down the coffee. Zhou, feigning nonchalance, accidentally brushed against the server's elbow, causing her to gasp. The tray tilted, and 1 cup of coffee plummeted, directly aimed at Qin Luo's face below. Lu Yao, seated further in, instinctively gasped, her eyes wide with shock. Zhou's lips curled into a smug smirk. Qin Luo, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, instinctively reacted. With a swift push of his left hand, he pivoted his body from reclining to sitting upright, his right hand darting out with lightning speed to catch the falling coffee cup, executing the entire maneuver in a seamless flow, completing it in just 0.5 seconds. He held the cup steady, not a drop spilled. Wow, that was impressive, the server exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. How did you do that? Lu Yao, equally astonished, stared at him in awe. How have you managed to maintain such speed throughout the years? Qin Luo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Her words sounded oddly suggestive. Holding the intact coffee cup to his lips, he took a sip and declared with an air of sophistication, I have no secrets. It's merely a matter of practice. Zhou felt increasingly frustrated as he watched the situation unfold. Truly, a case of losing the hen while failing to catch the rice. He not only failed to harm Qin Luo, but inadvertently allowed him to put on a show. The waitress finally offered her formal apology. I sincerely apologize. It was an accident. While speaking, she bowed in contrition. Qin Luo quickly waved his hand, reassuring her. It's all right. I understand it was unintentional. However, quite ironically, as Qin Luo gestured, he inadvertently knocked the bottom of the tray, causing it to flip entirely. The remaining 2 cups of coffee spun gracefully through the air, splattering all over Zhou's pant legs. It's scalding. It burns, Zhou shouted, hopping around in distress. Qin Luo looked at him innocently. This is truly an accident. Chapter 060. Preparations before the start. Your friend seems to harbor ill intentions, Qin Luo remarked as he observed Zhou being led to the restroom by the waitress. He turned to Lu Yao and inquired, How do you know him? Leaning casually against the back of her chair, Lu Yao's graceful demeanor was undeniable. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, I applied for my first job last year at Joe Gang's personal studio for a financial management position. He was there, and that's how we met. And what does he think of you? Qin Luo asked, his gaze lingering on her. A sticky toffee, always trailing behind. Lu Yao shrugged nonchalantly. I've encountered many such individuals. Oh, your worldly tone suggests you have met quite a few. Pray tell, how many have you encountered? Qin Luo, noticing Lu Yao's indifference, felt a sense of relief and teased her. Well, with my boundless charm, any man who lays eyes on me is bound to be utterly captivated. Lu Yao declared proudly as she gestured towards herself. That's not pride, that's narcissism, Qin Luo retorted, exasperated. Let us set aside the charm discussion for a moment. Why do you still refer to yourself as I? A girl constantly calling herself Phytoescent sound very feminine. Lu Yao paused, then sat up straight, crossing her legs elegantly as she rested her hands on her thighs, her sweet smile brightening her face. With her large eyes blinking playfully at Qin Luo, she said in a syrupy voice, Brother Qin, do you still believe I'm not feminine at all? Qin Luo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. His fist clenched with an urge to retaliate. Tsh. Lu Yao transformed from a delicate girl into a bold woman, sitting however she pleased. Who says girls must behave in a certain way? Just because I refer to myself as Phytoescent mean I'm not a girl. Besides, I never call myself I in public. You're beautiful, so you have every right, Qin Luo conceded, raising his thumb in defeat. Lu Yao shot him a triumphant glance before savoring her coffee. Qin Luo, seeking a new topic, asked, by the way, aren't you studying business management? Why are you participating in the skit competition? Actually, I might be influenced by Shan. Lu Yao replied, glancing at Qin Luo. In high school, I was quite close to her. I witnessed her relentless efforts to become a star, and it stirred something within me. However, when it came time for university, my father insisted I study business management to take over his company. I spent 4 unhappy years studying something I didn't want to, repeatedly yielding to my father's stubbornness. He arranged several jobs for me, but I was never content. Eventually, I secretly joined a modeling agency, only to be discovered by my father. This time, I refused to compromise, leading to a fierce argument and my departure from home. I thought I could continue working at the modeling agency, but my boss turned out to be a scoundrel, and I ended up firing him. When I heard about the upcoming skit competition hosted by CCTV, I rushed to sign up. Qin Luo felt a wave of realization wash over him. So, you're a rich girl here to experience life? Pursuing your dreams? I've always been a rich girl. Didn't you know? Lu Yao shot him a playful glance, sipping her coffee. But that won't last anymore. I'm determined to become independent and redefine my life path. I plan to enter the comedy field through this skit and gradually realize my dream of becoming a comedic star. Qin Luo was at a loss for words, bluntly stating. So, you're just going to participate in the skit competition without any preparation? Do you have a piece ready? The preliminary auditions are tomorrow. Lu Yao's face flushed red. She indeed had not considered that. She had rushed over to sign up and hadn't thought of anything else. Stealing a glance at Qin Luo, she saw him staring intently at her and added sweetly, But you're here, right? Qin Luo sighed in disbelief. However, reflecting on his own impulsive decision to sign up without thorough preparation, he felt a sense of understanding. Without Lu Yao's presence, he wouldn't have been able to participate in the skit competition. He should indeed be thankful for her oversight. You do have a piece prepared, right? Lu Yao glanced at him, her eyes glinting. I'm counting on you this time. Just wait and see. I have a piece that will surely make an impression. Qin Luo asserted confidently. Yes, I was just about to tell you, Qin Luo said, shifting his tone to seriousness. I'll print out 3 copies of the skit script shortly, so everyone has a copy. Then we'll find a suitable place to rehearse together since the auditions are tomorrow. We can't just go up on stage unprepared. Rehearsal is necessary? Zhomi frowned, his tone displeased. In my previous skit performances, I never rehearsed. I just performed on stage. Not rehearsing? Qin Luo looked at him, suddenly grasping why Zhomi had been in the industry for 8 years, despite having a renowned skit master as a father. Yet he still barely managed to scrape by as a low-level performer. It was not merely a matter of personal skill, but also of professional ethics. You plan to wing it in front of the audience? I've been trained for this since childhood. I'm confident I can perform well simply by reading the script. Zhomi proclaimed with conviction. Well, that's fine, Qin Luo replied, not wanting to argue further, especially since Zhomi had few lines. Zhomi's brows furrowed deeply as he fixed his gaze on Qin Luo, asking, Where's your script? I'll print it out for you shortly. Qin Luo explained. Then turned to Lu Yao. Do you know of a place where we can conveniently rehearse? What are your requirements? Lu Yao inquired, running her fingers through her hair. Qin Luo considered for a moment, responding earnestly. A space of about 40 to 50 square meters would suffice, preferably quiet and free from distractions. We have limited time, and we must rehearse efficiently. Lu Yao's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, I happen to know a place that is absolutely perfect for our rehearsal. Really? Where? Qin Luo asked, his face lighting up with excitement. My home, Leo stated emphatically. Chapter 061. Testing the waters on the edge of 404 in the prime real estate of the Second Ring Road in Yanjing, a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment would easily cost over 10 million. This indeed confirms that Lu Yao is a wealthy girl. As Qin Luo toured the apartment, he couldn't help but admire. This place is truly wonderful. It faces south, retaining warmth in winter and coolness in summer, with a pleasant neighborhood and convenient transportation. By now, it was 5 p.m. and they were at Lu Yao's upscale apartment within the Second Ring Road of Yanjing. The cast consisted of Qin Luo and Lu Yao. As for Zhou, well, he had declared he never rehearsed, so there was no reason to include him. Qin Luo simply handed him a copy of the skit script and sent him on his way. Zhou's expression before leaving was a mix of green and purple, resembling someone who had been punched. It was quite a sight to behold. He was overwhelmed with regret, questioning why he had chosen to act pretentiously, boasting about never rehearsing. Now, he found himself without an excuse to visit Lu Yao's home for practice. For nearly half a year, he had pursued Lu Yao but had never set foot in her house, not even knowing where she lived. Yet, Qin Luo, a mere acquaintance for a day, had already moved into her home, fueling his envy and resentment. Leaving with a heart full of indignation, Zhou departed, while Qin Luo entered with a curious expression. This house must have cost a fortune, he mused as he walked from the balcony into the living room. Suddenly, he posed a question to Lu Yao, who was washing fruit. Didn't you say you had a falling out with your father and would no longer rely on him? Yes, Lu Yao replied, approaching with the freshly washed fruit and placing it on the coffee table. This house was a gift from my father for my 18th birthday. A gift given to me is mine alone. That doesn't count as dependence, does it? She gestured for Qin Luo to have some fruit, popping a grape into her mouth, skin and all. The property deed is in my name. Qin Luo felt a distinct chasm between himself and the wealthy. Fine. You have money. You get to call the shots. Suddenly, Lu Yao puffed her cheeks and spat out the grape seed, which sailed gracefully through the air and landed squarely in the nearby trash bin. Her dexterity suggested she had performed this act many times before. Do you live here alone in such a large house? Qin Luo asked, peeling a grape before eating it. Yes, I've lived here since I started university. Lu Yao responded, popping another grape into her mouth and then curiously watching Qin Luo. Do you always peel grapes before eating them? It's just a personal habit, he said, bringing the trash can closer to him to dispose of the seed. Wiping his hands, he picked up the script lying on the coffee table. We don't have much time. Let us get to the rehearsal. Okay. With that, Lu Yao set aside her grapes and began to meticulously review her script. Laughter soon filled the room as she read, her laughter becoming uncontrollable. 3 minutes later, Lu Yao leaned back on the sofa, clutching her stomach, her face flushed and breathless. You wrote this skit? She asked, gazing at Qin Luo with rosy cheeks. Yes, he admitted, somewhat shamelessly. There is no wealthy man named Shinteng in Shihong City. It's brilliantly written. I'm laughing so hard I can hardly breathe, she praised without reservation. It's rich in life philosophy and very educational. Indeed, Qin Luo nodded. The skit To Help or Not to Help had sparked widespread discussion online recently, capturing the attention of numerous netizens. Performing this skit could potentially generate significant buzz, paving the way for success in the upcoming auditions. It seemed he was truly fortunate. Not only did he reunite with Lu Yao by whimsically deciding to enter the skit competition, but he also unexpectedly acquired such an excellent script. Lu Yao, regaining her composure, sat up from the sofa, shedding her coat since she was at home. The fitted sweater accentuated her figure, making her look even more statuesque. Qin Luo found it hard to look away. Noticing his gaze, Lu Yao maintained her composure but feigned a lazy stretch, making her silhouette even more alluring. Feeling a bit intimidated by the ambience, Qin Luo averted his eyes. Let us raise a toast to our future success as a duo, Leo suggested. Retrieving a bottle of red wine from the coffee table and pouring 2 glasses, handing one to Qin Luo. Is this appropriate? He hesitated, taking the glass. We still need to rehearse. Have you not heard that wine enhances merriment? She replied cheerfully, clinking glasses with him before downing her drink, her enchanting eyes fixed on him. With no other option, Qin Luo gritted his teeth and followed suit. All right, the wine is gone. Let us begin. He set down the glass and stood. Without a word, Lu Yao grasped the hem of her fitted sweater, preparing to remove it. Hey, what are you doing? Qin Luo exclaimed, caught off guard. Aren't we supposed to rehearse? I find the sweater a bit constricting. It hinders my movements, Lu Yao explained earnestly, effortlessly shedding the garment. Don't worry, I'm wearing thermal underwear underneath. Long sleeves. So nothing will be exposed. Now, wipe that drool away. Yet, sometimes, a hint of allure can be the most tempting and deadly. Lu Yao's figure was undoubtedly impressive. And even in long-sleeved thermal wear, it accentuated her curves, especially as she removed the sweater with a graceful motion, causing a captivating sway that was hard to resist. Suddenly, Qin Luo felt warmth pooling in his nose. A quick touch revealed blood. How embarrassing. Are you all right? Leo noticed the blood streaming from his nose and rushed over. Concern etched on her face. I'm fine, he insisted, but the intoxicating scent surrounding him only quickened the flow. You're bleeding profusely and you say you're fine? Lu Yao seated herself beside him, gently tilting his head back to stem the bleeding. Really, I'm all right, he stated seriously, trying to downplay the situation. It's just that I'm not used to the environment here. It'll pass. His explanation was abruptly cut off as he found his head resting against something warm and soft. He knew precisely what it was. Chapter 62. A beginning only permitting handholding at that moment. Qin Luo dared not move, fearing any motion might be misconstrued as taking advantage. Yet remaining still caused a fierce blaze within him to grow. The intoxicating aroma enveloped him, igniting a fervor that threatened to consume him entirely. With blood rushing to his head, he lifted his gaze to meet Lu Yao's. Then, he leaned forward, yearning to bury his face in that enticing warmth. Lu Yao's cheeks flushed crimson, and instead of resisting, she arched her back slightly, enhancing her already impressive silhouette. Truth be told, Lu Yu held a soft spot for Qin Luo, a sentiment that had blossomed since their high school days. Back then, she and Xiao Shanshan were inseparable, and she was well aware of Qin Luo's close bond with Xiao Shanshan. As the saying goes, those in the thick of it often miss the obvious. Lu Yao observed keenly how Qin Luo doted on Xiao Shanshan, treating her with the utmost care and affection. Watching this, a twinge of envy had begun to grow within her. How wonderful it would be to be the one cherished in such a way. At 17 or 18, the yearning for an ideal romance is at its peak. When such a beautiful love story unfolded before her, it stirred a mix of admiration and a hint of jealousy. As a fellow girl, she couldn't help but wonder why no one had ever cared for her with such tenderness. In the trio, there always seems to be one who feels left out. From that moment on, Lu Yao's feelings for Qin Luo transformed. It wasn't love per se, but a longing, a desire to be the one who received such devoted care. Lu Yao understood in her heart that this longing was unrealistic and impermissible. Hence, she gradually buried this desire deep within her soul, never revealing it. Until one fateful day, upon learning of Qin Luo and Xiao Shanshan's amicable breakup, a flicker of hope stirred within her. However, due to the distance that separated them, it ultimately came to naught. Yet, this reunion after a prolonged separation caused the long-buried aspiration within Lu Yao to surge forth, breaking through the surface and showing signs of rooting and flourishing into a towering tree. She resolved to transform her aspirations into reality. Thus, when faced with Qin Luo's advances, she offered no resistance. In the solitude of their shared space, the tension ignited like dry tinder. Should they proceed? Or perhaps engage in a little private film? Wake up. Stop dreaming. The starting point only permits handholding. Suddenly, a notification brightened the screen of her phone. In the hushed living room, even the soft sound of the notification startled Qin Luo, snapping him back to reality. Looking at the imposing figure before him, whose warm breath brushed against him, Qin Luo felt his face flush, hastily sitting up straight, refraining from further gazing or pondering. Noticing that Qin Luo had abruptly halted, Lu Yao's expression remained unchanged. Devoid of disappointment, rather, she exhaled gently. Truth be told, the leap they had just taken was rather substantial and swift, despite her mental preparation. The rapid progression was somewhat overwhelming, and her lack of resistance stemmed from a desire not to reject Qin Luo. But now that Qin Luo had retreated, she had no intention of taking the initiative. This pace was preferable. They could take their time. After all, there was plenty of time ahead. Qin Luo, still somewhat dazed, picked up his phone to check the notification, only to find it was a message from Lu Qian, inquiring about his whereabouts and why he wasn't staying at a hotel. Indeed, it was nearly 6 in the evening, approaching dinner time. Renew the room? Didn't you say the hotel was complimentary for you? Qin Luo asked, curiosity piqued. If you're not at the hotel, where are you staying now? Have you found accommodation? Another message swiftly followed. Since Qin Luo had previously mentioned this matter in their group chat, there was little to conceal. Are you really going to participate in the sketch competition? Will you be solely focused on performing sketches from now on? Lu Qian's words hinted at a touch of frustration regarding his lack of ambition. As the exchange took place via private message, Lu Qian's playful threats were absent, allowing Qin Luo to speak with a hint of levity. A person as exceptional as I, so vibrant and outstanding, brimming with talent and knowledge, could never be content to hang on a single tree. Sketches are merely my springboard. I aim to blossom in multiple fields, moral, intellectual, physical, artistic, and labor, to ascend to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry and become the most dazzling star. Qin Luo glanced at Lu Yao, who was gracefully walking towards the bedroom, her alluring silhouette more captivating from behind. Keep striving. If I have time, I'll come watch the competition. At that moment, footsteps approached from afar. Qin Luo looked up to see Lu Yao emerging from the bedroom. Upon seeing her attire, his eyes widened in disbelief. She wore a wig, a floral cotton jacket, and held a fan as a prop. This ensemble was reminiscent of the clumsy old woman from the sketch Help or Not. Humph, Lu Yao chuckled, waving the fan with pride, from 7-year-olds to 70-year-old grandmas. I can portray them all perfectly. Qin Luo's gaze drifted over the pronounced curves of her floral jacket, and he whispered, though the chest is a bit distracting. Lu Yao heard him, her cheeks flushed, yet she feigned ignorance. Nevertheless, overall, the resemblance was commendable, with a bit of makeup on her face. She would resemble the character even more. Shall we commence our official rehearsal? Qin Luo suggested. Lu Yao nodded and began her preparations. Qin Luo adjusted his focus and officially commenced the rehearsal. On the other side of the city, a BMW 5 Series entered a villa's garage. Zhou Mi stepped out, visibly displeased, casually holding a few sheets of paper, the script for Help or Not. Damn that pretentious woman, acting innocent in front of me. Making me pursue her for over half a year without even holding hands. Now that she's reunited with her old flame, she eagerly invites him over. Truly a pair of shameless lovers. Zhou Mi muttered as he walked through the door. The brightly lit living room housed a man and 2 women conversing on the sofa. The man, appearing in his 50s with a balding head, looked rather ordinary, easily lost in a crowd, and slightly overweight, despite his unremarkable appearance. He was one of the few masters in the sketch comedy realm, having risen to first-tier stardom last year, Zhou Gang. The 2 young women, in their 20s, while not exceptionally beautiful, were dressed quite fashionably. If Lu Qian were a 9 out of 10, these 2 would score around 5. Zhou Mi had long become accustomed to such sights and chose to ignore them. His penchant for various romantic pursuits stemmed from Zhou Gang, as the adage goes. One who stays close to ink will inevitably become blackened. Zhou Mi's mother had left him for another man when he was 3, and for years, Zhou Gang had felt guilty towards his son, thus indulging his every request. Zhou Mi's debut was largely due to Zhou Gang's guidance. However, Zhou Mi lacked the luck of a star. After over 8 years in the industry, he remained obscure, barely scraping by as a minor celebrity. Zhou Mi acknowledged. Then approached the sofa, his gaze lighting up as he beheld the 2 women in black stockings. Zhou Gang, noticing the desire in his son's eyes, turned to the 2 women and said, "This is my son. If you can satisfy him, your auditions tomorrow are sure to succeed." The 2 women exchanged glances, then stood up, one on each side of Zhou Mi, linking their arms with his, flattering him. "Young Master Zhou, you are so handsome." "Ha, I love hearing that." Zhou Mi's mood instantly lifted, and he promptly forgot about Lu Yao, his hands sliding down to their backsides, giving them a hearty squeeze. "Let us head upstairs," Zhou Mi said impatiently to Zhou Gang, before leading the 2 women upstairs, casually tossing the papers onto the coffee table. Zhou Gang, watching his son's retreating figure, sighed. After all, he was his son. Curiosity piqued, he picked up the discarded papers. Initially puzzled, his expression shifted to one of surprise, then shock, and finally, disbelief. "Is this a sketch script? Who wrote this? It's exceptionally well crafted." Zhou Gang mused, unable to put it down. "Even in my prime, I never created anything to rival this." While Zhou Gang's character is best left unexamined, it is evident that his rise to stardom in the sketch comedy world suggests he possesses genuine talent. In the entertainment industry, one cannot climb to the pinnacle without true skill. Having dedicated 40 years to sketch comedy is discerning, I could immediately recognize this as an outstanding work. Once performed on a suitable platform, it would undoubtedly shine. Now, his primary concern was discovering the script's author and the ownership of its copyright. How could Zhou Mi possess such an excellent sketch script? Where did he acquire it? Zhou Gang had many questions to ask his son, but felt it inappropriate to interrupt him at such a moment. He would have to wait. In less than 10 minutes, Zhou Mi returned, looking rejuvenated. "Ami, come here," Zhou Gang called out. Zhou Mi, having come down for a snack after his vigorous physical activity, was a bit hungry. As he sipped his milk and approached, he asked, "What is it? Where did you get this?" Zhou Gang asked with a serious expression. "What's wrong?" Zhou Mi, somewhat unconvinced, glanced at the papers. "It was given to me by someone else." "Who is that person? Did he tell you what this is about?" Zhou Gang pressed eagerly. "Just someone I recently met," Zhou Mi replied, increasingly confused. "What about it? This seems to be a sketch script he wrote. Is it his own work? What is his name? What does he do? Where is he now?" Zhou Gang inquired with urgency. Even Zhou Mi, usually slow on the uptake, sensed something was amiss. Looking at the papers with disbelief, he hesitated before asking, "Dad, have you read it? Is it good?" "Not just good, it's exceptional," Zhou Gang replied, visibly excited. "Ami, please tell me his name, what he does, and where he is." "Dad, Don't get so worked up, Zhou reassured him. Why do you need to know this? I want to purchase the rights to this sketch, Zhou Gang declared earnestly. What? Zhou exclaimed in disbelief, then took the papers to read. Is it really that good? He had initially overlooked it, but as he read, his expression grew serious. Even he could see that this was indeed a rare gem of a script. His first reaction was to feel a sense of injustice. Why can't I write something like this? Why? Amy. Please tell me the name of the person who wrote this sketch, what he does, and where he is, Zhou Gang reiterated with determination. After a pause, he added, I want to buy the copyright for this sketch, not for myself, but for you. For me? Zhou asked, puzzled. Of course, for you, Zhou Gang replied. His paternal instincts evident. I'm getting older. I can't keep striving for success. But you're young, with plenty of time and opportunities to rise. He continued. To succeed in the entertainment industry, one must have a blockbuster work to boost personal popularity and elevate their status. Although you've performed various sketches over the years, they haven't been particularly impressive, thus failing to attract a sizable audience. However, I have a strong feeling that this sketch, once performed on a good platform, has an 80% chance of becoming a hit. If you perform it, your popularity could skyrocket, possibly elevating you to a third-tier level, or even second tier is within reach. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Just one sketch could elevate someone to third tier, or even second tier. What about other stars? Zhou countered. Nevertheless, Zhou Gang's enthusiasm for the script was evident. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to discover the original author's identity. Upon hearing the prospects of advancing to a higher tier, Zhou felt a spark of hope ignite within him. He was not averse to progress. He had merely been deprived of opportunities. Who would want to remain at the bottom tier if advancement to the third or even second tier was possible? His name is Qin Luo. I'm not entirely sure what he does, but I do know where he is, Zhou said after a moment of thought. Qin Luo? Zhou Gang frowned, realizing he didn't know anyone by that name. Where is he now? Humph, Zhou scoffed, clenching his teeth. He's currently at Lu Yao's place. When he remembered that Qin Luo was at Lu Yao's home, possibly engaged in activities he had just done, Zhou Gang felt a pang of discomfort, realizing the stark contrast between Lu Yao and the two women he had just encountered. Perhaps it was a case of desiring what was unattainable. Lu Yao. Zhou Gang's enthusiasm was instantly dampened. While others may be oblivious, he was acutely aware of Lu Yao's background. After all, she had come to his personal studio for an audition with her father's endorsement. That was not a connection a mere first-tier star could shake. In the eyes of the general audience, a first-tier star might seem like the pinnacle of success, but in the realm of true high society, he was insignificant. Initially, he had planned to acquire the script rights, regardless of the original author's background, but upon learning about the connection between Qin Luo and Lu Yao, his ambitions were swiftly extinguished. Haven't you been pursuing Lu Yao for a while? Why let someone else get there first? Zhou Gang glared at Zhou, frustrated. Zhou stammered, unable to respond. If he admitted to having pursued her for over 6 months without even holding hands, he might have faced an old-fashioned reprimand from his father. So he wisely chose silence. I warned you not to get distracted by other matters. Focus on winning Lu Yao's heart, Zhou Gang said sternly. If you manage to win her over, it would be more beneficial than any super first-tier star. Dad, why are you so insistent on me pursuing Lu Yao? You never bothered me when I was dating before, Zhou questioned, puzzled. Perhaps Lu Yao had some significant connections? In truth, his relentless pursuit of Lu Yao was also influenced by Zhou Gang's consistent encouragement, with Zhou Gang's interest in his progress. Zhou felt compelled to continue rather than abandon his pursuit. Furthermore, Lu Yao was undeniably attractive, and he had spent the past 6 months persistently pursuing her. You don't need to know that. Sometimes it's better not to know too much, Zhou Gang replied curtly. Just focus on pursuing Lu Yao. Hearing this, Zhou became even more convinced that Lu Yao's background must be extraordinary. All right, Dad, this time I'll take your advice. I won't give up until I win Lu Yao over, Zhou vowed. After a pause, he added, oh, by the way, I've also requested to join the team. This sketch was written by Qin Luo, and he mentioned there's a role for me. You signed up? For the same team? Zhou Gang was taken aback. But a smile gradually appeared on his face. Flipping through the script, he said, I believe he must have you playing one of the 3 supporting roles. While your lines may be limited, each has its own charm. With proper promotion, you might even outshine the main character and gain more popularity. Really? Zhou's face lit up with joy. Yes, Zhou Gang replied earnestly. For now, we won't directly pursue the copyright. Instead, we'll take a subtle approach. Tomorrow, you must perform well, giving it your all. As for what happens next, leave it to me. I will ensure you rise to prominence. Thank you, Dad, Zhou said, filled with anticipation. As dawn broke, the sun lazily stretched its arms in response to the crowing of roosters. casting its first rays of light into the room and enveloping the entire living room in a warm golden hue. On the couch, two figures lay closely embraced, seemingly absorbing warmth from one another. "What is this thing pressing against me?" Liu mumbled, still caught between sleep and wakefulness, instinctively reaching out to push it away. Qin Luo, who was still lost in dreams, suddenly opened his eyes and awoke, only to find a beautiful face mere inches away from his own, unadorned by makeup. Her natural beauty was even more enchanting, and the gentle warmth of her breath brushed against his skin. Before he could process the moment, he felt a tightening sensation below, as a small hand grasped him. Startled, Liu Yao also opened her eyes, and the two stared at each other, frozen in place. Qin Luo dared not move, knowing that his very fate rested in her grasp. If she were to tighten her hold out of embarrassment or anger, it could spell disaster for his future happiness. He was all too aware of her strength. Liu Yao, in a state of bewilderment, did not realize she was still holding on, her hand lightly clenching. However, a blush gradually crept across her lovely face. Eventually, unable to bear the situation any longer and sensing a further expansion, Qin Luo spoke up, asking if she could release him. Sighing in relief, he let go of her slender waist, sitting up on the sofa, and offered a sheepish smile, remarking that it was a normal occurrence for men in the morning. After an initial bout of shyness, Liu Yao's emotions settled, brushing off the incident as insignificant. But as Qin Luo glanced down, he felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. How could she consider it trivial? Was she blind or simply lacking in sensation? Frustrated, he slapped his thigh and began to survey his surroundings. It was clear they were still at Liu Yao's home. How had they ended up sleeping together? Last night? No. It was actually early this morning around 2:30 a.m. They had rehearsed their performance a dozen times, finally feeling satisfied enough to stop. The intensity of their practice had left them both physically exhausted, leading them to collapse onto the sofa, utterly drained. After lying in silence for a few minutes, Qin Luo suddenly struggled to rise, realizing it was late and he needed to leave. Liu Yao, pulling him back, insisted that it was too late for him to go anywhere and that he should stay. "Isn't it inappropriate? You live alone," and Qin Luo hesitated. "Stop being so fussy. I have 2 spare rooms in my apartment. Just pick one for the night," she said, casually gesturing to the nearby rooms. "I'm exhausted. I've never felt this fatigue before." Despite her weariness, she felt a sense of satisfaction from their rehearsals. Her efforts hadn't been in vain. And then, they both drifted off to sleep on the sofa. The night grew cooler, and they ended up in a warm embrace. "How did we fall asleep on the sofa?" Qin Luo lamented, rubbing his temples. "Hurry up and wash up. The auditions are today, and if you're late, you'll be the one to answer for it." Liu Yao chided from the bedroom. "Right." Qin Luo quickly climbed off the sofa, scanning the area and spotting the 2 empty rooms. He casually chose the one on the left and walked in. He had visited the apartment the day before. Liu Yao's place had 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, each equipped with its own bathroom, and the decor was quite luxurious. Under normal circumstances, renting such a room would cost at least 8,000 a month. With only a 100,000 yuan price from the airport, he could barely afford a year's rent. However, since Liu Yu was an old classmate, surely she would offer him a familial discount. "Why am I even thinking about renting a room?" Qin Luo mused. Liu Yu had merely suggested he choose a room to stay for the night, not to move in permanently. "Men, you are insatiable." Half an hour later, as Qin Luo waited in the living room, he nearly fell asleep again when Liu Yu finally emerged from the bedroom. "Let us go. The auditions are about to start," she said, handing him a large backpack. "What is this?" he asked instinctively as he took the bag. "Costumes and props," she replied, shooting him a glare. "You didn't think they would provide those for you at the auditions, did you?" "Speaking of props, what about the bicycle we ruined?" Qin Luo asked, adjusting the backpack. Liu Yao frowned slightly, recalling, "I bought a bike for commuting during college, but I haven't used it in ages. It's still at the property management office. We can use it as a prop." The two made their way to the elevator, heading downstairs to the property office, where the bike was still parked. "How are we supposed to get it there?" Qin Luo wondered, looking at the bicycle with concern. "Simple. You ride it and take me to the audition site," Liu said decisively. "I always dreamed of someone cycling me around when I bought that bike." Qin Luo's face paled at the thought. "Oh dear. You're making me feel like less of a man," he muttered. Liu Yao shot him an annoyed glance. "No, I'll ride, and you can sit behind." Feeling his dignity was at stake, Qin Luo swung his leg over the bike, motioning for her to hop on. "Today, I'll fulfill your campus dream." Liu beamed, settling behind him, wrapping her arm around his waist for stability. "Let us go, bicycle." At the CCTV Variety channel, the organizer of this sketch competition, the preliminary auditions were set to take place in the broadcasting building, which had been arranged to accommodate the overwhelming number of applicants. With 2 studios on each floor, there were 10 studios in total, allowing for simultaneous performances by 10 groups. Each performance would be filmed live and uploaded to the official website for public viewing and voting, ensuring transparency and fairness in selecting the top 32 contestants. By 8 a.m., the square in front of the broadcasting building was teeming with people. A sea of red flags and bustling crowds. Qin Luo pedaled along, wobbling slightly, with Lu Yao behind him, her face alight with joy as she even began to sing. Sweet as honey, your smile is sweet as honey, like flowers blooming in the spring breeze. Are you tired already? You're a grown man, Lu Yao teased, tapping his back. As they neared the throng of people across the street, she urged him, just a bit more, we're almost there. My legs are tired, but my eyes are fine, Qin Luo replied, gritting his teeth as he prepared to cross the street. Hey, you there. Please stop. A traffic officer approached, halting Qin Luo's bike. Due to the anticipated crowd for the auditions, 4 officers had been dispatched to maintain order. Qin Luo slammed on the brakes, causing Lu Yao to bump into him from behind, her front pressed against his back. What is going on? She asked, peering over his shoulder, confused. Are you not aware that bicycles are not permitted to carry passengers on public thoroughfares? The officer said sternly. Really? I had no idea, Qin Luo exclaimed, dumbfounded. He had never ridden a bike with someone else before and was completely unaware of the law. I didn't know either, Lu Yao added, shaking her head. The officer sighed, glancing at Lu Yao still seated behind. You should get off the bike. Oh, Lu Yao blushed and quickly dismounted. Apologies. I genuinely did not realize that bicycles were not permitted to carry passengers on the road. Qin Luo hurriedly explained. This bicycle is merely a prop for our skit competition, and it was cumbersome to transport, so we decided to ride it here. Nonetheless, it is still unsafe to carry passengers while riding. How dangerous. The traffic officer remained reasonable. Yet, considering it was your first offense and the circumstances were understandable, he decided to issue only a verbal reprimand this time. Please refrain from riding with passengers in the future. Understood. I shall remember, Qin Luo nodded earnestly. After the officer concluded his duty, he resumed his patrol. Qin Luo chose not to ride anymore, as they were already close to their destination. He dismounted and began to push the bicycle, walking alongside Lu Yao as they crossed the crosswalk. Suddenly, a BMW 5 approached swiftly, executing a stylish drift, and parked right beside Qin Luo, the rear wheel stopping a mere 5 centimeters from his foot. Startled, Qin Luo initially feared it was a rival competitor attempting to sabotage him before the contest. The window rolled down to reveal Xiaomi's smug face. Yao, you came here on that bicycle? How embarrassing. Had I known, I would have come to pick you up. Xiaomi disregarded Qin Luo, directing his flattery towards Lu Yao. As the saying goes, I'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. Xiaomi could not fathom why Lu Yao would be interested in someone as impoverished as Qin Luo. With my BMW 5, every girl would flock to me. Moreover, he had even practiced a few drifting techniques, which were quite impressive, attracting admiring glances from many young women. The drift he had just executed was rated 5 stars for difficulty, 5 for flair, and 10 for pretentiousness. Lu Yao cast him a glance, then turned her attention behind him, kindly warning, driving like that is quite perilous. Are you concerned for me? Xiaomi responded with confidence, rest assured. I have practiced this move extensively and have executed it several times without incident. Is that so? A voice chimed from the passenger seat. Xiaomi turned to see the stern-faced traffic officer. Comrade, please present your driver's license and vehicle registration. The officer's expression was serious as he continued. Your drifting maneuver violated Article 22 of the Road Traffic Safety Law, which states that motor vehicle operators must adhere to traffic safety laws and regulations and drive safely and civilly. You are hereby fined 200 yuan. Qin Luo and Lu Yao could not contain their laughter. Haha, what a farce. One moment flaunting, the next moment penalized by the traffic officer. The slap in the face came as swiftly as a tornado. Qin Luo looked at Xiaomi with pity and advised. You should cooperate with the officer. Don't waste time. We'll wait for you over there. Lu Yao winked at him. Do hurry. Xiaomi sat in his car, gazing at the pair blending into the crowd, then turned back to the stern officer, feeling utterly despondent. What did I do to deserve this? Chapter 067. The third disciple of SHIFT〢. At 8:55 a.m., all contestants had gathered at the square in front of the broadcasting and television building, with over 3,000 participants bustling about. In the midst of the crowd, Qin Luo was pushing his bicycle while Lu Yao stood beside him. The combination of one man, one woman, and one bicycle made them quite conspicuous. A young man approached them curiously. Hey, are you really bringing a bicycle to the competition? He asked, chewing gum. It's just a prop, Qin Luo explained. We need it for the performance. Oh, you seem quite prepared, the young man remarked, offering a piece of gum. Want some? It might relieve some stress. Thank you, But I don't feel stressed at all, Qin Luo declined. Oh, you seem quite confident, the young man noted, not pressing further. Then gestured towards Lu Yao. She also shook her head. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier, Qin Luo replied casually. My confidence stems from absolute faith in my abilities and my work. If I lacked even this modest confidence, why would I even enter a competition? Well said. The young man praised. With that confidence, I believe you will definitely make it to the finals. Thank you for your kind words. Qin Luo smiled nonchalantly, then curiously inquired. Are you here alone? Yes. The young man raised an eyebrow. I'm performing a solo skit. Oh, that is quite rare, Qin Luo admitted. As he had heard of solo skits but had never seen one firsthand. I know, solo skits are on the verge of extinction, the young man sighed. But I have a passion for it and want to elevate solo performances. This competition offers a platform to demonstrate that solo skits can be heartfelt and joyful. Such lofty ideals, Qin Luo encouraged, I wish you success. At that moment, Zhou finally resolved his fine and approached them. Upon seeing the young man conversing with Qin Luo, his expression changed dramatically. You, the young man turned, equally shocked. You're here too? I'm not surprised to see you competing, Zhou mocked. After all, your unrealistic dreams are bound to encounter numerous obstacles. Care to repeat that? The young man's anger flared. Glaring at Zhou, Qin Luo was puzzled. Do you two know each other? He asked out of curiosity. A lingering phrase hung in the air, two of a kind. This only deepened Qin Luo's confusion. What does that mean? Why did it suddenly change? Ignore him. He is just bitter, Zhou scoffed. He is the third disciple of SHIFT〢, yet he is obsessed with solo skits, which has caused SHIFT〢 quite a headache. He has been in the industry for 6 or 7 years and is still just a public figure. How embarrassing. Zhou's last remark carried an implication. Lu Yao shot Zhou a glance, her silence conveying a message. You've been in the industry for 8 years, with Zhou Gang supporting you. Don't complain about being just an insignificant player. How embarrassing. However, Qin Luo noticed another important detail in Zhou's statement. You said he is SHIFT〢's third disciple? He asked with curiosity. Yes, Zhou nodded dismissively. SHIFT〢 has only taken in 4 disciples. And he is the least accomplished. Qin Luo's gaze drifted towards the young man in the crowd, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. What a coincidence. With so many people here, to randomly encounter someone connected to SHIFT〢 is quite remarkable. Qin Luo had a premonition that he would cross paths with this young man again. As the clock struck 9 o'clock a.m., a group of more than 10 individuals emerged from the broadcasting and television building. Among them was a person with a commanding presence, the deputy director of CCTV's variety channel, Ding Jianzhong, who was responsible for overseeing this skit competition. Ding Jianzhong took the microphone handed to him, gathered his thoughts, and addressed the crowd of over 3,000. First, I would like to express my gratitude for your support of this skit competition. We never anticipated such a turnout of over 3,000 participants. While we feel honored, it also brings a sense of pressure. Now, I will explain the specific rules for the preliminary round. As we cannot accommodate everyone at once due to the large number of participants and limited space, we have conducted a tally, and there are approximately over 400 contestant groups that must perform within the span of a week. This necessitates a minimum of 200 groups to showcase their talents each day. With 10 broadcasting studios at our disposal, it implies that each studio must host at least 20 groups daily. Subsequently, representatives from each group present will draw lots, with each set of 200 groups representing a day's performance quota, while the remaining groups will queue according to the order of the draw. I would like to extend my best wishes to everyone present, hoping that each of you achieves commendable results and successfully advances through the preliminary selection to the finals. As soon as I finished speaking, a staff member approached with a rather large box containing over 100 small slips of paper, each inscribed with corresponding numbers. Please line up orderly to draw lots, Ding Jianzhong instructed loudly. Gradually, the bustling square fell into a hush as each group sent a representative to draw. You go ahead, Liu said to Qin Luo, disregarding Zhou's scrutinizing gaze. All right, Qin Luo replied, not refusing, as he handed his bicycle to Lu Yao for support and proceeded forward. Zhou, watching from the side, felt a twinge of resentment, then turned to Lu Yao, ingratiatingly offering, Yao, let me hold it for you. It must be quite tiring. What is tiring about holding a bicycle? Do you think I'm a delicate flower? Liu shot him a glare, somewhat irritated. Zhou was momentarily at a loss for words, offering a sheepish smile before lapsing into silence. At that moment, it was Qin Luo's turn to draw. Heavenly spirits, manifest. Dear angel, grant me the favor of drawing within the first 200 groups, Qin Luo silently prayed, reaching into the box and drawing a slip at random. Upon opening it, his expression brightened. 200. Wow, is this really so effective? Qin Luo exclaimed in surprise, then reconsidered. Had I known wishes were so potent, I would have chosen a different one. Heavenly spirits, manifest. May the angel fall in love with me. Boom. A sudden loud noise erupted from the sky, akin to a clap of thunder. Qin Luo looked up in astonishment. Chapter 68. Tension in the air on the 15th floor of the CCTV broadcasting tower, in Studio 2. A few staff members were bustling about on and off stage, clearing the area, adjusting lights, preparing simple backdrop props, and setting up cameras for full recording. In the front row of the audience section, 3 leaders were already seated, awaiting the performances to commence. Among them was Ding Jianzhong, flanked by SHIFT〢, the director of the skit competition, and Chen Cheng, the planner. Typically, for an audition like today, Ding Jianzhong, as the deputy director of the variety channel, would not need to make an appearance. However, given it was the first day, he chose to come to motivate everyone and foster camaraderie, remaining present throughout the day. Of course, he would not return tomorrow, as the deputy director's schedule was notoriously packed, and it was already a feat to carve out time to witness the auditions live. With Ding Jianzhong personally in attendance, it was expected that both the lead director and the assistant planner of the skit competition would also be present. In the workplace, if one fails to cater to the leaders, how could one aspire to promotions, salary increases, or even to marry a wealthy beauty and ascend to life's pinnacle? Dream on. Studio 2, which could accommodate around 500 individuals, was now entirely filled. These were all contestants who had signed up. While they would not be performing today, they could witness the performances of their peers. Originally, over 3,000 participants could choose any studio to watch, but upon learning that the deputy director, the director, and the planner were present in Studio 2, many were eager to squeeze in for a chance to become familiar faces in front of the leadership. As the crowd grew, so did the chatter, resulting in a rather boisterous atmosphere. Ding Jianzhong, observing the stage nearing readiness while listening to the cacophony behind him, frowned in displeasure. SHIFT〢 promptly noticed the frown and stood up to address the 500 attendees, sternly warning, if you continue to make noise, you will all be ejected. Instantly, the entire venue fell silent. SHIFT〢 resumed his seat, noticing Ding Jianzhong's furrowed brow easing. Backstage, 20 groups of performing contestants were diligently preparing for their acts. Luo had entered the women's dressing room to change, leaving only Qin Luo and Zhou staring at each other. Have you read the script? How prepared are you? Qin Luo inquired, contemplating the stakes of today's auditions, which would be recorded and posted online for public voting, crucial for advancing to the top 32. I'm a professional, do I need you to tell me? Zhou scoffed. I've only read the script once, and I'm fully confident that I can perform flawlessly. Seeing Zhou empty-handed, Qin Luo hesitantly asked, what about the 3 costumes and props? In the upcoming skit, to assist or not to assist, Zhou was to portray a passerby, a bicycle owner, and a traffic officer, to provide the audience with a clearer representation. It was ideal to don attire befitting each role. Costumes? What for? I look great as I am, Zhou replied, surveying his attire with pride. I'm fully decked out in anima, worth over 100,000. Qin Luo felt an overwhelming urge to smack him. Anima? I could care less. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Qin Luo asked sternly, if you've read the script, you should know the identities of the 3 roles you're playing. Do you think your full anima outfit will resonate with the audience? As long as my performance is vivid and lifelike, that's all that matters, Zhou replied nonchalantly. Qin Luo clenched his fists, feeling that Zhou was deliberately provoking him. He even suspected that Zhou hadn't read the script at all. How would he perform on stage? Improvise? Who does he think he is, an award-winning actor? At that moment, a staff member called out, stage is ready, Group 181. Please come on stage. The atmosphere backstage immediately tensed. Group 181 was a duo. The 2 men encouraged each other before following the staff onto the stage. Many others quietly positioned themselves at the side of the stage to observe the performance, considering them their competitors. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is critical in any contest. However, Qin Luo was too agitated by Zhou to focus on the competition. Do you not wish to participate in this skit? If you had no preparation, why did you join in the first place? Qin Luo was genuinely angry, glaring at Zhou with fiery eyes. Had I known you were so irresponsible, I wouldn't have recruited you. Regret and self-blame washed over him, as he recognized his significant role in this predicament. Had he not rushed to enlist Zhou, perhaps he could have taken the time to seek a more suitable 3rd participant, and they wouldn't have found themselves in this situation. You can always dismiss me now, Zhou retorted, unfazed by Qin Luo's ire, his expression taunting. Do you dare? Qin Luo was on the verge of exploding. Just then, Lu Yao emerged from the dressing room, noticing the tension between the 2, and hurried over. What is going on? The performance is about to start. And you're still arguing? Zhou's demeanor shifted faster than the weather. He plastered on a congenial smile, saying, "Nothing, I was just teasing him." While saying this, Zhou pulled out his phone and made a call, instructing, "Bring my costumes over." Within 30 seconds, a staff member from CCTV, identifiable by their badge, approached with 3 garments, respectfully handing them to Zhou. Zhou accepted the clothes, thanking the staff member. "Thanks, Zhao Good. I'll be sure to mention your assistance to my father." "Haha, then I'll rely on you to speak well of me," the staff member replied with a smile. Zhao Gu, with a beaming smile, clasped his hands together and mentioned that the bicycle you requested was also prepared, ready for your use at any time. He then turned and departed. It was evident that a disreputable transaction had taken place between the two. Qin Luo, witnessing this scene, could no longer remain oblivious to the fact that Zhou Mi was deliberately pulling his leg. "You see, I've told you, I am a professional." Zhou Mi mockingly displayed the clothes in his hands, gazing at Qin Luo with a teasing expression. "You should focus more on yourself. Don't let my performance overshadow you." After saying this, Zhou Mi moved aside to prepare for his act. In truth, contrary to Qin Luo's assumptions, last night, under Zhou Gang's guidance, he had rehearsed the 3 roles extensively. Zhou Gang had emphasized the necessity of delivering an outstanding performance to facilitate his subsequent plan of stealing the spotlight. Qin Luo observed Zhou Mi's unusual demeanor, a flicker of unease crossing his brow as he sensed something amiss. What was amiss? Chapter 069. Is Zhou Mi deliberately provoking? Qin Luo drew the 200th group, making him the final performer. Thus, after all preparations were complete, he had time to observe the competitors. Even though he had confidence in his act, to support or not to support, the sheer number of contestants raised the possibility of an unexpected dark horse emerging. One must never underestimate their opponents, for one can never tell when misfortune may strike. Qin Luo and Lu Yao took their positions at the side of the stage, watching the performance of Group 181. The duo from Group 181 presented a skit known as a crosstalk, a unique form of comedic presentation. However, perhaps due to their excessive enthusiasm or lack of sincerity, or perhaps their timing was off, the audience was met with a dismal silence rather than laughter. Ding Jinzhong, Shi Huaihai, and Chen Cheng maintained placid expressions, revealing little reaction. It was evident that the performance had failed miserably. After a quarter of an hour, the 2 performers exited the stage, their faces tinged with anxiety, as they likely understood the outcome. Ding Jinzhong remained silent, while Shi Huaihai simply announced, "Next group." The absence of critique was telling. They clearly did not hold this duo in high regard. The pair exited the stage looking dejected. Immediately, stagehands entered to tidy up and set up a simple backdrop resembling a bedroom. The 182nd group was invited to take the stage. A man, a woman, and a child, presumably a family unit, cheerfully made their way to perform. Their skit was titled "My Daughter is Growing Up." This act garnered laughter from the audience, indicating some comedic success. Ding Jinzhong's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of satisfaction evident on his face. Once the performance concluded, Chen Cheng stood to provide feedback. "Your skit revolves around the themes of a daughter's maturation and early romantic encounters leading to familial discord, which resonates closely with real life. The comedic elements were well executed, creating a joyful and relatable experience." The family bowed in gratitude, thanking the teacher. "We look forward to your success," Shi Huaihai added. At that moment, a voice floated in from the side. "Oh, is it a success already? Seems a bit premature to be so cheerful." The remark drew ire from the audience, who was so acerbic. The gaze turned to Zhou Mi. "What do you mean by that?" The father of the family asked, visibly displeased, confronting Zhou Mi. "We are happy. Do you need to interject?" "Oh, I merely wish to caution you that the more elated you are now, the more heartbroken you may be when the results arrive," Zhou Mi replied, feigning goodwill. He then abruptly turned to Qin Luo, stating in a tone of feigned uncertainty, "Qin Luo, how did you phrase it earlier? A dog bites El Dom in." Unable to recognize a good person's heart, wasn't it? As he spoke, numerous eyes filled with disdain were cast toward Qin Luo. A jolt ran through Qin Luo. He was about to explain when the father, brimming with anger, shot them a hostile glare and said, "You needn't meddle in our affairs, mind your own business." The mother glared at Zhou Mi and Qin Luo, declaring, "People like you are the most detestable." The child stared wide-eyed, casting Zhou Mi and Qin Luo as the villains. The surrounding competitors regarded Zhou Mi and Qin Luo with scornful looks, murmuring among themselves, "What kind of person participates in a competition like this? It's disgraceful to share the stage with them. I can't wait to see just how shocking their performance will be." At that moment, one of the competitors observed Zhou Mi closely, then quietly cautioned a companion nearby, "Shoo, don't speak. He is Zhou Gang's son, and we cannot afford to provoke him." Though the words were whispered, they reached the ears of several, silencing the chatter. Upon realizing Zhou Mi's identity, all competitors fell silent as if a flag had been lowered. The family exchanged incredulous glances at Zhou, then turned and departed without uttering another word. Subsequently, the other competitors intentionally distanced themselves from Zhou and Qin Luo. They perceived them as akin to each other in nature. Lu Yao, her large eyes fixed on Zhou, questioned with a tone of discontent, "Are you deliberately looking for trouble?" "No, I genuinely intended to offer a warning." Zhou waved his hand dismissively, feigning innocence. "Besides, I don't even know them. Why would I seek to provoke them? That would make no sense, would it?" Qin Luo narrowed his eyes, a storm of thoughts racing through his mind as he fixed a penetrating gaze on Zhou, demanding, "Are you deliberately trying to drag me down? Do you wish to create discord between us and them? What is your objective?" Lu Yao, astonished, stared at Zhou in disbelief. "What do you mean? I can't comprehend what you're saying." Zhou feigned confusion, stating, "I didn't say anything earlier. Why are you directing everyone to misconstrue that phrase about the dog biting El Dongbin as my words?" A sense of foreboding stirred within Qin Luo, uncertain of its cause. "Did you not say it? Perhaps I misheard it, or imagined it." Zhou offered an explanation, growing impatient. "It was merely a comment. What's the big deal?" With that, he brushed past Qin Luo to watch the performances of other groups from the front. Qin Luo lingered behind, out of Zhou's sight, while Zhou's lips curled into a cunning smile, having successfully executed his scheme. "What's wrong?" Lu Yao approached Qin Luo, noticing his troubled expression. "It's nothing." Qin Luo shook his head, responding casually, "Perhaps I'm overthinking it." The two then joined the audience to observe the remaining performances. As the acts continued, the atmosphere grew increasingly subdued, indicating the lack of success in these skits. Ding Jianzhang's demeanor darkened progressively. Shi Huaihai and Chen Qing exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. Today's performances had been lackluster, marred by awkward execution. Qin Luo felt a surge of anticipation as his turn to perform finally approached. Chapter 070. One must make Ding Jianzhang smile in the second studio, comprising 20 groups, apart from the previous Family's performance that elicited some laughter. The subsequent skits fell flat, riddled with plot holes, flawed dialogue, and lackluster performances. Occasionally, a stray line would provoke a laugh, yet it felt forced and lacked genuine humor. Initially, he held great expectations for this skit competition. However, as the adage goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. After observing the 19 groups today, none stood out remarkably, nor did any of them elicit uncontrollable laughter. Such mediocrity is hardly worthy of the stage at the CCTV Spring Festival Gala. He felt disheartened. Profoundly so. At this moment, director Shi Huaihai and planner Chen Qing also lost their previous sense of ease, their faces clouded with concern. What were they performing? Was there not a single decent skit among them? Could it be that the threshold for registration was too low, allowing all manner of participants to compete? Particularly noting Ding Jianzhang's expression, both men felt a sense of foreboding. Would they find themselves replaced after today? They exchanged glances, silently praying that the final skit would at least provoke a smile from Ding Jianzhang, lest their livelihoods be at stake. Shi Huaihai and Chen Qing's eyes brightened as they quietly remarked to Ding director, "This skit seems promising. Just the title is intriguing." Ding Jianzhang let out a cold snort, responding with an unkind tone, "I fear it will just be another chaotic performance." Shi Huaihai and Chen Qing exchanged worried glances. Turning to observe Qin Luo and Lu Yao preparing on stage, their hearts filled with silent prayers. Their demands were modest. They only wished for Ding director to smile. To abandon that stern demeanor, fear gripped their hearts. This was a competition. The failure of one opponent signified the success of another. There was no room for sympathy or pity. Furthermore, with such a large number of participants, 1/400 competing for merely 32 slots, the elimination rate was alarmingly high. They secretly hoped that all 20 groups today would falter, thereby enhancing their own chances of advancement. Finally, they reached the last group of contestants. The day had been exhausting, and it seemed a relief that it was nearing an end. Alas, the time spent watching these performances felt utterly wasted. What were these acts but a sham? With such a lack of quality, he mused that even a performance with his eyes closed would outperform them. His confidence in making the top 32 grew stronger. What was there to watch? He had long ceased to pay attention. Regret washed over him for attending this studio. It had been a squandered day. Had it not been for the presence of the 3 leaders before him, he would have slipped away long ago. Ah, how drowsy he felt. Had they not begun yet? He decided to take another brief nap, instructing his companions to wake him when the performance concluded. On stage, Qin Luo and Lu Yao were diligently preparing, while the other 19 groups watched from the sidelines. A family of 3 stood at the front, casting disparaging glances at Zhou, who was preparing on the opposite side of the stage, and at Qin Luo on stage. One of them scoffed, "I await to see what excellent performance you will present." Despite their potential shortcomings, it was evident that they would secure a place in the top 32. a man who had previously recognized Zhou Mi's side. Why do you say that? Another contestant asked, puzzled. Have you forgotten? He is Zhou Mi, the son of Zhou Gang. His participation guarantees his entry into the finals. The man replied bitterly. Surely not. Wasn't CCTV emphasizing that there would be no underhanded dealings, no favoritism? Others questioned skeptically. Silence fell among the group. This was reality, harsh, yet unavoidable. After a moment, the father of the family declared resolutely, if that is the case, I shall expose them on the official website. Clearly, Zhou Mi's earlier remarks had offended him deeply, igniting a fierce determination within. Those are all secondary matters. Let us first see how they perform, another man interjected. Zhou Mi was indeed Zhou Gang's son, and a star of minimal renown. His stage experience far surpassed theirs. I wonder what kind of performance he will present. He mused curiously. What good performance could there be? I've researched Zhou Mi. He owes his position entirely to his father. His past skits have been mediocre at best. Another scoffed dismissively. But I heard that in this performance, Zhou Mi is merely a supporting role. The lead is that fellow named Qin Luo. A different voice chimed in. Both are cut from the same cloth. What could they possibly offer? The family patriarch scoffed. Yet have you noticed? Their props are quite well prepared, indicating they came ready. Another countered. Does being well prepared guarantee a stellar performance? If that were the case, I would prepare for every show and secure a spot in the finals. Someone lamented. Enough chatter. Let us watch. It is about to begin. On stage, Qin Luo formally introduced the broken bicycle with a faulty front wheel. Oh dear, he exclaimed, clad in a military coat, holding the bicycle as he ambled to the center of the stage. Setting the bicycle down, he looked out at the audience, at which point they noticed a small bruise 3 centimeters beneath his left eye. You know, my greatest flaw is that I meddle too much in others' affairs. Just the other day, I saw a car trunk left ajar while cycling behind it, and I thought to alert the owner. But as I approached, the driver slammed on the brakes, and I ended up in their trunk. Just as I emerged, a kind-hearted police officer patted my shoulder and said, You are entirely at fault. I had to pay the driver 200 yuan. Tell me, is that not meddling? I swear, if I meddle again, I shall change my name from Hao Jian to Very Cheap. The audience erupted in laughter, amused by Hao Jian's self-deprecating humor and relatable misadventure as he established his character's background and the story's premise. However, some were skeptical, questioning the humor in such a contrived name. What is the skit titled to help or not to help? I am eager to see how he proceeds. Others felt the opening monologue was overly lengthy, fearing that if it did not quickly engage the audience, the performance would falter. Overall, expectations were low, and Ding Jinzhong's expression remained unchanged, save for Shi Huihai and Chen Cheng, who brimmed with anticipation. As Qin Luo prepared to continue his performance, a woman with a fan stumbled onto the stage from behind the backdrop with a loud crash, echoing her moans of pain, artfully portrayed by Lu Yao, who donned a headpiece and a floral cotton jacket, expertly made up to resemble an elderly lady. The audience remained unaware that this elderly woman was, in fact, a stunning young lady. Qin Luo cast a casual glance at Lu Yao, tilting his head as if to dismiss her, and proceeded forward. Here, the plot thickened. He discerned the thematic intent of the skit, a commentary on societal issues. The stakes were high. A poor execution could lead to public backlash. Dissenting voices emerged, criticizing the performance as mere exploitation of current events, lacking originality. How bold to tackle such a topic. I anticipate the onslaught of criticism from netizens, one murmured. This topic had crossed his mind as well, but Qin Luo had beaten him to the punch. Now, he was eager to see how the narrative unfolded. Even those who had previously shown disinterest now turned their attention to the stage, including the individual who had been dozing off, roused by their companions. On stage, Lu Yu lay on the ground, moaning, Oh dear, oh dear. Qin Luo, hearing her plight, halted, turned, and approached her. You win. Ma'am, are you all right? Lu Yao flawlessly embodied the persona of an injured woman, responding, 79 years old, and I fell with a thud. What do you think? Qin Luo, feigning concern, retorted. Oh no, let me see if you've heard anything. Does it hurt? Lu Yao, with a hand to her arm, lamented, Oh dear, my elbow? After touching her knees, she exclaimed, Oh dear, my patella. Then she reached for her lower back, lamenting, Oh goodness, my lumbar disc. Have you injured yourself? Qin Luo inquired anxiously. Lu Yao then executed a clever twist, replying, Oh, it doesn't hurt at all. A burst of laughter erupted from the audience, with more people chuckling this time. That twist was rather unexpected, someone remarked. Observing that both the lumbar discs were mentioned, Shi Huihai and Chen Cheng noted the corners of Ding Jinzhong's mouth curling slightly, as if he were amused. On stage, Qin Luo appeared at a loss for words. Auntie, now is not the time for elimination, he said. since it doesn't hurt. Let us see if you can still walk. Liu scoffed. Let us give it a try. She then proceeded to execute a full 360-degree spin while kicking her feet. Qin Luo was taken aback, exclaiming, Auntie, you can walk, but it seems you're following a strict routine. Many in the audience laughed again, recognizing this as a clever comedic setup. Come on, Annie, let me help you up, Qin Luo offered, assisting Lu Yao to sit upright. Once seated, she noticed the scars on Qin Luo's face and remarked, Oh dear, young man, your face is quite bruised. You must have taken quite a fall. Assuming her concern was genuine, Qin Luo smiled nonchalantly. I'm fine. Gripping his left hand, Lu Yao said earnestly, You're a good child, always helping me up. Qin Luo humbly replied, I've become addicted to doing good deeds. Unexpectedly, Lu Yao delivered another twist. If it were someone else, they would have run off after bumping into me. Qin Luo looked utterly bewildered. Laughter and applause erupted from the audience, appreciating the cleverness of the performance and its reflection of a real-life dilemma regarding assisting the elderly. I was mistaken. I initially thought this skit lacked merit, but it has proven to be one of the most captivating performances of the day, he conceded. Shi Huihai and Chun Sheng also appeared excited, not just by the performance, but also because Ding Jianzhong had finally smiled. Ding even glanced at the two and nodded approvingly. This skit is quite good. Director Ding is right. I too find this skit exceptional, they both concurred. On stage, Qin Luo, still exasperated, placed Lu Yao back on the ground, saying, Auntie, you seem quite dazed from your fall, and it's quite sudden too. You fell by yourself, and I was still 10 meters away at the time. Look, that's my bicycle, an undeniable piece of evidence. Struggling to sit up, Lu Yao looked towards the distant bicycle and exclaimed, Oh dear, the rim is all bent. After all this time, I must have flown over from there. Is there any hope of recovery? The audience erupted in applause once more, even more fervently than before. The comedic timing was impeccable, with one punchline after another, each louder than the last. The unexpected twists were both humorous and engaging. With performances so polished it felt as if two professional actors were on stage. Though, it does seem Auntie has rather ample proportions, someone muttered. Chapter 072. Are your family members aware of your mischievous ways? On the side of the stage, the 19 contestants who had completed their performances watched the uproarious act with silence. It seemed somewhat surprising. One person remarked, This is rather unexpected. When we performed, not a single laugh arose from the audience. Is this the difference? A father, watching Qin Luo, muttered in frustration, What an injustice. How can someone like him produce such excellent work? Others remained silent, focusing on the performance. Lu Yao dismissed his explanations, firmly asserting, It was definitely him who bumped into me. No one could fly over 10 meters unless they were hit. If you had collided with me, I would have been abroad by now. Laughter erupted once again at her absurdity. Indeed, the key point is that Annie insists Tao Jian was the one who hit her, leaving him feeling quite wronged. That Auntie must be quite confused from the impact. Someone added, If I encountered such an auntie, I too would be utterly bewildered. The skit reflected reality. Wasn't that exactly how the elderly in the to help or not to help incidents behave, claiming the young person who assisted them had bumped into them? Auntie Lu Yao looked at him with a face full of indignation, her tone filled with anger. Just how far did I fly? At this point, does it even matter whether it's 3 or 2 meters? The audience roared with laughter and applause. Haijian's accusation of hitting her now seemed irreparable. Auntie performed brilliantly, capturing the essence of indignation and anger perfectly. Indeed, both of them acted superbly, and the script was top-notch. On stage, Qin Luo squatted beside Auntie, speaking earnestly, All right, Auntie, let us not argue anymore. We'll let the images speak for themselves, especially since there are surveillance cameras installed in every street and alley. As he spoke, he glanced up at the camera behind him, only to find it missing. Panic crossed his face. Oh no, it's gone. If this continues, I'll be in deep trouble. With a worried expression, Qin Luo stood and walked towards the bicycle. Liu struggled to rise and called after him, What's this? Are you planning to leave? As Qin Luo jogged away, he muttered, I must escape. There's no time to waste. Just then, a voice rang out on stage, Honey, I'll be home soon, don't worry. Startled, Qin Luo quickly stepped aside. Zhou entered the stage at the perfect moment, still on the phone. Wait a moment. I just saw an elderly lady fall in the middle of the street, and not a single person helped her up. What has society come to? If no one else will help, I will. The audience responded with applause, resonating with his righteous indignation. Well said. There are still many good people in today's society. However, the audience was soon faced with a swift reversal. Lu Yao was struggling to get up when Zhou snapped a photo of her with his phone and turned to leave, utterly ignoring the fallen woman. I'll post this online to condemn such behavior, and I'll get my parents to share and comment. Sweetheart, remember to like my post, he said obliviously. As he exited the stage, The crowd was left bewildered, caught off guard by the rapid twist. Laughter erupted, with many unable to contain their amusement. I knew it. This skit has twists that come faster than a whirlwind, completely unexpected. My face hurts from laughing. The contestants on the side of the stage were silent, witnessing Zhoumi's performance, and no one dared to speak up. In the front row, Ding Jianzheng noticed Zhoumi's swift exit and felt a stir within. He turned to Shi Huihai. Was that Zhou Gang's son, Zhoumi? That should be him, Shi Huihai confirmed. Director Ding's expression turned serious as he cautioned. In this skit competition, Zhou Gang is one of the 4-star mentors, and Zhoumi has registered as a contestant. You must avoid any favoritism or underhanded tactics. Rest assured, we are committed to principles of fairness and transparency, without any deceit, Shi Huihai assured earnestly. Shenqing nodded in agreement, adding, there are several other mildly famous contestants, but since they have entered the competition, they will be treated equally, standing on the same starting line without any special treatment. Ding Jianzheng nodded in satisfaction, saying nothing further as he continued to watch the performance on stage with great enthusiasm. The skit was indeed captivating him. On stage, the excitement unfolded. Qin Luo emerged from behind the screen, playfully kicking the already exited Zhoumi, exclaiming, why didn't you help her? Lu Yao observed him and nodded in agreement. With a joyful expression, Qin Luo pulled out his phone from his pocket and approached the broken bicycle, recording as he spoke. I am the Good Samaritan, Hao Jian. Just moments ago, I was strolling with my bicycle when, out of nowhere, an elderly lady appeared behind me. Without a second thought, I rushed to assist her. As he recorded, Qin Luo crouched in front of Lu Yao and said, now it's your turn, tilt your chin slightly to look slimmer. Lu Yao rolled her eyes and addressed the camera. I'm merely an innocent bystander, unjustly knocked down by you, and now you're trying to flee? Haha. Qin Luo helplessly tucked away his phone, quipping, Granny, are you this mischievous? Does your family know? Laughter erupted from the audience. Haha, that line is hilarious. Are your family members aware of your mischief? He mused. I sensed this line could become a popular catchphrase this year. A twist within a twist, indeed. In chapter 073, the joy continued on stage. Zhoumi prepared once more, now clad in a black leather jacket and a light green cap, riding a bicycle. Qin Luo turned to Lu Yao and remarked, Granny, you are utterly confused. Let us wait for someone sensible to clarify this for us. Just as he finished speaking, Zhoumi rode onto the stage. Qin Luo hurriedly called out, Hey, big brother. Zhoumi was about to stop when he asked, What's up, kid? An elderly lady has fallen, Qin Luo began, but Zhoumi didn't pause, riding straight to the other side of the stage, distancing himself from the fallen Lu Yao. Laughter erupted once more from the audience, amused by Zhoumi's electric-like reaction. Zhoumi halted and gestured for Qin Luo to come over. With a puzzled expression, Qin Luo approached, and Zhoumi pointed at Lu Yao on the ground, astonished. Did you knock her down? Qin Luo replied, looking aggrieved, I swear I didn't. Zhoumi, with a serious demeanor, suggested, run. I've helped 3 before. Qin Luo, curious, inquired, and what happened? Zhoumi, resuming his seat with a dramatic tone, replied, once, I drove a luxury car. With that he rode away, pretending to wipe away tears. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. This punchline was brilliantly executed, akin to a stroke of genius. Haha, once I drove a luxury car? Subtly hinted at the consequences of having assisted 3 elderly ladies. I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing. Someone exclaimed. Who wrote this script? I am in awe. Laughter continued to resonate from the audience. This skit is truly exceptional. Ding Jianzheng's face illuminated with delight, exclaiming, this is genuinely entertaining. Shi Huihai nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, it is splendid. The laughter fills the venue, showcasing its true value. A skit that continuously elicits laughter is undoubtedly remarkable. Shenqing added, with the quality of this skit, it certainly deserves a spot in the top 32. Ding Jianzheng glanced at him and casually remarked, how many outstanding works like this can we discover this time? On stage, the merriment continued. Liu ignored him, turning her gaze elsewhere. Qin Luo insisted on looping back in front of her, continuing, let us share a few fables. The story of Mr. Dongguo and the wolf, Lu Dongbin and the dog, the farmer and the snake, and Hao Jian and the elderly lady. Lu Yao glared at Qin Luo, indignant. Are you implying that I'm the snake, the dog, or the wolf? How dare you? Qin Luo, incredulous, retorted, Hao Jian is my name, given to me by my mother. How did it become an insult here? Laughter erupted once more from the audience. This whimsical fable has truly been transformed into something amusing. Indeed, it is quite humorous. I rather enjoy it. Someone chimed in. The name Hao Jian is inherently comical. Just hearing it brings a smile. I have a feeling that Hao Jian will surely become a sensation. On stage, Lu Yao, visibly impatient, interrupted Qin Luo. Enough with the chatter. If you want to help, do so. If not, just leave. You've caused enough trouble already. Qin Luo, looking aggrieved, replied. How can I be the one fleeing? If you keep speaking this way, can we still have fun together in the future? Lu Yao, exasperated, snapped back. You knocked me down. A simple apology would suffice. Not only do you refuse to apologize, but you also turn the tables on me. You're not leaving today. Qin Luo stood by, bewildered, asking, Granny, how did you manage to move? Are you all right? Lu Yao, holding the bicycle, looked down and then shot a furious glare at Qin Luo, retorting, I'm furious because of you. Qin Luo, with a doubtful expression, exclaimed, Oh, so anger can cure ailments? Am I practicing a form of energy healing? Laughter erupted once again from the audience. Is Qin Luo misunderstanding the concept of energy healing? If those so-called energy healers heard how GN's take on it, they would surely be infuriated to the point of illness. That is a new definition for energy healing. Shouldn't the dictionary be updated? I may never look at the term energy healing the same way again. Every time I think of it, I'll burst into laughter. On stage, the joy escalated. Lu Yao, holding the bicycle with a serious demeanor, declared, I must find someone to settle this matter today. Someone please. At that moment, the sound of a police siren echoed once more. Zhou Mi reappeared, donning a traffic police uniform, which felt somewhat ironic considering he had just been publicly reprimanded by the police that very morning, losing face in the process. However, this was a performance, and for the success of the planned act, he needed to perform even better and more energetically. Zhou Mi approached Lu Yao, asking, What is going on, Granny? Behind him, Qin Luo saw Zhou Mi and immediately fell to the ground, feigning agony. Lu Yao, upon seeing Zhou Mi, appeared as if she had spotted a long-lost relative, excitedly exclaiming, A savior. Just now, as Qin Luo lay on the ground, contorting in faux pain. Lu Yao rushed over, asking, Why are you still on the ground? She then turned to Zhou Mi to explain. Zhou Mi leaned closer to inspect the distressed Qin Luo and the damaged front wheel of the bicycle, then turned to Lu Yao, bemused, saying, Granny, you must have been riding too fast. Look at the state of this wheel. Were you racing? The audience erupted with laughter, unable to contain themselves. Chapter 074 showcases how perceptions can shift rapidly. As the granny transitioned from the victim to the perpetrator of the collision, a plot twist that struck like a thunderstorm, catching everyone off guard. Many noted that the three supporting characters were all played by the same actor, merely changing costumes. The versatility displayed was commendable, with each role effectively representing different societal archetypes in response to an elderly lady's fall, offering meaningful commentary. In a well-crafted work, every character plays a crucial role, contributing to the main narrative, and requires extensive refinement. It is not a matter of casually joining in. However, I can't shake the feeling that the supporting character seems somewhat familiar, as if I have encountered him before. It appears I am not alone in this sentiment. On the side of the stage, the 19 groups of performers, having completed their acts, now sit in total silence, utterly captivated by the splendid performance. Even a family of 3 has fallen silent. What more can be said? Any words would only serve to undermine their own stance, regardless of the arguments presented. This skit is undeniably excellent, remarkable, and superbly crafted to elicit hearty laughter. To challenge it, one must first produce a comparable work. Otherwise, such critiques are mere folly, rooted in envy and resentment. The father of the family finally could not restrain himself and muttered, This is outrageous. This was the most severe statement he could muster. Indeed. Shi Huihai nodded in agreement, noting that each actor played multiple roles convincingly, delivering their lines with precision. They are promising talents. It is no surprise that Zhou Gang's offspring possess such formidable talent. Chen Shang, eager to flatter, presumed Ding Jianzhong held a favorable view of Zhou Mi unexpectedly. Ding Jianzhong glanced at him and remarked in a somber tone that, overall, the skit's comedic impact was primarily due to the brilliant performances of Hao Jian and the elderly lady. After all, they are the true protagonists. Chen Shang felt a tremor of realization, understanding that he had misfired in his attempt at flattery, and promptly nodded in agreement, acknowledging the director's insight. He was curious how Hao Jian would artfully conclude the incident regarding aiding the elderly. On stage, the excitement escalated. Zhou Mi looked at Lu Yao in disbelief. Andy, you see what you've done to him? Lu Yao, looking aggrieved, pointed at the prostrate Qin Luo. It wasn't me who knocked him down. Zhou Mi was convinced it was indeed the ant's fault, exclaiming, Look at the bicycle right there. And the person lying here. The scene of the accident is all too clear. Lu Yao, in a fervor, insisted, That's not my bicycle. It's not mine. Qin Luo interjected from the ground. It's your partner's bicycle, but you weren't pedaling that fast. I've delayed your departure. Laughter erupted from the audience. Each line was laced with humor, each word a delightful quip. I've delayed your departure could very well become a popular catchphrase online. Zhou calmed the agitated Lu Yao, then crouched down next to the fallen Qin Luo. "Oh dear comrade, are you hurt? Does it hurt?" Qin Luo examined himself, wincing. "Oh, my elbow. Oh, my kneecap. Oh, my lumbar disc." Zhou, eager, asked, "Are you injured?" Qin Luo replied nonchalantly, "Not at all." Zhou, exasperated, retorted, "At this point, let's not play the process of elimination." Qin Luo looked at the bicycle. "Ah, the wheel is bent. After all this fuss, I must have flown over from that direction. At this rate, I must have soared at least 10 meters. Lu Yao, agitated, pointed at Qin Luo. "You didn't fly 10 meters. You're using all my lines." Zhou quickly stood to soothe the excited Lu Yao, while Qin Luo, lying on the ground, smugly mumbled, "Whoever claims it, owns it." The audience, beyond applause, found no words to express their exhilaration. The joy this skit brought them was immeasurable. At that moment, the entire auditorium of over 500 people was completely engrossed in the performance, having long dismissed any previous notions of boredom. Now, who would dare claim this skit was lacking? On stage, Zhou calmed Lu Yao and approached the reclining Qin Luo. "Hey, comrade, let me help you up." Qin Luo was assisted to his feet, and he and Zhou exchanged a knowing glance. "Aren't you supposed to chase down that guy?" Zhou asked, astonished. Qin Luo reciprocated with surprise. "The traffic officer handling my incident." Lu Yao, observing this, sighed in resignation. "Oh no, they know each other." Zhou, puzzled, inquired, "What is going on between you two?" Qin Luo earnestly explained, "Officer, let me clarify. I was carrying my bicycle out from your direction, walking ahead when the Andy suddenly fell. I kindly went over to help, and she mistakenly thought I had hit her. You just need to explain how my bicycle wheel got bent." "Oh, I see," Zhou nodded. Then turned to Lu Yao to clarify, "Auntie, his bicycle wheel was bent due to the rear-end collision. I handled the incident." Lu Yao looked momentarily dazed. "Wait, wasn't it me who was hit?" Zhou continued, "Auntie, don't you trust the officer? Besides, at your age, if he had really hit you, would you still be standing here talking?" He then handed money to Qin Luo. Qin Luo accepted it, patting his chest. "Ah, it's not cold anymore. Not cold." Just then, Lu Yao excitedly exclaimed, "I remember now. I was twisting and turning and one step missed, and I fell." She touched Qin Luo's arm, excitedly saying, "Child, despite the misunderstanding, you stayed to help. Well done." Qin Luo, serious and sincere, gazed towards the audience, stating earnestly, "Auntie, if we don't help those who have fallen, would not the hearts of people also fall? If hearts fall, we cannot help them back up." This statement drew thunderous applause from below, with many calling out in approval. Even Ding Jianzhong, who previously found the noise bothersome, remained silent, while Shi Huihai and Chen Qing refrained from curbing the audience's enthusiastic cheers. The sentiment expressed was profound, encapsulating the essence of the skit and imparting valuable life lessons. "Come on, Auntie, let us head to the hospital," Qin Luo urged. Lu Yao, with a wave of her hand, declared, "No need. Auntie doesn't need your money. I have health insurance." And thus, the performance concluded. Applause erupted from the audience, a standing ovation that seemed never-ending. Chapter 075. We shall meet in the finals. On stage, Lu Yao stood center, flanked by Qin Luo and Zhou, accepting the audience's enthusiastic applause. They were the final group of performers for the day, with no one else scheduled to take the stage. Hence, they had no urgency to depart. The audience and the three leaders were reluctant to let them leave so soon, eager to ask more questions. Originally, the cameraman was only meant to record the entire performances of each group, but in this electrifying atmosphere, he kept the camera focused on the trio. Well said. Especially that line about, "If we don't help those who fall, how can we lift hearts?" It was profoundly moving. This skit is magnificent, the finest I've seen thus far. It brilliantly balanced humor with thematic depth, culminating in a perfect ending that elevated the essence and significance of the entire performance, a blend of laughter and reflection. Without a doubt, I am thoroughly impressed to have lost to such an outstanding skit. The trio's performances were impeccable, particularly that of Hao Jian and the elderly lady. Their acting would suffice even in a professional setting. Look, even the three leaders at the front are standing to applaud, clearly holding them in high esteem, a distinction not bestowed upon any previous group. To be frank, while the prior 19 groups weren't terrible, they paled in comparison to this. To help or not to help, I now regard those earlier performances as mere trifles. The audience applauded and discussed their feelings, expressing their delight after witnessing the skit. Ding Jianzhong indeed held a high regard for this skit, yet it was not to the extent of rising to applaud. After all, he was the deputy director of CCTV's variety channel, having witnessed countless skits over the years, only a few of which could rival "Should we help or not?" However, the profound statement made by Hao Jian at the end, "If we do not help this person, will not the hearts of others falter?" truly elevated the entire skit to a higher level. Regardless of the artistic form, be it music, film, skits, crosstalk, novels, or poetry, each harbors an educational significance that allows audiences to gain insights and experiences, which constitutes the utmost value of any artistic endeavor. The dilemma of whether to assist an elderly person has become a prevalent social phenomenon, stirring fervent discussions among netizens. Chin Luo adeptly adapted this event into a skit, expressing his perspective through it, which was not only philosophical but also deeply educational. That final line alone warranted Ding Jianzhong's personal standing ovation. At that moment, Shi Huihai and Chen Cheng also sincerely rose to applaud, their thoughts momentarily disregarding director Ding's opinions, genuinely moved by the brilliance of the skit. The three performers excelled, particularly Hao Jian and the actress portraying the elderly woman, whose performances were remarkably convincing. With a smile, Ding Jianzhong remarked, "I initially had no expectations. Yet your skit has truly impressed me. Today, the time spent was absolutely worthwhile." His words were a high compliment. Chin Luo and Lu Yao bowed in gratitude, their smiles betraying their elation. Meanwhile, Zhou Mi, standing aside, wore a somewhat forced smile, thinking, "Am I merely a passing figure here?" However, he dared not voice his discontent. For this was the deputy director of a major channel, and even his father, Zhou Gang, could not match Ding Jianzhong's stature. "By the way, who wrote this skit?" Ding Jianzhong inquired, casting a curious glance at the trio. "It was I," Chin Luo volunteered. "Your name is Chin Luo, correct?" Ding Jianzhong's gaze sparkled with appreciation as he continued. "To write such an exceptional skit, you possess remarkable talent. You are a promising prospect." "Thank you, director," Chin Luo humbly replied. Ding Jianzhong chose not to elaborate, understanding that some matters are best left unsaid, especially given his position. Shi Huihai then directed his attention toward Lu Yao and inquired hesitantly, "The actress portraying the elderly lady is named Lu Yao, correct?" Lu Yao instinctively glanced at Chin Luo, who nodded in affirmation. Without further hesitation, Lu Yao turned away, removed her wig, and meticulously wiped her face. When she turned back, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the audience. "Wow, how is this possible?" It turned out that the elderly woman was not an elderly woman at all, but a stunningly beautiful young lady. "I should have realized. I thought the elderly woman seemed rather well endowed, wearing a wig and aging makeup. She had convincingly masqueraded as an elderly person. She is genuinely beautiful, and yes, quite well endowed too." Given this revelation, her performance became even more impressive, as she had managed to portray a fallen elderly woman so convincingly that no one could discern the truth, showcasing her extraordinary talent. "Goodness, I suddenly feel as though I've fallen in love," one audience member remarked. Lu Yao, revealing her true self, swept her long black hair behind her shoulder and smiled radiantly at the audience, saying, "Hello everyone, I am Lu Yao." Cheers erupted from the crowd, their excitement palpable. Shi Huihai was equally astonished by Lu Yao's revelation, his smile broadening as he considered the effort and dedication required to achieve such a remarkable performance. Casting a glance at Chin Luo, Lu Yao added, "To borrow Chin Luo's words, I have arrived on the stage of this skit competition. I have witnessed. I have strived, and I have reaped the rewards." Ding Jianzhong, Shi Huihai, and Chen Cheng all brightened, sharing a collective expression of admiration and satisfaction. Chen Cheng finally turned to Chin Luo and asked, "Chin Luo, what is it that you most wish to express at this moment?" Chin Luo blinked, surveying the audience before resolutely declaring, "We shall meet again in the finals." Chapter 76, The Painful Fall from Grace. With a click, the door swung open. Two figures entered the room in succession. With another click, the door closed. "Phew, today has finally passed." Chin Luo collapsed onto the living room sofa, stretching his limbs out in a starfish position, taking up the entire couch. Remembering the overwhelming applause they received at the end, he thought to himself that all the hard work had indeed paid off. "Get off," Leo said, dropping her backpack filled with clothes to the side and approaching the sofa. She playfully kicked Chin Luo's right calf with her foot. "You are hogging the entire sofa. Is there even room for me to sit?" Chin Luo rolled over to face her, perhaps feeling particularly jovial, and cheekily replied, "If there is no room, then just sit on me. I want to mind your weight." Lu Yao shot him an incredulous look, but then her eyes twinkled mischievously as she grinned. "All right." With that, she leapt high and landed heavily on Chin Luo's abdomen. "Ouch, wait. Ah." Chin Luo's playful teasing turned into alarm as he realized the predicament, just as Lu Yao's smile widened. He hurriedly tried to intervene, but it was too late. Lu Yao's weight landed squarely on his abdomen, her legs lifted off the ground, adding to the pressure. "Ugh, you're crushing me." "Are you serious?" Chin Luo exclaimed, feeling the weight pressing down on him. While the initial shock of the weight was intense, he quickly adjusted, realizing that it wasn't as unbearable as it first seemed. However, he was taken aback by an unexpected sensation. Liu Yao's sample, soft form pressed against him, creating an intimate, close contact that ignited a spark within him, sending warmth coursing through his body and threatening to overwhelm his reason. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, his instincts took over, and he instinctively sat up, reaching out to embrace Liu Yao's slender waist. "What are you doing?" Liu Yao noticed his movement, and her instincts kicked in, causing her to shift forward slightly. That one small movement led to an unfortunate consequence for Qin Luo. He gasped, his face paling instantly. Liu Yao quickly realized what had happened and scrambled off him, turning to check on Qin Luo, only to find him lying on the sofa, clutching his groin and curled up like a shrimp. "Are you all right?" Liu Yao's face flushed with embarrassment and concern as she asked. Initially seated on Qin Luo's abdomen, her slight movement had inadvertently caused her to land on a more sensitive area, nearly causing him serious discomfort. Even so, Qin Luo was writhing in pain. Well, this could be seen as a case of pride coming before a fall. He thought to himself, "Let us see if you dare to tease girls again in the future." Gasping for breath, Qin Luo lay on the sofa, panting heavily, resembling a weary beast of burden. Liu Yu was even worried he might pass out from lack of air. "I didn't mean to do that," Liu Yao said apologetically, biting her lip in contemplation. After a moment, she hesitated and suggested, "How about I help you massage it?" Qin Luo promptly turned around, shifting from a side-lying position to lie on his back, his hands still covering his groin, his gaze piercing as he stared at Liu Yao. "Do you think I'm not in enough pain?" he exclaimed. "I already said it was unintentional." Liu Yao turned her head away, avoiding his gaze, and murmured softly, "I genuinely wanted to help you feel better. The book said that a little massage would alleviate the pain." At her words, a sharp pang of discomfort surged through Qin Luo once more, as his imagination conjured up an inappropriate image of a massage. "Look, it's still swollen. If you keep this up, it will only hurt more." "What's wrong?" Liu Yao asked, her expression filled with concern as she looked at his pained face. "Is it serious?" "Rubbish." Qin Luo gritted through the pain, his tone resolute. "This won't break, that's for sure. But you look like it's quite severe," Liu Yao replied, her knowledge in this area limited. "Throw that ridiculous book away. It's full of nonsense," Qin Luo interrupted her, noticing her continued worry. He added reassuringly, "Don't worry. It's nothing major. I know my body well. Just give me some time, and it will heal." "Oh." Liu Yao, realizing her argument was futile, fell silent. The living room descended into a quiet stillness, punctuated only by Qin Luo's heavy breathing. "Cough, cough. Let's find a topic to distract me," Qin Luo suggested. "Oh, okay." Liu Yao paused, then asked, "Do you think we can make it into the top 32 this time?" I'm not boasting. My final words on stage reflected my determination." Qin Luo replied confidently. "In this skit competition, I'm aiming for the championship." "Are you that confident?" Liu Yao was taken aback. "From what I heard about the rules today, the selection of the top 32 is based on votes from the public, and the works used in the selection cannot be reused in the competition. There will also be group matches, head-to-head matches, semifinals, and finals. Can you guarantee that you'll consistently produce excellent work to advance through every round?" With a confident smile, Qin Luo declared, "As long as I set my mind to it, nothing is impossible." "Then I look forward to it," Liu Yao replied with a smile, reflecting. "After today's performance and witnessing the audience's reaction, I have a clearer understanding of how exceptional this skit truly is. Partnering with you has truly brought me good fortune." Liu Yao mischievously winked at Qin Luo. "Since you're aiming for the championship, does that mean I'm coasting to victory?" Qin Luo, captivated by Liu Yao's playful demeanor, felt warmth surge in his heart, momentarily forgetting his pain. He teasingly replied, "Then you should just lay back and enjoy." Liu Yao shot him a mock glare, remaining silent as she stood up, picked up her backpack from the floor, and walked toward the bedroom. Halfway there, she suddenly recalled something. Turning to fix her intense gaze on Qin Luo, incredulous as she asked, "Wait, this is my home. Why are you still here?" Qin Luo, Chapter 077, Cohabiting with a Beautiful Classmate. The situation was a bit dire. Qin Luo had initially thought he could smoothly transition into residing here without raising any suspicions, but Liu Yao had seen through him. Isn't it foolish to believe that someone living in someone's home would go unnoticed? In the living room, Liu Yao set her backpack down, her hands clasped over her chest, accentuating her figure as she stood before the sofa, looking down at Qin Luo with a questioning tone. "So, tell me, why are you still here today?" In that moment, Qin Luo's mind raced, countless thoughts flashing through his head. Finally, he said earnestly, "You said it yourself." "I said what?" Liu Yao asked, puzzled. "When did I say that?" "You explicitly told me last night that I could choose one of the 2 empty rooms to stay in," Qin Luo replied, gazing up at her. "You wouldn't go back on your word, would you?" Liu Yao furrowed her brow in contemplation. It seemed she had indeed said something along those lines last night. No, you're nitpicking. I clearly said you could stay for just one night, not that you could move in permanently. Qin Luo maintained a calm exterior, but inside he felt a jolt of panic. She remembered. Hadn't she been drinking last night? Wasn't she supposed to be unaware? There's no reason for you to stay, Lu Yao said coldly, her expression hardening. If there's no reason, you need to leave immediately. Qin Luo felt a wave of desperation. If he were truly kicked out, where could he possibly go? Would he really have to stay at a hotel? No, he had to think of a way to stay. Li Yu watched his anxious demeanor with delight, relishing the opportunity to turn the tables on him after his constant teasing. In truth, she didn't mind Qin Luo staying. As he had pointed out, there were still 2 empty rooms. It would be a waste for them to remain unoccupied. And having someone around would certainly alleviate the loneliness of living alone. After all, living alone meant eating alone, watching TV alone, throwing out the trash alone, doing chores alone, shopping alone, and sleeping alone, so solitary that it felt rather dismal. If another person moved in, it would alleviate that solitude, 2 people eating together, watching TV together, throwing out the trash together, doing chores together, shopping together, and sleeping together. But regarding the last point, sleeping together meant at the same time, but in different spaces. Please don't misconstrue. Anyone with a wandering mind should go reflect for 3 minutes. In summary, Lu Yao found herself not only unopposed to Qin Luo moving in, but rather looking forward to it. Yet, as a girl, she felt the need to maintain some decorum. It wouldn't do to let Qin Luo think she was an easy pushover. I must maintain my stance. If there's no reason, you have to leave. Lu Yao insisted, relishing her role as the actress, deliberately adopting a cold demeanor as she reached out to push Qin Luo away. Qin Luo yelped dramatically. Lu Yao jolted in surprise and instinctively asked, "What happened? Did I hurt you again?" In truth, after all this time, the pain had subsided significantly, and Lu Yao hadn't truly hurt him. He was merely pretending. The intention was clear. This was his excuse to stay. "I don't care, you hurt me. And now I can't walk or take care of myself," Qin Luo lamented, his expression a perfect display of anguish. "If you kick me out, it would be tantamount to sending me to my death." Lu Yu was left speechless. Was there no end to his fabrications? "If you truly force me out, you would be committing a crime. Walking down a path of crime has no future. It leads to a lifetime of darkness." Qin Luo continued to strengthen his reasoning. "Shut up." Lu Yao could no longer bear to listen. She stood up and headed toward the bedroom. "I won't kick you out." "Yay," Qin Luo exclaimed, pumping his fist in triumph. "Smart as I am, I managed to move in without spending a dime." His heart swelled with pride. "By the way, while you're living here, you'll need to pay, let's say, the old classmate rate of 1,000 yuan a month." Lu Yao's voice rang from the bedroom, demanding payment. Qin Luo thought for a moment, realizing that it was still a reasonable deal. After all, if he were to rent a similar place elsewhere, it would cost at least 8,000 yuan, possibly sharing the space with several unkempt individuals. Now, for only 1,000 yuan a month, he could live with a beautiful classmate. He felt like a true winner in life. "This is infuriating," Zhou fumed, downing the tea in his hand. Zhou sipped his tea, calming his temper before speaking. "I performed exceptionally today, yet they are all blind, fixated solely on those 2 wretches, Qin Luo and Lu Yao. Without even a glance in my direction. Am I invisible?" Zhou Gang's expression darkened. It was one thing for Zhou to refer to himself as I in front of others, but to do so in front of his own father was rather inappropriate. How should one reckon the hierarchy in such a case? However, Zhou Gang chose not to dwell on it. He understood that Zhou was simply in a foul mood, and thus he brushed it off. No, Zhou countenance soured further. "I went to ask that cameraman, Old Wu, for it, but he completely ignored me and flatly refused." "You didn't specify that you needed it?" Zhou Gang furrowed his brow. "I did, yet he still wouldn't hand it over, claiming there are regulations," Zhou replied, visibly frustrated. Zhou Gang fell silent for a moment, then pulled out his phone. "I'll personally make a call to inquire." The call connected swiftly. "Old Wu, I need to discuss something with you." I see. So Director Ding is placing such importance on this?" "Thank you, Old Wu." After hanging up, Zhou Gang's expression darkened. "How did it go?" Zhou asked concernedly. "I couldn't get it," Zhou Gang replied, displeased. Before looking at Zhou, "Was Deputy Director Ding present today?" "Yes." "That complicates matters," Zhou Gang mused. Old Wu mentioned that Director Ding sternly instructed that the performance recording of support or not cannot be given to anyone before it is uploaded to the official website. "What shall we do about our plan?" Zhou asked, growing anxious. "Don't worry," Zhou Gang reassured him. "We may not be able to obtain the recording in advance, but we have other strategies. Just wait and see. Your father will elevate you this time." At 8 in the evening, Qin Luo reclined on the living room sofa. nursing his injuries while idly watching television. Meanwhile, Luo busied herself in the kitchen preparing dinner. Qin Luo found it difficult to concentrate on the television, as the kitchen was filled with clanging sounds, utensils clattering to the floor, dishes shattering, and the kettle whistling incessantly, drowning out the television's audio. How could he focus on anything amidst this cacophony? Reluctantly, he called out to the kitchen, "Why don't we just order takeout? That's your idea. I have no objection if you want to treat yourself, but I want to order takeout." Qin Luo stretched his neck to shout. "Go ahead, I won't stop you," came Lu Yao's response, followed by a startled exclamation. "Oh no, I added too much salt. Just don't confiscate my phone," Qin Luo retorted, feeling aggrieved, recalling how Lu Yao had taken his phone to prevent him from ordering takeout. With no other option, he continued to watch television, but found the show utterly tedious. Even advertisements seemed more entertaining. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He noticed a laptop tucked away in the bottom compartment of the TV stand. A glimmer of excitement crossed his face as he rose from the sofa and approached it. Truth be told, he was no longer in pain. His injury was merely an excuse to distract Lu Yao. If he had truly been in pain for hours, he would have been incapacitated. He opened the laptop, and to his fortune, there was no password, allowing him immediate access. Yet, he wondered if it was appropriate to use someone else's personal belongings without permission. "I'm just borrowing your laptop," he called out to the kitchen. "You should have just said so. Mentioning it only invites speculation," Lu Yao replied. Casting a furtive glance towards the kitchen, Qin Luo inspected the drive, but found it empty. Perhaps it lay within the folder? He opened the folder and, to his dismay, found nothing. Determined, he double-clicked again, and his eyes lit up upon discovering a folder titled Unspoken Secrets. "Finally, I've found it," he exclaimed inwardly, eager to uncover the hidden secrets within. He trembled with anticipation as he double-clicked to open it. The next moment, his expression turned blank. It was merely a movie. Dejected, Qin Luo turned to the internet. Oh, the novel hadn't updated today. He logged onto the initial Chinese website and opened the main page for Battle Through the Heavens. Clicking on it revealed a rating of 3,657 with 122 recommendations. "That's rather underwhelming for just one day," he mused, feeling that this score did not live up to the esteemed reputation of a pinnacle web novel. Curious about public opinion, he scrolled down to the comment section, only to be met with a sea of negative reviews. The comments were filled with derogatory remarks, disparaging critiques, and insults. "What utter rubbish! This writing is nonsensical. How dare you compare your writing to that of Teacher Zhao? You're lighting a lantern in the toilet just to find filth. Qin Luo, your work is trash. How do you expect to compete with Teacher Zhao? Wow." The protagonist starts as a genius who is then discarded, followed by an annulled engagement. Who would want to read about such a pathetic character? The saying goes 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side. Do not bully the young and poor. I bet even after 100 years, you won't match a single hair of Teacher Zhao. Qin Luo, hurry and accept your place beneath Teacher Zhao. You've already lost. Fuming, Qin Luo glared at the comments, knowing without a doubt that they were all posted by Zhao Wensong's fans. Even the rare positive comments from his supporters were buried under an avalanche of vitriol. With only 500 or 600 fans, Qin Luo was dwarfed by Zhao Wensong's overwhelming 130,000. In the realm of comment battles, he stood no chance. Damn it, this is too much. Fury ignited within Qin Luo at the thought of Zhao Wensong's fans colluding to bombard him with derogatory comments in the review section. It was utterly intolerable. "Oh, you think it's rubbish, do you? You aim to dishearten me in hopes I delete my book and surrender? I refuse to grant you that satisfaction. I will write even more, and I will do it with greater speed and quality. Just watch." The fire of determination surged within Qin Luo, igniting a fierce desire to triumph. However, the immediate concern was to handle the spamming of negative reviews. He logged into his author account, managed the review section, and deleted all the trash comments with a single click. Additionally, he set restrictions to prevent accounts below level 5 from commenting. These malicious reviews were all from Zhao Wensong's fans, newly registered accounts undoubtedly under level 5. Qin Luo effectively silenced them, ensuring a permanent solution. Feeling refreshed, he gazed upon the clean reviews section, his mood lifting. He then accessed the author backend, where a notification appeared. Curious, he opened it to find a contract offer. "Dear author, your work has passed review and meets the signing criteria. Please await contact from the signing editor, and remember to provide your book title and author name. During the signing period, do not alter your author name, as it may affect the signing process. If you need to change names, please contact your editor before signing. The initial Chinese website welcomes you." Indeed. If Battle Through the Heavens could not secure a contract, it would be a tremendous loss for the web literary community. Following the instructions, Qin Luo completed the signing process swiftly. "Tomorrow, I'll print the contract and send it off to finalize the signing," he resolved, closing the webpage and opening a document to begin typing away. Chapter 79. The aroma of food. Didn't you say it would be ready soon? It's been over an hour, and the feast is still not prepared? I'm nearly starving to death. All right, it's coming. Lu Yao replied, and then began to serve the dishes onto the dining table. Qin Luo could no longer endure the wait, and directly stood up to approach the dining area. Oh, you can walk now? Lu Yao, bringing over the last dish, looked at Qin Luo with a hint of surprise. Hunger allows me to temporarily conquer my pain, Qin Luo said earnestly, then plopped down at the dining table. Here. These 3 portions are yours, Lu Yao said as she pushed 3 covered plates in front of Qin Luo, obscuring the contents within. This is quite mysterious, Qin Luo remarked, feeling a twinge of anticipation. Lu Yao sat opposite him, also with 3 covered dishes. Now, it's time for the grand reveal, Liu said with a serious expression, signaling for Qin Luo to join her in unveiling the first dish on the left. Tada! The first dish, French steak. Qin Luo lifted the lid with eager anticipation but was left dumbfounded. What is this black chunk of thing? Qin Luo expressed disbelief, poking at it, finding it hard as iron. Is this a steak? Are you mocking my lack of worldly experience? Indeed, the plate held nothing but a dark object resembling charcoal, failing to resemble a steak in any way. Cough, its appearance is not paramount. What matters is the flavor, Lu Yao said, her cheeks flushing slightly as she vaguely explained. Don't let its black exterior fool you. It's actually quite delicious. With that, Lu Yao took the initiative, vigorously cutting a piece, resembling someone sawing wood, and promptly forked it into her mouth. You cannot deceive me into tasting that, Qin Luo retorted, unimpressed by its appearance and lacking any appetite. Lu Yao quickly finished her small piece of steak, then reached for the middle plate, revealing tonight's featured dish, red wine mountain chicken. Qin Luo casually lifted the lid, but his sudden motion caused the plate to wobble. Wait, what is this? Qin Luo's expression changed as he saw red liquid spilling from the plate, not blood, but wine. Upon fully uncovering the dish, he was astonished to find it filled with red wine, with the mountain chicken nearly invisible. Whereas the chicken? Did it vanish into the plate? Qin Luo questioned Lu Yao. Lu Yao blushed further, stammering, the chicken is beneath the wine. If you drink the wine, it will naturally reveal itself. Qin Luo rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on, and turned his gaze to the third plate. What lies within this one? As he spoke, he reached out to uncover the lid. This is my specialty, Italian pasta, Lu Yao said, her tone imbued with a trace of confidence. The lid was already lifted, and as Qin Luo glanced over, he turned back to Lu Yao, silently conveying a message with his eyes. Don't tell me this mess is the Italian pasta you boast about? Qin Luo asked incredulously. If not, then what could it be? Lu Yao responded with a playful jest. Qin Luo took a deep breath, attempting to control his emotions. After waiting for over an hour, is this the grand feast I receive? Looking at Lu Yao, Qin Luo declared earnestly. I, Qin Luo, would rather starve to death, even leap from the window, than touch a single morsel of your food. Lu Yao glanced at him without responding, picked up a forkful of pasta, and directly fed it to Qin Luo's mouth. Qin Luo's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly swallowed the pasta, exclaiming with delight, "It's truly delicious." With that, he pulled the pasta closer and devoured it ravenously. On one hand, he was indeed starving and felt a desperate need to eat anything. On the other, though Lu Yao's Italian pasta lacked visual appeal, it was surprisingly flavorful, even if it didn't rival the skills of a professional chef. After finishing the pasta, Qin Luo turned his attention to the red wine mountain chicken, searching with his fork amidst the wine until he finally located a piece of chicken, which he promptly tasted. It was delightfully chewy, infused with the rich aroma of the wine. Of course, the steak didn't remain uneaten either, as Qin Luo polished it off completely, leaving the plate gleaming like a mirror. I didn't expect your feast to be visually unappealing yet quite palatable, Qin Luo said, reclining comfortably in his chair after a satisfying meal. Humph. Lu Yao, still recalling how Qin Luo had teased her earlier, ordered him unceremoniously, "Go wash the dishes." Lu Yao's eyes darted mischievously as she threatened, "Fine, then you can move out tomorrow." "Don't be like that," Qin Luo exclaimed, startled, quickly standing up to carry the plates to the kitchen. I'll wash them. Is that satisfactory?" Watching Qin Luo's retreating figure, Lu Yao couldn't suppress a smug smile. "Just you wait, I'll manage you yet." At that moment, the phone resting on the coffee table lit up. Lu Yao picked it up and noticed it wasn't her own. The screen was locked, but she could see a private message from the gourmet princess. Lu Yao hesitated, contemplating whether to open the message, but ultimately decided against it, directing her gaze back to Qin Luo, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, and fell into silence. "Hey, someone just messaged you," Lu Yu said, immediately handing the phone back to Qin Luo. Qin Luo's expression changed, and he quickly grabbed the phone, eyeing Lu Yao suspiciously. You didn't T-peek, did you? I've told my roommates repeatedly not to send me those annoying little videos. I don't need them. Yet they persist in sending them. Lu Yao's cheeks flushed as she shot a disdainful look at Qin Luo. That's disgusting. With that, she stood up and headed towards her bedroom, saying, I'm going to sleep now. Haha, I was just joking with you. I don't enjoy watching that kind of thing, and I genuinely don't need it. Qin Luo called cheerfully after Lu Yao's retreating figure. TCH, who knows? Lu Yao's voice echoed back. Qin Luo shook his head, choosing to ignore her. He had intentionally made light of the situation to divert Lu Yao, as he was already aware of who had sent the private message. Sure enough, it was Lu Qian. Chapter 80. The Celestial Selfie. How did it go today? You didn't T-collapse in the first round, did you? Lu Qian. Qin Luo entered his room and lay on the bed, seeing Lu Qian's message on his phone, brimming with malice. Let me tell you, don't underestimate me. By the time I finish my performance, the entire audience will be on their feet applauding. The event organizers were left astounded. In fact, even other competitors were eager to learn from me on the spot. Come on, is it really that exaggerated? Lu Qian's words hinted at disbelief. But since I'm not there to witness it, feel free to boast as much as you like. I can't call you out on it. Boast. Every word I speak is truthful, punctuated with sincerity. Qin Luo felt insulted. The entire event was recorded and would be uploaded to the official website. You'll see for yourself whether I'm exaggerating. Is that so? When can we see it? Lu Qian inquired. It'll take about a week. Until then, I want to believe a single word you say, not even a punctuation mark. Lu Qian replied with a hint of playful arrogance. Who is making each other angel? Lu Qian's face flushed, but fortunately, Qin Luo couldn't see it. She quickly added, I'm a celestial being, not an angel. What an air of arrogance. Haha, I have never encountered someone so shameless. Proclaiming themselves to be a celestial being. Qin Luo taunted mercilessly. Fans are blind and easily misled. They casually call you a celestial sister. And you genuinely believe yourself to be one. Did I perhaps speak too harshly and anger her? Qin Luo pondered nervously as he looked at his phone. Oh, if I had known, I wouldn't have been so relentless in my sarcasm. Now look, she's ignoring me. How boring. Qin Luo glanced at the clock. It was merely 10 p.m., far too early to entertain thoughts of slumber. Should he perhaps extend an apology to her? Tossing and turning in bed, sleep eluded him. He picked up his phone, ready to soften his stance and apologize, when the screen lit up, revealing a new private message. It was from Lu Qian. How amusing. He had thought she might be ignoring him. Qin Luo exhaled in relief and promptly opened the message. In the next moment, he was left utterly astounded, rendered speechless. First and foremost, it was a photograph. Secondly, it was a picture featuring traditional attire. Most importantly, it was a selfie of Lu Qian in her ancient costume. Clad in a pristine white hanfu adorned with delicate flowers at her chest, her long hair cascaded down her back, secured with a white silk ribbon. Her gaze, as serene as water, pierced through the lens, bare feet gracefully advancing towards the camera, exuding an ethereal aura that seemed untouched by the mundane world. Celestial, a fairy, a heavenly being descended to earth. Qin Luo brought the phone closer, almost wishing his eyes could pop out as he fixated on the image, desperate to discern every detail. This selfie was utterly captivating, and he couldn't help but recall a poem. In the north, there is a beauty, unparalleled and solitary. With a single glance, she topples cities. And with another, she brings nations to their knees. Her beauty was truly formidable, possessing the charm to captivate both city and country alike. However, despite such thoughts, he would never openly admit this before Lu Qian. What does your selfie signify? Qin Luo feigned ignorance in his reply. Admittedly, he had never encountered a celestial being before. But upon seeing Lu Qian's photo, he internally conceded, this must be what a heavenly being looks like. Nonetheless, he would never confess this to Lu Qian. She was already quite proud, admitting it would only inflate her ego further. Thus, the exchange of private messages came to an end for the night. Lying in bed, sleep became even more elusive as he repeatedly examined Lu Qian's selfie. After a moment of contemplation, he returned to the home screen, where he was met by a wallpaper photo of Xiao Shanshan. With a deep breath, Qin Luo contemplated changing his wallpaper. Confirm or cancel? Just as he was about to finalize his decision, he hesitated, gazing at Xiao Shanshan's charming smile, grappling with his indecision for what felt like an eternity. With a resigned sigh, he was about to cancel the action when a message notification from the group chat interrupted him. His finger twitched, and by a twist of fate, he inadvertently confirmed the change. In an instant, his wallpaper transformed into Lu Qian's divine selfie. Curious about the group message, Qin Luo opened it only to discover that it was not from the celebrity fan group, but rather from his high school reunion chat. Looks like we have a big star in our class. Black Z exclaimed. Who? Who has become a big star? The chubby one inquired eagerly. Is it Xiao Shanshan? She has been famous for ages, hasn't she? The tall one chimed in. Skinny Monkey sent a derisive emoji. Black Z, did your village just get internet access? Congratulations. The chubby one sent an explosive emoji. Stop teasing, just spill the beans. Otherwise, I'll send you a care package of dangerous surprises. I know your address. Black Z, sensing the serious tone, quickly ceased the teasing and shared a screenshot. Look, Qin Luo has made it onto the celebrity ranking list. Our class has gained another star. Once the screenshot was shared, the group erupted into a flurry of excitement, awakening many dormant classmates. Qin Luo, quietly observing the lively discussions, eventually exited the group chat and switched off his phone. Time for sleep. Chapter 081. Release of the audition video. The days spent cohabiting with a beautiful companion flew by, and before long, a week had passed. 1 week later, at Lu Yao's residence, the clock read 8:30 a.m. Are you a pig? All you do is eat and sleep. Lu Yao stood at the foot of the bed, glaring at Qin Luo, who was buried under the covers. Get up. The audition video will be released online at 9 a.m. sharp. Qin Luo jolted awake, hastily checking himself to ensure he was still clad in shorts. However, that was all he wore. As he turned over, he inadvertently revealed more than he intended. TCH, such a fuss over nothing. I'm perfectly covered, he muttered, realizing that sleep was no longer an option and decided it was time to freshen up. 10 minutes later, after completing his morning routine, Qin Luo entered the living room with his laptop in hand. Lu Yu was sprawled on the couch, engrossed in her phone while the television played in the background. Upon noticing Qin Luo's approach, her cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a disapproving glance. From now on, you are not allowed to sleep without clothes in my house. This is my home. With a playful grin, Qin Luo shrugged off her reprimand, adjusting the couch cushions for comfort. Just kidding, he chuckled. Lu Yao ignored him, returning to her phone. Throughout the week, aside from their playful banter, Qin Luo had dedicated most of his time to fervently writing and stockpiling material, managing to accumulate an impressive 500,000 words. He was acutely aware that the next 2 months would afford him little time to write. Thus, he seized the opportunity to amass as much content as possible. Having wrapped up his work, Qin Luo exited the back end of the platform and navigated to his novel's main page, only to discover that despite his efforts, the clicks and recommendations remained disappointingly low. The comments section was lackluster, with the few messages mostly expressing skepticism about his work. The writing level resembles that of a third grader. I've undergone 9 years of compulsory education. This book is an affront to my literary sensibilities. Another typical story. I've seen enough to conclude. What is this? How can such a simplistic novel even secure a contract? Perhaps I should register as an author and give it a try myself. Results speak for themselves. Author, you should reconsider. This book has no future. I hereby declare, if this book's initial subscriptions exceed 100, I will stream myself using a fan on 5 settings. Bro. The current trend on Chinese websites is invincible narratives, genius tales. What is this? A waste of time narrative? If you don't keep up with the online literary tide, you'll be washed away. Furrowing his brow, Qin Luo pondered whether Battle Through the Heavens had truly fallen flat in this realm, receiving not a single positive review. Was it time to contemplate a new book? He found himself in deep contemplation. At that moment, the television, which had gone unnoticed, blared with the host's announcement. In today's news segment, we bring you a special update. The audition video for the I Want to Appear on the Spring Festival Gala skit competition will be released on our official website this morning at 9 a.m. Viewers can cast their votes for their favorite contestants. The voting period lasts 1 week, with 32 finalists to be determined. The fate of the contestants lies in your hands. Qin Luo snapped out of his reverie, startled by the overwhelming advertisement. Indeed, for the past week, CCTV Channel 3 had invested significantly in promoting the skit competition across various platforms, generating immense buzz and making it widely known. The topic ranked first on Weibo's trending list, with 1.3 billion reads and 260,000 comments. Wherever one turned online, the skit competition was impossible to ignore. The sustained week-long advertising blitz had proven effective, and many netizens eagerly awaited the official release of the audition video. Finally, the day had arrived. I've waited an entire week for this. Just 2 minutes until 9 a.m. Hurry up and upload the audition video. My anticipation has reached its peak. The advertising was indeed loud, yet he remained curious about the quality of this skit competition. As a key feature of the Spring Festival Gala, the quality of the skits directly impacted the event's reputation. He hoped this year's competition would surprise him, as he had been disappointed by the gala on numerous occasions in the past. Initially, he held little hope. However, he had heard that over 3,000 participants had registered for this skit competition, forming 1,000 groups. Surely, among such a vast number, there would be some outstanding performances. I do not claim to be the best among the best, but I can certainly hold my own in the competition. Anticipation builds. 1. Anticipation for 10086. As Chen Luo perused the online comments, a sense of eagerness welled up within him. Ding. The time was now 9 o'clock in the morning, Beijing time. At that moment, the clock chimed a mechanical electronic sound. It was 9 o'clock. Hurry and check the official website for the voting rankings. Lu Yao promptly set her phone down and urged anxiously. Look at you, so impatient. Chen Luo, brimming with confidence, immediately searched for and clicked into the official website for the comedy competition. With the quality of our skit, how could we not secure first place? Perhaps due to the influx of visitors at that very moment, the website loaded rather slowly, the links spinning endlessly. It seems there are indeed numerous netizens, causing the site to lag. Chen Luo felt even more delighted. After waiting for several seconds, the web page finally loaded. The homepage of the official site was adorned with hundreds, if not thousands, of short videos, all recordings from the preliminary auditions. In the upper right corner of the official site, a read-time ranking displayed only 32 slots. At this moment, all 32 slots were filled. Chen Luo scanned the page, his smile frozen in disbelief. What on earth? Our skit is not listed? Chen Luo was left dumbfounded. This defied logic. Chapter 082. The battle for rankings. As soon as the audition videos were released, the entire official website buzzed with activity. After waiting so long, the day has finally arrived. Wow, they released so many videos at once. Surely, there must be over 1,000. With so many skits, there's plenty to enjoy. Everyone, be sure to check out video number 444. It's hilarious. The website announced that the top 32 would be determined by our votes. Truly a position of power. Friends. Let us get voting. Alas, I feel a bit disappointed. I quickly skimmed through a few skits and found them rather unamusing. What is this? Does number 2 even qualify as a skit? What about number 5? Or number 9? It's utter rubbish. Damn it. Is that third floor act meant to be funny? What's amusing about 444? It's worse than garbage. I actually think it's not too bad, after all. This is just the preliminary round. Our expectations shouldn't be too high. As long as there is something to watch, that's good enough. Among so many. I refuse to believe that out of these 1256 skits, we can't find 32 that are at least passable. This is quite excessive, everyone. Let us quickly vote for the top 32. I want to go through them all individually. It's far more efficient to look at the list of ranked works. In the blink of an eye, the top 32 list was swiftly claimed. However, since voting had just begun, the rankings were highly unstable. One moment, a skit ranked 32 would surge to 19, and the next, one ranked 27 would plummet off the list. Every ranking was in constant flux. Chen Luo and Lu Yao watched, their heads spinning, but their expressions soured as they did not see on the list. This is illogical. Chen Luo struggled to believe it. Lu Yao glanced at him and offered reassurance, saying, "No need to panic. This is just the beginning. Voting lasts a full week. Gold will always shine in the end." Yet, even good wine fears the alleyway. After a moment's thought, Chen Luo proposed, "What if we promote our skit to garner votes?" "How do we do that?" Lu Yao asked. Puzzled, Chen Luo pondered briefly before grabbing his phone to log onto Weibo. At that moment, as the audition videos were released, a public figure named Sunpeng, recognized as a member of the new comedy force, posted on Weibo to bring more joy to our audience. Our comedy group is participating in the skit competition hosted by CCTV Channel 3. The audition video is number 123. We hope you enjoy our work and vote for us. Fellow members of the new comedy force, Guixiang and Cheng Jianhua, retweeted this post, adding, "We hope everyone can cast their votes for us." The new comedy force, a trio that debuted 3 years ago, strives to innovate the skit format, gaining a following among some audience members, and has nearly broken into the top 10 public figures. Not far from becoming an 18-line star. Upon seeing Sunpeng's Weibo post, the fans of the new comedy force erupted in cheers. Well, I didn't expect Teacher Sun to participate in the skit competition. We must support him. Let's rally for the new comedy force to secure first place. Teacher Sun, Teacher Guo, and Teacher Chung are all hardworking models. It's been less than a month and they have new workout. We must show our support. Go, new force. The championship must be ours. With the new force in the skit competition, those other contestants don't stand a chance. The audition must secure first place. I eagerly anticipate the new force's subsequent performances. I hadn't been following this skit competition, but for the new force, I'll be voting on the official site. Coincidentally, Zhao Daba, an 18-line celebrity and assigned skit actor with Zhao Laojin film and television media, was also campaigning for votes. To all my fellow countrymen, please support audition video number 369 in the skit competition. If you've watched and laughed, please cast your precious vote for me. I will continue to bring you laughter and joy in the upcoming contests. Xiao Daba's fame surpassed that of the new comedy force. Despite being in the industry for just over 2 years, his association with Zhao Laojin film and television media has propelled him rapidly, landing him at 99th among 18-line celebrities. Xiao Daba boasts a Weibo following of 380,000, and upon seeing his post, his fans erupted with excitement. Daba is participating in the skit competition too? This will be entertaining. Support Daba. We vow to seize the championship. Video number 369 must be Daba's work, right? Friends, let us cast our votes. We'll see Daba in the finals. Other 6 public figures also joined the skit competition and were simultaneously rallying for votes on Weibo. In an instant, many netizens were drawn in. Wow, so many stars are participating in CCTV's skit competition? I initially thought there wouldn't be much to see. Now I must take a closer look. Isn't this competition meant for the common people? Will the participation of these stars compromise the integrity of the event? Perhaps CCTV Channel 3 has its own considerations. If the competition were solely composed of ordinary citizens and lacked quality works, it would tarnish their reputation. Inviting a few celebrity groups to compete serves as a safeguard. That makes sense. I was initially uninterested in this skit competition, but now I'm intrigued. Count me in. Let us head to the official site. While participating stars can promote their works on Weibo, ordinary contestants lack such privileges and can only solicit votes within their social circles. Brothers, I'm also entering CCTV Channel 3's skit competition. Audition video number 968 is mine. Please cast your votes for me. I seek shares and votes for audition number 754. This time, I aim for the top 32. I have a dream to become a skit star. I'm participating in CCTV Channel 3's skit competition, and I kindly ask everyone to vote for number 567. Send me a screenshot of your votes, and I'll send a red envelope. Within social circles, a flurry of likes, shares, and comments ensued. Qin Luo observed as the top 32 ranking list on the official site showcased video number 123, which surged to the top with impressive momentum. However, just as it seemed to dominate the leaderboard for 3 minutes, video number 369 suddenly skyrocketed to 160,000 votes, claiming the number 1 spot, while video number 123 settled for second with 90,000 votes. Following that, contestants emerged from the fray to secure spots in the top 10, revealing that these were all celebrity participants who had promoted their works on Weibo. The remaining rankings also saw significant fluctuations. Qin Luo and Lu Yao exchanged glances, hesitantly suggesting, "Should I also promote my skit on Weibo? After all, I am ranked 6,666 among public figures with a fan base of over 1,200. Lu Yao remained silent, indicating her tacit agreement. As Qin Luo prepared to promote his campaign on Weibo, he was astonished to see entry number 666 ascend the rankings at an astonishing pace. Within a minute, it had claimed the top spot with over 280,000 votes. Qin Luo was taken aback. He had yet to begin his promotional efforts. So how had so many votes suddenly appeared? Chapter 083 goes viral online. See, I told you that true talent would shine through. The discerning eyes of the internet users are indeed sharp, exclaimed Lu Yao, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the top of the leaderboard. However, Qin Luo furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. All the other contestants had actively campaigned for votes, yet he had not yet started his own promotions. How could there be such a sudden surge in votes? Curious, Qin Luo clicked on the video to examine the comments below, and the truth became clear. I stopped by for Zhuomi's latest work and had to support. I'm here too. Zhuomi's fans have arrived. Haha, I'm a staunch supporter of Zhou Gang. Here to cheer for the young master. Go, young master. We, the fans, are behind you. The comments revealed a mix of Zhou and Zhou Gang's fans rallying to support. Qin Luo's frown deepened as he logged into Weibo and found Zhou latest post. Published at 9:01 a.m., I participated in the CCTV 3 sketch competition, and my audition video, number 666, is up for votes. Please lend your support. Thank you. This post had been liked by Zhou Gang, and the top comment featured a thumbs-up emoji from him. Zhou had barely scraped by as a low-tier star with only a few 100,000 fans, and even if they all voted, it would not have been enough to surpass Xiao Dabo. However, with Zhou Gang as his father, a top-tier star with millions of fans, Zhou Gang's endorsement had instantly mobilized his fanbase to support Zhou. This sketch competition just became interesting. Teacher Zhou is one of the 4 celebrity mentors, and Zhou is competing. It's a classic case of family support. Zhou for the win. No arguments accepted. Let's go, fans. Time to vote for the young master. Of course, many onlookers expressed their discontent. Come on, Zhou Gang is a celebrity mentor, and Zhou Mi is competing. He'll have a clear path to the finals. The first place is undoubtedly predetermined for him. Other contestants might as well give up and fight for second place. CCTV has been called out for claiming the competition is fair and transparent, yet look at the Zhou family's involvement. Weibo users divided into two factions, fervently debating the presence of the Zhou family in the competition. Supporters were in the majority. As a result, the votes for skyrocketed to 410,000, far exceeding the second-place contenders 190,000, making it a standout on the leaderboard. Qin Luo instinctively felt that Zhou Mi's actions were suspicious, yet he could not discern their true intent. What was he up to? Regardless, they now held the first position, which was undeniably legitimate. Lu Yao, however, was lost in the excitement, eagerly refreshing the rankings, her joy evident as the votes continued to climb. Voting would last for a week, and this was just the beginning. Many votes were likely cast blindly, with voters not even watching the content. CCTV was not overly concerned about the influence of celebrity fandom on the rankings, believing that, in the end, the quality of the work would speak for itself. Only when the audience genuinely appreciated a piece would they vote, and the true results would be revealed in due time. The top 32 list merely served as a recommendation platform, allowing more viewers to discover the works. As there were 266 audition videos in total, no one could realistically view them all. After the initial voting, many users settled down to watch the videos. And once they did, they couldn't help but be captivated. Soon, the official website erupted once more. Wow, this is hilarious. I laughed so hard my stomach hurt. Me too. Every line is a punchline. I couldn't stop laughing. I initially thought it was just fan hype, but this has real substance. This is the best sketch I've seen so far. I wholeheartedly recommend it. What began as low expectations transformed after watching. How is our young master merely a supporting role? Who were the male and female leads? Why isn't our young master playing Hao Jian? Hao Jian is such a rascal, but I love him. The grandmother turned out to be an astonishingly beautiful actress. Who would have guessed? Lu Yao? She's stunning and performed brilliantly. A true combination of beauty and talent. Who is Qin Luo? What qualifies him to portray Hao Jian? Zhou Mi should have played that role. I adore Zhou Mi. He is always so funny. Especially when he said, "I used to drive a Bentley." It made my face mask fall off from laughter. Vote, vote, vote. This time, it was not just Zhou Mi's and Zhou Gang's fans voting, but genuine support from a vast array of internet users. Votes surged to over 1 million within half an hour. In response, numerous viewers, stirred by excitement, began fervently recommending the sketch on Weibo, drawing in even more viewers. I wholeheartedly recommend the sketch. It will guarantee tears of laughter. The best sketch of the year is here. Don't miss. It's too good. Deserves the top spot in the sketch competition. Some users even copied the video from the official website and uploaded it to Weibo to make it more accessible. As a result, more and more viewers discovered, joining the discussion, liking, and voting. An hour later, the votes for surpassed 2 million, and it entered the trending topics on Weibo, was taking the internet by storm. Qin Luo and Lu Yao watched the unfolding events with expressions full of excitement and joy. Have we truly made it big? Although Qin Luo had anticipated success, the rapidity of it all felt surreal, leaving him with an unsettling sense that something was amiss.